Over 2 centuries ago, the remarkable advancements in science and technology ushered in the flourishing of two new schools of martial arts, Jin martial arts and atomic martial arts. However, the ancient schools of martial arts, with the passage of time, have slowly faded into obscurity. Just recently, having taken over the Cangyue School of Martial Arts from my late grandfather, Zhou Xiaomeng, found myself ensnared in a predicament where the inability to obtain my martial arts instructor certification could lead to the dissolution of the martial arts school and the coveted land being eyed by developers. At this moment, a girl claiming to be Zhou Xiaomeng crashed down from the ceiling, landing directly in front of me. Could it be that fortune has finally turned in my favor? Then, Daddy, your daughter has come to see you from 40 years in the future. Wait. Something seems amiss. Dear seedlings, please cherish this budding work, and I hope for your abundant support during this initial phase. With a year-long track record of consistent updates, I assure you of my commitment to continue my previous writings. On the moon, in the third new Cloud Sea city, at a secluded corner. Mr. Zhou Xiaomeng, if you would merely affix your signature to this transfer document, I assure you that the plot of land held by your martial arts school will be priced at the highest unit rate within our Liuguang Group's development plan, stated a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, with a neatly parted hairstyle and black-framed glasses, as he gazed at the young man before him. Though referred to as a young man, according to the records, it would take at least another 6 months before this individual could reach the legal age of 18. He was merely a naive child, attempting to salvage this dilapidated martial arts school from the grasp of the Liuguang Group's development project? Not a chance. Mr. Wang, could you grant me some time to consider? Zhou Qiang replied, wishing only to send this persistent individual away after 5 days of incessant inquiries. Mr. Wang frowned. Mr. Zhou Qiang, I fail to comprehend what you are still pondering. The neighboring establishments have all agreed to sell their land. What significance remains for your Cangyue martial arts school? If you are truly reluctant to part with this place, we could even offer you a residential suite once the housing complex is completed. Zhou Qiang shook his head. If it pertains to the martial arts school, I might consider it. Mr. Wang seemed to be losing patience. Mr. Zhou Qiang, with the exuberance of Jin martial arts and atomic martial arts, there is virtually no space left for your ancient martial arts, which relies solely on physical training. Just look at how many registered martial artists in the Martial Arts Alliance practice ancient martial arts. Barely 1 in 10,000. And among that minuscule fraction, most are still at the lowest ranks of martial artist levels. To put it bluntly, ancient martial arts have become a relic of the past, entirely supplanted by the new schools. Even if the Cangyue martial arts school could persist, I fear you lack any students to teach. More critically, it appears you are unable to even pass the basic martial artist certification examination, which further disqualifies you from teaching. Zhou Chang's hand, hidden beneath the table, fidgeted against his thigh. This fellow had been droning on for an hour and a half. Was there no opportunity for a restroom break? A week. I will provide you with an answer in 1 week. Having reached this point, Mr. Wang saw no reason to press further. After several days of effort, he finally received a somewhat definitive response. Then I shall await good news from you, Mr. Zhou Qiang. After a courteous farewell, Mr. Wang finally departed from this ancient martial arts school that had stood since the early days of the third Cloud Sea city's construction. With the departure of the negotiator, Zhou Qiang finally let out a sigh of relief. The Cangyue martial arts school was not large. Apart from the training hall, there was only a 2-story residence and a small courtyard, along with a storage room for miscellaneous items. Ironically, the school's location was precisely at the heart of the land slated for development by the Liuguang Group, essentially making it an eyesore of a stubborn nail. This establishment was erected by Zhou Chang's great-grandfather during the early days of lunar colonization and had now stood for over a century. It was likely nearing its end. Zhou Qiang sat quietly in the empty training hall, reflecting that, as the gentleman named Wang had mentioned, the boom in genetic engineering, mechanical engineering over a century ago had given rise to gene martial arts, which enhanced human capabilities by integrating superior animal genes, and atomic martial arts, which involved mechanical augmentation powered by electricity. These new forms of martial arts had rapidly gained popularity. In contrast, ancient martial arts required years of diligent practice and a certain level of innate talent. Without a decade or more of dedication, results were hard to come by, making them far less appealing compared to the formidable power achievable through mere surgical procedures. Moreover, in terms of strength, a practitioner who had honed ancient martial arts for 20 years might find themselves outmatched by someone who had only begun training in the new martial arts for a year or two. Consequently, by the time the martial arts school reached Zhou Chang's father's generation, it had nearly withered away, with the few remaining students being elderly neighbors who merely sought amusement and fitness. Zhou Chang's father had aimed to revive the family's ancient martial arts, proposing a fusion with Jin martial arts by implanting tiger genes, believing that this would elevate the Cangyue style to unprecedented heights. In Zhou Chang's memories, his father and grandfather had often quarreled over this matter. When he was 7, his father abruptly left, disappearing for a decade. He was raised by his grandfather until just a month ago, when his grandfather passed away, leaving him to inherit the martial arts school. Cangyue is Cangyue, it neither relies on genes nor energy blocks, for we possess only our fists. After I am gone, you must carry on our legacy. Such was the essence of his grandfather's final words, emphatically raised middle finger and all, until his last breath. In the training hall, Zhou Chang emerged from his reverie, suddenly bouncing up and striking a wooden post with a fierce punch. The force of his blow echoed throughout the hall, a sound resonating with tremendous impact. This strength could easily send an average adult flying several meters, a testament to Zhou Chang's years of training, yet this power was still eclipsed by that of a novice who had undergone a recent surgical enhancement. Not only had Zhou Chang's father lost faith in ancient martial arts, but he too felt a sense of disillusionment. As mere common folk, we cannot contend with a conglomerate like Liu Guang. Forgive me, grandfather, it seems the martial arts school cannot be preserved. The entire development zone is being transformed into residential areas. Surely, there is no place for a martial arts school, especially one rooted in ancient practices. Zhou Chang sighed, gazing at the large character Wu inscribed by his great-grandfather on the central wall of the training hall for a long while before softly declaring, "But rest assured, I will not resort to the new schools. After leaving here, I will find another place to establish the Cangyue banner. Even if I cannot take on disciples, I will continue to uphold its legacy. If no opportunities arise, then so be it." Truth be told, he was merely a student undergoing compulsory education. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly erupted, and the floor began to tremble slightly. Just as Zhou Chang instinctively believed that the Liuguang group had changed its mind and intended to act prematurely, a tempestuous wind surged within the training hall. Crack! Heavens! Is there thunder above my ceiling? This is not scientific. No, even if it is scientific, as someone who has lived here for 17.5 years, I am acutely aware that there are no instruments capable of generating storm clouds in my home. Suddenly, bolts of lightning appeared above the training hall, causing Zhou Chang's eyes to widen in shock. The air currents within the hall intensified, and the tremors grew even more fearsome. With a crack, a bolt of lightning struck near Zhou Chang's feet. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, or he would have been directly hit. However, at that moment, a tremendous force descended from above, overwhelming Zhou Chang and pinning him to the ground. Simultaneously, from the spot where the lightning converged, a black hole approximately 2 meters in diameter rapidly formed, seemingly spewing forth something that ultimately crashed down upon Zhou Chang. With a thud, Zhou Chang's head collided sharply with the floor. Ouch, 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 something just smashed into me, but it feels surprisingly gentle. Shaking his head vigorously, Zhou Chang opened his eyes to see what lay before him and gasped in astonishment. Emerging from the peculiar black hole was a girl with long, straight black hair, completely unclothed, and possessing black eyes, a striking beauty who appeared to be of similar age to him, at long last. "I have finally met you, father." "Dad, father?" "Ha! Indeed, father. I have missed you so dearly." As she spoke, completely oblivious to the bewilderment etched on Zhou Chang's face and the dire circumstances enveloping them, the young girl reached out and embraced Zhou's neck, nuzzling her face against him. "Wait. This is so exhausting." The strength in the girl's arms was astonishing, despite her seemingly delicate physique. In the end, Zhou Chang found himself nearly gasping for breath from her tight grip.
Chapter 2. I will become an unparalleled master in the future. Thus, you are precisely 17 years old this year, having traveled here from the future, 40 years hence, if my calculations are correct. I will give birth to you at the age of 40, and then pass away at 57. Is that the implication? The girl with long black hair and straight locks nodded. So, It seems I must remain single until the age of 39 before I can have you? The girl shook her head and replied, no, father, you will be married at 38. I have to remain single until 38. Zhou Chang roared in bewildered frustration. Who would believe such a thing? Traveling from the future to the past. Even the current science fiction novels have banned such themes to prevent unrealistic fantasies among the youth. The girl grasped Zhou Chang's hand and placed it against her cheek, saying plaintively, Father, can you not feel the unbreakable bond between us? If I could feel it, it would be a miracle. Zhou Chang sighed and added, Furthermore, could you kindly refrain from sitting on me while we have this conversation? Upon hearing this, the girl obediently stood up and properly seated herself beside him. Currently, they were in Zhou Chang's own room. On his bed, it appeared that he had been moved there while he was unconscious. Zhou Chang pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to clear his muddled thoughts, and began to piece together the girl's words. The girl's full name was Zhou Xiaomeng. According to her, 40 years from now, Zhou Chang would have succumbed to his injuries from martial arts training, dying with resentment. Before his death, he uttered words of regret, lamenting, if only I had trained properly in my youth, I would not have met such a fate. How I hate it. Thus, in order to fulfill Zhou Chang's wish before his demise at 57, Zhou Xiaomeng had traversed time back to 40 years prior. Your favorite dish is the fried pork cutlet rice from Xiaochun restaurant, and you always finish the pork cutlet before touching the cabbage, which you must sprinkle with pepper 3 times before eating. This proves nothing. With a little observation, one could easily discern such habits. Zhou Chang replied nonchalantly, but honestly, who would go to such lengths to observe? You indulge in self-pleasure twice a week, and always with the same actress. Humph, you must have hacked into my personal computer. Zhou Chang scoffed. But who has the time to engage in such hacking? The Cangyue flow third technique was originally the double-handed cannon, which you modified at the age of 15 into the double-handed heavy cannon. Speaking of which, only Zhou Chang's grandfather was aware of that modification, and it had been harshly criticized as being utterly unrefined. After that, it was hardly mentioned again. The dojo had not had any disciples for years, making it even less likely for it to be disseminated. This was the one fact Zhou Chang was certain only he could know. So, you really were born when I was 39, indeed. Zhou Chang's face turned pale, and he trembled, exclaiming, I have to remain single until 38. They stared at each other in disbelief. Zhou Chang swallowed hard, feeling incredibly anxious, and hesitated before asking, what will my future be like? Zhou Xiaomeng replied, first of all, after selling the martial arts school, you will receive a substantial sum of money. Next, you will plan to purchase a new dojo. But you will be deceived and end up with a massive debt. Father, you will have to drop out of school halfway through and juggle several part-time jobs until the age of 36 when you finally pay off your debts. This is not scientific. These were your own words to me before you died. Then, what happens after 36? Has my life improved? Also, since I have given birth to you, what about my wife? After 36, you begin to retrain in the Cangyue flow martial arts. And only at 38 do you get married, then you have me at 40. At this point, Zhou Xiaomeng's gaze dimmed as she continued. However, it seems that my mother passed away during my difficult birth, and I never got to meet her. Father, you raised me alone and seldom spoke of her, so I am not very clear about her. All I know is that you said she was a very gentle person. 20 years of working to pay off debts, and in the end, I lose my wife. My life is truly dismal. This defies logic. Wait, something feels off, Zhou Chang suddenly said. If my life is so bleak, how could you possibly traverse time back here? Surely, the scientific advancements 40 years from now Haven Tea made time travel commonplace, allowing anyone to meddle with history. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head, saying, how could that be? As far as I know, I seem to be the only one who has successfully traveled back to the past. You are not suggesting that you voluntarily participated in some mad scientist's experiment, are you? Of course not. The doctor is a good friend of yours, and if there weren't a success rate of over 90%, he wouldn't have let me try. It feels a bit peculiar that this mad scientist is a friend of my impoverished self. Doesn't he it? Oh, but no, after 45, our family's economic conditions began to improve, and by 55, you had become one of the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the lunar habitat and ranked among the top 20 martial artists in the Martial Arts Alliance, founding a new school of ancient martial arts. Zhou Chang was momentarily stunned, as if he had swallowed a dead rat. I worked to pay off debts until 36, before starting to retrain in martial arts. Is that what you said? Yes. This is impossible. By 36, I would have already passed the golden age for training in ancient martial arts, and no matter how hard I tried, due to the decline of physical functions, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve any success, let alone become one of the top 20 unparalleled masters in the Lunar Martial Arts Alliance. Zhou Chang shook his head. Although it was strange that he was unsure how she had suddenly appeared in his dojo and how she had acquired knowledge of his past. However, dear girl, your story falls apart towards the end. This is not fabricated. It is indeed a concrete fact that has already been established. Yet, I truly cannot fathom why I, starting to retrain at 36, would surpass the achievements of someone in their prime, because at 45, you inadvertently discovered a method to absorb a special material from the universe, which replaced the long-lost essence of ancient martial arts, qi, revitalizing ancient martial arts and propelling your strength to new heights, thus founding the new Cangyue Flow School, which over the years has gradually reversed the near extinction of the ancient martial arts tradition. Your students have spread throughout the lunar habitat, becoming peerless martial masters. Zhou Chang gaped, his mind racing with disbelief. Could this story really be unfolding? The protagonist template came about faster than a courier delivery, didn't it? He was nearly convinced that this girl was spinning a tale meant to amuse. Nonchalantly, he remarked, then this new method must be incredibly powerful, right? And as my daughter, I assume you have mastered this new ancient martial arts. Could you demonstrate it for me? Here? Zhou Xiaomeng hesitated slightly. Yes, right here. Zhou Chang nodded. However, father, you have always forbidden me from using martial force, saying that girls should be gentle and nurturing. Surely, you cannot feign ignorance now. Zhou Chang squinted and replied, did you not claim to be my future daughter? Thus, I am your father as well, and I now permit you to utilize martial force. To his surprise, Zhou Xiaomeng's eyes lit up, and after taking a deep breath, she swiftly stood up and declared, then I shall not hold back. A surge of energy coursed through Zhou Chang, causing his heart to race. He shivered involuntarily. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaomeng assumed a stance that Zhou Chang was all too familiar with. The initial posture of the Cangyue Flow Fist, Cangyue Flow, first form, Lunar Halo. With a light exclamation, the girl swiftly unleashed a punch into the air. A fierce wind whipped through the small room. And in that instant, Zhou Chang's consciousness nearly blanked out, like moonlight flashing and vanishing, as the wall before him shattered with a deafening crash, turning to dust. Not only that, but the walls behind the room and those in the living room also completely disappeared. The entire second floor of the building now appeared as though it had been pierced by a gigantic 3-meter-wide rod. Zhou Chang stood stunned for a moment before clutching his head in agony, lamenting, oh no. I haven't even finished paying off my loan for the hyper-frequency display. Zhou Xiaomeng, resembling a child who had done something wrong, lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, too afraid to speak. Once Zhou Chang had calmed down, cold sweat trickled down his back. The girl's body exhibited no signs of mechanical alterations or genetic enhancement. She was indeed executing the initial stance of his own martial arts technique. But coach, the magnitude of that power is simply beyond belief. Is this truly what I will create in the future? Zhou Chang hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, Zhou Xiaomeng's gaze radiated an intense fervor. This is the very essence that will empower you, father, to dominate the martial arts alliance and ascend to the rank of Grand Master. Spiritual Energy. Chapter 3. Truly remarkable within the hall, its walls crudely constructed from several decrepit wooden planks. Zhou Chang sat forlornly upon the remnants of a half-destroyed sofa, his heart heavy as he surveyed the remains of shattered appliances strewn about his home. Father, muster your spirit. It's merely a few minor household gadgets. You are destined to become one of the wealthiest magnates in the lunar habitat. Yet, I am painfully aware that before I can claim that fortune, I will be hounded by debt collectors from the appliance companies. Zhou Chang lamented, cradling his forehead in despair, and if I don't embark upon that bright future soon, I will inevitably find myself on the dismal path of dropping out to work, preemptively experiencing a life of hardship. In an instant, Zhou Xiaomeng dashed to her father's side, grasping his hands with a smile. Little Meng has returned to this time solely to transform your life. Father, rest assured, once you begin cultivating your spiritual energy, you will soon elevate the Cangyue school to new heights, and you will undoubtedly become a titan of wealth in the lunar habitat. What a wonderful daughter, but could you please refrain from sitting on me while we converse? Zhou Chang hesitated for a moment before asking, is spiritual energy truly that miraculous? Zhou Xiaomeng gazed at him with longing. I still vividly remember you, Father, at the martial god competition in the lunar sphere, wielding your spiritual energy to carve a path through your opponents, reaching the finals, only to narrowly lose to the third martial god of the lunar habitat, Tuoba Wuxin. In a breathtaking display that captivated the entire martial arts alliance, Zhou Chang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning, when did I participate in the martial god competition? You were 54 years old. Good grief, that nearly 200-year-old fellow is still alive 36 or 37 years later. Well, after all, breakthroughs in genetic engineering have been made. Extending one's lifespan is not an insurmountable feat, Zhou Chang cautiously inquired. Then, is this spiritual energy not derived from genetic or mechanical enhancements? Zhou Xiaomeng nodded earnestly. Of course not. Little Meng has cultivated spiritual energy too. Do I appear to have undergone any surgical modifications? If you doubt me, feel free to examine my body. As she spoke, she began to unbutton her shirt. With the first button undone, it became apparent that, due to her time traveling, she wore only Zhou Chang's white shirt. Wait, stop right there. I believe you. Quickly fasten your buttons and get off me, Zhou Chang exclaimed, covering his eyes in exasperation, fervently repeating in his mind, this is Zhou Xiaomeng, my daughter born 23 years hence. For now, just breathe deeply. I distinctly remember bathing with Xiaomeng when she was little. For my own childhood, I only bathed with your great-grandfather. I deeply apologize. Enough. Let us begin cultivating spiritual energy, Zhou Xiaomeng declared, pulling Zhou Chang's arm toward the training ground. Now, Zhou Qian was taken aback. While he was indeed intrigued by the power of spiritual energy, he had always believed that martial arts was a sacred discipline requiring clarity of mind and emotional stability before one could embark on such a journey. This rush to action felt like forcing a duck onto a perch. What could possibly be accomplished in such a manner? Father, didn't you just say our dojo is to be acquired in a week? Therefore, you must learn spiritual energy within this time frame and pass the preliminary qualification exam in the Martial Arts Alliance, thus earning your right to inherit the dojo, even if you choose not to sell. The real estate company will have no grounds to act against you. To alter your destiny, action must commence now. Indeed, although Zhou Chang had yet to fully accept Zhou Xiaomeng's existence, he could not deny the piercing truth in her words. Was it possible he could not measure up even to a girl of her age? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chang resolved to accept his fate. On the martial path, maintaining a tranquil heart is paramount. Returning to the training ground, Zhou Chang sat cross-legged on the floor, gradually regulating his breath. This practice had been passed down since his great-grandfather's era, a mere fragment of the Cangyue school's core techniques, the true essence of which had long been lost to the torrents of history. In truth, remnants of ancient martial arts still lingered, utilizing various breathing techniques to nourish the body's muscles and grant extraordinary power. This rudimentary breathing technique was the sole capital Zhou Chang had witnessed ancient martial arts cling to in the face of new schools. Zhou Chang slowly opened his eyes, his mind now tranquil. His gaze clear as crystal. It was time to begin. Indeed, a father dedicated to martial arts is truly remarkable. Zhou Chang, unable to discern Zhou Xiaomeng's murmurs, furrowed his brow and hesitantly said, I am prepared. Zhou Xiaomeng paused, then took a deep breath and stood up. Zhou Chang followed suit. Father, you can remain seated. All right, Zhou Chang nodded, harboring no doubts, his gaze still clear, or perhaps it was anticipation. Having witnessed the power of that lunar halo technique, he closed his eyes. Good, deep breath, good, slightly part your lips, like this, An unexpectedly gentle and soft sensation graced his lips, causing Zhou Chang to snap his eyes open. Before him was the exquisite visage of his daughter. Now a young woman, mere inches from his face. In that instant, a torrent of strange energy surged into his mouth, directly permeating his body. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Chang felt as though his very being was being pulverized by a meat grinder. An unprecedented agony engulfing him. Had it not been for the rigorous training he had endured since childhood, he might have lost consciousness under such torment. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Zhou Xiaomeng's kiss. A wondrous sensation began to coalesce at the center of his chest, gradually intensifying in heat. This what they call spiritual energy. It felt as though a gateway to a new world was slowly unfurling before him. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Xiaomeng withdrew, her face pale, a wisp of white mist escaping from their parted lips. Zhou Xiaomeng, drenched and slightly breathless, murmured, The infusion of spiritual energy is complete. Are you all right? Zhou Chang, panic rising within him, almost blurted out. I'm just a bit fatigued. I'll be fine after a short rest. Zhou Xiaomeng smiled softly. Ordinary cultivation methods require at least 6 months to yield results. However, that was too slow, so I opted for direct infusion, channeling my cultivated spiritual energy into you. Regrettably, since you had never practiced before, you struggled to absorb it, resulting in diminished effectiveness. Actually, that infusion must have been quite taxing on you. Right? Zhou Chang's expression was complex. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head, her body growing weak as she leaned into Zhou Chang's embrace, murmuring, because little Meng wants you to become powerful quickly, to fulfill that wish. Watching Zhou Xiaomeng, who had fallen asleep in his arms, Zhou Chang felt he had no further grounds to doubt the truth of her words. He exhaled deeply and muttered to himself, I have a daughter now. Within the dojo, after gently relocating Zhou Xiaomeng to a nearby soft couch, Zhou Chang began to explore this so-called spiritual energy within himself. Its essence resided at the center of his chest, untouchable and unseen. Yet he could sense it as if a small entity resided there. Moreover, Zhou Chang could feel that this entity contained considerable power. However, the method to invoke it remained a mystery. Perhaps he should wait for Zhou Xiaomeng to awaken and inquire further? Yet, Zhou Chang was undeniably passionate about martial arts. Much like when he learned new techniques from his grandfather, he felt an impatience rising within him. Taking a deep breath, he once more entered a state of regulated breathing. Hoping to stabilize his mind, that moment, as if in response to his breathing, he sensed the energy within his chest beginning to pulse gently. A sudden rush of exhilaration surged through Zhou Chang. And instinctively, he leapt to his feet. Cangyue School's boxing technique, lunar halo, boom. The sturdy wooden post before him, crafted from thick timber, shattered under the force of his punch, exploding into a cloud of dust. While its power paled in comparison to Zhou Xiaomeng's demonstration, it was already vastly superior to any attack he had previously managed to deliver. Yet, a day later, Zhou Xiaomeng had yet to awaken. And reluctantly, Zhou Chang continued to explore the use of spiritual energy on his own. Under the passage of 2 days, Zhou Xiaomeng remained in a state of slumber. And Zhou Chang gradually came to the realization that the inhalation and exhalation techniques embedded within their family's martial arts might indeed facilitate the circulation of spiritual energy within her chest. If it were not for the fact that Zhou Xiaomeng continued to breathe normally and her heartbeat persisted, Zhou Chang would have almost believed her to be deceased. On the 4th day, Zhou Xiaomeng still showed no signs of awakening. On this particular day, Zhou Chang discovered that the spiritual energy in his chest was nearly depleted. Yet, upon ceasing his activities, he found that he could absorb some peculiar essence from the air to replenish his waning energy. The rate of replenishment even accelerated when he practiced his breathing techniques. As the 5th and 6th days passed, there were still no signs of Zhou Xiaomeng regaining consciousness. Zhou Chang felt an inexplicable urgency rising within him. Yet Zhou Xiaomeng's complexion appeared as normal as ever. Her lack of sustenance over the past few days had, paradoxically, rendered her visage even more radiant. This led Zhou Chang to speculate whether Zhou Xiaomeng had expended too much spiritual energy and, as a result, had to resort to deep slumber to restore her vitality. Tomorrow marked the deadline for their business agreement. Should he fail to attain the qualification of a junior martial artist, it was likely that the Liuguang Group would have legitimate grounds to report the Martial Arts Alliance, potentially resulting in the revocation of their martial hall's credentials due to the limited land resources in their residential area. Without the qualification of a martial hall, individuals would be unable to possess such a vast expanse of land unless they paid exorbitant land taxes. Continuing down this path was not a viable option. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chang resolved to attempt the certification for junior martial artists first. Chapter 4. The Self-Morality and Cultivation of a Warrior in the 3rd New Yunhai City, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. This marked Zhou Chang's second visit to this place. A year prior, he had secretly ventured here alone, concealing his actions from his grandfather, to undergo the assessment for junior martial artist certification. However, brimming with confidence, Zhou Chang did not last long before being unceremoniously expelled, an experience that starkly illuminated the vast chasm between contemporary ancient martial arts and new schools of thought. Those who practice martial arts should harbor no distractions and must not be ensnared by past failures. His presence here today was not merely to obtain the certification for junior martial artist, but also to sever the shadows of the past year, the entrance of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Zhou Chang gradually regulated his breathing, silently reciting the mantra of calmness. Make way, if you're not going in, don't block the entrance. A burly man suddenly bellowed from behind him. My apologies, my apologies. Step aside, you're obstructing my path. A middle-aged man with a cold demeanor huffed. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Are you going in or not? Move aside. This was an exceptionally gaunt young man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, whose heavy footsteps echoed as he walked, suggesting an unusual weight. Perhaps a mechanically enhanced martial artist? My sincerest apologies. Harmony is paramount. As a martial artist, one should not be provoked by trivial matters. Zhou Chang had been compelled by his grandfather to memorize such tenets since childhood. He hastily stepped aside, allowing the young man to pass. Yet, at that moment, the young man abruptly halted and deftly turned around, saying, I'm sorry, I don't believe I said anything, did I? I must have accidentally. No harm done. You are quite amusing, Zhou Cheng thought, as he beheld a strikingly beautiful man with long hair simply tied back. The only reason Zhou Cheng identified him as a man was due to the Adam's apple on his neck and the distinctly masculine tone of his voice. Zhou Cheng mused that this could be quite an embarrassment for his grandfather. The handsome man suddenly inquired, Is this your first time here? Zhou Cheng paused, shaking his head. I have been here before, but was thrown out. The beautiful man chuckled. Well, your return suggests you've made considerable preparations. You seem quite confident. Zhou Cheng offered an innocent smile in return. If you don't mind, let us enter together. The entrance is wide enough. No need to squeeze in alone. The handsome man smiled again. Adorned in a traditional Tang suit, garb that had been passed down from a great civilization long before humanity ventured beyond their home planet, Zhou Cheng recalled that his grandfather also wore such ancient attire. Stirring a sense of kinship within him, in this era, encountering someone donned in such antiquated clothing was a rarity. Moreover, as a martial artist, the demeanor of this striking man was vastly superior to that of the three individuals who had just passed. A man more beautiful than a woman. Was he perhaps lost in admiration? If you don't mind, let us proceed together, Zhou Cheng remarked with a smile. My surname is Ji Wugu. Ji Wugu suddenly extended his hand. Zhou Cheng, taken aback, instinctively reached out to shake. I am Zhou Cheng, pleased to meet you. Suddenly, a substantial force emanated from Ji Wugu's handshake. Zhou Cheng recalled his late grandfather mentioning how some traditional martial artists enjoyed a firm handshake upon first meeting as a form of exploratory greeting. With this in mind, Zhou Cheng promptly reciprocated. However, Ji Wugu's grip was unexpectedly strong, surpassing that of Zhou Cheng, who had yet to fully harness his spiritual energy. This Ji Wugu possessed remarkable strength. I must not tarnish the reputation of the Cangyue school. Zhou Cheng subtly adjusted his breathing rhythm, having gained some proficiency in utilizing his internal spiritual energy over the past few days. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, in what felt like mere moments. Several others approached, seemingly intending to enter the building as well. They cast peculiar glances at the two. After all, it was indeed odd for two individuals to be standing outside the building engaged in a handshake. Are we not going in? Zhou Cheng gently inquired, unable to endure their curious stares. With a snap, Ji Wugu released his grip first. He clasped his hands behind his back, maintaining a calm demeanor as he chuckled. Let us proceed inside together. Zhou Cheng nodded, yet inwardly mused that he had likely exerted about 50% of his spiritual energy, and the other party seemed unperturbed. It appeared his spiritual energy was still rather feeble. However, unbeknownst to Zhou Cheng, Ji Wugu's hand, hidden behind his back, was subtly trembling, betraying a lack of control. Mr. Ji, are you here for the martial artist certification as well? Ji Wugu shook his head. Not quite. I have already passed my certification. I am here today for a guidance session. A guidance session? Yes, it's akin to a lecture where more skilled martial artists offer instruction to those less experienced. It's also a form of camaraderie through martial arts. Ji Wugu smiled. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up, only to dim with disappointment. I had no idea such events occurred at the headquarters. Unfortunately, I must prepare for my assessment today, so I likely won't be able to attend. These guidance sessions occur 3 times a month. Keep an eye out for them. There will be ample opportunities in the future, Ji Wugu said with a gentle smile. Zhou Cheng nodded. Then I won't keep you. I'll go register. Zhou Cheng glanced at the directory in the lobby, pinpointing the path for the junior martial artist assessment, and waved goodbye as he walked toward it. Ji Wugu hesitated, instinctively calling out, Mr. Zhou, that path is for junior martial artist certification. Yes, exactly. Zhou Chang replied nonchalantly. I am here to participate in the junior martial artist certification. Until we meet again. A.S. Zhou Chang entered the certification pathway. Ji Wugu opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. At that moment, a man clad in the uniform of the Martial Arts Alliance approached respectfully. Instructor Ji, you've arrived. Please come this way. Numerous martial artists are already awaiting your guidance. Instructor Ji, Ji Wugu acknowledged, shaking his head. Let us go. Oh, Mr. Chin, what is my position in the guidance order? You are sixth. Could you possibly adjust me to an earlier slot? Instructor Ji, do you have an urgent matter? No, I merely wish to observe the Junior Martial Artist Assessment today. The Junior Martial Artist Assessment. Oh, I will do my best to adjust it for you. Instructor Ji, Chin nodded. Earlier, he had noticed Ji Wugu conversing amiably with a young face. Thus wisely refraining from interrupting, Ji Wugu's identity in New Yunhai City was shrouded in mystery. Although he was officially an instructor, even the branch manager treated him with utmost respect, making him not someone to be trifled with. Could it be that Ji Wugu's adjustment of the guidance sessions order was for the sake of that unfamiliar youth, yet that youth was heading toward the junior martial artist certification area? Stealing a glance at that direction, Chen suddenly found himself pondering. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang had already arrived at the service window. Cangyue School, let me see. You are actually registered under an ancient martial arts school? The receptionist handling Zhou Chang's paperwork adjusted her glasses, astonished. In this space, tranquility reigned, for no one dared to raise their voice within the hallowed halls of the Martial Arts Alliance's edifice. Thus, the voice of the receptionist was easily audible to those within a few meters' distance. The number of individuals present was modest, resembling a small gathering of 6 or 7 kittens. However, it was at this moment that Zhou Chang spotted 2 familiar strangers, the burly man and the sullen-faced uncle he had encountered outside the building earlier. Ancient martial arts? Ha ha ha. What era are we in that such fitness routines are still being studied? And to participate in the Junior Martial Artist Qualification Certification, the laughter of the burly man rang out unexpectedly. Zhou Chang furrowed his brow. This fellow seemed to possess an overwhelming presence even in silence. Harmony is paramount. Maintain composure, the self-morality and cultivation of a martial artist. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Chang focused intently on the processing of his paperwork, choosing not to engage in conversation. Look, this kid seems petrified. The burly man laughed heartily. Zhou Chang shot him a glare, noting, look, this guy hasn't even zipped his pants. What? The burly man was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching for his pants, squeezing his legs together, rendering himself a rather comical sight. Yet the sensation beneath his hand felt all wrong. Upon glancing down, he realized he had been tricked. Enraged, the burly man turned. But Zhou Chang had already vanished from the reception area. Gao Xiong, that kid has entered the examination hall. Ha ha ha, a nearby individual kindly pointed out, though a barely suppressed smile danced on his lips. The burly man, referred to as Gao Xiong, snorted in response. This was quite the loss of face. He would certainly remember that boy's face and repay the slight in kind. To hell with the self-morality and cultivation of a martial artist. Now is the era where strength reigns supreme, the age of the brave and brawny martial gods. Chapter 5. The most experienced examiner Zhou Chang had already participated in the Junior Martial Artist Certification Assessment once before. The process involved a morning assessment followed by an afternoon one, with weekends reserved for rest. Zhou Chang settled into a seat at the edge of the examination hall, awaiting his turn. One by one, the martial artists preparing for certification began to trickle in. The Junior Martial Artist Certification Assessments occurred almost continuously, unlike the Intermediate Martial Artist Assessments, which were held only once a month, or the Advanced ones, which occurred only biannually. Thus, the venue was understandably somewhat cold. As the time approached, a staff member began to read aloud the rules and precautions for the assessment. Zhou Chang surveyed the room and noted that, counting himself, there were only 13 participants for the morning assessment, with his position being the 10th. It seemed he would have to wait quite a while. Not knowing what else to do, he began practicing his breathing exercises while seated. Each time he focused on his breath, he felt a slight increase in the energy within him. Though it was faint, it resembled an insatiable abyss, never filling to the brim. There were 2 proctors present in addition to him. Both seasoned martial artists with intermediate certifications. Point one was broad-shouldered, with a nose reminiscent of a canine, indicative of lower-grade genetic modifications. The other was equipped with mechanical arms. That moment, a figure clad in black stealthily entered the room. "Ah, Team Leader Chen, what brings you here?" the burly martial artist exclaimed in surprise. The other, with mechanical arms, queried, "Aren't you supposed to be overseeing the order of the lecture today?" Chen Chuang remained silent for a moment, scanning the venue, his eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity. His eyesight, enhanced by genetic modifications, allowed him to spot Zhou Chang's face within seconds. "That one in the 7th row, 6th seat, retrieve his information for me," Chen Chuang commanded suddenly. Though both men were puzzled, they quickly began to search for the requested information, as the martial arts alliance was indeed a place of strict hierarchy, with each rank overshadowing the next. Moreover, figures of Chen Chuang's caliber were all advanced martial artists. They scoured through the records. Chen Chuang's gaze sharpened, and subtly, his eyes seemed to alter shape, resembling that of an eagle. With his enhanced vision, he could scrutinize Zhou Chang's skin, pondering, just an ordinary youth. Aside from his striking features, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about him. "Team Leader Chen, here is the information you requested." Soon, Chen Chuang began to skim through the details rapidly. Cangyue Flow Fist, ancient martial arts. What is this? I've never even heard of it. Zhou Chang, 17 years old, still enrolled at the 2nd high school. And he's here to take the junior martial artist examination. Today's youth truly are oblivious to their own limitations. He participated once last year and failed. How could someone like him be on good terms with Instructor Ji? What could their relationship possibly be? Could it be that this Cangyue Flow is a highly secretive ancient martial arts school? Though ancient martial arts have indeed waned, there still exists a minuscule faction that survives in obscurity, rarely allowing their disciples to wander into the world. "Team Leader Chen, do you know this young man?" the burly man inquired cautiously. Chen Chuang pondered for a moment before stating, "Make sure to assign him a worthy opponent and keep a close watch on him." The mechanical-armed martial artist blinked in surprise, then nodded vigorously. "Of course, if it's Team Leader Chen's orders, we shall see it through without fail." Chen Chuang nodded, speaking nonchalantly, "I must return to oversee the lecture. Please keep the records of this assessment for me." Certainly, certainly." Chen Chuang arrived quietly and departed just as unobtrusively, with few in the hall noticing his presence. That moment, the two proctors conferred, and the burly man suddenly said, "I say, Taisho, what does Team Leader Chen mean by this? I've never seen him come to such an examination site before." Taisho lowered his gaze, studying the documents in his hands, and fell into silence. "Well, what do you think?" the burly man pressed impatiently. "Brown Wolf, let me ask you this. When Team Leader Chen looked at that boy just now, did he not appear remarkably serious?" Taisho furrowed his brow, pondering. "That's true, but what of it?" the burly man retorted. "Don't you find that to be a gaze of concern for a junior?" Taisho asked softly. "If you put it that way, it does seem so." Taisho nodded. "Right, and Team Leader Chen even instructed us to select a formidable opponent for him and to review the records afterward. Clearly, he is quite invested in this youth's ability to pass the assessment." "Are you suggesting that Team Leader Chen wishes for this young man to succeed in the examination?" Brown Wolf was taken aback, realizing the implication. "Then why not just say so outright? Surely, we brothers can handle it?" Taisho, exasperated, replied, "You fool. There are too many factions in this division. Making it explicit would give others a handle to grasp us by. We can only infer Team Leader Chen's intentions without stating them outright." Brown Wolf scratched his head, pondering, but this Zhou Chang failed the assessment last year. According to the records, he couldn't even last 5 minutes. He practices ancient martial arts, relying solely on an ordinary physique. It seems quite challenging for him to pass this time. Taisho nodded in agreement. It is indeed quite difficult. However, since he has warranted Team Leader Chen's personal attention, he must be someone of significance to him. No matter how challenging, we ought to extend him a favor. Brown Wolf's expression turned grave. "But what should we do? If we make it too obvious, people will catch on." Taisho contemplated for a moment and proposed, "I have an idea. Let that individual serve as the examiner. His experience is unparalleled. If he passes him, no one would dare to object." Suddenly, a wave of pressure washed over, and Zhou Chang opened his eyes to find a hulking figure standing before him. It was none other than the very burly martial artist who had previously provoked him. The burly man glared fiercely at Zhou Xiaomeng, a mocking smile etched upon his face as he cracked the knuckles of his fists with a resounding pop. Zhou Xiaomeng, taken aback, remarked, "It's inappropriate to resort to violence indiscriminately. I don't care about that," the burly man sneered. Zhou Xiaomeng inhaled deeply, stating, "Well, fighting is prohibited in the examination hall. Otherwise, one could be barred from taking the assessment for a year." A year is far too long for Zhou Xiaomeng to waste. He would deal with this inexplicable animosity only after completing the certification. The burly man pointed at Zhou Xiaomeng's forehead, declaring, "Listen here, kid, my name is Zhou Xiaomeng. I am the heir of the battlefield Grizzly Flow, a new genetic martial arts school. If you have the guts, don't you dare leave during the assessment. I will beat you to a pulp." Zhou Xiaomeng shook his head, replying, "Mr. Gao, as a martial artist, one should showcase their skills within the arena. Being overly combative is not commendable. Cursing the neighboring space, I can't be bothered with you. Just don't end up hospitalized with broken bones from the examiner, for that would be my doing. Remember that. Cough cough. You two over there, what are you doing? Prepare for the assessment and line up. Don't waste time." Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared. Zhou Xiaomeng let out a derisive laugh, huffed into his fists, and turned to leave. Zhou Xiaomeng rubbed his cheek, muttering to himself, "It seems I've stirred up quite a troublesome situation. You there, hurry up and come forward. Why are you dawdling?" The loudspeaker blared once more to "My apologies." In the center of the examination venue, 4 massive arenas were set up to save time. All 4 arenas were utilized simultaneously. As soon as 3 rounds were completed, the assessment would be effectively concluded. The conditions for completion are quite straightforward. Merely engaging in combat for over 15 minutes with an examiner possessing a junior martial artist certification is essentially deemed a pass. Zhou Xiaomeng cast a glance at the 2 proctors and the diverse array of examiners trailing behind them, each cloaked in robes that obscured their appearances. However, why were 5 examiners required for 4 arenas? First up, L Feng, facing off against examining officer number 1. Second, Ming Ku, stepping into the ring with examining officer number 2. Third, Long Ao Tian, set to battle examining officer number 3. Fourth, Wang Qinyan, entering the fray against examining officer No. 4. Crack, bang. The so-called examiners must have held their junior martial artist certifications for over 2 years to qualify, and once appointed as examiners of the Martial Arts Alliance, they could no longer operate their own dojos. Nonetheless, these examiners spent year after year within the Alliance, constantly interacting with advanced martial artists, making it a profession many aspired to. After the first 15 minutes, only a canine gene-modified martial artist on the second arena barely managed to endure. Having been on the receiving end of relentless strikes for the last few minutes, with 3 eliminated from 4, the remaining candidates wore expressions of grave concern. Round 2, begin. Crack, bang. Another 15 minutes passed, and, astonishingly, none succeeded in passing. The remaining 5 contestants displayed subtle changes in their expressions. At this juncture, one of the proctors with iron arms began calling names. Number 9, Zhou Xiaomeng, facing examining officer number 1. Step forward. No. 10, Zhou Xiaomeng, against examining officer number 5. Step up. Number 11. Upon hearing number 5, Zhou Xiaomeng instinctively froze, realizing that the 5th examiner had yet to make an appearance. With a mix of confusion and resolve, he stepped onto the stage. Awaiting the examiner's arrival, not far away, Zhou Xiaomeng raised his middle finger in disdain, a mocking expression on his face. Examining officer number 1, he recalled now, was reputed to be the strongest junior martial artist examiner in the city. Rumored to possess the strength of an intermediate martial artist and currently preparing for the intermediate martial artist assessment. No wonder he was formidable. Losing to him wouldn't be unjust. I recognize Zhou Xiaomeng. He is a rising disciple of the battlefield grizzly bear style, quite fierce, capable of contending with the martial artists of his own dojo. This should be quite a spectacle. Speaking of which, who is that young man? The proctor had mentioned something about Cangyue style. I've never heard of it. Oh, here comes examining officer number 5. Let us see who it really is. What the hell? To Zhou Xiaomeng's astonishment, the 5th examiner ambled onto the arena as if strolling leisurely, then slowly unveiled his cloak to reveal an unexpectedly dismal appearance. Zhou Xiaomeng was left utterly speechless, as the visible bones on the examiner's body outnumbered the flesh. He was missing 2 front teeth, and his scalp bore fewer than 10 strands of hair, giving the impression that a mere tug could send them flying. He stood unsteadily, his legs slightly trembling. as if he could topple over at any moment. With a feeble voice, he muttered, I am the 5th examining officer. What kind of examiner is this? Is there truly no one left in the Martial Arts Alliance? Have they resorted to pulling a nearly lifeless old man off the street to serve as an examiner? Gao Xiong pointed at the old man and cursed angrily. Below the arena, Iron Hand maintained his usual demeanor. The pairing of examiners is randomized by computer. Are you implying we are engaging in favoritism? Such slander against the assessment mechanism of the Martial Arts Alliance could very well result in your disqualification for 3 years. You, Gao Xiong, suppressing his fury, shot a glare at the old man and whispered, is this really an examiner? But the brown bear interjected loudly, Master Huang, nicknamed Old Huang, has served as a junior martial artist examiner since the establishment of the Alliance. Many advanced martial artists have fallen to his hands over the years. It wouldn't be wrong to say he is the most experienced and seasoned examiner here. Moreover, he hasn't retired. How can he not be considered an examiner? Instead of concerning yourself with this, focus on your own assessment. Let me warn you, should you continue to raise your voice, regardless of whether you are the battlefield grizzly or dog bear style, I will immediately revoke your qualification for 3 years. The assessment commenced. Chapter 6. Young Hero, Impressive Skills. Although the assessments had begun, the other 3 arenas erupted into combat. Zhou Qiang, however, felt an inexplicable reluctance to make a move against the old man, the so-called most experienced junior martial artist examiner. Old Huang leisurely assumed a fighting stance, his arms resembling 2 withered branches, awkwardly waving about, raising concerns that they might snap. Yet, this was the most experienced examiner. Many who passed under his scrutiny had ascended to the rank of advanced martial artists. Could it be that this old man was actually a hidden master? Of course, in such a vast organization as the Martial Arts Alliance, how could they appoint a decrepit elder as an examiner? Zhou Qiang took a deep breath, then settled into a stable horse stance, extending his right hand forward in a fist, while placing his left hand against his waist, his legs slightly bent. Old Huang gasped in surprise. Ancient martial arts, Zhou Qiang replied. Indeed, Old Huang exhaled, nostalgia evident in his voice. It has been so many years. I never thought I would witness a descendant of ancient martial arts come here for an assessment in my lifetime. How moving. It seems I must showcase my true strength to properly gauge this young lad. Zhou Qiang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively clasping his fists and respectfully saying, I appreciate it, senior. Old Huang straightened slightly, his previously hunched back seeming to gain a hint of vigor, his squinting eyes opening a fraction, as he made a circular gesture with his hands and inhaled deeply. Young lad, come at me. Let us see if you can break through my golden bell shield that has withstood for 40 years. What's going on? This old man is also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Initially, few were paying attention to the assessment between the young man and the old man, but Old Huang's words piqued the interest of others after all. This was an assessment of the Martial Arts Alliance. They wouldn't simply bring out any old man. Could it be that he is indeed a remarkably low-key expert? Zhou Qiang nodded. Then I shall not hold back. Once on the arena, Zhou Qiang transformed entirely. His passion for martial arts burned fervently, and he held a deep affection for his Cangyue style. Were it not for this, how could he, amidst a society overflowing with burgeoning new styles, resist the allure of formidable martial prowess, dedicating over a decade to diligently honing his own lineage? Yet, the examiner before him seemed to be unaware of his own limitations, even if he had invited Zhou Qiang to attack. It was prudent to test the waters first. With this thought, Zhou Qiang suddenly stepped forward as if a nimble cat, rushing in, executing a tentative strike using only the strength he had cultivated over the past decade. However, recognizing the examiner's status, he hesitated and ultimately infused his attack with spiritual energy. 50% of his power, Cangyue style. Second technique, double crescent moon. His right hand swiftly retracted while his left hand simultaneously stacked atop it, leveraging the forward momentum to unleash his strength at the optimal moment. Smack. Zhou Qiang's palm struck unimpeded against Old Huang's abdomen. At that moment, Old Huang's mouth fell agape, eyes wide, saliva pooling at his lips as his body was sent flying backward, a distance of 6 or 7 meters. He fell to the ground not merely from the impact, but rolled further away, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters out of bounds. What the hell? Zhou Qiang stared in disbelief at Old Huang, who lay outside the ring. This is the most experienced examiner. At that moment, Old Huang trembled as he crawled back onto the arena. Clutching his abdomen in agony, blood spilling from his mouth, You actually broke through my golden bell shield that has stood firm for 40 years, cough cough. Young hero, splendid skills, I concede with that. He collapsed to the ground. The proctors, Brown Bear and Iron Hand, rushed over, visibly alarmed. Old Huang, wake up. This young hero, I never anticipated you could defeat Old Huang, the most seasoned examiner, with a single strike. It seems ancient martial arts will surely flourish in your hands from now on. Here, this is your passing certificate. Proceed straight down the corridor for 50 meters, turn left, then right, and present it to the staff for your certification registration. Young man, you must strive diligently and ascend toward the pinnacle of martial arts. The two proctors, tearfully excited, nearly dragged Zhou Xiaomeng out of the examination hall. As the door closed, the two exchanged quick glances. Favor earned. Check. Let Old Huang linger until next year to complete 40 years and receive the highest retirement benefits. I am truly clever. This is absolutely favoritism. Old Huang is no hidden expert at all. Many candidates, realizing they had been duped, cast furtive glances filled with a mix of indignation and helplessness at the two utterly shameless invigilators. However, one could not help but speculate that the young man must possess some influential backing. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Alliance would not so casually grant him preferential treatment. What are you staring at? The assessment is not yet concluded. Those who wish to stay may do so. Those who have failed should return home and toil away for 3 to 5 years. The invigilator's voice boomed with authority. You. Yes, you. Unconvinced? Are you? Do you dare to challenge me? Believe me, I can revoke your qualification for this assessment in a heartbeat. A resounding crash echoed through the arena as the first platform erupted in chaos. The imposing figure of Zhou Xiaomeng, his rage palpable, swelled to an enormous size, tearing through his clothing, his muscles resembling iron. I will obliterate you shameless examiners. Zhou Xiaomeng stood before the closed door, clutching the certificate of passing the assessment. His expression a mixture of bewilderment and contemplation as he struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired. Was his luck particularly fortuitous today? Shaking his head, he glanced once more at the certificate in his hand and muttered to himself, well, it matters not. I have passed. There will be ample opportunities to prove my strength in the future. I must proceed with the certification to secure the martial arts school. The certification process was surprisingly swift. Under the staff's peculiar gaze, Zhou Xiaomeng, feeling somewhat apprehensive, accepted the junior martial master badge from their hands. However, it was more than just a simple badge. This small item contained the information of nearly all certified martial masters and above within the Martial Arts Alliance. It could also be utilized to access certain details about opponents, boasting a multitude of functions. Please assist me in binding this to the position of the schoolmaster. Schoolmaster? Yes, of the Cangyue Lu Martial Arts School. Oh, very well. Please hold on a moment. By the way, once the badge is activated, there's a user manual. You will need it to register your activities within the branch. All right, you are now the schoolmaster of the Cangyue Lu Martial Arts School. Zhou Xiaomeng checked the time and suddenly inquired, by the way, may I now attend the guidance class? The staff member hesitated, replying, as a junior martial master, you are indeed qualified to attend the guidance class. However, it has already commenced, and you might not be permitted entry. Even if you go, you would likely only be able to listen from outside the door. Zhou Xiaomeng paused, then asked, where is it located? Over there. The staff member, curious, remarked, are you truly going? You won't be able to see anything. You can always come back another time. Zhou Xiaomeng smiled and replied, if it is a highly skilled martial artist. Even merely listening to their theories would be immensely beneficial, wouldn't it? The staff member opened his mouth, watching Zhou Xiaomeng's determined stride, instinctively reaching for the drawer to take out a cigarette. As he lit one. He glanced at the backup information on the registration and muttered to himself, in this era, there are still such passionate individuals. Haha. Light footsteps echoed as the staff member stole a glance. Noticing an elderly man with 2 missing front teeth, gingerly stepping out of the examination hall while rubbing his back. Master Huang, where are you off to? The staff member chuckled. Master Huang twisted his waist, weakly replying, I've strained my back. I'm going to check on the iron. The staff member laughed, thinking to himself that Master Huang was quite the eccentric in the branch. He had arrived 10 years ago in the state and still looked the same a decade later. Clearly, he was neither dying nor leaving, clinging to the branch's monthly stipend, which could certainly be considered a way of life. Take care, don't strain your back again. This era. No one understands the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young anymore. Truly, people's hearts have grown cold. Chapter 7. Songyue Liu vs. Shadow Dance Dark Heaven Liu at the Martial Arts Alliance branch building in the third New Cloud Sea City. The guidance class venue was abuzz. At this moment, a newly promoted senior martial master lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. His opponent, an astonishingly handsome man, effortlessly retracted his left hand, offering a slight smile as he helped the fallen giant to his feet. "Ah, Instructor Ji, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly ashamed of myself. My guidance ends here. I thank you all for your attendance." Ji Wugo nodded gracefully to the audience before making his way to the back of the venue. Meanwhile, the other instructors present watched Ji Wugo depart. This young man is formidable. I have heard it said that one must witness his prowess firsthand to comprehend his path. This senior martial master held his own quite well, managing not to force Ji Wugo to unleash a genetic eruption. I am genuinely curious about the nature of his genetics. Indeed, it seems the realm of grandmasters will soon welcome a newcomer. Haha, you should focus on yourself. Your turn to guide is approaching. At that moment, a young man, burdened by heavy steps, exited the guidance venue. Spotting Ji Wugo slipping out through another door, he hurriedly pursued him. "Instructor Ji, I wish to challenge you," the youth declared, blocking Ji Wugo's path with a solemn expression. Ji Wugo paused, then calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I do not accept challenges during my personal time. If you wish to spar, there are several other instructors available for consultation." The youth stubbornly retorted, "Are you looking down on me? In the world of martial artists, no one looks down on another. Only oneself can be belittled," Ji Wugo stated, shaking his head. "Then why won't you fight me?" The youth pressed, his brow furrowing. Ji Wugo sighed. "When your heart finds tranquility, I will agree to a spar. My apologies. I have matters to attend to." With that, he brushed past the youth. "Ji Wugo, do not underestimate me," the young man called out sternly. "I am Dong Chengshu, a senior martial master and the heir to the atomic martial arts ballistic fist technique. I seek your guidance." As Dong Chengshu launched a powerful punch, a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted behind Ji Wugo. The youth's elbow emitted an unusual blue energy, signifying the tremendous force behind his strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Ji Wugo. By the time he regained his senses, an excruciating pain shot through his back, and his body uncontrollably plummeted to the ground. A cloud of dust swirled upward as Dong Chengshu writhed in agony, unable to rise. Ji Wugo's soft voice reached his ears. "I have stated before, once you find your calm, I will spar with you. For now, you should lie quietly for a while." Amid Dong Chengshu's dazed gaze, Ji Wugo ultimately vanished from the venue. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, I see you again." As Zhou Cheng approached what was purportedly the guidance class venue, he was surprised to see Ji Wugo walking slowly toward him, prompting a friendly greeting. "Instructor Ji, what brings you here? Did you not say you were going to attend the guidance class?" Ji Wugo replied. "There is also a break period, but are you not participating in the assessment?" Zhou Cheng chuckled. "It appears fortune smiled upon me, so I thought I would come take a look while I still had some time." Ji Wugo's eyes lit up. "You passed? Who was your examiner?" Zhou Cheng's expression turned awkward as he recalled. "I believe it was an examiner named Master Huang." Master Huang. A flicker of intrigue danced in Ji Wugo's eyes before he regained his composure. "Since you have passed, Mr. Zhou, you do not seem particularly pleased." Surely, he could not voice the thought that Master Huang was inadequate, nor express his frustration at being dismissed before he could truly shine. Zhou Cheng had to respond with righteous indignation. Indeed, the sea of learning is boundless. One should never be content with their current state. Ji Wugo admired. It is rare for someone so young to possess such thoughts. Zhou Cheng smiled again, thinking Ji Wugo was quite audacious. "Mr. Zhou, I have a request. May I ask for your assistance?" Zhou Cheng blinked in surprise. "What is it?" "I have taken a fancy to sparring today. If you do not mind, would you accompany me for a practice?" Of course, engaging in mutual sparring and validation is the best scenario for a martial artist. Zhou Cheng responded with enthusiasm. "This area is not suitable. Please follow me." Ji Wugo led the way. As this was Zhou Cheng's first visit to the branch building, he felt utterly disoriented in this labyrinthine structure. Under Ji Wugo's guidance, they navigated through twists and turns, taking elevators until they finally arrived at a space that was truly impressive. It was at least 3 times the size of his own dojo, with numerous weapons displayed along the walls, gleaming with a cold brilliance, not merely for decoration. "What is this place?" This is a venue provided for martial artists to spar. I have just rented it. We will not be disturbed here. Ji Wugo smiled. Zhou Xiaomeng tested the floor with a firm stomp. It was exceptionally solid. The sensation was far superior to the worn wooden planks of his own dojo. Have we captured a wealthy individual? He mused. What weapon do you use? Feel free to choose. Ji Wugo walked to the center of the arena. No need for that. I prefer to use my fists. Zhou Xiaomeng shook his head, while Ji Wugo nodded in agreement. Standing naturally in place as the inheritor of the shadow dance and dark sky technique, please, instruct me. In a duel between unfamiliar warriors, it is customary to announce one's martial arts school. A basic etiquette. At this moment, Zhou Xiaomeng clasped his fists and declared, I am the inheritor of the Cangyue style of boxing. Please, teach me. He then assumed the starting posture of the Cangyue boxing technique. Quietly regulating his breath, suddenly, Ji Wugo vanished from sight in an instant, and by the time Zhou Xiaomeng realized what had happened, Ji Wugo's left palm was already slicing toward his chest. So swift. Boom! Zhou Xiaomeng crossed his arms in front of him, and his body was propelled backward, sliding a dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. He shook his hands, which had grown somewhat numb. At that moment, the spiritual energy in his chest seemed to flow into his arms with each breath, and the pain subsided, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Mr. Zhou, did I strike too hard? Ji Wugo furrowed his brow. Zhou Xiaomeng slowly inhaled and re-entered his stance, saying, No, a duel between warriors lacks meaning if one does not give their all. Very well. Ji Wugo was not one to be overly formal. His figure once again disappeared from view. Since acquiring spiritual energy, Zhou Xiaomeng had noticed that whenever it attached to different parts of his body, varying degrees of enhancement occurred. For instance, when it adhered to his eyes, his vision became remarkably sharp. In this instant, as the spiritual energy enveloped his eyes, he could clearly discern Ji Wugo's swift movements. Cangyue flow step technique, Lake Moon shadow. While in motion, Ji Wugo suddenly sensed a shadow swiftly approaching and, startled, quickly evaded. Has he caught up? Cangyue flow's four forms, shattered moon barrage. Fists like a gale appeared before Ji Wugo, his pupils constricting as he struggled to react. Those fists rained down upon him with the force of a 100-pound hammer. This fellow. The final barrage of punches struck Ji Wugo's entwined hands, forcefully propelling him backward 10 meters away. Ji Wugo braced himself against the ground, then pushed off powerfully to regain his balance. However, his sleeves were utterly shredded by the force of the blows. Ji Wugo gazed at his tattered sleeves, frowning. Zhou Xiaomeng's heart skipped a beat. This person must be wealthy to rent this place without hesitation. Surely, that outfit was not inexpensive. Oh no. My high-frequency monitor is destroyed. And I haven't finished paying for it yet. Do I really need to incur more debt? Mr. Ji, I sincerely apologize. It was unintentional. Zhou Xiaomeng cautiously suggested. How about I take your clothes and have them repaired for you? Ji Wugo shook his head, tearing the remnants of his garment away, then closed his eyes, suddenly speaking in a deep tone. Mr. Zhou, let us continue. As he spoke, Ji Wugo's seemingly frail body suddenly appeared more robust. And Zhou Xiaomeng observed that Ji Wugo's arms sprouted numerous scale-like structures. These scales spread across his body, even reaching his cheeks, while his fingernails became extraordinarily sharp, like claws. Gene activation. Is this a technique of the Gene school? At that moment, Zhou Xiaomeng could sense a formidable pressure emanating from Ji Wugo, causing his own spiritual energy to stir restlessly within his chest. Excellent. Though he worried about the potential costs, Zhou Xiaomeng instinctively set aside those concerns. Exhilarated to face such a powerful opponent, It felt as if his very blood were boiling, and his muscles trembled with barely contained energy. Zhou Xiaomeng took a deep breath and initiated an offensive. Cangyue flow's third form, double-handed heavy cannon. Ji Wugo also sprang into action, his hands pressed behind him as he leaned forward, dashing forth like a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. In this arena, an unseen duel unfolded at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The thunderous sounds echoed continuously. However, due to the excellent soundproofing, not a single soul outside was disturbed. The incredibly hard floor had, unbeknownst to them, been shattered and cracked, the air within the room swirling chaotically. Ji Wugo's form flitted about like a ghost, and Zhou Xiaomeng was no different, moving with equal spectral grace. Their clashes transcended mere fists, encompassing blows, claws, legs, and bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye. Half an hour had passed. Just then, Ji Wugo abruptly lunged backward, his entire body sinking like a slingshot. Shadow dance and dark sky flow, spirit dragon strangulation. He propelled himself upward, spinning rapidly in midair, creating a terrifying vortex that tore into the ground below. Zhou Cheng exhaled lightly. After half an hour of fierce combat, his body ached, yet he felt even more exhilarated. His spiritual energy surged like a volcanic eruption. Responding to his heightened emotions, Zhou Cheng stepped back slightly, retracting his fists and spreading his fingers toward the whirlwind before him, his spiritual energy flooding uncontrollably into his fists. Cangyue Flow's first form, Lunar Halo. With a punch, the whirlwind collided simultaneously. Bang! The floor around them could no longer withstand the force of their clash, erupting and flying outward, while the mighty shockwaves slammed against the walls, producing a resounding roar. Bang! Zhou Cheng's body was violently hurled backward, slamming against the wall and leaving a massive human-shaped crack. Meanwhile, Ji Wugo stood in place, his complexion paling slightly. Zhou Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, falling from the wall, struggling to rise as he exhaled heavily, unable to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Though it seemed he had lost, he had genuinely witnessed the power of the spiritual energy within him for the very first time. It was beyond imagination. To think, just days prior, he would have been utterly incapable of causing such destruction to this seemingly expensive high-level arena. This expensive high-level arena, in ruins. Wait, coach, something feels off. Compensation. Oh no. I don't want to be a laboring warrior. Zhou Cheng jolted back to reality, hastily standing up to Mr. Ji. You are truly formidable. I concede today. I have learned immensely and will contemplate this experience thoroughly. We shall duel again in the future, as time is on our side. Ha, ha, ha. As Ji Wugo looked on in surprise, Zhou Cheng stumbled out the door, failing to utter another word. Pfft. After Zhou Cheng departed, blood erupted from the scales on Ji Wugo's body, almost staining his entire upper body red. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground as the scales gradually faded away. What kind of novice martial artist was this? Oh, Zhou Cheng, where have you been? Why do you look so disheveled? I accidentally fell into a pit. By the way, thank you, Aunt Wang, for keeping an eye on my door while I was away. Hee, it's no trouble at all. I used to receive care from old Zhou as well. And soon everyone will be going their separate ways. Hee, enough of that. But Zhou Cheng, that girl in your house is quite lovely. Just don't overexert yourself with her. Young people should know moderation. You know, actually, she is my daughter. What? Your daughter? Girlfriend? It's nothing. Chapter 8998. My dear. Iron Hand and Brown Wolf stood respectfully behind Chen Chuang, who was seated before a massive screen, watching footage of the recent novice martial artist assessment, which had only begun shortly before. Team leader Chen, shall I fast forward? Iron Hand suddenly inquired. Mr. Zhou Cheng is ranked 9th. Chen Chuang replied coolly, no need. I'm just watching to see if there are any promising newcomers this time. His gaze remained fixed on the first round of matches displayed on the screen. The second competitor is barely acceptable. The other 3 are simply too weak. The 2 behind him fell silent. By the time the second round aired, no one had qualified, leaving Chen Chuang's expression largely unchanged. When the third round began, his eyes quickly found Zhou Cheng's figure, but he frowned, saying, why is there no sound in the segment? It seems there was a line issue at that time. Iron Hand quickly replied, this is no joke. These recordings are meant for storage, while the visuals are fine, if the audio were to appear. The comments exchanged in the arena would be noticed immediately. Thus, we had to mute it artificially and even adjust the camera angles. Who is that, old Huang? Chen Chuang suddenly paused, turning to frown. Why did we let old Huang take the stage? I recall he is nearly semi-retired. Wasn't he supposed to have you prepare a decent opponent? Truly deserving of admiration. Team leader Chen executes his tasks with meticulous precision, leaving no room for any faults to be found. Iron Hand, filled with respect, remarked, Team leader Chen, Master Huang has served as the testing officer for junior martial artists for the longest duration, and his experience is quite profound. Thus, we assumed he would be our most formidable opponent. Chen Chuang paused, then erupted in anger, retorting, experience, you say? Yet old Huang merely comes here daily for a free meal. Any robust individual could easily vest him with a single punch. The two immediately broke into a cold sweat. Hesitant to speak further, while Zhou Lang discreetly observed Iron Hand, wondering if they had misunderstood, Qin Shuang exhaled deeply, turning away, lost in thought. He gazed at the screen where Old Huang and Zhou Cheng were engaged, frowning until Zhou Cheng executed a swift move, knocking Old Huang to the ground, prompting him to sigh. It was evident that Old Huang had rolled away after falling, this good-for-nothing old man. It seems the retention mechanism for testing officers needs a thorough overhaul. However, Zhou Cheng appears to be quite ordinary as well. How is it that he can stand alongside Teacher Ji? Could it be that they are merely casual acquaintances? At that moment, another contestant on the screen captured his attention. The individual on stage 1. What was his name? Zhou Lang promptly replied, Gao Xiong, a descendant of the battlefield grizzly style. Ah, Gao Xiong is indeed impressive, having unleashed his genetic potential, an accomplishment only achievable by intermediate martial artists. No wonder he could defeat the testing officer. He must possess the strength of an intermediate martial artist. Is this his first assessment? Yes, indeed, Iron Hand quickly affirmed. Odd, why isn't Team Leader Qin inquiring about Zhou Cheng's situation? Oh, it must be to maintain discretion. As the footage continued, Qin Shuang's mood seemed to lighten somewhat. Iron Hand silently concluded. Indeed, after Zhou Cheng obtained his certification and left, Team Leader Qin immediately became cheerful. Just then, the voice from the screen resumed. Announcing, contestant number 13, please step onto the stage. A middle-aged man with a grim visage ascended the platform, effortlessly striking the testing officer out of the ring with a single blow, then nonchalantly walked away. Qin Shuang's eyes lit up. Who is this man? Duke. He is a disciple of the Wasteland Python style. Oh, this Duke is even more impressive. To achieve a strike as a junior martial artist is beyond the capability of most intermediate martial artists. Clearly, Duke has reserves of strength. Chen Shuang chuckled. I never expected to witness two remarkable newcomers today, especially junior martial artists. You too, send a notification to these two individuals, asking them to meet with me tomorrow. Team Leader Qin, is there something particularly significant? Zhou Lang inquired, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seemingly in good spirits, Qin Shuang turned to him, matter-of-factly stating, the new martial artist competition is about to commence this year. While many junior martial artists from our branch have passed the assessment, there are few elites among them. These two are perfectly qualified to participate. Oh, understood. We shall take care of it right away. They both promptly replied. Zhou Lang suddenly blurted out, Team Leader Qin, what about Zhou Cheng's matter? Qin Shuang frowned slightly, shaking his head. Forget it. Let's attribute it to this kid's good fortune, since he has already passed. Retracting our decision would reflect poorly on us. After all, if he possesses strength, he will naturally go far. If he is merely trying to take advantage, then that will be his fate. With that, Qin Shuang sauntered away. Iron Hand and Zhou Lang both exhaled in relief, with Zhou Lang saying, that scared me. Iron Hand, do you think we misunderstood? Fool, if we had misinterpreted, would Team Leader Qin have taken the opportunity to say something like let's just let it be? Iron Hand shook his head, then laughed heartily. We got it right, you blockhead. Just outside the door, Qin Shuang suddenly received a phone call, listening intently. Moments later, he halted in surprise. What? Teacher Ji is requesting a half-month leave? All right, I understand. Qin Shuang shook his head, pondering the oddity, yet not dwelling on it too much. After all, these instructors are all rather peculiar individuals. In comparison, Ji Wugu is relatively easy to manage. After changing into a new outfit, Zhou Cheng returned to his dormitory, the evening breeze wafting through the gaps in the wooden planks. He glanced at Zhou Xiaomeng, who still lay on the bunk, seemingly in no rush to awaken. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Zhou Cheng wondered, descending the stairs to open the door, only to be greeted by a glistening visage. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than the lobbyist from Liuguang Group, renowned for his incessant chatter. Mr. Wang, the martial arts lobbyist. Ah, Mr. Zhou, I have come to await your response. Mr. Wang smiled benevolently. You see, there are only 2 hours until midnight. Surely, you are ready to sign? Goodness, how punctual. It seems the business world is rather challenging these days. Mr. Zhou, if you don't mind, we could finalize the agreement now. No need to wait until midnight. I'm sorry, but I am no longer interested in selling this martial arts school. What? Not selling. Mr. Wang was taken aback, quickly recovering. Mr. Zhou, if it's a matter of price, we can certainly negotiate. I will not sell it regardless of the price. Zhou Chang shook his head. After all, this dojo was a legacy from his grandfather. He would not part with it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Mr. Zhou, this contradicts what you said before. Mr. Wang frowned. I mentioned I would provide an answer in a week. I am merely offering my response ahead of time. Zhou Chang replied calmly, I'm sorry, but I will not be selling, Mr. Zhou. You must understand that without martial artist certification, this dojo cannot operate. Mr. Wang's tone grew indifferent. Surely you know that a dojo without martial artists is not permitted by the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhou Chang smiled, quickly returning inside, then emerging shortly with what appeared to be a certificate. Laying it before Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang paused, instinctively asking, what is this? It is a special authorization permitting junior martial artist Zhou Chang to become the legitimate master of Cangyue Martial Arts School. The document bore the official seal of the third New Cloud Sea City Martial Arts Alliance branch. This is indeed stamped by the Martial Arts Alliance branch. No one would dare to forge such a document, and it was only then that Mr. Wang noticed that Zhou Chang possessed a martial artist certification badge. Cangyue Martial Arts School is now accepting new students. Enroll now for a special discount of 20, only 998 for a quarter, 998. My friend, Chapter 9, come and recharge. Mr. Wang from Liuguang Group wore a grim expression. Leaving behind words like I'll think it over and, even with martial artist qualifications, the ancient martial arts style will have no promising future, as he left the Cangyue dojo in dejection. Zhou Chang, for the moment, had no grand thoughts. Whether the ancient martial arts could thrive amidst the burgeoning new styles felt far too distant given his current situation. However, if what Xiaomeng spoke of regarding the future were true, then Zhou Chang believed he should take some action. At the very least, even if not the ancient martial arts, the Cangyue style must endure. He returned to the wooden dojo, sitting in silence, closing his eyes to recall the sparring session with Ji Wugu earlier that day. Due to his limited perspective, he found it challenging to discern what level of martial artist Ji Wugu represented. However, being able to unleash genetic potential indicated that he was, at the very least, of intermediate martial artist caliber. Moreover, even an intermediate martial artist should not easily damage a dojo of that caliber. Could it be a high-level martial artist? Zhou Chang's grandfather had spent 30 years barely qualifying as a junior martial artist, and he had never advanced further since. Thus, Zhou Chang's previous exposure to the pinnacle of martial arts was limited to his grandfather's level, while many channels now broadcast or stream martial arts competitions. Due to limitations in strength and vision, the grandfather and grandson duo could only watch the high-definition screen, gasping in awe, exclaiming how impressive a performer was. Surely, I am still far from teacher Ji Wugu? Perhaps I could barely reach the level of a high-level martial artist. During the morning assessment, the testing officers seemed manageable. Indeed, for Zhou Chang, the afternoon sparring was genuinely enjoyable. He took a deep breath, marveling at the emergence of spiritual energy, which, astonishingly, allowed him to seemingly ascend from junior martial artist certification to possessing the strength of a high-level martial artist within just a few days. Zhou Chang pondered numerous thoughts, perhaps due to his spiritual energy being nearly depleted. In this dojo that offered him peace, he unconsciously fell asleep. In truth, after his spar with Ji Wugu, his body bore considerable internal injuries, and he felt sore all over. In the dead of night, a graceful figure stealthily entered the dojo, none other than Zhou Xiaomeng, who had awoken unbeknownst to him. At this moment, Zhou Xiaomeng cast a glance at the sleeping Zhou Chang within the dojo. Before swiftly returning to her dwelling to fetch a blanket, she tiptoed back to Zhou Chang's side, playfully sticking out her tongue. With a gentle flick, she lifted the blanket and nestled under his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Good night, Daddy. In the office of the Martial Arts Alliance branch building in 3rd New Yunhai City, Gao Xiong and Duke had received an early notification that a senior officer wished to meet with them. After receiving the message, Gao Xiong meticulously prepared himself, ensuring he was well rested, and arrived at the branch building just as it opened. To his surprise, he encountered Duke, who had arrived even earlier than he. The two were led into Chen Chuang's office, where they sat facing each other in silence, their eyes locked in a competitive stare. Gao Xiang's gaze shifted slightly, recalling the last assessment from the previous day, where Duke had struck the testing officer down with a single blow. The officer in question was no feeble old man, but rather a robust young individual. Thus, Gao Xiong couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation towards Duke. At that moment, someone entered the room, apologizing. "Sorry for the wait, I just finished my patrol." He entered with a smile, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Gao Xiong and Duke quickly rose to greet him. Chen Chuang waved his hand, signaling them to take their seats. Once settled at his desk, he stated, "To save time, I'll get straight to the point. I wish to nominate both of you to participate in this year's new martial artist tournament. Co-hosted by the three cities. How does that sound? The new martial artist tournament, involving the three neighboring districts including 3rd New Yunhai City, annually selects promising newcomers who have passed the preliminary martial artist assessments for a ranking competition. In the era of the great martial god, martial arts flourished, and large-scale competitions like this were highly popular among the populace. Both were not novices, thus they understood the significance of the new martial artist tournament. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Gao Xiang's eyes as he replied, "I would be honored to represent 3rd New Yunhai City." Duke, however, fell into deep thought after hearing this. Chen Chuang looked at Gao Xiong, smiling as he said, "I appreciate confident newcomers like you. I look forward to your success. And what about you, Duke?" Duke, appearing slightly older than Chen Chuang, maintained a calm demeanor as he asked, "On what basis do you recommend me?" Chen Chuang replied, "I observed your certification match yesterday, and to be honest, both of you are exceptional newcomers rarely seen this year. I can assert that ordinary junior martial artists would hardly stand a chance against you. After all, both of you possess strength above the intermediate martial artist level, don't you?" Duke's eyes brightened as he asked, "If I win, what additional benefits will there be besides the tournament rewards?" Chen Chuang laughed heartily. "I appreciate your straightforwardness. If you indeed achieve victory, you will receive a vial of genetic evolution fluid provided by the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, which could save you several years, even a decade of training time. Moreover, you will gain the right to undergo the Great Martial Artist Assessment at any time, without having to wait for the 3-year intervals. Of course, Gao Xiong, you will enjoy the same privileges." "Very well, I shall also represent you in this tournament," Gao Xiong declared, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. For someone of the new genetic faction, that vial of genetic evolution fluid represented an immense fortune. Within the entire lunar habitation sphere, the genetic evolution fluid was predominantly controlled by the Martial Arts Alliance, with only a scant few appearing on the black market at exorbitant prices. Starting today, you may freely utilize the training equipment below the advanced martial artist level within the branch building until the competition, Chen Chuang added. "I wish both of you a victorious start." The conversation lasted barely 15 minutes. Chen Chuang, efficient in his duties, promptly returned to his work. Following this, Duke entered a training room directly. Gao Xiong had similar intentions, but just then, his communicator buzzed to life. "Senior brother, are you looking for me?" "Gao Xiong, we have a challenge from a dojo. The price is quite decent. Are you interested? You've just received your certification, so you can legally accept the challenge. You were the first person I thought of." "A challenge?" Gao Xiong paused, shaking his head. "No thanks, senior brother. I don't have time for such trivial matters. Competing in a challenge won't improve your skills nearly as much as participating in the new martial artist tournament." "Really?" The other party continued. "It's just a nearly bankrupt traditional martial arts dojo, and the challenger is a 17 or 18-year-old who seems to have just passed his certification yesterday. A martial artist from a new faction could easily handle him. By the way, you might have even encountered him, but if you're not willing, I really will have to find someone else." Traditional martial arts. 17 or 18, Gao Xiong squinted his eyes and suddenly asked, "What is the name of that dojo? Who is the challenger?" "Cangyue Dojo. The challenger is Zhou Xiaomeng." Immediately, Gao Xiang's lips curled into a cold smile, his expression fierce as he replied, "Don't worry, senior brother." "Where are you?" "I'm on my way." Feeling somewhat heavy and soft, Zhou Xiaomeng instinctively reached out, as if grasping for the fluffy embrace of a large Chinese bun, but his hand met only emptiness. "Great! After finishing this, I can save on lunch." Suddenly, a gentle voice shattered his dreams, pulling him from blissful slumber. As he awoke, strands of long hair cascaded over his cheeks, and he found the delicate, cherry blossom pink lips of Zhou Xiaomeng curving into a smile. "Good morning, Daddy." Truth be told, the current state and scene could easily transport him into the long-lost meditation techniques of ancient martial arts, allowing him to expel impurities from his body through rapid hand movements, instantly achieving the legendary sage state. "Oh yes, How did you end up on top of me again? A wail akin to a ghost echoed throughout the dojo. Zhou Chang pushed himself up from the floor, his body stiffening as he sat upright, tightly clasping his legs. Damn it. Waking up this morning, I felt quite invigorated. Well, I called you to get up. Zhou Xiaomeng replied matter-of-factly. Zhou Chang felt compelled to retort. Is that really how you call someone? When I was little, Xiaomeng always woke you up this way. She pouted, but I hardly do it anymore. But today is a throwback to the past, so it's perfectly fine. With a glimmer of mischief in her eye, she licked her alabaster fingers and gazed at him, her expression almost entrancing. Daddy, how about a good morning kiss to recharge our emotional energy? Chapter 10. The world of martial arts emerges from the rising dragon under Zhou Chang's calm indifference and silence. Zhou Xiaomeng reluctantly set aside her concerns about insufficient emotional energy leading to detrimental effects, exclaiming in surprise, Daddy, during my meditative sleep, what did you do? How could you have depleted your spiritual energy to such an extent? Zhou Chang looked up in disbelief. What on earth is meditative sleep? Isn't meditating while sitting to replenish spiritual energy called meditation? Then lying down to sleep must be meditative sleep, right? Zhou Chang fell silent, swearing to the heavens that as a descendant of the traditional martial arts lineage, he had never heard such an explanation. After a moment, he finally regained composure amidst his bewilderment. You've been asleep for 6 days. Yesterday was the final day for the junior martial artist certification, so I visited the branch building. You exhausted your spiritual energy just by going to that place? Zhou Xiaomeng seemed genuinely astonished. Is the certification assessment this advanced in this era? Zhou Chang shook his head and recounted the events involving Master Huang and the later encounter with Ji Wugu. Ji Wugu, that name sounds familiar to Xiaomeng. Was he famous decades later? Zhou Chang asked curiously. I can't recall, Zhou Xiaomeng replied, biting her lip. Actually, the doctor mentioned that during the time travel process, I might lose some memories. It seems he briefed me on many matters before sending me here. But I've forgotten everything. However, my memories with Daddy have not faded at all. Waving her hands, Zhou Xiaomeng reassured him. Don't worry, if I forget, it probably means that person isn't anyone significant. Perhaps they were a short-lived ghost who died earlier than you. Me, who passed away at 57, is also a short-lived ghost. I sincerely apologize. Zhou Xiaomeng fell silent, wrapping her arms around Zhou Chang's head, whispering softly, then Xiaomeng will accompany Daddy in being a short-lived ghost. As the heir to the traditional martial arts lineage, Zhou Chang was only accustomed to performing the important sage rites a couple of times a week. He simply could not withstand the overwhelming force of this daughterly affection. After timidly pushing away Zhou Xiaomeng, Zhou Chang lowered his head and made his way out of the dojo, declaring, I'm going to prepare breakfast. Should I wear a nude apron? To his astonishment, he stumbled and fell at the threshold of the dojo for the very first time in his life. As he fell, he unexpectedly heard a familiar laughter. Raising his head, he saw 3 figures standing on the pathway from the entrance of the martial arts hall to the dojo. One was Mr. Wang, whom Zhou Chang knew quite well. Another was a scar-faced man towering at 2 meters tall. And the last was Gao Xiong, whom he had encountered during the assessment yesterday. Ha ha ha, it's really you rascal, Gao Xiong sneered, cracking his knuckles with a resounding snap. And no matter how far apart we are, I am here to reminisce with you today. Apologies, but I have no interest in such nostalgia, Zhou Chang replied as he stood up. Mr. Wang, I made it very clear last night that this dojo is not for sale. Ah, Zhou Chang, you misunderstand, Mr. Wang chuckled. Today, I am merely here as a professional witness to observe Mr. Gao Xiong's challenge to the dojo. Zhou Chang was taken aback. A challenge? Indeed, it's a challenge that stakes the dojo's name and honor. Mr. Wang waved his hand. Surely, Zhou Chang, you are not unfamiliar with the concept of challenges in the martial arts world. How could I not be? When my grandfather was still alive, he pretended to travel the world to avoid such scenarios. Since I was merely 7, I had witnessed numerous new sect martial artists coming to the Cangyue dojo to stir trouble. If they couldn't get a fight, there was little they could do. The Martial Arts Alliance mandated that the dojo must respond to any challenge, but if the challenged martial artist was unavailable, the duel could be postponed. Before my grandfather passed, the Liuguang group had also considered resolving matters through challenges, but they never anticipated that scheduling a match would take 3 years. My grandfather had various excuses, be it a cold, back pain, or hemorrhoids, always postponing the fight while accumulating a formidable record. However, Waiting 3 years would mean the development plans for this place would be long gone. After the old man passed, with the thought of simply throwing money to settle things, I never expected Zhou Xiaomeng would pass the junior martial artist certification and inherit the dojo anew. Of course, challenges follow rules. Senior martial artists cannot challenge those of a lower rank, while private sparring is disregarded by the Martial Arts Alliance. Illegal challenges are not acknowledged. Gao Xiong had just received his junior martial artist certification, placing him on the same level as Zhou Xiaomeng, making this challenge utterly reasonable. I challenge you today. I intend to send you to the hospital. Gao Xiong scoffed. Mr. Wang, seizing the moment, added, if Zhou Xiaomeng feels unwell, I can promptly arrange for the best hospital in the city to send someone for an examination. If you are fit, then this challenge can proceed. You just recently certified. Surely, the wait won't be too long. But if you have any urgent matters to attend to, unless it's a funeral or wedding, the consequences of refusing a challenge can be quite severe. Zhou Xiaomeng nodded. I understand. I accept the challenge. Mr. Wang was instantly delighted. Then, in the capacity of a professional certified witness from the Martial Arts Alliance, I declare this challenge legal. However, Zhou Xiaomeng suddenly raised his hand. Wait, what about the dojo's plaque? Why wasn't he brought? This doesn't seem right, does it? Gao Xiong, Mr. Wang, and the scar-faced man exchanged glances, each thinking, what dojo plaque? Clearly, this is just bullying. Who would prepare such a thing? Zhou Xiaomeng, glancing sideways at Mr. Wang, remarked, you said you were a professional witness. Show your credentials first. Oh, I certainly have my credentials, Mr. Wang replied nonchalantly, pulling out a small red booklet. Mr. Gao Xiong came out in a hurry and forgot to bring his plaque. However, as a professional witness, I assure you that if Zhou Xiaomeng emerges victorious, Mr. Gao Xiong's dojo plaque will be presented without reservation. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaomeng dashed out from behind Zhou Xiaomeng, triumphantly waving a handheld camera. All right. We have both a witness and evidence now. Dad, go ahead and fight with peace of mind. Zhou Xiaomeng's sudden appearance caught Mr. Wang and the others off guard. They had not noticed her presence behind Zhou Xiaomeng. Moreover, wow, this girl is quite attractive. Before they could blurt out something inappropriate, Mr. Wang felt an ominous premonition. He scrutinized Zhou Xiaomeng, who seemed remarkably composed. Quit the chatter. Are we fighting or not? Gao Xiong huffed impatiently. I have limited time. Zhou Xiaomeng was indeed captivating. But compared to genetic enhancement fluids, she paled in significance. In this era, martial artists could easily attract women with just a flick of their pinky. Traditionally, indulgences in wine, women, and wealth were frowned upon by martial artists. While enjoyment is permissible, debauchery must be avoided, as the self-discipline of a martial artist still held some sway. Zhou Xiaomeng took a deep breath and began to adopt the stance of his martial school. His demeanor turning serious, only to quickly lose that seriousness again. Zhou Xiaomeng's gaze upon him made him feel as though he was being subjected to some dreadful fantasy. Gao Xiong casually rotated his arm. Kid, yesterday you got lucky, managing to fool your way through due to that old man's nearing death. Today, I will show you that the world of martial artists is not as simple as you imagine. I am a man participating in the Rising Star competition. Laughing heartily, Gao Xiong suddenly sprang into action, swiftly circling Zhou Xiaomeng. What's wrong, kid? Are you stunned by my speed? Did you really think you had the ability to pass the junior martial artist certification? Ha ha ha. Moments later. Da. Cangyue Stream 5th Style. Ascending Dragon Dominance. Gao Xiong, wake up. What despicable means did you use to knock my junior unconscious? Zhou Xiaomeng was taken aback. Something felt amiss. This punch was merely to test strength, perhaps employing 10% of his energy, yet he never expected Gao Xiong, a junior martial artist, would succumb so easily. After all, Ji Wugu, who was likely a senior martial artist, could engage him in a lively spar. The gap between junior and senior martial artists was truly vast. Shaking his head, he was about to speak when Zhou Xiaomeng jumped out, pointing mockingly at Mr. Wang. Hey, weren't you claiming to be a professional witness? Why aren't you counting down now that he's down? Are you trying to be a crooked referee? Mr. Wang, suddenly feeling the pressure, began counting with a cold sweat. 1, 2, 3, 4, you'd better get up. What happened to being a man participating in the Rising Star competition? Mr. Wang was inwardly cursing Gao Xiong as he reached Tian. As the professional witness. Why haven't you declared a victor yet? Zhou Xiaomeng smiled sweetly. I've recorded everything. How many clicks do you think this unprofessional witness will get on StarNet? I already have a title in mind. Do you want to hear it? Mr. Wang? Please, no, Mr. Wang exclaimed, hastily wiping his cold sweat. I now declare that in this dojo challenge, the victor is Zhou Chang, the owner of the Cangyue dojo. Please, Zhou Chang, hand me your martial artist badge. I will certify your victory. Zhou Chang cheerfully handed the badge to Mr. Wang, as a professional witness in martial artist duels. As a referee, it was indeed necessary to proceed this way, though this was primarily about acquiring the dojo. He still held a sense of professional integrity. The process was swift. Mr. Wang sighed. Zhou Chang, I apologize for the disturbance today. However, regarding the matter of the land, I sincerely hope you can give it due consideration. He glanced around and gently advised, after all, this martial arts school has been established for many years. Why not sell the land? The proceeds would be sufficient for you to open a new, more spacious and robust establishment. Zhou Chang shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, but this martial arts school has been passed down through my ancestors. Regardless of its dilapidated state, I have no desire to relocate. Very well, I shall do my utmost to convey your sentiments to the company. Mr. Wang sighed and shook his head as he exited the dojo, casting no further glance at the scar-faced man and Zhou Xiaomeng. The two swindlers, this Zhou Xiaomeng, who could somehow certify as a junior martial artist, must have had some underhanded means. Otherwise, how could a mere novice in ancient martial arts hold such a position? The scar-faced man, acutely aware of his disgrace, silently shouldered Zhou Xiaomeng and hastily departed. Hey, remember to return the plaque of your dojo. Otherwise, we will lodge a complaint with the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhou Xiaomeng waved her hand. Delivering a final blow, the scar-faced man, just as he stepped out the door, halted abruptly, his body tensing up. This illegal impersonation of a dojo master for a challenge could lead to severe repercussions, potentially resulting in the revocation of their martial artist certification. No wonder that guy with the middle part left in such a hurry. With that thought, the scar-faced man did not look back and swiftly vanished from sight. Once Zhou Chang closed the door, he looked at Zhou Xiaomeng in confusion. When did our family acquire such recording equipment? Zhou Xiaomeng twirled the recording device in her hand, her eyes glinting mischievously. Isn't this just a makeshift contraption? And there's ink from the dojo. A bit of coloring would suffice, Zhou Chang exclaimed in surprise, thinking to himself how capable his daughter truly was. But on another note, what exactly is the essence of this spiritual energy? Why does it wield such immense power? Zhou Chang looked at Zhou Xiaomeng with curiosity, a question he had long wished to ask, seating themselves on the overgrown stone path outside the dojo. Zhou Xiaomeng, disregarding Zhou Chang's discomfort, nestled against his arm and softly remarked, in essence, spiritual energy is a form of energy that exists throughout the universe. Historically, didn't the ancient martial arts also refer to a wondrous force as qi? However, the methods of cultivating qi have been lost to time. At least, in our lineage, it has been forgotten, leaving only the most rudimentary practices of breath control. Such superficial techniques, even if practiced for decades, merely nurture the muscles, making the body a tad sturdier and stronger, yet they hold no advantage against the newer schools of thought. Zhou Chang nodded in deep agreement. Zhou Xiaomeng continued, however, the discovery of spiritual energy can completely bridge the gap between the two. Spiritual energy not only serves as a form of qi to propel ancient martial techniques, but also continuously strengthens the body, accelerates metabolism, and facilitates rapid healing of injuries. Essentially, it's the cosmic version of qi. Zhou Chang was taken aback. Wouldn't it suffice to simply say it is an upgraded version of qi? All this elaborate explanation seems to be just to fill the word count. Oh, perhaps it's to buy time. Since being close to her father is the most comforting, she wanted to hold on for a while longer. Zhou Xiaomeng laughed unabashedly. Stunningly beautiful, a rarity in the world. What kind of exceptional genes must the previous generation possess to give rise to such a perfect offspring? Zhou Chang pondered, feeling like just an ordinary young man. Would his charm only emerge after 2 or 3 decades, transforming into an uncle? Then, would he find a stunning beauty to bear such a daughter of unparalleled allure? Suddenly, Zhou Xiaomeng tightened her embrace. The firmness of her chest pressed against his arm startled Zhou Chang, causing him to leap up in shock, regardless of how much he had accepted Zhou Xiaomeng's existence mentally. His body had yet to come to terms with it. At this rate, would he become a character from a legend about inappropriate relationships? Good heavens, calm the mind, calm the mind. He took a deep breath, shaking off those youthful, inappropriate thoughts and declared earnestly, so, This spiritual energy must have formal cultivation methods, right? Indeed, up to now, 3 stages of spiritual energy cultivation have been established, each containing 10 levels, 30 levels. Zhou Qiang was momentarily stunned. Scratching his head, what do you mean by created? Because, Dad, you only completed the 3rd stage before your passing. Can I use A to represent my future self, and then use B to represent me? Since A, Dad, only completed the 3rd stage before his passing, if spiritual energy is to continue developing, B must cultivate to the 30 levels and then carry on from there. Why do I feel like my head is being encased in a green shell? Rest assured, a dad has been single since Mom's passing, focusing solely on the development of spiritual energy, so nothing inappropriate has happened. Please, don't say that. All right, actually, Dad still has me to keep him company. Xiaomeng 1T let Dad feel lonely. Zhou Qiang jumped 3 meters away, regarding Zhou Xiaomeng as if she were a formidable foe, clearing his throat. Let's not delve into such heart-wrenching topics about the future. Instead, tell me, what level of spiritual energy do I currently possess, and what is your level? As for your current level, due to the energy imparted to you, you are now approximately at the 6th to 7th level of the 1st stage. I am about the same. Regarding martial artists, remember that a couple of months ago, a senior at the 6th level of the 1st stage successfully certified as a senior martial artist, right? So, in that case, I now possess the strength of a senior martial artist, Zhou Qiang exclaimed incredulously, his mouth agape. To go from failing the junior martial artist assessment to achieving senior martial artist status in just a few nights was simply astonishing. No wonder Gao Xiang seemed so weak. No wonder Mr. Ji could afford such a high-level competition venue. It turns out he was indeed a senior martial artist. Zhou Xiaomeng nodded. That seems to be the case. However, both Zhou Qiang and Zhou Xiaomeng almost overlooked one crucial point. The so-called senior martial artist level of Zhou Xiaomeng was a standard from 40 years into the future, not the present. I have also become a senior martial artist, Zhou Qiang sighed, gazing at the calligraphy hanging in the dojo, a level that his great-grandfather never attained in his lifetime. Looking at Zhou Xiaomeng, he felt a pang of emotion. By imparting spiritual energy to me, your own level must have diminished, right? You really only need to teach me how to cultivate spiritual energy. There's no need to go to such lengths. As the wind stirred the leaves. In the tranquil courtyard, Zhou Xiaomeng whispered, because I love Dad the most. Zhou Qiang let out a bitter laugh, wishing he could omit the final address, and that their relationship were different. Then everything would be perfect. Still, it was time to begin learning the methods of spiritual energy cultivation. Since some matters were temporarily unsolvable, it was better to engage in tasks within his capability. Chapter 12, about things that cannot be discussed in teaching. At the first unified medical hospital in the 3rd New Cloud Sea City, orthopedics, Gao Xiong had regained consciousness shortly after being brought in by the scar-faced man, but had completely lost the ability to speak. The doctor informed him that his jaw had nearly shattered. Had it not been for his bear-like genetics, a mere mortal would have succumbed to such a violent impact after a series of medical interventions and stabilization. Gao Xiong finally managed to speak, though it was already nighttime. Brother, I am sorry. The scar-faced man waved his hand. Don't speak. Am I not aware of how resilient your bones are? If I hadn't unleashed my genetic power, you wouldn't have suffered more than a scratch. Among all the brothers, yours is the highest compatibility with the genes. Over the years, we have all begun the martial artist certification process, but you have remained under the dojo master S training. Among the 7 disciples of the Battle Bear lineage, aside from the eldest brother who entered first, even I cannot compare to you. The scar-faced man sighed. So, we underestimated the ancient martial arts too much. Gao Xiong remained silent, his fingers clenched into a fist beneath the blanket, knuckles turning white. He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from his gums. I will take my revenge. First, heal your injuries. The scar-faced man shook his head. Now that you've awakened, rest well here. I will seek some friends to help, see if we can expedite the establishment of a dojo. The rules of the Alliance are incredibly frustrating. That damned guy with the middle part just walked away without a care. The scar-faced man slapped the bedside cabinet, shattering the sturdy, high-density board into pieces and startling the nearby patients into pallor. What are you doing? Vandalism. Do martial artists think they are so important? This is a hospital. A nurse's reprimand rang out. The scar-faced man frowned, standing up like a true bear, towering over the slightly delicate-looking nurse with black-rimmed glasses, coldly sneering. Do you know who I am? The nurse, hands on her hips, retorted, I don't care who you are. I can count at least 10 senior martial artists who have lain here. Do you believe I can make a call and summon them back to teach you a lesson in no time? Shut up. The scar-faced man's expression darkened, and he ruthlessly swung his fist towards the nurse. However, the nurse remained undaunted, for an even larger hand had already shielded her from the impending blow. How dare you lay a hand on Miss Yen? You seek death. A voice, as thunderous as it was commanding, erupted from a brawny figure, even more imposing than the scar-faced man, who stood resolutely with a cane. The mere fact that he could halt the punch and maintain his grip sent a chill of trepidation through the scar-faced man's heart. I am Wang Feihu, a senior martial artist of the rock bullfighting style, and I would like to engage in a discourse with you, the brawny man declared with authority. The scar-faced man's countenance instantly soured, yet at that moment, several robust voices resonated from within the same ward. I am He Feng of the Qingsong Ling Ho style, a senior martial artist, and I too wish to confer with you. This came from a slender man with an arm encased in a cast. I am Cheng Cheng of the Atomic Blade style, a senior martial artist, and I also seek your guidance. This was uttered by a youth whose upper body was draped in white gauze, yet his arms were adorned with two crackling blades of light. What on earth is this? Is this an orthopedic ward or a gathering of senior martial artists? The scar-faced man felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, pondering whether he could still maintain his pretense. Forgive me, I was wrong. Should I ever cross paths with you again and dare to harm Miss Yen, I shall ensure you are sent back to your origins in no time. Get lost. With a dismissive wave, Wang Feihu remained unmoved, effortlessly tossing the scar-faced man out of the ward. The scar-faced man, drenched in cold sweat, dared not utter a word, quickly muttering a few apologies before slinking away. At this moment, Zhou Xiaomeng, lying on the hospital bed, was thoroughly terrified, his back soaked through, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, the nurse glared at the group of standing senior martial artists. Are you trying to court disaster? Get back to your beds, take your medication and rest. Yes, yes, yes. Under the nurse's scolding, the hulking martial artists complied, behaving as obediently as children, much to Zhou Xiaomeng's astonishment. With a huff, the nurse pushed the cart filled with medications and exited. Just then, a strikingly attractive man in a hospital gown strolled leisurely down the corridor. Upon seeing the nurse's displeased expression, he chuckled lightly. Miss Yen, who has vexed you? I could hear your voice from afar. The nurse shot him a glare. Mr. Jiwugu of the Independent Ward 401, why are you out of your bed when you have multiple fractures? I've recovered a bit and thought I'd enjoy some fresh air. Jiwugu paused, then chuckled bitterly. Is this how you converse with your own cousin? Don't drag me into this. The nurse retorted coldly. Quickly return to your ward and don't obstruct my work. Fine, fine, fine. Jiwugu shook his head, teasing. But I can't walk fast like this. Won't you lend me a hand? Isn't that part of a nurse's duties? Reluctantly, the nurse approached Jiwugu, taking hold of his arm with little gentleness. Same old, not gentle at all. Be careful you won't find a husband. Mind your own business. Shut up. Ha ha ha. Abruptly, the nurse halted, frowning. By the way, who exactly did you spar with? How did they manage to leave you in such a state? Was it one of the veteran martial artists here? A young man who just completed the junior martial artist assessment. Jiwugu shook his head. The nurse seized Jiwugu's shoulder, sneering. Then you might as well return and start over. If a junior martial artist can leave you in tatters, you really are a pathetic weakling. You look quite spirited trying to show off, don't you? Get yourself back. The nurse's biting remarks accompanied her as she pushed the cart away. Jiwugu sighed, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. It seemed the tug had aggravated his injuries. Yen Luo, you really might end up unmarried at this rate. Mind your own business. Go die. A sudden gust swept through, and 3 syringes flew past Jiwugu's neck, nearly grazing his skin before embedding into the wall. Shaking his head, Jiwugu withdrew the syringes, self-mockingly stating, but I'm merely speaking the truth. Every word of it. Spiritual energy. A wondrous force even Zhou Xiaomeng herself cannot fully articulate. Even the future version of Zhou Chang, who first discovered spiritual energy, seemed to lack clarity in his explanations. It is said that the future Zhou Chang taught Zhou Xiaomeng about spiritual energy merely to give her something to occupy herself with. Is that a credible reason? Regardless of who believes it or not, Zhou Chang certainly does not. The cultivation methods of spiritual energy encompass 3 major stages, each with 10 minor stages. Correspondingly, Each minor stage possesses a unique set of movements and breathing rhythms. Having already achieved the 6th to 7th levels of the first stage's total spiritual energy, Zhou Xiaomeng breezed through the preliminary 6 sets of movements with ease. However, from the 7th movement onward, he found himself struggling to maintain composure. Coach, why must I spread my legs in a split on the ground, then bend at the waist to press my head against my lower body? Inhaling and exhaling, what on earth is this? And furthermore, coach, that posture where I lean back, one hand rubbing my chest, the other hand placed near my friends, while attempting to maintain a standing split, though Zhou Xiaomeng demonstrated it beautifully. What on earth is going on? And then, coach, lying flat on the ground with my legs apart, and doing the 9th movement of rubbing my chest. What in the world is this madness? Is this truly a creation of my future self? Zhou Xiaomeng cupped his chin, a serious expression adorning his face. Indeed, however, the future version of my father advised that while practicing, it is best to find a quiet, undisturbed place, focusing intently to achieve better results. Though I wholeheartedly agree with this theory, my posture remains unchanged, and I solemnly inquire, will I have female disciples in the future? Yes, Zhou Xiaomeng pressed further. Will I also teach my female disciples in this manner? Zhou Xiaomeng giggled. All the female disciples will be taught by me. You will only instruct the male disciples. However, many senior brothers have privately remarked to me that you're quite the villain. And so on. You should just end my misery. I do not wish to corrupt beautiful young men in the future, but there are still 20 more movements to go. Moreover, the senior brothers are all muscular brutes. Tomorrow, make sure to find a good mountain peak for me. Oh, no. Better yet, scatter my ashes in outer space. I wish for my soul to be elevated, devoid of desires, from midnight until dawn. Zhou Xiaomeng, her face flushed with satisfaction, concluded, that sums up the 3 stages, a total of 30 sets of movements. How much of it did you remember? Father, allow me to consider how much I should remember, if I can't recall it all. Should I repeat it from the beginning? I remembered everything. 30 sets of movements may seem daunting, especially with the need to memorize corresponding breathing techniques, yet Zhou Xiaomeng committed them all to memory with astonishing ease before the end of this lesson. What lay ahead was cultivation and the reopening of the martial arts school. Chapter 13, A Fiery Confrontation. Currently, it was still midsummer during the 2nd year of high school. Yes, Zhou Xiaomeng's grandfather departed from this world during the swimming season he cherished, concluding a life filled with sins. On the 2nd day of teaching, a series of loud knocks echoed at the entrance of the Cangyue martial arts school. Neighbors passing by to buy groceries and the rambunctious children running about could see the newly appointed young master of the martial arts school energetically nailing a small wooden sign outside. In elegant script, it proclaimed, "The Cangyue Martial Arts School is dedicated to the development of traditional ancient martial arts. We possess an eco-friendly wooden dojo, crafted from natural materials, and offer authentic martial arts techniques." The master proudly became a junior martial artist on August 3rd of the 145th year of the Western calendar. Here, you can experience the joys of traditional martial arts and grasp the essence of the Cangyue martial arts foundational body training techniques. What are you waiting for? A mere 998 tuition fee for a whole quarter, just $9.98. You will become the next martial deity. The advertisement was penned by Zhou Xiaomeng, crafted with equal flair to Zhou Xiaomeng's initial draft, both of whom had become ensnared in their own narcissism, ultimately deciding the outcome of their competition over who could hold their breath longer underwater. It was only as Zhou Xiaomeng confidently approached the bathroom door that he realized it was the most terrifying trap in the world, and thus cleverly chose to abstain from this unprecedented showdown. Why not mention the existence of spiritual energy directly in the enrollment advertisement, instead of referring to body training techniques? If a new force capable of rivaling the emerging schools were to arise, surely it would attract many passionate students interested in traditional martial arts, wouldn't it? Father, do you truly believe this is acceptable? Are you not aware of the dangers of possessing something precious? Until you have grown stronger, you must never let the new schools know of your spiritual energy, or they will surely stifle you before you can develop in the future. It is only when one has sufficiently mastered their psychic abilities that they dare to reveal themselves to the world. Moreover, given that the new sect holds a dominant position, how could they possibly wish to witness the revival of the ancient martial arts, if traditional martial arts were to make a comeback? Let us not even speak of the Gene sect. The atomic sect has already transformed the body, especially the warriors with mechanical arms. Would they not weep inconsolably in the restroom? It seems you truly need to study earnestly. Currently, we can only engage in the marginal farming style. We cannot indulge in the flamboyant and ostentatious style that attracts enmity. Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment and remarked, one cannot be a mere caricature from some educational book of the Common Era. Equipped with an aura of ignorance, lacking the foresight and intellectual superiority to crush one's adversaries. I truly apologize for that. Indeed, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. If you do not venture into the streets, you shall not encounter the ludicrous young master accompanied by formidable women, and without encountering this young master, you would remain oblivious to the N1 levels of strength lurking behind him. You would not be preoccupied with grinding levels on the map all day. For instance, if you are a novice martial artist possessing the strength of an advanced martial artist, then the Liuguang group can only challenge you by sending forth novices of equivalent strength, thus ensuring your victory. Let us not ascend any further. Dear father, you shall remain the strongest novice martial artist. You seem to speak quite rightly. I find myself at a loss for words, right? You need not rush to grind levels on the map, allowing you to truly accompany me throughout the day. Is that not so? It appears the ultimate goal diverges significantly from the development of the Cangyue martial arts school. Ahahaha, does it? Zhou Cheng sat at the entrance of the dojo, gazing at the courtyard adorned with lush greenery, arms crossed in contemplation. Indeed, as a practitioner of martial arts, how could one fear challenges, content to reign supreme among a throng of feeble opponents? Furthermore, with the reputation of a novice martial artist, one cannot disclose the existence of psychic powers. Little Meng, our establishment has been reopened for 3 days, yet not a single elderly student has enrolled. Do you realize that? Most importantly, our savings are dwindling. If we do not attract more students, we shall be left to quench our thirst with tap water and the cold winds of the northwest. Is there not also the juice of daughters? By heavens, quickly retire to your room, enter the sage state, and then return to discuss our grand strategy with me. So, may I borrow your little underwear? Fortunately, I have washed all my clothes today. There will be none of the original scent. In fact, the pungent aroma of a training outfit is far more appealing. In that instant, a tall figure lunged forward, reaching out to tug at Zhou Cheng's training attire. By heavens, you perverse nymphomaniac. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Zhou Cheng darted left and right, and thus commenced a spirited battle centered around the training outfit's odor. Within the verdant courtyard, the shadows of Zhou Cheng and Zhou Xiaomeng danced and shifted. This was the footwork of the Cangyue sect, propelled by psychic energy, far exceeding the limits of the ordinary human body. Zhou Xiaomeng had been present for 11 days, and Zhou Chong was gradually acclimating to her presence. However, earnest communication with her proved futile. Instead, it led to a display of moral depravity reminiscent of camaraderie among rogues. As their playful banter escalated, when the passion surged, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. A colossal shadow swept overhead, followed by a flurry of small black shapes cascading like falling leaves. What passed overhead were advertising balloons, and what they released were the most irksome promotional flyers that plagued Zhou Cheng's mind. Can you imagine how arduous it is to clean up this trash? Zhou Cheng immediately erupted in a tirade. Zhou Xiaomeng snatched a flyer from the ground, glanced at it, and exclaimed excitedly, I have discovered a way to amplify your fame, attract students, and resolve the financial crisis of the martial arts school. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened as he picked up a flyer, studying it for a moment. The Sanshi New Martial Artist Competition. With a grand prize of 1 million, I am aware of this. Each year, the Martial Arts Alliance branches of the 3 residing cities unite to hold a competition aimed solely at those who have successfully certified as novice martial artists that year. It appears that time has come around again. Zhou Cheng furrowed his brow and shook his head. Alas, participation in this competition requires a recommendation from the branched. I have heard that the list is established and notified before the official announcement. Now it makes sense why Gao Xiong mentioned wanting to participate in the new artist competition a few days ago. It seems he has already received the notification. Does it not state that one can also compete in the preliminary rounds as an individual? Zhou Xiaomeng pointed to the fine print at the bottom of the flyer. Those who qualify in the preliminary rounds can still participate in the finals. Moreover, even if they win, they would still be novice martial artists. And not too many experts from the new sect would take notice. Shall we go? 1 million. Let's go for it. At the branch building of the Sanshi New Yunhai City, the training grounds designated for a group of seed candidates preparing for the new artist competition echoed with sounds as thunderous as a bell. Chen Chuang observed the seed candidates drawing lots for sparring on the training field, his demeanor warm and kind. This year's participants are truly impressive, particularly several who have already achieved the strength of intermediate martial artists. Behind Chen Chuang, Taisho chuckled lightly. Captain, this time, our branch will undoubtedly take the lead in the new artist competition, especially this duke. I inadvertently let my guard down, and he is likely even more formidable than Gao Xiong. Gao Xiong, Chen Chuang smiled meaningfully. Even if the two of you teamed up, you might not be able to compel Duke to exert himself fully. Taisho and Zongleng exchanged glances. Chen Chuang's insight was keen, which is why he had been entrusted with full responsibility for this new martial arts competition. This patriarch is reputed to be the closest to becoming a grand martial artist within the branch, with rumors suggesting he has already attained such strength, but has yet to undergo certification. Both men could not help but direct their gazes towards a corner of the training field, where Duke was engaged in deep squats. They dared not voice their doubts, though a sense of reluctance lingered. Speaking of which, where has that Gao Xiong been? Why have I not seen him these past few days? Chen Chuang furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Does he truly believe the new artist competition is child's play? Oh, I will contact him to inquire. Zongleng promptly retrieved his communicator, but just as he was about to dial, he exclaimed in surprise, Captain, Gao Xiong has arrived. The door to the training room swung open with a whoosh, and Gao Xiong entered with a sullen expression, avoiding eye contact with anyone and heading straight to the weighted training area. Gao Xiong, come here. Chen Chuang's voice rang clear. Gao Xiong hesitated for a moment before ultimately walking up to Chen Chuang. Captain Chen, you called for me? Where have you been these past few days? Chen Chuang asked directly. The competition is about to commence, and every one of our recommended seed candidates is striving to improve themselves. Yet you have vanished for 3 whole days. I went to challenge a dojo and was knocked out by a young man practicing ancient martial arts. Then spent 3 days in the hospital recovering. Can you believe that? I was in seclusion for 3 days without prior notice. I apologize, Captain Chen. Gao Xiong replied. Chen Chuang's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Immediately discerning that Gao Xiong's words lacked sincerity, he shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Take care of yourself. Ultimately, how far you can go depends on your own fortune. The opportunity lies before you. Whether to seize it or not has never been forced upon anyone. Gao Xiong nodded, hesitating briefly before speaking. Captain, I have something I wish to inquire about. What is it? Among this batch of successfully certified novice martial artists, are only Duke and I truly qualified to be seed candidates for this competition? I have observed the entire evaluation process of all of you. Chen Chuang frowned. Are you questioning my judgment? Gao Xiong shook his head. No, not at all. I was merely asking. I shall return to training now. Chen Chuang regarded Gao Xiong's departing figure with a puzzled expression, deep in thought. That moment, the communicator he carried chimed, and after listening for a few moments, Chen Chuang's brow furrowed into an unsightly frown. Chapter 14. The master receives good news. However, Chen Chuang quickly relayed a few instructions to Taisho and Zongleng before hastily departing the training grounds. Within a short span, he had walked into the independent high-level dojo inside the building. A staff member, drenched in sweat, scanning the area, spotted Chen Chuang's arrival as though he had seen a lifeline and hurried over. What on earth has happened? Chen Chuang inquired. The staff member wiped his cold sweat. Captain Chen. It seems that instructors Tuoba and Nye have become incensed. Incensed? What has caused their ire? It is like this. The 2 instructors had arranged to spar in the high-level dojo today. But upon opening the door, they discovered the dojo was damaged. So, how outrageous. To allow 2 instructors to use a damaged dojo? How have I been instructing you all? Chen Chuang glared, causing the staff member to hold his breath in fear. Did you not check the dojo beforehand? How could you let them in without knowing? What exactly is damaged that has incited such anger? This, Captain, I cannot quite explain it. You should go take a look for yourself. The staff member said helplessly. Chen Chuang let out a grunt, striding forward with purpose, and soon caught sight of Master Tuoba and Master Nye standing outside the dojo. However, rather than emanating anger, both wore furrowed brows and focused gazes. Master Tuoba and Master Nye were seasoned instructors of the 3rd Exine Yunhai City's Martial Arts Alliance branch, having existed long before Chen Chuang's tenure, boasting high qualifications and being among the more challenging instructors to please. My sincerest apologies, esteemed instructors. The staff here are new and rather careless in their duties. I shall promptly arrange for another advanced dojo for you both. How does the Flying Dragon dojo in the Tianzi category sound? Chen Chuang addressed them with a tone of respectful assertiveness. Yet, he received no response from the two. They merely continued to fixate intently on the dojo within, then exchanged glances before stepping inside in unison. Chen Chuang pondered the oddity of the situation. Had these two suddenly lost their wits, flaunting their authority only to act as if nothing had transpired? He sighed, recalling the words of the staff, and approached to peer inside. Upon his first glance, his pupils dilated in astonishment. The expansive dojo appeared desolate, almost beyond description. The floor, crafted from the exceptionally hard lunar meteorite produced in the lunar habitation zone, scarcely revealed a square meter of intact surface. The walls were riddled with multiple dents, and the lunar meteorite cladding, measuring a thickness of nearly a meter, had peeled away in several places. At the center lay a deep, rounded crater, reminiscent of an explosion caused by a high-explosive grenade. The shadows cast upon the walls suggested the presence of two individuals of differing physiques. Chen Chuang inhaled sharply. It was evident that two formidable martial artists had battled fiercely here. What is your opinion, Master Tuoba? Master Nye inquired gravely. In terms of sheer impact, among the many instructors in the branch, these two combatants could easily rank within the top 10. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man replied, "This must be the position of the final strike. But who emerged victorious? Logically, they should be evenly matched. Yet, the bloodstains, are they from one individual or both?" Listening to the two seasoned veterans exchange their thoughts, Chen Chuang couldn't help but interject, "Master Tuoba, Master Nye?" "Oh, it's you, Chen Chuang," Master Tuoba replied without turning. "We currently have no time. Please cancel today's dojo sparring session. Furthermore, investigate who utilized this space previously." Understood, Chen Chuang nodded. Realizing that these two veterans intended to examine the aftermath of the battle, for martial artists of their caliber, post-battle analysis was a mentally taxing yet necessary endeavor. Not only Master Tuoba and Master Nye, but Chen Chuang himself felt compelled to gaze a little longer. This dojo, Lunar Meteor, had only one recorded usage a few days prior, which was self-registered. Evidently, the previous staff member had neglected to file a report. The on-duty staff, glancing at Chen Chuang's expression, decided to completely absolve themselves of responsibility. The work log here does not indicate any issues, so I assumed the dojo was in good condition. Hence I arranged the venue for the two instructors. I truly apologize, Team Leader Chen. I have been negligent in my duties. Chen Chuang waved his hand dismissively. Such tricks were transparent to him. I am not interested in your self-reproach. Tell me who the two instructors were that used this dojo. It was Ji Wugu. The staff member replied. His name is the only one registered. Ji Wugu. Chen Chuang's eyebrows twitched. He had long suspected that Ji Wugu was a complex individual, though he rarely revealed his depths, even during routine classes. Yet, judging by the extent of the dojo's destruction, it was clear that two evenly matched martial artists had clashed, regardless of the means. I need you to find out who accompanied Ji Wugu into the dojo that day. But, Team Leader, there are no surveillance devices in the advanced dojo area. Perhaps you could personally inquire with Ji Wugu, find out as instructed, Chen Chuang replied sharply, fixing the staff member with a penetrating gaze. Even if there is no surveillance, surely there was someone on duty that day. I refuse to believe that not a soul witnessed anyone approaching this place. There are clearly significant bloodstains present. No wonder Ji Wugu had suddenly requested a 2-week leave. It seemed he had sustained injuries that required recuperation. What if he had lost the duel and was in a foul mood? Chen Chuang had no desire to provoke such bad luck. At all times, keep me informed of any developments. Additionally, inform Master Tuoba that I am currently investigating the records and ask them to wait. Chen Chuang commanded. Although he was eager to ascertain the identity of Ji Wugu's opponent, he was also responsible for overseeing the new martial arts competitions, his schedule brimming with commitments. He retrieved his communicator. Arrange for me a parking spot in the second Exine Tian High City. I must attend a meeting there. Owner has Joy, resting for half a month. What in the world? Outside the gates of the Cangyue Martial Arts Hall, a red paper obscured the recruitment advertisement, the slanted script startling a scarred man, a middle-parted youth, and another man clad in a white training outfit, his rugged mechanical limbs exposed. Damn it, that guy must be avoiding combat. Mr. Wang grit his teeth. Aside from the scarred man who had previously failed as an employee, this adept from the Atomic Martial Arts faction had been specially invited. Having achieved the rank of junior martial artist years ago and preparing for intermediate martial artist certification. What should we do? I underestimated this kid, thinking he lacked social experience. Mr. Wang frowned. We must investigate. Find out where he has gone, even if he is getting married and moving into a new home. He must face the challenge of the dueling match. How cruel. Well, let him settle into his new home first. That way, he will expend more energy. Name, Zhou Xiaomeng. Huh? You're a junior martial artist. At the ticketing entrance for the express train to 2nd Exine Tianhai City, a ticket inspector in a sleek black uniform and deep blue skirt with low-heeled shoes cast a flirtatious glance, remarking on Zhou Xiaomeng's youth and prowess. All right, hurry and show your ticket, Zhou Xiaomeng, covering Zhou Xiaomeng's eyes with her hands, said impatiently. Haha. The inspector was unbothered, extending her hand toward Zhou Xiaomeng. Miss, your ticket and identification. Please, this is an electronic card. However, when the inspector scanned it, a blurry image was projected, with only the name clearly visible while all other details remained obscured. I apologize, my identification card accidentally fell into water, Zhou Xiaomeng quickly explained. I intended to apply for a new one, but I was pressed for time and had to decline. Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaomeng felt a twinge of guilt. Zhou Xiaomeng was essentially a shadow citizen, lacking any birth certificate, and the documents they possessed were undoubtedly forged. Zhou Xiaomeng could not confine Zhou Xiaomeng indoors indefinitely. Thus he had expended nearly all his savings to procure such documents from a so-called professional. The claim of being the most skilled in the West Germany bridge was clearly a ruse. Now Zhou Xiaomeng understood why. In the future, Zhou Xiaomeng had spoken of needing to work to pay off debts. The inspector nodded, returning the tattered identification card to Zhou Xiaomeng's hands, allowing the two to bow and pass through the express train entrance. Next time you need a fake ID, come to me. 5,000 per card, valid throughout the entire lunar sphere, foolproof, and if you buy 10 cards, there's special service. The charming ticket inspector quipped, seemingly unaffected by the exchange. Zhou Xiaomeng was taken aback by this entrepreneurial spirit, realizing business ventures were indeed omnipresent in this era. Zhou Xiaomeng leaned in close, whispering, Daddy, if you win the match, I'll buy you a whole truckload of these 5D thick stockings. So you can tear them off all night long, okay? Zhou Xiaomeng inhaled sharply. This girl truly seized every opportunity for teasing. He broke into a cold sweat, muttering, Is this conversation really necessary? Are you truly my offspring? Zhou Xiaomeng giggled, waving the identification card in front of Zhou Xiaomeng. Now I'm your sister. Brother. Yes, at present. Zhou Xiaomeng's identity is that of Zhou Xiaomeng's sister. From a biological standpoint, Zhou Xiaomeng, only a few months old, could not possibly. Even artificial conception would be implausible. Hey, brother, what color stockings do you like? If you want to tear them, that's fine too. Goodness, is this really important? Why repeat it again? The implications of this title change were staggering. Zhou Xiaomeng's mind raced, and he squeezed his forehead, muttering to maintain his composure as he hurriedly stepped through the train's turnstile. That all right, brother. Goodness, I don't want to be so close. Chapter 15. Life, could you please not cling to my arm while walking? What does it matter? Aren't we siblings? It just feels highly embarrassing. Siblings, you know the audience will never say, what a wonderful bond these siblings share. But rather, this man is a total siscon. Zhou Xiaomeng remained silent, tightening her embrace. Perhaps the limit of what could be squeezed out was laid bare before Zhou Xiaomeng's eyes. A certain wondrous thread, the train bound for Haishur the following day was about to depart. So let us allow Zhou Xiaomeng her silence. When the two were not speaking, they resembled a pair of youthful lovers, navigating through the crowd in search of seats. Excuse me, pardon me, apologies, please let me through. Hey, you there, watch where you're going, don't bump around. A burly man barked, causing both Zhou Xiaomeng and Zhou Xiaomeng to halt in their tracks. Clad in a black suit and sunglasses, the man was accompanied by another older gentleman with a square face, exuding an intimidating presence, likely in his 30s. My apologies. Zhou Xiaomeng nodded, hastily maneuvering around Zhou Xiaomeng. It seemed there was some underlying issue. Perhaps some miscreant had neglected their training and was now out to play. The youth of today. The burly man shook his head, turning to the older man and respectfully saying, Leader, we should be on our way. We still have some distance to cover before reaching first class. At this moment, team leader Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting as he searched for the young couple that had just departed, lost in thought. Team leader, it's nothing. Let us go, the older man, addressed as team leader, shook his head, puzzled about how such a fortunate lad had passed the certification to end up here, however, to be so swiftly ensnared by the allure of a woman. Willingly descending into depravity, it seemed that the ancient martial arts were truly on the decline. Suddenly, a communication device chimed. Team leader, I inquired with the personnel on duty that day. Someone spotted Instructor G and another individual heading towards the advanced dojo. Oh, did they get a good look? The individual mentioned it was a rather unfamiliar face and appeared quite young. Let us review the visitor logs from that day, identifying individuals one by one. Let us start with the martial artists who attended the guidance classes, focusing on those who are relatively young and of higher rank. Understood, team leader. The train is about to depart. We kindly ask all esteemed passengers to take their seats and fasten their seatbelts. This train will be traveling through. Despite the loud announcement, it did nothing to dampen Zhou Xiaomeng's cheerful demeanor. Hey, brother, shall we play tying up in the train restroom, perhaps? Zhou Chang's face turned pale as he inquired. Zhou Xiaomeng rested her chin on her fingers, reminiscing. When I was little, my family was poor. My father was preoccupied with his training, so I ate alone, bathed alone, read alone, and slept alone. Why do I always feel a sense of guilt that makes me want to end it all? Zhou Chang let out a bitter laugh, imagining that this girl likely did not truly harbor any negative tendencies, but was merely expressing her feelings of loneliness. Sighing, Zhou Chang suddenly felt a surge of desire to make amends, saying, Didn't you say we'd be a wealthy family in the future? You seem quite excited about riding this express train. I never got to ride one when I was younger. And then suddenly my family became affluent, and I ended up taking a private jet, so I never had the chance. Hee. Actually, taking this express train occasionally isn't too bad. The scenery along the route is quite nice. Gazing out the window, Zhou Chang resolved to engage Zhou Xiaomeng in a normal conversation, albeit a bit awkwardly, feeling a sudden urge to fulfill a fatherly role and correct Zhou Xiaomeng. By the way, what kind of books do you enjoy reading? Starting with topics of interest seemed appropriate. Fatherly love is like a mountain. The demonic father, as long as there's love, even if it's dad. It's no problem. Enough. Return my guilt and innocence. And what on earth is the demonic father? I'm sorry, may I? No, you can't say anything, damn it. Today I'm going to teach you how to behave. Zhou Xiaomeng innocently pointed behind Zhou Chang, indicating she hadn't said anything. Zhou Chang, with a stiff expression, turned to see a woman with a travel suitcase, her appearance strikingly beautiful yet exuding a commanding presence. Excuse me, what did you just say? The woman replied nonchalantly, I was asking if you could let me through. I need to stow my luggage. Zhou Chang shot Zhou Xiaomeng a look that said, We'll settle this later, before awkwardly vacating his seat. It wasn't that he couldn't move upon seeing a pretty woman, he merely felt embarrassed after the earlier incident. Zhou Chang considered himself a slightly shameful, yet well-intentioned young man of the new era. Need help? You should focus on teaching others how to behave. The woman effortlessly placed her suitcase in the overhead compartment, then seated herself across from them, pulling out a pair of earplugs and placing them in her ears, subsequently shutting her eyes. Zhou Xiaomeng instantly shifted into a ladylike demeanor, gazing out at the platform with a sorrowful yet amused expression. Damn it, this girl is doing it on purpose. Zhou Chang glared at her fiercely as the train jolted slightly and began to glide forward. Resigned, Zhou Chang settled into his seat, opting for a strategy of out of sight, out of mind, and closed his eyes to practice breathing exercises. Engaging in spiritual energy cultivation without proper synchronization would yield no results. If he merely followed a specific breathing rhythm, it might even trigger chaos in his spiritual energy. Hence, Zhou Chang's breathing exercises were merely those passed down through his family. Before long, Zhou Xiaomeng leaned against Zhou Chang's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Zhou Chang glanced at her, relieved that she was slumbering, at least preventing any awkward situations from arising. Continuing his breathing exercises, the journey from 3rd New Yunhai City to 2nd New Tianhai City would take approximately 4 hours. After departing from 3rd New Yunhai City, the train entered a desolate area. Although it was referred to as the Moon's residential zone, humanity had yet to attain the capability to entirely alter the Moon's ecological environment. Between each residential city lay vast expanses of barren lunar rock. Hidden within these rocky terrains were peculiar creatures known as moon beasts, discovered only a decade ago, which posed significant danger. Thus, along train routes like this, Defensive systems were installed at regular intervals. At this moment, the woman seated across from them opened her eyes, observing the young couple, likely around 17 or 18 years old. She bore no real grudge over the earlier unpleasantness. It was simply her nature. What a pair of innocent youths, she mused with a faint smile. Since graduating and pursuing a career vastly different from her family's, it had been quite some time since she had enjoyed such youthful moments. A year and a half, 2 years. Suddenly, her communication device chimed, prompting her to curiously retrieve and open it, a small holographic screen appearing before her, obscuring Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng's faces. The visage displayed was that of a strikingly beautiful woman. But in reality, she was a flamboyant show-off. The woman muttered under her breath, swiftly shutting off the conversation mode, then pressed a button beside her seat, causing a half-covered helmet to pop out from the backrest. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about being overheard. With an unfriendly expression, the woman inquired, "What do you want? I heard you were going on a business trip and thought to see you off. But it seems the hospital won't let you go. How's it going, Yen Luo? Have you boarded yet? Thanks for your concern. But if there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Yen Luo replied impatiently. Don T rushed off. "I have a good friend over there. If you need assistance, you can reach out. I've sent the address to your email." "Oh, really? So-called good friends are either your fellow disciples or someone your family arranged at the last minute." I've already stated that I have nothing to do with that family. Allowing you to prance around in front of me is already generous, considering our aunt's connection. You shouldn't say that. That person is truly my friend, and doesn't he know you at all? Being alone out there isn't ideal. I was doing just fine before you arrived, and this time I'm merely being assigned to handle medical duties for the new martial arts competition. With accommodations arranged, better safe than sorry, especially in a place where all sorts of people gather. You should go back and refine your skills, if word gets out that you were defeated by a junior martial artist. Oh, there was a pause on the other end, followed by a tone of desolation, perhaps. Yen Luo was taken aback. In her memories, this individual had always been calm and composed, one of the 4 most promising disciples of their family's dojo. And at the young age of 23, had already become a formidable martial artist. She hadn't anticipated Ji Wugu would express such a melancholic tone. If she recognized her own limitations, she ought to train diligently. Being bested by a junior martial artist, perhaps you were outwitted into believing they were weak. It said you all just hide in your lairs to train. How could you be aware of the world's dangers? Have you lost your mind? The youngest grand martial artist of the Shadow Dance clan, speaking such words. In truth, Yen Luo was quite gentle. "Ji Wugu, I can extend your hospital stay to a month." "Do you believe me?" Ji Wugu let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. "All right, let us not discuss this any further. Moreover, my family has sent over some impressive profiles of young individuals this time, suggesting that you take a look at them. Leave me alone. How many times must I repeat myself? Do not arrange any men for me again, or I shall resort to drastic measures. Have you truly given it no thought?" "Ji Wugo, do you believe I would sever ties with you?" "I mean it." Ji Wugo forced a bitter smile and suggested, "Let us stick to the previous arrangement. If you are dissatisfied, you can return all of these. Suit yourself." Chapter 16. In public, Mr. Ji, it is time for your dressing change. "Thank you." Disrobing, Ji Wugo felt the nurse's nervousness as she carefully unwrapped the white gauze from his body. As the layers fell away, they revealed a horrifying array of long, narrow scars, a testament to past injuries. The nurse's gaze sharpened. While it was not uncommon for martial artists to frequent the orthopedics department, such extensive damage was rare, especially on such an attractive man. "Mr. Ji, I will be applying the medication now. If it hurts, please let me know." Mr. Ji, noticing his silence, the nurse hesitated to inquire again. "Oh, yes. My apologies. I was lost in thought," Ji Wugo replied, turning his head and offering a smile that struck a chord in the nurse's heart. "Goodness, how can there be such a beautiful man in this world? What were you thinking about?" Suddenly, Ji Wugo asked, "Do you think ancient martial arts are powerful?" The nurse paused, then laughed lightly. "Mr. Ji, you truly are amusing. Are there even any ancient martial arts sects left these days?" Ji Wugo shook his head, a shy smile fleeting across his face as a memory flashed through his mind, prompting a self-deprecating grin. Yen Luo roughly pushed the helmet aside, cutting off the call, his eyes burning with frustration. To his surprise, he noticed the girl across from him surreptitiously leaning in to whisper to the boy beside her. Ahem, Zhou Xiaomeng was startled, quickly sitting upright like a bolt of lightning, while Zhou Cheng, hearing the noise, opened his eyes in confusion. In public, would you mind being a little more discreet? Zhou Cheng frowned as the woman across from him finished speaking and promptly closed her eyes. Inserting earplugs, it didn't take long for Zhou Cheng to realize, as he turned his head menacingly, that Zhou Xiaomeng had also leaned back against the wall, eyes shut tight. Indeed, they were both pretending to be asleep. What a ridiculous situation. Zhou Cheng, not one to fear women, decided to abandon any pretense after being scorned by the older sister across from him. He let his eyes roam from her hair to her shoes, taking in the whole picture before resuming his breathing exercises. Time flew by, and the platform of second New Tianhai City was now within reach. The older sister elegantly retrieved her suitcase and made her way to the exit before the disembarkation announcement was even heard. This level of preparedness astonished Zhou Cheng, who had limited experience with traveling, as well as Zhou Xiaomeng, who had none. They both quickly followed suit, albeit through a different exit. Exiting the station, they found themselves in an unfamiliar area. Stumbling their way to their destination in second New Tianhai City, a dilapidated courtyard, the state of disrepair was comparable to the two-story building in Zhou Cheng's martial arts school that Zhou Xiaomeng had broken. I really don't want to lose my virginity in a place like this, he thought, but given the limited cash on hand, this was the only place that could accommodate them for half a month, including meals. By the way, what were you just saying? As long as it's at my brother's place, it's fine. So, I've booked 2 rooms. The courtyard's owner, named Meiji, appeared before them, dressed in a traditional light-colored kimono, perfectly tailored. The proprietress, appearing to be in her late 20s, smiled and said, "Welcome to Phoenix Courtyard. You must be Mr. Zhou and Miss Zhou. Please follow me inside. Your accommodations have been arranged for dinner. Please proceed to the dining hall after settling in. We serve meals for all guests at the same time." At this point, Zhou Xiaomeng whispered to Zhou Cheng with a hint of melancholy. "It seems like good value for the price, doesn't it?" Zhou Cheng wholeheartedly agreed. No wonder the reviews rave about its cost-effectiveness. I'd say it's at least 30-60. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head. It's actually 36F, and judging by her curves, she's not even wearing a bar. Guests are prohibited from discussing inappropriate topics at Phoenix Courtyard, Meiji interjected with a slight smile. Any inappropriate behavior by minors will result in immediate eviction, and deposits will not be refunded. The terms were made quite clear before booking. Due to the upcoming new talent martial arts competition, it seems this place has been fully booked for some time. If you wish to avoid sleeping on the streets, you must adhere to the rules of Phoenix Courtyard. In essence, it was a strict no-H policy, right? Fine, no problem. Zhou Cheng grinned at the proprietress. Then, feeling quite clever, he led a visibly displeased Zhou Xiaomeng into the Phoenix Courtyard. I'm too smart for my own good. With this, I need not fear nighttime surprises. However, that very night, he was indeed met with a surprise. Indeed, I am a schemer, seeking a harmonious experience while inviting readers to use their imagination and support the story with votes. Rest assured, nothing beyond ethical boundaries will occur. I can maintain control, but brother, will you be able to endure without sleep all night? I can endure. Once registration is complete, I can find a nearby park for you to rest your head on my lap. Well, that sounds agreeable. According to the rules of the new talent martial arts competition, individual participants could only register tomorrow, followed by 5 days of preliminary rounds. There are 6 groups in the preliminaries, and the first and second place winners from each group will compete against recommended candidates from the Martial Arts Alliance of the 3 cities. All right, I'll go register. There are too many people here. Just wait for me, Zhou Cheng stated. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaomeng grasped Zhou Cheng's hand and quietly asked, "Daddy, when the preliminaries start tomorrow, can you keep an eye out for your opponents?" Zhou Cheng was taken aback. Frowning, "What do you mean by keeping an eye on my opponents?" Zhou Xiaomeng replied earnestly. "You see, while you have gained spiritual energy, you haven't really been practicing your movements and breathing lately, have you? Come on, who wants to do such self-deprecating exercises?" Zhou Cheng instinctively resisted the notion. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head. "Learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. If you continue to be lazy, your spiritual energy will soon deteriorate. Thus, if you truly wish to avoid training, you will have to solidify your energy through combat. From the preliminaries to the end, you will encounter many martial artists. As long as you suppress your spiritual energy and only use enough strength to match your opponents, you will quickly align your energy with your mind through the challenges and limits of your body. Her argument left Zhou Xiaomeng nearly speechless. Besides, your spiritual energy has suddenly surged, yet your experience in actual combat is scarce, right? Even with greater strength, without the corresponding skills, one cannot unleash their true power. Daddy, you must not let so many martial artists become your experience fodder. Zhou Xiaomeng nodded, pondering her words, finding some merit in them. Fine, I'll go register now. Just wait for me here and don't wander off. I will always be by your side, both in body and spirit. Come and take this little devil away. Zhou Xiaomeng dashed off in a panic. Zhou Xiaomeng smiled, and only after Zhou Xiaomeng vanished into the crowd did she withdraw her gaze. Disappearing among the throng, when Zhou Xiaomeng successfully registered and squeezed through the crowd, he found no sign of Zhou Xiaomeng at their agreed-upon spot. Growing anxious, he pulled out his communicator, only to remember he hadn't provided Zhou Xiaomeng with such a device. Excuse me, have you seen a girl about this tall, with long hair, red eyes, and very cute? Have you seen? The artificial sky of second New Tianhai City simulated the sunset, while the registration area for the new talent martial arts competition had emptied, leaving only a few elongated shadows behind. Zhou Xiaomeng looked around in confusion. He could not find Zhou Xiaomeng. It was as if she had never existed at all. Later, Zhou Xiaomeng visited the security center in second New Tianhai City, only to recall that Zhou Xiaomeng's identification was non-existent. It was likely that her evasion of ticket inspections was the limit. To navigate through the central system of the security center was a mere fantasy. Could the security center assist in locating a black market citizen without proof of identity? The only outcome would be detention, and the process to resolve that would be even more troublesome. Originally, Zhou Xiaomeng's appearance felt like a fleeting dream. If it weren't for the undeniable presence of spiritual energy within her, Zhou Xiaomeng might have thought he was merely dreaming. Could it be that, by altering the fate of selling the martial arts school, the future has consequently transformed? A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Xiaomeng's back. If the future were indeed altered, it was highly likely that Zhou Xiaomeng would never come into existence. She could vanish into the annals of time. It was I, Zhou Xiaomeng, feeling a sense of melancholy, sat quietly with his head bowed in a nearby park. The brief 13 days spent knowing Zhou Xiaomeng had surprisingly been the swiftest, and perhaps the most joyous, time since his birth. Had he known it would turn out this way? What then? If that were the case, he would rather not change anything about the future. This way, Xiaomeng would be born without a hitch. Even if it meant working to pay off debts and remaining single for over 20 years, he would willingly endure it. Wait, why must it be so heart-wrenching? Zhou Xiaomeng jolted back to reality, springing up from the park bench. Just then, a figure burst forth from the flower bushes behind him, leaping onto Zhou Xiaomeng and pinning him to the ground. Xiaomeng! Indeed, Daddy is the best. At this moment, she sat atop him, her long hair billowing like dandelion fluff in the gentle breeze, her crimson eyes bathed in the brilliant red hue of the setting sun, sparkling with life. Daddy, quickly replenish my affection energy, or I shall fade away. Saying this, Zhou Xiaomeng lowered her head with an expression full of anticipation. As she neared, Zhou Xiaomeng unexpectedly flicked her forehead with his finger. Xiaomeng, wincing from the sudden pain, looked at Zhou Xiaomeng with discontent. To her surprise, he gently smiled for the first time, saying, "What's this? Aren't you just fine here?" Zhou Xiaomeng paused, then pouted in dissatisfaction. Daddy, you being mean. Zhou Xiaomeng entered a state of sage-like composure, replying nonchalantly, "In public, could you refrain from sitting on me while speaking? This is a park, young lady." Chapter 17. Go level up your skills, oh dear. Today's youth, it seems that the grand integration of cultures is not entirely a blessing. An elderly lady feeding pigeons in the park shook her head and sighed. Thus, amidst her lamentations, Zhou Xiaomeng ultimately grasped the events that had transpired with Zhou Xiaomeng during this time. So, during my registration period, you happened to see a part-time job advertisement at a fast food restaurant near the venue. You successfully got hired immediately after the interview, then went straight to work until now. And just happened to see me in the park on your way back to the hotel. Is that right? Yes, indeed. Zhou Xiaomeng replied innocently. Aren't you going to be busy participating in competitions from now on? But I'll be quite bored during this time, and I've always wanted to experience the life of working part-time. Most importantly, before you can claim your prize, I can also contribute to the household expenses. Right? So, I must be quite the capable daughter. Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment. In every sense, she truly was a capable daughter. Really? Zhou Xiaomeng nodded, then pulled out a bag of food from behind the flowers, declaring, "Of course, these are treats from the place where I worked. I've had my fill, and these are all for you." Zhou Cheng felt somewhat touched, opening the food bag while admonishing himself for potentially neglecting Zhou Xiaomeng later. Speaking of which, why is everything in here already bitten? That way, it's like an indirect kiss. Truly, you are still. Zhou Cheng shook his head, retrieving a burger that had several bites taken out of it, and said as he ate, "Never mind. Let us head back to Phoenix Garden. Indeed, I am omitting the segment about the following evening when Zhou Xiaomeng successfully evaded the night raid by the landlady, Michiko, once again. The next day, Zhou Xiaomeng was up early, dressed in her fast food restaurant uniform, and Zhou Cheng observed without much suspicion. He thought to himself that if he had time during the competition, he would stop by the restaurant to check on her. What followed was a series of days filled with preliminary competitions. The so-called New Martial Arts Competition of the three cities involved the third New Yunhai City, the second New Tianhai City, and the New Moor City. Each city's martial arts alliance branch had a limited number of slots for direct entry into the finals, yet many had successfully certified as junior martial artists in the same year. After all, as long as one paid a certain fee, they could opt for mechanical or genetic enhancements. Prices varied, and so did quality. Essentially, the rich became martial artists while the poor remained scholars. However, time was of the essence. Even an ordinary person with no martial arts background could, after undergoing enhancements and adapting to their new strength, become a junior martial artist within a few months. This reflected the current societal status in the era of great martial gods. Thus, as a self-registered practitioner of the ancient martial arts, Zhou Cheng's presence was indeed unique. Ancient martial arts, roll away, don't obstruct. Only a simple name and the affiliated school were displayed on the preliminary competition stage for the judges to identify the combatants. Zhou Cheng's first opponent in the match was from the Atomic Martial Arts faction, a foe enhanced with mechanical modifications. His opponent wielded a pair of mechanical arms, a common type of enhancement. With a rugged appearance, they resembled enormous drill bits affixed to his hands. To continually improve oneself, one must embrace challenges from various martial artists. Only through real combat can true strength be cultivated. His late grandfather had tirelessly imparted this wisdom to Zhou Cheng. Yet, from the moment Zhou Cheng became aware, he had never witnessed his grandfather spar with anyone. Nevertheless, this statement held a semblance of truth. At the moment of combat, Zhou Cheng suddenly recalled Zhou Xiaomeng's theory regarding leveling up by defeating monsters. After taking a deep breath, he concealed all his internal energy. The energy within him had been gradually enhancing his physical attributes over time. This enhancement differed from the physical traits gained through genetic modifications. It was more akin to the gradual improvement achieved through consistent training. His physical prowess alone had tripled compared to half a month ago. Zhou Cheng executed a basic stance. Since he couldn't utilize his internal energy, he would fight relying solely on his physical abilities. Ancient martial arts. In the face of new schools, even if an heir of the ancient arts occasionally appeared, most would wield weapons to augment their attack power and damage. What use is your bare fist, without even wearing alloy knuckles? What nonsense! Are you implying that your new school didn't evolve from the ancient martial arts? Zhou Cheng inadvertently exposed the ingratitude of the new faction. Enough talk. Let us have a proper fight. Let us fight. I relish using this pile driver to pierce through newcomers. Do you see why it's blood red? It's because I never wipe off the blood after each penetration. No wonder it's horridly stinky. What exactly have you been piercing? A nail resembling a pile driver zoomed toward Zhou Cheng with a buzzing sound. Terrified of the strange remnants on the massive nail, Zhou Cheng leaped several meters away without a second thought. Excellent. The speed of this nail's extension is perfect for leveling up my footwork skills. With this thought, Zhou Cheng suddenly steadied his breath, moving about the stage like a moon rabbit, employing small steps and jumps. Come on, don't run away. Don't use that pile driver, which has been through who knows where. Against me. Oh ho, secret technique. Furious Dragon Dual Drill 1000-year kill. What nonsense. You're just a junior martial artist. Where do you get such a technique from? Zhou Cheng, of course, was not struck by this so-called secret technique of the burly man. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng's opponent lay exhausted on the ground. Part of the reason was due to the excessive physical exertion from their relentless high-speed attacks, and part due to the energy depletion of their mechanical arms. leaving them only capable of weakly twitching. Gasping for breath, the opponent pointed weakly at Zhou Xiaomeng, accusing him of not engaging properly in battle, a blatant violation of a martial artist's ethos. Zhou Xiaomeng, unwilling to be outdone, protested, "Referee, this guy has swapped batteries twice already. Let him eat something before we continue." Both protests were dismissed, and the match went on. Moments later, Zhou Xiaomeng's opponent collapsed on the stage. Unable to rise, Zhou Xiaomeng wiped the sweat from his brow with satisfaction. His footwork skills had indeed improved nicely. No wonder Xiaomeng urged him to watch and learn. "You, remember this grudge. I will get you back one day. Next time, remember to use non-fu batteries." The peculiar atomic martial arts modified fighter did not cross paths with Zhou Xiaomeng again in the following matches. What followed were 3 more conventional opponents. Entering a skill-leveling mode, Zhou Xiaomeng, in the subsequent matches, leveled up his footwork, exhausting yet another opponent. Then he continued to hone his defensive skills, taking down yet another genetically modified martial artist. The 4th match of that morning was to begin leveling up the practical combination punches of the Cangyue style. Meanwhile, on other stages, competitors had long surpassed 7 matches. Zhou Xiaomeng sat outside, drenched in sweat, watching the battles of other preliminary groups. Speaking of which, Zhou Xiaomeng's practical combat experience is nearly non-existent. Apart from sparring with his grandfather, the only noteworthy encounter he had with a martial artist prior to this was with Ji Wugub. On that day, within the confines of the Martial Arts Alliance branch building, Zhou Xiaomeng merely relied on the abundant energy within him. Flailing about chaotically, in hindsight, it is evident that many aspects of his performance were rather haphazard. Indeed, it must have been quite a challenge for Mr. Ji, although he may have appeared somewhat effeminate. He possessed a genuinely kind heart. Faced with an opponent who relied solely on brute strength, he completely abandoned technique in favor of a direct confrontation. Truly a good person. What do you mean by a good person? The sudden question left Zhou Xiaomeng feeling flustered. As he turned to locate the source of the voice, he found himself gazing at a bottle of water being offered to him by a delicate hand. Before him stood a woman clad in a nurse's uniform. Her hair elegantly styled in an updo and framed by black-rimmed glasses, appearing to be a few years his senior. Zhou Xiaomeng accepted the bottle of water, and she said, "Please give me your hand." "What?" I said. "Give me your hand. Are you hard of hearing or physically impaired?" Goodness, this completely shatters the angelic image I had of nurses. Chapter 18. A troubling intelligence with a strong sense of grievance. Zhou Xiaomeng finally noticed that the medical staff was pushing a cart containing some basic medical instruments and seemingly a few supplies for treating wounds, simple medical care provided for the participants of the new martial arts tournament. "Now, I will measure your heart rate. If you feel any discomfort, it is best to speak up. Pretending to be fine will only be detrimental to yourself," the medical personnel stated. Her tone as formulaic as if one were observing lotus flowers through a railing. Zhou Xiaomeng stared blankly at the nurse, and after a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "I remember you. You're the one from the train." The nurse replied nonchalantly, "It took you several seconds to recall. Your intelligence is indeed concerning. I have a condition known as prosopagnosia, particularly struggling with recognizing faces." "I sincerely apologize," Zhou Xiaomeng said, his expression one of regret. Yan Luo suddenly squinted her eyes and whispered, "Do you know, as medical personnel for this event, if we determine that a martial artist is unable to continue fighting, they will be disqualified from the tournament. After all, this is a martial arts competition, not a battlefield. The organizers do not wish to bear the responsibility for any fatalities." "Nurse, it is merely that you are extraordinarily stunning." I truly spent several seconds regaining my composure. "My legs feel weak." "Such words are better left for your little girlfriend," the nurse retorted, untying the cuff from Zhou Xiaomeng's wrist and bluntly stating, "Are you only now trying to flatter me? It seems there has been some misunderstanding." However, judging by Zhou Xiaomeng's behavior, it would be quite difficult for others not to misinterpret. Zhou Xiaomeng was too weary to explain and instead focused on whether this woman was genuinely so bored as to inform the tournament that she could not continue competing. Wait a moment. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhou Xiaomeng, and he calmly stated, "I should be able to request another medical staff member to examine me again, correct?" Yan Luo, however, acted as if she had not heard him, merely jotting down Zhou Xiaomeng's participant number in her notes. Contestant 112, normal heart rate, no external injuries. Zhou Xiaomeng found himself at a loss for words. Yan Luo continued her formulaic routine, asking, "Do you require that specific type of nutritional supplement?" Nutritional supplement. Is there even a specific type? Yan Luo shot him a disapproving glance and replied curtly, I mean, do you need that particular model of genetic nutritional supplement? Different genes require corresponding types. As a practitioner of a genetic school, do you expect me to provide you with a bodily lubricant? Who said I am from a genetic school? Yan Luo exclaimed in surprise. Atomic school? What part of your body have you modified? Your limbs do not appear to be so. Could it be your torso? Ancient martial arts school. Zhou Chang shook his head. Yan Luo surveyed him with curiosity, remarking, to withstand a morning of competition in ancient martial arts. You seem to have exerted quite a bit of sweat, yet your heart rate is normal and your stamina appears decent. You possess some skill. Zhou Chang accepted the unexpected compliment from the nurse with gratitude. However, Yan Luo then shook her head, cautioning, do not be overly confident. The likelihood of encountering genuinely skilled junior martial masters on the first day of the competition is quite low. If you are practicing ancient martial arts, your body cannot recover like those from the genetic school through specific nutritional recovery solutions, nor can you equip energy like those from the atomic school, even if your stamina is good. How long can you last? Take advantage of the fact that you have not sustained any injuries. After gaining some experience, it would be wise to forfeit rather than overexert yourself and increase our workload. So, this brusque nurse, unexpectedly, is a sharp-tongued individual with good intentions. Zhou Chang could only nod. Thank you for your reminder. I will act within my limits. Yan Luo shook her head, thinking to herself that yet another hot-headed youth was dreaming of becoming a martial god without knowing the limits of the world. Following this, she refrained from further conversation and resumed her clinical demeanor, attending to the other resting martial artists. Zhou Chang regarded this encounter as a minor interlude and swiftly shifted his attention back to the other arenas. Compared to watching from a screen, this was far more immersive, a truly excellent venue for gaining experience. As for the issue of stamina, the continuous nourishment from spiritual energy to his muscles and cells rendered those concerns trivial. After a brief respite, the fifth match commenced, and Zhou Chang resolved to continue honing his proficiency in his fist techniques. This is the selected final combat venue. I wonder if anyone present has any suggestions regarding the plan from our second new Tianhai Martial Arts Alliance branch. But feel free to speak up. This is a seminar concerning the new martial artist tournament. Chen Chuang sat impassively until the intermission, not uttering a single word. In the resting area outside, he lit a cigarette. A slightly gaunt middle-aged man wearing black gloves approached at a leisurely pace. The new martial artist tournament, co-hosted by the three cities, had been ongoing for several years, with each branch engaged in both overt and covert competition. The newcomer was an old acquaintance of Chen Chuang. He was the leader of the delegation from New Emor City, the seasoned senior martial artist Luo Bingfeng, a practitioner of the atomic school. Chin, it has been a while since we last met, he said with a chuckle, not one to shy away from a friendly face. Chen Chuang quickly rose to greet him with a smile. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Luo Bingfeng remarked. Chen, I noticed you were rather silent earlier. Are you perhaps uninterested in the third Tianhai City's proposal? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Chen Chuang replied nonchalantly. After all, today's so-called discussion is merely for the sponsor's ears. If it weren't for that intuition, you wouldn't have approached me, would you? Luo Bingfeng, unfazed, responded, you're still the same. Always keen on banter. It seems the third Tianhai City branch has produced some promising seed candidates this time. Chen Chuang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there are a few, but there's still nothing to write home about. I heard there is also one of your direct disciples participating this time, after being secluded for so long. You finally allow him to enter the world of martial artists. Children must grow up. Even eagles must push their young off cliffs, right? I am quite eager to see that child in action. I hope your team gives him some good guidance. Luo Bingfeng laughed. Otherwise, if he ends up in the hospital, that would be quite embarrassing. Same old loathsome demeanor. While harboring contempt, Chen Chuang offered a polite smile. At which point his communicator in his pocket suddenly beeped. He felt as if he had been saved and said, apologies, someone is looking for me. Do what you must. It is of no concern. Luo Bingfeng replied with a smirk, and as Chen Chuang turned the corner, he quietly chuckled. Eagle-eyed Chen Chuang. Next, I intend to have you defeated by me for 3 consecutive years. If all goes as expected. Luo Bingfeng has likely fallen into yet another fervent delusion, thought Chen Chuang, shaking his head in exasperation. Martial artists are not politicians. It is rather peculiar for someone like him to be so obsessed with achieving results. Captain, I have confirmed that none of the martial artists who attended the guidance session that day were present. The senior martial artists who registered at the branch that day but did not attend the guidance session? They were not present either. We even cross-referenced with the intermediate martial artists registered within the city and still could not find anyone who fought with Ji Wugu that day. This is indeed peculiar. Chen Chuang paced back and forth, finding the identity of the one who fought Ji Wugu far more intriguing than the formulaic discussions at the new martial artist tournament seminar. Could it be that they were not martial artists from the city, but rather formidable fighters from elsewhere, or perhaps wandering martial artists? After pondering for a moment, Chen Chuang declared, "Let us review all the entrance and exit records and surveillance footage from that day. If this person exists, there will surely be a record." "Understood, Captain." Just as he had severed communication with the branch, Chen Chuang, feeling slightly agitated, promptly called his assistant. "Inform the conference organizers that I have matters to attend to and will not be participating in the afternoon seminar. Please take my place as an observer and refrain from expressing opinions. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask me directly." "Understood, team leader. May I ask, do you have something to attend to? Actually, you could let me handle it." "It's nothing. I'm just a bit bored and thought I'd watch the preliminary selections." Chapter 19. Keep going. Young man, the new rising martial artist competition largely reflects the development level of martial artists residing in the city. In this era where martial arts have become less mysterious, each year sees a surge of exceptional talents. For those from the Jin lineage, as long as their physical adaptability is commendable, they can quickly become formidable martial artists. As for the atomic lineage, as long as one's reflexes are adequate, it is also relatively easy to forge a martial artist's life. The principle of martial arts forbidding violence has long been a headache for administrators, even before the emergence of new martial arts lineages. Now, entering the era of the great martial god, without appropriate institutions to manage it, society would have long descended into chaos. Thus, the Lunar Residential Circle has established martial arts alliances. Similarly, within the planetary scope of human habitation, analogous organizations exist. The mission of the Martial Arts Alliance is to ensure that martial artists do not use their formidable powers for evil. However, guiding all lineages towards correct development is also a task that the Martial Arts Alliance must undertake. In the outer arena of the preliminary selections, Chen Chuang's gaze was sharp, sweeping over one arena after another. He possessed an exceptionally strong memory, which allowed him to recognize numerous familiar faces both on and off the stage. Those martial artists who had successfully certified as junior martial artists this year, all of whom he had once overlooked. After all, the list of seed candidates provided by the branch was limited. Hence, this preliminary selection exists to afford those martial artists overlooked by the branch a chance to showcase their talents. Chen Chuang quickly withdrew his gaze. While he genuinely admired the fighting spirit of these junior martial artists on stage, he rationally trusted his own judgment more. Keep going. Late bloomers do exist. Silently blessing those junior martial artists from the third New Cloud Sea city participating in the preliminaries, Chen Chuang resolved to observe the martial artists from the other two cities. Just then, a figure drenched in sweat caught his attention. If he remembered correctly, this person should be named Zhou Chang, the fortunate inheritor of the ancient martial arts lineage who had passed the certification. On the stage, Zhou Chang was continually evading his opponent's attacks, and the floor had already been soaked with the sweat of the two competitors. After a brief observation, Chen Chuang found himself somewhat surprised. Zhou Chang's physical condition was quite impressive, with remarkable explosiveness, flexibility, and endurance. Chen Chuang revealed a hint of appreciation, and his impression of Zhou Chang began to shift. In fact, the preliminary rounds had started quite some time ago. If Zhou Chang had managed to last this long, he must have won several matches. The strength he displayed after passing the junior martial artist certification was certainly noteworthy. Chen Chuang nodded slightly, but in his heart, he merely acknowledged it. After all, this was a battle fought entirely with the body, lacking the extraordinary recovery abilities of the gene lineage or the rapid repairs of the atomic lineage. To endure until now was likely the limit. Just an ordinary flesh and blood body could only rely on evasion to wear down the opponent. Chen Chuang shook his head. It was also a way of exhausting himself. What a pity for such a commendable physical condition. If he were willing to undergo enhancement, he could become quite a promising prospect. Sighing, Chen Chuang turned to leave, silently wishing, in any case, keep going. However, once you realize where your limits lie, you will inevitably seek to bow to the new lineage. This is the trend of the times. Speaking of which, has this young man's speed increased compared to before? A junior martial artist waiting to compete below mused. Really? Perhaps it's an illusion. Another shook his head, glancing at a man in a black suit several dozen meters away. Then, didn't that person seem a bit familiar? Oh, finally exhausted, another competitor. This young man's stamina is truly frightening. Hey, it's my turn to compete. Suddenly, a cheer drew Chen Chuang's attention. This was another Group S arena for the preliminary selections. Chen Chuang turned toward the sound, spotting a Jin lineage martial artist from New Moor City facing off against another martial artist from Second New Cloud Sea City, also of the Jin lineage. The competitor from Second New Cloud Sea City was a female martial artist, whose appearance was rather ordinary. However, for her to garner cheers from the audience, she must possess some level of skill. He thought, gradually moving closer. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as the junior martial artist from New Moor City unleashed a gene explosion the moment he stepped onto the stage. Chen Chuang was taken aback. A gene explosion far surpassed the level of a junior martial artist. How could such a competitor not have been selected for New Moor City SC team? Chen Chuang's focus sharpened. He observed as the martial artist who had unleashed the gene transformation sprouted dense fur all over his body, revealing sharp teeth and claws. This was the gene of a wolf. Chen Chuang recognized it at a glance. The wolf's nature was swift, and its attacks were thunderous. The male martial artist's movements exuded a powerful aura, instantly capturing Chen Chuang's attention, and he felt a sense of anticipation for the unfolding battle. However, unexpectedly, the female martial artist barely moved. It was only when the male martial artist was nearly upon her that she executed a remarkable maneuver, swiftly turning her body and striking with her hand like a blade, landing a blow to the male martial artist's vulnerable spot. Bang! The male martial artist collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back, clearly having lost consciousness. Chen Chuang furrowed his brow. The speed of this female martial artist's recent move was astonishingly quick. So much so that, even with his keen eyesight, he could only catch a fleeting shadow. This male martial artist's defeat was not unjust. This woman has now defeated 10 opponents in mere seconds, each time with a precise strike. It's utterly ruthless. When did Second New Cloud Sea City produce such a formidable junior martial artist? And she wasn't even a seed candidate, not to mention a martial artist capable of unleashing a gene explosion. This level simply doesn't match up. Yang Fu. Chen Chuang instantly remembered the name of this female martial artist. It seemed that after completing her 10 matches for the day, Yang Fu exited the arena and made her way out, the waiting martial artists parting to let her pass, both out of respect for the victor and fear of her prowess, although the competition information listed her as a gene lineage martial artist. She had faced an opponent capable of a gene explosion and still fought in her ordinary state. Chen Chuang took a deep breath, a sense of crisis creeping into his heart, not to mention the seed candidates from the other 2 cities. This Yang Fu alone could very well be a significant obstacle for the third New Tian Cloud Sea City. Yet, Yang Fu quickly vanished into the crowd without engaging with anyone after a few turns. Chen Chuang realized he had failed to keep pace with her. He halted, burdened with thoughts as he surveyed the remaining competition areas, failing to spot any particularly outstanding junior martial artists. As he completed his tour of the arena, the image of Yang Fu striking her opponent lingered in his mind. This competition seems rather ominous. Under the simulated sunset of the sky, the number of people entering and exiting had dwindled significantly. Most martial artists who had completed their matches had already departed to seize some rest. Outside the preliminary selection area, Chen Chuang stood quietly for a moment, shaking his head, when suddenly a figure caught his eye, causing him considerable astonishment. Breathing heavily, Zhou Xiaomeng emerged from the competition area's entrance, his sweat-soaked clothing almost wringing out a spectacular amount of water. Chen Chuang recognized him as the Zhou Xiaomeng he had previously reconsidered. Chapter 20. Different Paths. No alliance. Gulping down bottled water, Zhou Xiaomeng felt as if his body was on the verge of collapse, utterly drained of energy, with each breath causing his lungs to ache. Though uncomfortable, it surprisingly left him somewhat entranced. According to Zhou Xiaomeng, Zhou Xiaomeng had completed 10 matches that day without utilizing any of his spiritual energy and had managed to exhaust his opponents. What a splendid method for honing one's skills, he mused. That moment, a man in a suit, around 30 years of age, suddenly approached Zhou Xiaomeng. Standing before him, he smiled and said, "You made it to the end. You must have won all 10 matches, right?" Zhou Xiaomeng paused, hesitatingly nodding. then asked, do I know you? Chen Shuang was momentarily taken aback, removing his sunglasses and calmly replied, we met at the train station on the way here. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and recalled a minor incident where he had inadvertently bumped into Chen Shuang while chatting with Zhou Xiaomeng, awkwardly saying, I'm really sorry about that last time. It's nothing. Chen Shuang shook his head. Winning 10 consecutive matches in a day is an astonishing feat among the contemporary inheritors of the ancient martial arts lineage. This was far beyond Chen Shuang's expectations. He scrutinized Zhou Cheng for a moment, realizing he was quite a promising talent. And his desire to nurture such potential surged within him. He truly did not wish for this young man to squander his future within the dead end of the ancient martial arts lineage. I've watched your matches. Ancient martial arts lineage. I have also encountered some masters of ancient martial arts schools, and those who can articulate to your level are indeed exceedingly rare. Zhou Chang was taken aback. What exactly was this uncle trying to convey? Chen Shuang stated solemnly. However, have you ever considered that when you defeated a novice martial artist, you were nearly pushed to your limits? This is merely the realm of entry-level martial artists. When you witness a mid-tier martial artist from the genetic school unleash their power and effortlessly shatter a solid stone slab, you must honestly introspect. Can your ancient martial arts achieve such feats? Moreover, even if it could, how many years would it take you to reach that point? During that time, other martial artists may have evolved through genetic advancements or further refined their techniques, ascending to even greater heights. Zhou Cheng fell into silence. This was indeed a pressing question. It had once been the reason his father had left the martial arts academy. Chen Shuang smiled and produced a card from his suit's inner pocket. Introducing himself, my name is Chen Shuang, and by coincidence, I also serve at the Martial Arts Alliance branch in 3rd New Tianhai City. This is my personal contact number, should you come to a conclusion. Feel free to seek me out, and I will endeavor to guide you into the realm of new schools. Furthermore, entering a new school merely entails the premise of physical enhancement while integrating the original martial arts of ancient schools. Zhou Cheng silently accepted Chen Shuang's card, shaking his head. Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. However, I still wish to explore the limits of ancient martial arts. Chen Shuang disagreed. It is commendable for a young person to have aspirations. Yet you are overly fixated, Zhou Cheng replied with unwavering conviction. Suppose, just suppose, if one day, another method were to emerge that could supplant the current genetic schools and atomic martial arts, would you, Mr. Chen, persist with the new school, or would you embrace the more novel schools that may arise in the future? Chen Shuang responded matter-of-factly. Naturally, I would choose the updated schools. Times change, and we cannot remain stagnant. As martial artists, when confronted with greater powers, we must learn to make choices. Zhou Cheng chuckled softly, returning the card to Chen Shuang, shaking his head as he proclaimed with youthful confidence, I believe I must decline your kind offer. Mr. Chen, why? Chen Shuang furrowed his brow. Zhou Cheng's gaze was clear. What you seek is merely power, while I aspire to the pinnacle of martial arts, although I am not a legendary martial deity. Since I began my martial training, my grandfather has always taught me, a martial artist must be satisfied with the body bestowed by their parents. If one does not believe in their body's potential, how can they honor the ancestors who invented martial arts in ancient times? You pursue power, while I seek the glory of my family's martial lineage. Thus, our paths diverge, and we shall not conspire together. Chen Shuang chuckled, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder. You are still young and do not yet comprehend many matters. However, it is all right, when you see the reality and understand your own naivety. It will not be too late to seek me out again. He patted Zhou Cheng's shoulder and added, this selection is a valuable experience. Open your eyes wide and observe the disparity between what you uphold and the evolution of the times. Chen Shuang once again pressed the card into Zhou Cheng's hand and walked towards the entrance of the venue. Zhou Cheng stood still, gazing up at the simulated sunset in the sky as it gradually descended. Revealing the twinkling stars, his heart steadfast and unwavering. Perhaps it was simply a matter of temperament. Hey, Dad, what are you staring at in the night sky? Have you suddenly developed the ambition to conquer the stars and the sea? A clear, bell-like voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Cheng smiled gently. Silly, I'm not a level 5 danger moon beast that can traverse outer space. Hey, what is a moon beast? A moon beast is. He turned around only to see Zhou Xiaomeng in a fast food restaurant uniform. Her demeanor both charming and distinct. He instinctively asked, off work? Why are you still wearing that outfit? Wasn't I planning to wear it back to let you experience the allure of a uniform? Zhou Xiaomeng said with a sweet smile, while playfully tugging at her pleated skirt that barely covered her knees, revealing her nearly perfect legs encased in cool black stockings, after nearly half a month's interaction. Zhou Chang had developed a remarkable resistance, merely flicking her forehead to prevent the skirt from riding too high, firmly stating, "I told you I won't engage in that kind of behavior." "Hey, Dad, why did you censor yourself?" Zhou Chang could not help but chuckle, completely ignoring Zhou Xiaomeng's playful banter. "No worries, there will be plenty of time ahead." As he spoke, Zhou Xiaomeng nestled close to Zhou Chang's arm. Pouting, "I'm hungry. Shall we head back to the inn for dinner? I promise to warm your blankets tonight. I don't want to spend the next few days sleeping on the streets. How about we sneak into the boss lady's dorm at night? Michiko seems like an easy target, right? It should be a piece of cake to win her over. Women of her age must have quite a demand." Wow, are you trying to push me step by step into the abyss of carnality, ultimately leading to insatiable desires? Zhou Xiaomeng stuck out her tongue, feigning innocence. "But the first experience must be with me." "What about your principles?" The notion of a voluptuous young woman with a Yamato Nadeshiko physique was undeniably alluring. However, after an exhausting day battling experience monsters, Zhou Chang felt drained, his desires stirring yet lacking the strength to act on them. Thus, merely admiring the view sufficed. However, before entering Phoenix Garden, his good mood was nearly shattered. "Mr. Zhou, we meet again. If you don't mind, I would like to challenge you to another match." Standing before the father and daughter duo was none other than Mr. Wang from the Luoguang group, whom they had not seen for several days. Zhou Chang sighed, realizing it was truly a case of persistent grievances. At this moment, behind Mr. Wang stood a martial artist clad in white training attire, with rugged, mechanical limbs looming over them. Chapter 21. Young lady, do not mock recklessly. The street where Phoenix Garden is located is part of the old district of the residential city, a remnant from the early stages of development. Nowadays, most residents have migrated to areas with better urban conditions. Only a few households remain, scattered along the street, with nearly half of the places vacant. As night fell, likely during dinner time, the area was particularly quiet. Save for the creaking sounds of the old street lamps, at this moment, besides Mr. Wang and the martial artist in white, Zhou Chang also spotted the scarred man from last time, who seemed to be a senior from Kaohsiung. Mr. Wang squinted with a smile. "I've checked, Mr. Zhou, your challenge matches are currently in a hiatus. If there's nothing else on your agenda, we can begin right away. Of course, if you prefer to dine first." "That is also acceptable." Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng exchanged glances, but Zhou Xiaomeng spoke up first. "Hey, where's the sign from the last match you lost? It's already prepared." A small wooden plaque, barely the size of a palm, was tossed from the scarred man's hand, landing at Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng's feet. Zhou Xiaomeng didn't even bother to pick it up. She merely kicked the plaque over with her toe, her face displaying disdain. The words inscribed were sloppily written. "Giant Bear Martial Arts Academy. TCH, such a pathetic thing is even smaller than a nameplate. How dare you claim to run a martial arts academy? Hurry back and redo it. Stop inciting hatred." Zhou Chang muttered exasperatedly in Zhou Xiaomeng's ear. "It doesn't matter if it's big or small, as long as it works." The scarred man scowled impatiently. "Quit the chatter. Are you going to fight or not? You, foul girl, get lost." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaomeng's brows furrowed, and Zhou Chang knew trouble was brewing. After spending half a month together, although the girl treated him exceptionally well, she had also maxed out her sarcasm skill. "I'm not afraid of using it up. I might not have even used it yet. Who are you trying to fool?" Zhou Xiaomeng placed her hands on her hips. "Aren't you the one here to challenge? You were just here to return last time's spoils. How dare you show that tiny thing? Do your family members know? How embarrassing for someone of your stature. You insufferable girl. Do you have a death wish?" The scarred man was furious. He was never one to cherish beauty. To him, even the most beautiful woman was merely a tool. Women should obey and never rebel. As he spoke, a fist like a heavy hammer was already swinging towards Zhou Xiaomeng. Zhou Chang's brow furrowed. At such speed, it was practically impossible for the scarred man to hit Zhou Xiaomeng. However, this fool was attacking his daughter. That was intolerable. Even if she instigated first, it was unacceptable. In a flash, Zhou Chang's hand shot out, gripping the scarred man's fist just an inch from Zhou Xiaomeng's face. The punch had yet to make contact, yet the wrist was swiftly captured, leaving the scarred man in silent pain, astonished at the surprising strength of this young man's grip. If the challenge match is to commence, it should begin immediately, yet physical violence is strictly prohibited. Zhou Xiaomeng furrowed his brow and remarked, as a martial artist, how can you strike someone at will? What kind of training does your martial school provide? The scar-faced man had no intention of merely spectating. Gao Xiang was his favorite junior, and their bond ran deep. The last encounter had resulted in Gao Xiang being sent to the hospital by Zhou Xiaomeng's punch, leaving a lingering grudge. Not to mention the humiliation he suffered at the hands of a young girl while hospitalized. He attributed all of this to Zhou Xiaomeng. Damn it, today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. The scar-faced man sneered. At worst, we'll just face a few days in jail for a brawl. Who is afraid of that? As he spoke, a tremendous force surged through his arms. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as his upper body swelled, his skin darkening to a deep brown, and thick black hair sprouted forth. Simultaneously, his arms expanded, and his fingers morphed into ebony claws. A genetic surge. Master Zhang, please don't go too far, Mr. Wang shouted anxiously. He was indeed seeking trouble for Zhou Xiaomeng, but he only wanted him to lose the challenge match. If this scar-faced man were to severely injure Zhou Xiaomeng, the match would be jeopardized, and if things escalated further, with both men ending up in detention, would the challenge match even be feasible? However, his pleas came too late. The scar-faced man, fueled by his genetic transformation, resembled an enraged black bear, his eyes blazing red as his claws lunged at Zhou Xiaomeng. With a loud thud, Zhou Xiaomeng skillfully evaded. Retreating several steps, while the scar-faced man's claws plunged forcefully into the concrete floor, creating a sizable crater. Master Bai, you must think of a way to stop Master Zhang, Mr. Wang urgently implored the martial artist beside him. Master Bai sighed. Let me put it this way, Mr. Wang, I can assist you in facing a junior martial artist in a challenge match, but stopping Master Zhang is beyond my capabilities. You know, if it weren't for his recent months in jail due to fighting, he would have already been a senior martial artist. Master Bai looked at Mr. Wang, his expression one of helplessness. Mr. Wang's eyes darkened. What to do? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow suddenly fell at their feet, startling both Master Bai and Mr. Wang, who gulped in unison. Oh my, isn't that the scar-faced man who just experienced a genetic surge? At that moment, Zhou Xiaomeng, 10 meters away, calmly retracted his fist and exhaled slowly. This young man had knocked the genetically enhanced Master Zhang down to the ground with a single punch. Witnessing this, both Mr. Wang and Master Bai felt as if they were caught in a dream. Although Master Zhang had fallen, he remained conscious, gritting his teeth as he rose. Perhaps due to the pain, he touched his chest, the fury within him dissipating somewhat. While his eyes narrowed in realization, he understood now that Zhou Xiaomeng's previous strike on Gao Xiang was no mere fluke. This young man's punches possessed genuine power. Master Zhang was well aware of the extent of his own enhanced resistance to blows after his genetic surge, yet this punch had inflicted a heart-wrenching pain, akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle. What a clever boy, feigning weakness to catch me off guard. My junior's defeat is not unjust. Taking a deep breath, Master Zhang proclaimed, since you possess such strength, I shall no longer hold back. Zhou Xiaomeng once again assumed the stance of the Cangyue flow fist. The scar-faced man, empowered by his genetic surge, was far more formidable than the junior martial artists he had encountered earlier. The previous punch had utilized about 30% of his internal energy, yet he could still rise. This confrontation was inevitable. While the opponent from the morning match had been fierce, they had not dared to fight to the death. Although it had been a decent experience-gaining opportunity, Zhou Xiaomeng exhaled lightly, pondering that indeed, engaging in a fight was a swifter way to gain experience. With that thought in mind, he instructed, Xiaomeng, keep an eye on the surroundings. If anyone calls the police, inform me immediately. Huh? Dad? Big brother? What are you planning to do? Just watch. Ah-da-da-da. Chapter 22. I am now in a state of invincibility. Hurry. Zhou Xiaomeng narrowed his eyes, exhaling deeply as he overlapped his palms and pushed them forward to block Master Zhang's incoming punch. Ha! Crack! The moment their fists collided, a web of cracks radiated from the point of impact, stretching across the aged concrete pavement for a good 3 meters. Zhou Xiaomeng's internal energy stirred restlessly, yet he managed to suppress it. Indeed, Master Zhang's punch was far more ferocious than those of the junior martial artists. It would have been impossible to withstand it solely with physical strength. However, as his internal energy reached a level of 3/10, it had become evenly matched. Should he increase it by another 20%, he could even overpower Master Zhang. Yet, Zhou Xiaomeng had no intention of doing so. He aimed to win this fight, and on that foundation, he sought Master Zhang to be his senior sparring partner. Let us not discuss the importance of technique, unless one can deliver a punch powerful enough to obliterate a planet. Every form of strength requires technique to maximize its effectiveness. On the not particularly wide street, two figures, one large and one small, were weaving deftly under the dim glow of the streetlights. Under the genetic surge, Master Zhang experienced not only explosive power, but also maintained agility. In contrast, Zhou Xiaomeng remained composed, adeptly handling the tempest of attacks from Master Zhang. It was indeed a contest of equals, observers Mr. Wang and Master Bai, several meters away, gaped in astonishment. Especially Master Bai, a formidable middle-tier martial artist, felt a strong urge to kneel before the display of skill. He glared at Mr. Wang. This Cangyue flow's master possesses enough strength to easily defeat most middle-tier martial artists. To put it bluntly, if he were to be certified right now, he would undoubtedly qualify as a senior martial artist. You had the audacity to send me to challenge him, claiming he was merely a newcomer who had just completed his junior martial artist certification. Are you trying to set me up? Mr. Wang inwardly protested his innocence. The Cangyue Flow Martial Arts School was a key player in the Liuguang Group's current development project, and he had thoroughly researched its history. Aside from the previous master, Zhou Xiaomeng's father, who mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago, the school had only ever produced martial artists of junior status. Was it possible that Zhou Xiaomeng had secretly undergone genetic modification, implanting some rare beast's genes, and dramatically enhanced his adaptability to reach such perfection, allowing him to withstand the scar-faced man's onslaught without even needing to tap into his genetic surge? No. Such a transformation could not have occurred in merely half a month. Even if the adaptation post-genetic surgery were exceptional, it would still require at least a month or two. A month was already the shortest time on record. The two conspirators plotting to challenge the school were lost in their thoughts. Yet their gazes remained fixed on the duel before them. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaomeng had inexplicably perched herself atop a nearby lamppost, surveying the scene below. Just then, Master Zhang bellowed in rage, his muscles swelling once more. And with a sudden burst of speed, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Zhou Xiaomeng. A punch surged forth, sensing the violent gust of wind behind him. Zhou Xiaomeng deftly maneuvered his body, swiftly turning to face the incoming threat. He spotted the massive fist barreling toward his face. Instinctively, Zhou Xiaomeng knew that Master Zhang intended to finish him off with this blow. In a split second, Zhou Xiaomeng's toes pivoted on the ground, and his body darted to the left, narrowly evading the lethal punch that grazed his cheek. A thunderous whoosh filled the air, sending Zhou Xiaomeng's hair fluttering. It was a dangerously close call. However, at that moment, Zhou Xiaomeng's right fist clenched, and he executed a simple yet powerful strike, the Cangyue Flow Fist, Moon Halo. Though both were punches, Zhou Xiaomeng's connected with Master Zhang's massive arm, landing squarely on his chest. This Moon Halo punch was instinctively delivered, embodying the culmination of Zhou Xiaomeng's training. His waist, stance, and angle of the strike were executed flawlessly. His internal energy surged, increasing by 10%, reaching a formidable level of 40%. Master Zhang's body bent and flew backward, his eyes wide with shock. Bang! His massive form collided with the wall behind him, which crumbled under the force of the impact, revealing the small garden of an abandoned house within. Master Zhang's body thudded onto the debris-strewn ground. At this moment, one could see Master Zhang's eyes turning milky white, blood mingling with saliva flowing from his mouth. His body began to revert to its original state. Yet he could no longer rise to his feet. It was evident that Master Zhang had lost consciousness. The outcome was clear. Zhou Xiaomeng was still savoring the recently executed strike of the lunar halo. While not far away, Mr. Wang and Master Bai, in perfect synchrony, rose onto their toes and began to retreat step by step. Oh, where are you two uncles planning to go? Under the streetlight, Zhou Xiaomeng appeared with a radiant smile. Squinting her eyes innocently, didn't you just say you were going to engage in a challenge match? What nonsense. Master Bai had been completely duped by Mr. Wang into coming, merely to earn a little extra money to support his martial arts school. However, if this challenge match were to actually take place, setting aside the issue of remuneration, the reputation of his own school would undoubtedly suffer. This Master Zhou, having just finished a spar, was in a state of severe exhaustion. As a martial artist, how could he allow himself to take advantage of that? Master Bai declared with righteous indignation. Thus, engaging in a duel now would indeed contravene the teachings of a martial artist's self-morality and cultivation. We shall meet again another day. If it comes to another match, I have no objections. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qiang, still invigorated from the earlier clash, generously proclaimed, I am currently in my double kill phase. Come on. What on earth is double kill? Upon hearing this, Master Bai's expression turned grim, and he suddenly clutched his stomach, exclaiming, Ouch, it hurts. I must have eaten something wrong. I sincerely apologize, Master Zhou. Let us not hold this against each other. The mountains remain green. We shall fight another day. With that, he leaped onto the roof of a nearby house, swiftly disappearing from sight. Hey, Manager Wang, do you have a stomach ache too? Zhou Xiaomeng, still holding onto Mr. Wang's collar, smiled unabated. What do you want? Manager Wang turned around, drenched in cold sweat. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qiang, feeling that Manager Wang would encounter endless troubles in the future, solemnly stated, Mr. Wang, I will say this once more. I will not sell the land of the martial arts school. I hope you will refrain from bothering me in the future. With a bold proclamation, he continued, no matter how many martial artists you send to challenge me, I will repel them, until no novice martial artist dares to come and kick the school. Do you hear me? I hear you. Given that even someone of Master Zhang's caliber was ultimately defeated by Zhou Qiang, one must wonder who among the novice martial artists could possibly challenge the Cangyue school? At this point, Mr. Wang understood that his attempts to shut down the Cangyue school would be utterly futile. Chapter 23. Speaking from the heart on the streets, Mr. Wang lamented, Master Zhou, I am merely a worker. The company has given me a task. I am left with no choice. Please, spare me. Zhou Xiaomeng cast a curious glance in his direction. Zhou Qiang shook his head. It was only natural for this middle-parted man to speak in such a manner. Indeed, Mr. Wang had been relatively polite in his attempts to collect land, and even when he later sought martial artists to challenge the school, he still maintained a semblance of propriety. Let us take this fellow along. His voice is so loud that the police will likely arrive soon to investigate. Without a second word, Mr. Wang pulled the scar-faced man along, silently slinking into a nearby alley. Zhou Xiaomeng pouted, Daddy, you should have given him a bit more of a lesson. Such a light reprimand will not leave a lasting impression. Zhou Qiang flicked her forehead, retorting, We run a martial arts school to teach people self-defense and strength, not to engage in petty squabbles and incite hatred. It seems it is time for me to teach you some life lessons. Very well then. Let us return and discuss life. Zhou Xiaomeng replied eagerly. Where is this girl's mind wandering off to? Yet, Zhou Xiaomeng took Zhou Qiang's hand and placed it on her stomach, pouting, Daddy, I'm hungry. Behave yourself, Yada. What on earth is Yada? Who on earth is your mother? Thus, Zhou Qiang pondered, Who is your mother? The woman who will be my future wife. Upon entering the Phoenix courtyard, he noticed the proprietress, Michiko, bustling about in the kitchen, preparing dinner for the guests. With her abundant wifely charm, Zhou Qiang could no longer contain himself, feeling a mix of embarrassment, curiosity, and a mouth-watering desire as he turned to Zhou Xiaomeng. I don't know. This is unscientific. I truly don't know. Zhou Xiaomeng lay her head on the table, listlessly replying, After all, I have never seen what my mother looks like. And Daddy rarely speaks of her. Zhou Qiang found this puzzling. Even if he refrained from mentioning her to avoid causing himself pain, surely there would be some photographs left behind. Wedding photos, snapshots of daily life, or perhaps even commemorative photos from when she gave birth to Zhou Xiaomeng. There are. Zhou Xiaomeng suddenly blinked her big eyes. Zhou Qiang, with a grave demeanor, inquired, Then, what does your mother look like? Or how old is she, perhaps? Zhou Xiaomeng pondered deeply for a moment, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion as she stared blankly at Zhou Qiang. How strange. I seem to be unable to recall. Are you kidding me? Zhou Xiaomeng clung to Zhou Qiang's arm, her eyes brimming with tears, remaining silent. Even as you look at me like this, I still wish to know the answer. Zhou Xiaomeng gazed intently, biting her lip, appearing quite pitiful. Stop pretending, speak the truth. Yet Zhou Qiang saw through it all, knowing this was not the moment for leniency. Zhou Xiaomeng, however, sniffled, feeling deeply aggrieved, and pulled Zhou Qiang's hand to her chest, saying, Since you do not believe me, then feel my conscience and see if I am lying. It seemed that no answers would be forthcoming today. Zhou Qiang sighed inwardly, withdrawing his hand just before it could cross the line, calmly stating, We must be hungry. Let us have dinner. Speaking of which, tonight's dinner is quite lavish, even more so than last night's. Isn't it? Zhou Xiaomeng exclaimed, eyeing the exquisite meal box presented by the proprietress. That S because 2 guests cancelled at the last minute, so the dishes prepared were in surplus. However, it would be too wasteful to throw them away, so we decided to share them with other guests instead. The proprietress explained with a smile. Zhou Chang instinctively glanced around the dining hall, recalling that besides himself and Zhou Xiaomeng, there had been 4 other guests last night. Now only 2 remained, an elderly man and a young woman in her 20s. Please enjoy your meal, the proprietress said with a smile before slowly rising. As she moved, her form-fitting kimono accentuated her graceful curves, a truly delightful sight. However, Zhou Xiaomeng covered Zhou Chang's eyes at that moment. This girl was not doing this for the first time. Zhou Chang, feeling helpless, could only sip his hot broth from the soup bowl. Just then, he heard the proprietress's voice before she exited. Dear guests, please remember that the rules of Phoenix Courtyard prohibit inappropriate interactions. I will pretend not to have seen what happened last night, but I hope there will not be a next time. During rest hours, I hope you both can stay in your rooms and refrain from wandering around. Zhou Chang could no longer remain composed. Given their identities, he and Zhou Xiaomeng were, after all, siblings, of course. This was better than being mistaken for father and daughter, yet it was still equally awkward. Ahem, Xiaomeng, you are not allowed to use that flimsy excuse about being cold without a blanket to sneak into my room tonight. All right, Zhou Chang was taken aback. When did this girl become so obedient? He raised an eyebrow, adding, I have a match tomorrow. I need to rest well tonight, so do not disturb my sleep. All right. Zhou Chang looked at Zhou Xiaomeng suspiciously. Hesitating, really? Zhou Xiaomeng nodded earnestly, then smiled. Could it be that Daddy has grown so accustomed to my presence that he cannot sleep without me? Though he would not admit it, his body was already yearning for her presence? Zhou Chang waved his hand forcefully, declaring, that is completely untrue. Zhou Xiaomeng, slightly disappointed, stood up. Forget it. I am tired today. I am going to the bathhouse now. You don't need to peek. Who would go peek? You brat. However, Zhou Chang ultimately fell for Zhou Xiaomeng's trick, and it was a particularly devious and underhanded one. After dinner, he returned to his room, relishing the rare quietness, and performed a round of his family's breathing exercises before heading to the bathhouse. Given the late hour and the fact that the Phoenix Courtyard had few guests, the spacious bathhouse was completely empty. White steam enveloped the area, and the waves of warmth against his skin made Zhou Chang feel utterly relaxed. Eagerly anticipating the artificial hot spring inside, a strange sound suddenly caught his attention, emanating from behind the faux rock mountain beside the hot spring. Was it perhaps the other elderly guest? Zhou Chang felt somewhat curious, but decided not to pay it any heed. However, the peculiar sound persisted, resembling some kind of strange moaning. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Michiko squinted her eyes and made a gesture of licking her lips, savoring the moment as she remarked, I never knew that the taste of a man's blood could be so rich in texture. Mr. Zhou, this is my first time engaging in such a shy endeavor. Will you not repay me? Zhou Chongjing declined with a polite refusal. I might consider adding a bit more to the accommodation fee, but I will not engage in selling my body. What a pity it would be to not drain your blood completely in one go. I have no desire to strike a woman. Yet, in that instant, Michiko darted forward with astonishing speed. In Zhou Chang's memory, only Ji Wugo had exhibited such swiftness. The Cangyue flow step technique. This place resembled a sewer, albeit one that had been transformed. It was surprisingly bright and reasonably spacious. If one were to insist, aside from the water stains on the ground, it was akin to a closed martial arts training arena. With a fierce grip, she lunged but failed to strike Zhou Chang. To her astonishment, Zhou Chang was moving at a speed nearly equal to hers. Michiko began to ponder. Observing Zhou Chang, she noted that his physique bore no signs of genetic enhancement. As a martial artist possessing the strength of a junior grandmaster, Michiko was acutely aware of what it meant for a martial artist to have undergone genetic evolution. However, Zhou Chang's limbs were remarkably flexible, and his blood lacked the nauseating odor characteristic of those who practiced the atomic school. Pure physical condition could not account for such extreme movement. Who exactly are you? Michiko's voice turned grave. Zhou Chang, wanting to inquire about this blood-sucking woman's background, cleverly retorted, I wouldn't dream of revealing my identity to you, lest you dig up my past. Then I shall bind you, leaving delightful wounds upon your body. Watching your blood drip, drop by drop, into a goblet, slowly savoring it before your very eyes. Let us see if you speak. Can you not be so morbidly curious, you perverse woman? Michiko's figure flickered, appearing before Zhou Qiang like a specter. Delivering a swift kick, Zhou Qiang instinctively retaliated with a punch. However, at the moment of contact, a chilling current surged towards Zhou Qiang's fist. He had no time to contemplate. His spiritual energy surged forth. Colliding with this strange flow, bang, it produced a sound akin to hammers striking one another. Michiko was repelled but gracefully landed, gazing at Zhou Qiang in disbelief. You practice the ancient martial arts too? What on earth? Zhou Qiang's face was a mask of confusion. Michiko scoffed. Do not feign ignorance. Despite its decline, the ancient martial arts still have a few techniques that endure. Dare you claim that the power you used to counter my demon technique was not the true inner strength cultivated from the ancient martial arts? Zhou Qiang paused, realizing that his spiritual energy had been mistaken for so-called inner strength. Yet, he recalled hearing his grandfather mention that during the glorious era of ancient martial arts, practitioners cultivated a form of energy known as inner strength through breathing techniques, allowing them to unleash the full potential of their martial skills. The heart method was the essence of ancient martial arts. Both Zhou Qiang and his grandfather had longed to acquire the teachings of the Cangyue flow. However, to discover that there truly existed an inner strength teaching from the ancient martial arts, and to encounter a successor of such, was he being drawn into an otherworldly realm. If you possess the heart method, why then do you willingly descend into genetic modification? Zhou Qiang's tone grew heated, feeling as though a poor man glimpsing a wealthy individual feasting upon delicacies, yet still coveting the bun from his own bowl. What are you rambling about? Michiko laughed coldly, as if hearing the most amusing joke in the world. My technique inherently enhances power by refining blood. The genes implanted within me not only simplify this process, but also eliminate certain risks within the technique, even granting me superior physical capabilities. Willingly descending? This is self-evolution. Suddenly, her hair began to swirl as if caught in a breeze. No wonder your blood tastes so exquisite. You are a pure descendant of the ancient martial arts. Draining your blood will undoubtedly elevate my demon technique. As she spoke, her claws lunged straight for Zhou Qiang's chest, her face brimming with murderous intent. Clearly, the time for conversation had ended. Now it was a battle to the death, where a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Zhou Qiang dared not hesitate. As Michiko attacked, the entirety of the Cangyue flow's techniques flashed through his mind. And instinctively, his body responded. Crossing his hands before him, he formed a shape resembling tiger claws, moon tiger capture. Though it was one of the techniques of the Cangyue flow, moon tiger capture encompassed an entire set of grappling techniques, exhibiting numerous variations. In that moment, his hands, fierce like tiger claws, danced with an ethereal grace, evading Michiko's strikes with remarkable agility. During this exchange, the clash of Michiko's inner strength and Zhou Qiang's spiritual energy reverberated through the confined space, producing an array of muffled sounds. The chilling inner strength emanating from Michiko caused the water stains on the ground to freeze into thin layers of icy in the blink of an eye. Zhou Qiang had lost count of how many variations of moon tiger capture he had employed to counter Michiko's clawing assault. It was as if they were evenly matched, yet Michiko grew increasingly alarmed. Her technique, augmented by genetic modification, had continuously evolved through the blood of young women over the years, although she had missed the prime period for cultivating the true heart method of the ancient martial arts. Becoming a grandmaster at the age of 26 or 27 had taken her merely 3 years. This Zhou Qiang, relying solely on his inner strength, was able to stand toe-to-toe with her, indicating that his heart method was undoubtedly formidable. Waves of overwhelming power surged through Michiko's body, wreaking havoc within her meridians, the vital pathways for inner strength. Despite the relentless offensive, she could feel herself accumulating injuries beyond her expectations. If this continued, she would inevitably suffer severe wounds, yet her opponent seemed to grow more formidable with each passing moment. It was as if, in this battle, he was continuously refining his skills. How could this be? Boom! Just then, a tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a warm current that surged toward both Zhou Qiang and Michiko. An immense wave of hot spring water flooded into the area, as the warm water engulfed them. Zhou Qiang suddenly heard Zhou Xiaomeng's voice. "Do you think such obvious water movement could go unnoticed? Do you take me for a fool?" Chapter 27, King of the Underworld until the water flow calmed. Rising to above their waists, Zhou Qiang spotted Zhou Xiaomeng, still wrapped in a bath towel, emerging from the depths. "Oh, Dad, what are you doing here?" Seeing Zhou Xiaomeng's bewildered expression, Zhou Qiang thoughtlessly replied, "You don't know who is here." And you just blew up the hot spring, Zhou Xiaomeng retorted. I caught a whiff of blood, so I opened the fake mountain to take a look, and lo and behold, I found a woman bound by some expert technique. I initially wanted to learn the technique, but it seemed she had lost too much blood and died. Is that so? So the female customer has already passed away. Wait, now is not the time for lamentations. Zhou Cheng inhaled sharply, his entire body tensing, for he could not find any trace of my Chico. Xiaomeng, be careful. The boss lady may be hiding in the water, ready to launch a surprise attack, Zhou Xiaomeng replied. Boss lady, didn't she just escape through that gap? Zhou Cheng gasped, exclaiming, how could you let her leave without stopping her? Zhou Xiaomeng threw her hands up in frustration, retorting, aren't you the ones who were caught in the act by me? Which made her flee in a panic. Damn it, this girl's thought process is short-circuiting again. Zhou Cheng sighed. You misunderstand. The sequence of events is, he began, walking as he spoke, but it's inconvenient to discuss here. Also, young lady, avert your eyes this instant. As your father, I command you to cover your eyes. So, you two were in that underground chamber, engaged in a naked brawl? Zhou Xiaomeng pouted, clearly displeased. The focus is on the combat, not the preceding details. I don't care. I want to spar with you like that too. Stop fooling around. Zhou Cheng pinched his forehead. My Chico has escaped, but her murderous, blood-sucking practices have been exposed, and I fear trouble is on the horizon. Zhou Xiaomeng, unfazed, responded, you've uncovered her secret, and it's evident she has been at this for quite some time. Excluding today's incident, she has likely claimed numerous victims. Once this becomes public, neither the Martial Alliance nor local authorities will sit idly by. They will certainly pursue the matter. If the proprietress were to avoid reckless behavior, she would undoubtedly be discreetly hiding away, only emerging once the storm has passed. Zhou Cheng furrowed his brow and remarked, while that is indeed true, what if she engages in self-destructive actions? I and my father, a harmonious duo. Oh, I meant a pair of swords united. This time, Zhou Cheng disregarded Zhou Xiaomeng's playful interjection, his expression darkening as he fell silent. After departing from the bathhouse, the two quickly searched through Phoenix Garden but found no trace of Meiji. They were left with no choice but to devise a strategy within the confines of their room. Should they alert the authorities or report to the Martial Arts Alliance? Zhou Cheng considered the situation from a common citizen's perspective. Zhou Xiaomeng neither agreed nor disagreed but inquired, but what if they ask how a novice martial artist like you managed to repel a practitioner who has combined genetic enhancements with true internal martial arts? This would expose the secret of spiritual energy. Zhou Cheng pondered the potential consequences. Zhou Xiaomeng sighed and said, truth be told, I did not wish to disclose the intricacies of the martial world to your father so soon. However, given the circumstances you've encountered today, I must enlighten you. Oh, are we finally entering the main storyline? Zhou Cheng sat upright, anticipation evident in his demeanor. Zhou Xiaomeng, too, assumed a serious posture, stating, the world 40 years from now will be utterly transformed from the martial realm you currently inhabit. According to the timeline, 20 years from now, a terrifying organization known as Hades will emerge. The so-called Hades consists of individuals with formidable strength who reject subjugation by the martial governance of various human habitation zones. Following humanity's mastery of space technology, nations united under a common alliance, giving rise to what is later referred to as the era of ethnic integration, to expedite the development of this alliance. Significant population migrations and intermarriage policies were implemented. Alongside the unification of currencies, all ethnicities abandoned their former racial identities, henceforth merely categorized by habitation zones, collectively referred to as Earthlings. Naturally, such integration was met with resistance. Consequently, in numerous regions, lawless individuals arose, seeking to disrupt this grand ethnic amalgamation. Zhou Cheng recalled from his history studies that during the early days of extraterrestrial colonization, similar organizations had seized Earth's ultimate weapon, nuclear bombs, and used them to threaten the alliance government. Though ultimately quelled, the incident led officials to publicly declare the destruction of all remaining nuclear arms, for whether the technology for their creation was preserved or if all remnants were genuinely annihilated. The public could only adopt a stance of skepticism. Subsequently, martial arts surged in popularity, with genetic and mechanical technologies infiltrating the realm of traditional martial arts, ushering in what is known as the era of great martial deities. According to Zhou Xiaomeng, the Hades organization had secretly gathered during the early days of this era, lurking in the shadows. She mentioned that in the future, the Hades organization would surface, possessing terrifying genetic and mechanical modification technologies. A cadre of fearsome martial artists would seek to dominate all human habitation zones, and by Zhou Xiaomeng's time, they had already claimed over 40% of these territories. Zhou Qiang, astonished, queried, "Even if the human body becomes more formidable, can it truly withstand large-scale destructive weaponry? One cannot simply dismiss that notion. The technology of Hades is unfathomable when mechanical enhancements enable martial artists to withstand optical weaponry, when genetic modifications allow them to survive in outer space, and when human combat capabilities surpass conventional weaponry. Do you believe ordinary attacks could thwart Hades?" Zhou Xiaomeng continued. "Moreover, once Hades formally emerges, they will swiftly seize control of the majority of mineral resource planets. It seems they have long been orchestrating their plans, infiltrating the alliance government from the outset, and after more than a century, they appear to have systematically eliminated any weapons that posed a threat to martial artists before finally revealing themselves. Many martial artists subsequently allied with Hades, leaving the alliance government in a state of helplessness. In truth, you and the Martial Arts Alliance share a strong rapport, even selflessly disclosing the methods of spiritual energy cultivation." Zhou Xiaomeng added, "The power of spiritual energy is immense, and its limits remain unknown. Moreover, cultivating spiritual energy requires no resources, making it difficult for even Hades to counter the alliance government's enhancement through it. Therefore, as the pioneer of spiritual energy, you are, in fact, Hades' prime target." Zhou Qiang pondered deeply, finally exhaling, "Child, I cannot help but wonder if my demise would be attributed to practicing the wrong techniques." Zhou Xiaomeng lowered her head and replied, "In truth, you were assassinated by Hades." Zhou Qiang felt as though he were hearing a bizarre tale, sensing that his future was veering towards some strange development. The notion of Hades seeking dominion over habitation zones and ruling the world through martial prowess seemed utterly juvenile. "That aside, what does all this have to do with the proprietress?" he queried. "Because I found a mark of Hades in the proprietress's room," Zhou Xiaomeng replied, obediently retrieving a small piece of paper from beneath her pillow. Though burnt, a remnant remained, bearing the emblem of a serpent with a trailing tail. "Is this the mark of Hades?" Zhou Qiang inquired. "Indeed. Then what exactly were you doing in the proprietress's room?" Zhou Qiang's suspicion grew. "Naturally, my keen intellect allowed me to discern the proprietress's odd behavior from the start, prompting me to investigate," Zhou Xiaomeng declared proudly. Zhou Qiang, however, quietly remarked, "Xiaomeng, wouldn't it be a pity if we couldn't ensnare the proprietress to entice me?" "Indeed." Zhou Xiaomeng paused, then chuckled awkwardly. "I would never. Not likely. Indeed." Chapter 28. The King of Hell fears thus. "Even if I were to cleverly refrain from attempting to cultivate a favorable relationship with the alliance government from this moment onward, ultimately refraining from selflessly sharing the methods of spiritual energy cultivation and not becoming a thorn in Hades' side, the situation with the proprietress still presents a significant risk of being pursued by the Hades organization." "Is that the implication? Fear not, fear not. The matter with the proprietress is merely a personal grievance and will not escalate to that level," Zhou Xiaomeng reassured him, playfully ruffling his hair. Zhou Qiang's favorability increased by one. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered within Zhou Qiang. Shaking his head, he gestured ahead, indicating that he was not in the mood to engage in playful strategy games with Zhou Xiaomeng. It is unlikely that any overt retaliation will occur. After all, the proprietress is also involved in nefarious activities, is she not? Therefore, it would either be a sneak attack or she would hide away and perhaps open another establishment akin to Phoenix Garden. Zhou Qiang pursed his lips, stating, "Regardless of the possibility, we cannot remain at Phoenix Garden any longer, can we? Yet, we have very little travel funds. We can barely afford the fare back. And it seems that even our meals will pose a challenge for a while. I can sneak some meals from my workplace. They provide free food," Zhou Xiaomeng offered. "The outer competitions also provide meals. In the end, it's just the lodging issue. I could perhaps negotiate with the fast food restaurant staff to arrange a place to sleep at night. And the restroom has running water, so washing up won't be a problem. Public parks also have restrooms, and we can make do with sleeping arrangements." "All right then, all problems resolved," Zhou Qiang chuckled bitterly. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that my life remains largely unchanged in the end. It's one thing for me, but you, a young girl, having to endure this hardship, it's quite..." Zhou Xiaomeng, however, remained unfazed. "When I was young, my family was poor. We even squatted under a bridge. Compared to that, this is much better. And as long as you can win the new martial artist competition, our current predicament will soon be resolved. Right. With no better options available, Zhou Chang could only take things as they came. Good night, father. Thus, Zhou Xiaomeng, demonstrating her cleverness, seized the opportunity to occupy his thigh before Zhou Chang could react, promptly falling asleep. He considered waking her, but ultimately decided it would be safer to remain together. Uncertain of whether the proprietress might make a sudden appearance. Good night. The second new Cloud Sea City was one of the first cities developed when the lunar habitation zone was established, a place where various elements intertwine. In truth, the land where Phoenix Garden stands was once inhabited by early pioneers. It could be aptly described as a labyrinthine settlement. Phoenix Garden lies at the periphery of the settlement, while the deeper areas remain shrouded in darkness. A staggering figure meandered through the complex alleys of the settlement, finally ascending to a dilapidated 3-story building. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they encountered a tattered sign reading Flying Dragon Medical Clinic. The stunningly beautiful proprietress appeared somewhat pale, draped in a bathrobe, her sweat clinging to her skin. After knocking, a short, gray-haired woman with sunglasses reluctantly opened the door, grumbling, "We're not open right now. Please come back tomorrow." "Longpa, it is I," Michiko exclaimed swiftly. The woman known as Longpa momentarily froze, then shifted aside, remarking on your feeble voice, suggesting you have sustained internal injuries. "I warned you against practicing that cursed thing. Yet you disregarded my advice, didn't you? There exists a domineering energy within me that I cannot expel." Michiko's complexion paled a fraction, and we shall speak of it later. I in the middle of the night after the meeting. Michiko, having shed her upper bathrobe, revealed her elastic skin almost entirely glistening with a layer of sweat. On her back and at the nape of her neck, numerous slender golden needles were embedded. Soon, Michiko expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. Although her body felt weakened, her spirit lifted somewhat. Longpa wiped the sweat from her forehead, lit a long cigarette, and perched on a yellowed white stool beside the care bed. Crossing her legs as she inquired, "What sort of person have you encountered to unleash such overwhelming internal force? Were it not for the remaining skill of my golden needles, you would have had to languish in a proper hospital for at least half a month." Michiko gritted her teeth, responding, a true air of ancient martial arts. Longpa exhaled several smoke rings, removing her sunglasses to reveal a pair of grayish-white eyes, her brow furrowed like orange peel with countless wrinkles. "Few possess the ability to defeat you in ancient martial arts, yet the internal forces of those few are not of this domineering nature. What? Has yet another person come? Please do not inquire further about this matter." "Longpa," Michiko shook her head, "I shall transfer the consultation fee to your account later. I must take my leave." Longpa shrugged her shoulders, and although her sight was obscured, she adeptly opened the door to see her off, casually stating, "After all, I am not one of you. Your affairs are not my concern. Safe travels." The proprietress Michiko silently donned her bathrobe, concealing her unseen exquisite figure, and nodded before descending the stairs. Longpa closed the door and extinguished the sign outside. "Perhaps there are no more patrons. This light typically extinguishes only in the dead of night. I am this old town, where dragons and snakes mingle. A blind old woman walks alone, yet none dare to offend her. For she bears another moniker, Yama's feared." As dawn approached, Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng packed their belongings, noting Michiko's apparent absence, and decided to leave Phoenix Garden early. Initially, Zhou Xiaomeng intended to pry open the cabinet storing the change. But Zhou Chang, citing that a martial artist should not engage in such lowly acts, tugged at her ear, ultimately guiding her out. "Let us meet in the nearby park after the competition this afternoon." Zhou Xiaomeng, now clad in fast food attire, waved goodbye to Zhou Chang. That night, Zhou Chang scarcely closed his eyes, for Zhou Xiaomeng's movements were plentiful during her deep slumber, making it nearly impossible for him to endure. Exhibiting a hint of weariness, Zhou Chang displayed his qualification certificate only to discover he was the first to arrive at the selection competition venue. He settled in the designated resting area for contestants, a makeshift arrangement of benches. Before him, numerous event staff began to bustle about. Zhou Chang stifled a yawn. Although his spiritual energy was effective, it seemed unable to replenish his vigor. "Ah, it's you," a somewhat familiar voice called from nearby. Zhou Chang turned to see, for the 3rd time, the sister in nursing attire approaching with curiosity. In fact, the previous afternoon, while navigating the contestant area, she had overheard some information about Zhou Chang, his abundant stamina. His consecutive defeats of 10 opponents, and that as a waning heir of ancient martial arts, he had managed to endure the first day of competition, which was deemed utterly reckless. You look rather unwell. Have you overexerted yourself? Yan Luo remarked with an expression of understanding. Zhou Chang scratched his head, somewhat bashfully replying, by the way, aside from lunch, is there any breakfast available here? Chapter 29. A Debt of Gratitude. To be repaid tomorrow a great favor is not spoken of, yet a meal's gratitude will surely be repaid when the opportunity arises. Yan Luo erupted into a fit of unrestrained laughter. Tears welling in her eyes. You are truly amusing. A meal's gratitude. Do you think this is a historical drama? And a future repayment? I wouldn't give you the chance to step into my room. Well, I have no interest in medical room play anyway. Zhou Chang bit into a still warm bun, said to be the breakfast of the responsible nurse. After a brief introduction, he learned that this nursing staff member was named Yan Luo. Dispatched here from the first integrated hospital of the third new Tianhai city due to work needs, surprisingly, she possessed a sharp tongue and a somewhat acerbic personality. Yan Luo was also aware that Zhou Chang hailed from her workplace and was the master of a martial arts dojo. Perhaps in a bid to revitalize his school, he had embarked on this competition with fervor. Nevertheless, Yan Luo held little faith in him. Yet, amidst this restless society, it was rare for a young person to possess such perseverance. Seemingly fighting against the injustices of fate, Yan Luo inexplicably felt a sense of camaraderie. I recall you have a little girlfriend, don't you? Why isn't she here to watch your competition? Yan Luo inquired curiously. Oh, Xiaomeng, she's actually my younger sister. Zhou Chang shook his head. That girl has a rather exuberant personality, so please don't take offense. Younger sister. Yan Luo was taken aback. The scene she witnessed on the train was certainly not indicative of a typical sibling relationship. However, this was their personal matter, and Yan Luo had no intention of delving deeper. A chance encounter, a few words exchanged to alleviate the tedium of time would suffice. Take your time eating. There's still some left in the bag. I must get back to work. Yan Luo stood, pushing the specialized nursing cart, leaving behind a particularly graceful silhouette. By this time, several junior martial artists had begun to enter the competition venue. Shortly thereafter, the matches formally commenced. The first day's eliminations were exceedingly high, yet the pool of participants remained vast, making the venue appear quite crowded. On this day, Zhou Chang needed only to compete in 7 matches. In the subsequent first and second matches, he faced opponents of comparable skill level, continuously suppressing his spiritual energy. Zhou Chang approached each contest with utmost seriousness, the audience's remarks barely registering in his ears. On the stage, Zhou Chang's focus remained solely on his opponents, regardless of their strength or weakness. The arena was the most prestigious ground for the young master of the Cangyue martial arts school. That brat is certainly no ordinary junior martial artist. In the second new Yunhai Market's integrated medical hospital, Mr. Wang, while reviewing the diagnosis report of the patient on the bed, felt a sense of trepidation. Master Zhang's ribs had been fractured in 7 places, one of which had punctured a lung. Were it not for the current state of medical technology and Zhang's genetically enhanced physique, he likely would not have survived. Mr. Wang sighed, but he was indeed only recently certified as a junior martial artist. This is verifiable through system records. Mr. Wang had his own concerns. The last parcel of land for the development plan had yet to be resolved, and the company had issued him an ultimatum. If not resolved soon, he should prepare to pack his bags and leave. Mr. Wang was not a martial artist. In middle age, he bore various pressures, and losing this job would spell trouble for his future. However, Zhou Chang's strength was extraordinary, and it was feared that the junior martial artist summoned would not stand a chance against him. Thus, the so-called challenge battles were futile. Worry weighed heavily on Mr. Wang as he lingered in the hospital room with the disgruntled Master Zhang. Suddenly, Zhang's expression hardened, and he reached for the communication device on the nearby counter. Hello, senior brother. It's me, Zhang Ping. I have a favor to ask of you regarding what you mentioned last time. Money is no issue. I will find a way, as long as it can be accomplished. All right. Yes, once I return, I will treat you to a drink. After ending the call, Mr. Wang furrowed his brow at Zhang Ping. Sensing an ominous premonition, hesitating to ask, Master Zhang, what do you intend to do? What do you think I want to do? If not to swallow this humiliation, perhaps due to the strain on his injuries. Zhang Ping's complexion darkened. Do not act recklessly. The laws of the Martial Arts Alliance are quite stringent. I simply know that if this matter cannot be resolved, you will have your troubles, Master Zhang scoffed. If you ruin this, you will not have a good outcome. Decide whether to proceed or not. Think it through. Well, very well. After a moment of struggle, Mr. Wang ultimately nodded. As the saying goes, if my friend dies, I cannot survive either. It was a matter of necessity, was it not? In the afternoon at the selection competition venue, within the monitoring room, Chen Chuang, clad in a black suit, was watching the progress of the event alongside his assistant. Of course, entering this room was facilitated through connections. Team leader, you were right. This woman named Yang Fu is indeed formidable. She defeated her opponent with a single strike, even one enhanced by genetic traits. Among the seed players in this round, it seems that there are scarcely 3 individuals capable of rivaling her. The assistant couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Chen Chuang nodded and fell silent for a moment. Yet the assistant continued, however, it is quite unreasonable that such a level of skill has not secured a spot in the seed team for the second New Yuhai city. It is likely an oversight. Or perhaps they were merely biding their strength. Chen Chuang shook his head. The underlying reasons were no longer of importance. What truly mattered was that Yang Fu's emergence posed a formidable challenge to the seed team from the third New Tianhai city. Fortunately, aside from Yang Fu, there seemed to be no other particularly remarkable warriors in the competition. The two whispered conspiratorially in the monitoring room when suddenly, several staff members stationed at the monitors erupted in cheers. One of them laughing heartily, haha, I guessed right again. This kid has worn his opponent down once more. Pay up. How could this lad possess such boundless stamina, despite being drenched in sweat and panting heavily? He appeared to grow more invigorated with each bout. The speaker begrudgingly pulled out a card and swiped it against the one held by the first speaker, then lamented, I refuse to believe my luck has run out. Dare to bet again? I wager this kid will undoubtedly exhaust himself in the next match. Let us bet then. Haha. Perhaps due to the abuse of power, the 4 small screens were combined, displaying a young man with sweat-soaked hair. Panting heavily yet strikingly handsome. What match is this? Chen Chuang suddenly inquired. The assistant was taken aback, unable to respond. Team leader, which match do you mean? Chen Chuang shook his head, pondering for a moment before saying, You stay here and keep a close watch on Yang Fu's every match. It would be best to identify any weaknesses she might have. I need to return to the branch. Understood, team leader. Before leaving, Chen Chuang paused and added, Also, keep an eye on that junior martial artist named Zhou Chang. See how many matches he can endure. Zhou Chang, is he that young fellow from the ancient martial arts school? Though the assistant had reservations, he dared not voice them, merely nodding respectfully. Chapter 30. Young man, do you need a boost? For 6 consecutive days, Zhou Chang spent nearly all his time in the venue of the preliminary selection, entering at the crack of dawn and refusing to leave until he had dragged his last opponent off the stage, even as the sky darkened. Originally, the matches extended beyond 6 in the evening, necessitating the preparation of box meals for the staff. Zhou Chang, with an audacious spirit, managed to eliminate opponents who were utterly exhausted, and even managed to snag a couple of additional meals, ensuring that he and his daughter Zhou Xiaomeng had enough for dinner and a late-night snack, along with a few extra bottles of water. In the evenings, it was not as Zhou Xiaomeng had claimed, that she was permitted to sleep in a storeroom of a fast food restaurant. This girl had no intention of such a thing. Instead, she meticulously gathered cardboard boxes to construct a makeshift tent in a small grove within the park. Whatever happened to the young lady who vowed never to step outside? Where did this wilderness survival skill come from? Yet, to be fair, her ability to fashion a tent from cardboard was quite impressive. Naturally, within this cardboard abode, amusing disturbances occurred each night. Zhou Chang began to question whether Zhou Xiaomeng was truly his biological daughter. After all, such a deviation from family norms had not appeared in his lineage for 18 generations. Why had it suddenly manifested in his offspring? If he could win 1,000,000, he wouldn't worry about anything else. He would first obtain a strand of hair for genetic testing at the hospital. If she was indeed his daughter, he would have to correct her. If not, well, that could wait. However, the daily life between father and daughter served merely as a diversion. Zhou Chang spent the majority of those 5 days focused intently on his own improvement. He had nearly mastered the Cangyue style of boxing, yet applying the techniques in real combat revealed numerous shortcomings. The combinations of various moves, and even more advanced sequences, required constant experimentation. Not only did he test his skills against opponents in the ring, but he also observed the junior martial artists competing on nearby platforms during his breaks. Zhou Qiang had shown a remarkable aptitude for ancient martial arts from a young age, particularly in innovating upon established techniques. Otherwise, he would not have attempted to modify his own boxing style. Of course, due to his limited experience, these modifications occasionally lacked coherence, even drawing criticism from his late grandfather for being overly ambitious. Nevertheless, his extraordinary talent was evident. Sometimes, altering a well-honed technique required not just long-term experience, but also flashes of innate brilliance. As he watched the confrontations among martial artists, Zhou Qiang envisioned tiny figures in his mind. They embodied the various opponents on the stage, engaging in combat and continuously evolving the Cangyue boxing style's possibilities. Through this method of visualization, practice, and reflection, Zhou Qiang felt akin to a parched sponge suddenly immersed in water, voraciously absorbing knowledge. Unbelievably, he had truly persevered through the preliminaries. After the final outer match concluded, Zhou Qiang emerged victorious and with the longest duration of any competitor, successfully securing a place in the finals of his group. Throughout the selection venue, conversations erupted regarding the extraordinary young man from the ancient martial arts school who had triumphed against all odds to reach the finals. "You've become quite the celebrity. Doesn't it feel exhilarating?" approached none other than Yan Luo, who worked there. Zhou Qiang only shook his head. "Miss Yan, please don't tease me. Can't you see I'm too exhausted to move?" Yet, Yan Luo thought otherwise. Since their chance encounter the following day, she had kept a close eye on Zhou Qiang. She was curious to see how long this young man could maintain his dream. Day after day, she watched him step down from the ring, supporting himself, his training attire so soaked that he could wring it out. Yan Luo couldn't fathom what kind of perseverance allowed Zhou Qiang to endure to this point. Just when it seemed he would collapse, he would take a deep breath and rise again. This not-so-strong physique seemed to harbor an inexhaustible energy. Under the bright lights of the ring, he radiated a brilliance that outshone even the light itself. It had been a long time since she had seen a young warrior with such an unwavering gaze, almost as clear as water, devoid of impurities, solely focused on the pursuit of martial arts. In her memory, she had only witnessed such pure determination in one individual before. By the way, after today's competition, make sure to rest well tomorrow. The finals begin the day after. I hope you achieve great results." Yan Luo said with a smile. Zhou Qiang suddenly furrowed his brow. "Oh no. If there's no match tomorrow, doesn't that mean no free boxed meals? What, you look unwell. You're not actually pushing yourself too hard, are you?" Yan Luo adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, her gaze piercing with professionalism. Zhou Qiang forced a smile. "It's not that. I'm just worried about which opponent I might face in the finals." Didn't each branch in the 3 cities have their own seed players? Yan Luo paused, then retorted, "You've made it this far, and now you're telling me you're afraid? How is that any different from impotence?" "But I can't exactly say I'm worried about not having free boxed meals." Zhou Qiang could only sigh to mask his feelings of astonishment and lament, as well as his disappointment at Yan Luo's uniquely spirited encouragement. "Extend your hand," Yan Luo suddenly instructed. "What for? Don't tell me you want to check my blood pressure. Enough with the chatter. Just lift your hand," she replied curtly. Zhou Qiang complied, realizing that this older sister had already extended her kindness several times over. To his surprise, Yan Luo pulled out a colorful ribbon from the pocket of her pristine nursing attire and clumsily tied it around Zhou Qiang's wrist. "What is this? A token of good luck? Since we've met, consider it a celebratory gift for your success in the preliminaries." Yan Luo beamed as she admired her handiwork, revealing a charming little tiger tooth. Zhou Qiang instinctively touched the colorful ribbon on his wrist and quipped, "I never knew, Miss Yan, that you had a demure side." Yan Luo burst into a bright smile, swiftly retrieving a syringe from a nearby cart. "Young man, you look pale and weak. Do you need a revitalizing injection? Can I save it for later, to use when necessary?" Zhou Qiang inquired tentatively. Yan Luo couldn't help but erupt into a rather ungracious laugh, shaking her head as she pushed the cart away without saying another word. After a few steps, Yan Luo suddenly turned around, casting a playful smile and saying, "Keep it up, I'm counting on you." "Oh, Dad, have you really gone off to have an affair with someone else again?" Inside the cardboard tent, Zhou Xiaomeng fixated on the colorful satin bracelet around Zhou Qiang's wrist, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. "You're overthinking it," Zhou Qiang replied, shaking his head, yet Zhou Xiaomeng remained skeptical, insisting that bracelet clearly has a distinct fragrance. You can't possibly claim it's a gift from a dead gay man instead of a woman. Is your nose constructed like a dog S? Zhou Chang retorted. Exasperated, Zhou Xiaomeng, clearly displeased, exclaimed, I don't care. Dad is a big bad guy. With a beautiful daughter like me by his side, he still seeks out wild women. It seems your thought process has short-circuited again. Now, clarify who that vixen truly is, Zhou Xiaomeng pressed relentlessly. Zhou Chang had no choice but to say, let's not discuss this anymore. I can take a whole day off tomorrow. Where do you work? Shall I come by and see you? Zhou Xiaomeng blinked and replied, I also have the day off tomorrow. What a coincidence. Zhou Chang was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Xiaomeng then suddenly became shy, saying, is that person coming? Oh, Zhou Chang rubbed his head, feeling inexplicably nervous. I asked this the awkwardness a father feels upon hearing his daughter mention that someone is coming. Truly a novel experience. Damn, why am I even excited about this? Chapter 31. A useless iron spearhead in the third New Tianhai City, within the Martial Arts Alliance branch building, on the underground 5th floor. The underground levels were akin to a forbidden zone for the branch building. Unless granted permission by the minister, even martial masters of instructor rank and above were prohibited from entering. However, if approved as staff, even a mere novice martial artist could walk about with pride. Iron Hand and Brown Wolf found themselves in such a position. With their qualifications, it would have been utterly impossible for them to access the 5th underground floor. Their presence here was solely due to their roles as support personnel for this year's seed teams in the emerging martial artists competition. To their surprise, the branch minister had actually permitted these seed contestants access to the 5th floor for this event, and even provided rewards to these juniors in advance. Brown Wolf lamented, why didn't we have such good fortune in our time? Iron Hand shook his head and replied, this isn't something that can be helped. The Alliance headquarters holds a ministerial meeting every year. Our branch has been at the bottom of the rankings in the last 3 competitions. I heard that during the last meeting, our branch minister was laughed at by the ministers from the neighboring branches until his face turned yellow. Naturally, this time we have to rely on our old strengths. It feels like these guys have stumbled upon a great deal. Sigh, Brown Wolf remarked with a tinge of bitterness. After all, they had already signed contracts with the branch, and upon completion of this competition, they would directly join the branch's workforce. It seemed the branch minister had quite the plan in mind. While they were conversing, a deep voice resonated. You two, what nonsense are you chatting about here? Wasn't it instructed for you to oversee the training of the seed team properly? Team leader Chin, you're here. Iron Hand forced a smile. We were just planning to prepare some nutritional supplements for the seed team to help them recover their strength. Yes. Brown Wolf quickly chimed in. Team leader Chin shook his head and waved them off. This was the monitoring room of the 5th underground level, capable of surveilling every corner below, even eavesdropping on conversations. Chen Chuang remained here alone, looking somewhat weary as he sat down 6 days prior, upon returning to the branch and reporting the meeting's contents along with Yang Fu's appearance to the branch minister, who valued reputation above life itself. The minister suddenly became irrational, waving his hand to grant the seed contestants the benefits of the 5th level. He did not actually agree with such a premature approach. If a martial artist's foundation isn't solid at each stage, the future path for these promising martial artists would become increasingly arduous. However, the techniques available on the 5th level were indeed extraordinary. In just 6 days, the 12 members of the seed team had all made remarkable leaps in their progress. Such support from the branch for seed contestants was not unprecedented, but this level of investment was indeed a first. Overall, it was neither entirely good nor bad, Jin Chuang mused, shaking his head. Seeing these newcomers significantly enhance their abilities made him contemplate whether he should abandon worldly affairs and focus on improving himself. After all, as a martial artist, one naturally aspires to continuously elevate their prowess. At that moment, his communicator rang at an inopportune time. Team leader, it's me. I finally found out who entered the dojo with Instructor Ji that day. Chen Chuang paused, having been so engrossed in traveling between the 2 cities and monitoring the progress of the various seed contestants that he had almost forgotten about this matter. Now, feeling mentally relaxed, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a desire to sleep deeply. Chen Chuang began to feel somewhat agitated. Ji Wugu's ability to reach the rank of martial master at such a young age made him feel somewhat inferior. Perhaps he had indeed spent too much energy on trivial matters. Chen Chuang sighed. Please send the information to my email. I will review it when I have time. Understood. Team leader. Additionally, the tickets to the 2nd New Yunhai City are ready. You and the seed team can depart at any time. All right, little sister, what's the point of following this poor guy? He can't even afford to buy you a decent outfit. How about I treat you to a meal? And you can choose anything from the store, a charming young man, clad in designer brands and smiling broadly, remarked. Zhou Xiaomeng took a step back, positioning herself behind Zhou Chang and whispered, "There really are people with such ridiculous delusions. Dad, hurry and slap him, and let him know not to touch my woman. Didn't he say that when encountering such ridiculous people, the best approach is to ignore them to avoid falling into an endless cycle of retaliation? But this fool is flirting with my most adorable daughter. Can you just stand by? Weren't you the one who wanted to come here to shop?" Zhou Chang shook his head. Zhou Xiaomeng, looking pitiful, implored, "But what if he tries to seduce me? What if he ties me up and brings out whips and candles? How can you bear to watch your darling daughter's purity be ruined by such a fool?" Zhou Chang fretted. "Right. What if this fool ruins you?" Zhou Xiaomeng's eyes widened in disbelief. As they whispered, the young man truly began to act foolishly, perhaps genuinely believing himself to be a wealthy heir whose every whim was catered to. He felt utterly humiliated by this pair, having never been disregarded in such a manner throughout his life. "How dare you ignore me? Do you think you can pretend to be some pure maiden?" Zhou Xiaomeng did not allow Zhou Chang to save face, and her frustration flared. "What's wrong with being a seductive woman? Just because I don't fancy you? Look at your pale face and unsteady steps. You look like someone suffering from kidney deficiency. With such capabilities, you should go find some young girl who hasn't even fully matured. Let's see how long you can last. Wow, this girl's talent for mocking and inciting hatred is indeed divine." Her voice roared like a lion, drawing the attention of passers-by, including Zhou Chang, who was utterly stunned. The crowd began to murmur and laugh, while the young man turned green with fury. Are you looking for death? Do you even know who I am? Clearly a dimwit with the IQ of a chicken. Who knows where you crawled out from? If people knew who you were, they wouldn't be laughing at you." Zhou Xiaomeng taunted, sticking her finger under her eye and making a silly face. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Zhou Chang's vision darkened as he seized Zhou Xiaomeng's arm, quickly leading her into the crowd. He had initially agreed to this so-called parent-child day outing to avoid being overly entangled in the cardboard tent, hoping she would behave in public. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The young man, however, sneered, his voice unexpectedly clear. "Oh, you think you can leave? I rarely find the inclination to play with the antics of this foolish second-generation heir, and you dare not cooperate, seeking death in an instant." He seemed to vanish into thin air, appearing before Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng, arms crossed, floating in the air. From beneath his feet, two streams of energy erupted, maintaining his aerial stance. An atomic style. Zhou Chang recognized the young man's origins, realizing he was not an ordinary foe. "Wow, this guy's suddenly on a different level. How fascinating," Zhou Xiaomeng exclaimed, only to utter a phrase that nearly made Zhou Chang choke. "So it turns out it's not that the spearhead is useless, but rather it's a useless iron spearhead. What a tragic fool." Chapter 32. Suddenly, something was amiss again. This young gentleman appeared to have truly lost his composure due to the vexation inflicted by Zhou Xiaomeng. With considerable force, he tore apart his trousers, revealing that my modifications were merely confined to the legs. Moreover, my prowess is certainly not limited to mere 3-minute bursts. Although his trousers were ripped, nothing indecent was exposed. For beneath his long pants, he wore a snug pair of athletic shorts. As if trying to conceal something. Even if you were to flaunt your endowments in public, it would not obfuscate your identity as a quick draw. Yet, this young man grossly underestimated Zhou Xiaomeng's boundless depths of absurdity. Ahahaha, laughter erupted around them, a thunderous cacophony. In the era of the great martial gods, it was common to see martial artists traversing the streets, and disputes between two warriors escalating into brawls was a frequent occurrence. Some onlookers even hastily produced communication devices, eager to capture the scene and broadcast it live across the Star Network. Unexpectedly, the young gentleman waved his hand, and a peculiar flash of light flickered by, causing the communication devices in the vicinity to erupt with a bang, emitting plumes of black smoke. Zhou Chang was momentarily taken aback. This young man had demonstrated an unexpected level of intelligence, recognizing that such public displays of violence would attract scrutiny. However, to Zhou Chang's surprise, in addition to his leg modifications, the young man had also altered his left arm, presumably with some sort of electromagnetic pulse apparatus. However, the technology for atomic modifications akin to electromagnetic pulses was strictly prohibited by the Martial Arts Alliance, without stringent regulations. Such modifications could potentially turn individuals into combat machines, crossing beyond the realm of martial arts. Thus, the process for atomic modifications required meticulous oversight, ensuring that those who underwent such enhancements adhered to the standards of the Atomic Modification Act. Accessories like the young gentleman's electromagnetic pulse device could only trigger electronic devices and posed minimal harm to the human body, serving more as a toy than a genuine enhancement. Indeed, this young man had indulged himself. It seems that wealth breeds caprice. Xiaomeng, that's enough. Zhou Chang pulled Zhou Xiaomeng aside, hoping to prevent her from uttering anything further that would further embarrass the young gentleman. However, Zhou Xiaomeng deftly intertwined her fingers with Zhou Chang's, her expression triumphant. At this moment, with their hands clasped, no one could say anything, right? Just a normal situation. Zhou Chang was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with thoughts of the absurdity of the situation. This girl, merely to hold hands once, had nearly provoked the young gentleman into making a public spectacle of himself. It was almost divine, amused yet exasperated. The irritation that had begun to brew due to her antics dissipated significantly. Yet the young gentleman remained obstinately assertive, his demeanor indicating that he would not relent easily. Sir, my sister has a rather impulsive nature. I hope you won't take offense. She means no harm. Zhou Chang said apologetically. The young gentleman sneered. This girl has a loose tongue. One day, she will offend someone she ought not to. Rather than wait for that, I might as well teach her a lesson today. The air around his feet suddenly transformed into a pale blue hue, surging forth like a launched arrow. A loose tongue deserves a reprimand. Gasps echoed around them. Zhou Chang's gaze narrowed, his body instinctively leaning forward as his right hand formed a powerful claw. Just as the young gentleman was about to succeed in his assault, Zhou Chang seized his wrist and swiftly yanked his arm downward with the precision of a blade. Moon Tiger capture, falling tiger stance. With a resounding thud, the young gentleman's entire body collided with the hard stone pavement, leaving a distinct imprint of his form. Fragments of stone flew, and a cloud of fine dust radiated outward like ripples. Even reprimands are not for you to dispense. I shall manage my own affairs. As a martial artist, your conduct is lacking. The young gentleman lay sprawled on the ground, slow to rise, yet his voice dripped with mockery. Virtue of martial arts. You say? Suddenly, his modified left arm shot upward, puncturing the air with a deep blue flame erupting from his elbow, the speed of his punch astonishingly swift. Don't make me laugh. Moon Tiger capture. Tiger swings dragon. In an instant, Zhou Chang's claw once again caught the young gentleman's fierce punch. With a sudden twist of his waist, he harnessed the momentum of the incoming strike, lifting the young gentleman off the ground and slamming him back down. Bang! This marked the second time a bystander felt the tremors of terror from the impact left on the ground. For an ordinary person, such a blow would likely result in severe internal injuries, if not fatality. However, for a new school martial artist, even a novice would not succumb to death so easily. That hurts, you bastard. The young gentleman's legs propelled him upwards once more, extending his left hand while his right hand grasped his wrist. At this moment, the skin along his left arm ruptured, revealing a pitch-black metallic limb. The fingers of this arm elongated, and a small aperture appeared in the palm. I shouldn't have engaged you in close combat. The young gentleman spat blood. Boom! From the palm of his hand erupted a torrent of crimson flame. The flame surged forth like a dragon, directed straight at Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng in that perilous instant. Zhou Chang instinctively scooped up Zhou Xiaomeng and leapt backward with all his might. The flame swept past, charring the trees in the greenbelt before them. The onlookers, terrified by the young gentleman's assault, screamed and scattered, leaving the street desolate, accompanied by the blaring of alarm bells. Who exactly is this guy? Typical atomic school martial artists are not permitted such extensive modifications. Zhou Chang frowned, retrieving the junior martial artist certification badge from his person, quickly activating it to assess the young gentleman's status. Assessment failed. This individual was not within the Martial Arts Alliance's certification system. The extent of this young gentleman's modifications would cause any junior martial artist to kneel before him. The power he exhibited during his previous punch surpassed even that of Master Zheng at his peak. How could such a person possibly evade the Martial Arts Alliance's scrutiny? Either he had not undergone certification, or perhaps this young gentleman was not a martial artist from the lunar residential circle. That moment, a gust of wind surged ominously from behind. Zhou Qiang instinctively turned, only to find sharp claws poised to strike. He had not anticipated this ambush, because it was executed with such suddenness and cunning. Boom. But the figure behind the ambush was instantly sent careening into a nearby lamppost. It was Zhou Xiaomeng. Zhou Qiang inhaled sharply, recalling that Zhou Xiaomeng's combat prowess was not inferior to his own. In fact, he suspected she had held back in their sparring sessions. I told you, how can there be such an idiot in this world? Zhou Xiaomeng sneered. Who sent you here? Chapter 33. Family teachings. Rising from beneath the shattered lamppost was a man clad in a yellow trench coat, his face obscured by a half-white mask. The so-called claws were not his fingers, but rather 4 metallic talons that emerged from the joints of his fists. The burly man shook his head vigorously, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Instead of responding to Zhou Xiaomeng's inquiry, he directed his gaze toward the young gentleman hovering above. You had countless opportunities to strike, yet you chose to engage in such trivial antics. Isn't that rather amusing? The young gentleman replied with a sinister grin. Besides, these two prey are far more intriguing than reported. Wouldn't you agree? Their exchange was fully audible to Zhou Qiang and Zhou Xiaomeng, while the specifics remained unclear. It was evident that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, compelling both the young gentleman and the man in yellow to confront them. Could it be the Minotaur S-men? Zhou Qiang mused, maintaining a vigilant watch on the duo. Zhou Xiaomeng's eyes darted, her expression uncertain. Nonetheless, it was clear that the intentions of these two were lethal. The yellow-clad man then bellowed, "Don't waste time. Finish this swiftly. That S in order. All right, it's not my fault you're half a level above me." The young gentleman feigned resignation, his metallic palm opening once more as he waved. "Farewell, my friends." If the previous flame attack could be likened to a mere flicker of fire, then this time, the onslaught of flames resembled a colossal fire dragon. A tremendous wave of fire surged forth towards Zhou Qiang and Zhou Xiaomeng, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape for the two. Boom. Following the eruption of flames, 2 connected shops on the street were utterly obliterated. The immense tremor caused the very ground beneath them to quiver. All right, that's a wrap. The young master exhaled into the palm of his metallic arm. Unexpectedly, the burly man in the trench coat coldly remarked, "They've escaped, you fool." It is said that practitioners of the genetic faction rely on physical attacks, while those of the atomic faction wield magical assaults. It appears that this holds true. In the shadows, Zhou Qiang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, compared to this young master's assault. The attacks of the atomic faction warriors in the New Wave Martial Arts Grand Tournament were but child's play. "Dad, may I borrow your martial artist badge for a moment?" Zhou Xiaomeng suddenly inquired. "I've checked, and it seems these two do not possess certified martial artist status." Zhou Qiang shook his head, but handed the badge to Zhou Xiaomeng. As she activated the badge, thanks to Zhou Qiang's prior authentication, she faced no hindrance in her subsequent operations. There are many instances where individuals lack certification. Some have indeed failed their assessments or are not practitioners from the Lunar Circle. Yet there exists another possibility. Zhou Qiang suddenly realized, "You mean, those who committed crimes and had their martial artist qualifications revoked by the Martial Arts Alliance?" Zhou Xiaomeng nodded, and the badge projected a palm-sized holographic screen into the air. Moments later, she found the information. The first individual is named Jiaoying, nicknamed Fire Serpent, and the other is Ma Yang, known as Diamond Claw. Both are wanted by the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhou Qiang looked at the details and was taken aback. The records indicated that Fire Serpent and Diamond Claw had a long list of crimes, with the death toll exceeding 10. Furthermore, the term assassin was stamped next to their identities. What on earth? Did someone hire assassins to kill us? Zhou Qiang, still a mere 17 or 18-year-old, couldn't help but feel a twinge of panic amid the gravity of the situation. After all, just over half a month ago, he was a commoner, troubled by the plight of sustaining his martial arts school. Could it be that the landlady hired them? Zhou Qiang instinctively thought of the adversarial Meiji, someone associated with the underworld organization. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head, dismissing his theory. The underworld members are quite arrogant. If it were their matter, they would resolve it themselves. Hiring assassins is looked down upon within their ranks. It's unlikely to involve Meiji. Dad, who else might you have crossed paths with at that moment? They exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke. Liuguang Group. Zhou Qiang felt a sense of helplessness. Hiring assassins merely for the sake of acquiring a piece of land seemed utterly absurd. Zhou Xiaomeng, however, appeared unfazed. The accumulation of primitive capital has always been accompanied by bloody invasions. Don't you understand this principle, Dad? Zhou Chang shook his head. Everyone understands such principles. However, understanding and experiencing them firsthand are entirely different matters. Just consider me a delicate soul. Zhou Xiaomeng playfully patted Zhou Chang's head. If you were so fragile, you would have lamented your fate long ago, taking the path of a delinquent before our great-grandfather passed away. Zhou Chang chuckled, surveying their surroundings. Let us move on. Lingering here in the sewers isn't advisable. Aren't you worried, Dad? Zhou Chang flicked Zhou Xiaomeng's forehead, stating, it's high time to impart the family teachings of the Zhou clan. Isn't it natural to do so? Oh, how did you know? Right, you're my daughter. Isn't this setup fantastic? Just to clarify, I absolutely will not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Moreover, I must correct your unsavory tendencies. Just as Zhou Xiaomeng was about to respond, a resounding crash echoed through the sewer. Accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, "At last, I've tracked down you two little mice." A chilling voice emerged, none other than Diamond Claw, one of the assassins. What a delightful find. The other assassin, naturally, was Fire Serpent, whose voice resonated from another passage. The two assassins blocked Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng's escape routes, their faces etched with murderous intent. How infuriating. This is clearly the perfect opportunity to build rapport. Zhou Xiaomeng glared at Fire Serpent with displeasure, declaring, leave this fool to me. Dad, you handle the other one. This time, it's not merely a spectator sport. We must give it our all. After all, they are assassins. The sewer's confined space diminished Fire Serpent's advantage of aerial mobility, leaving only his fiery attacks to contend with. Zhou Xiaomeng, having arrived from 40 years in the future, still concealed secrets about her own abilities, rendering her strength a mystery. Yet, she instinctively felt that dealing with Fire Serpent would not pose too great a challenge. All right, be careful, Zhou Chang nodded. The two stood back to back, each facing their own adversary. Dad, let us compete to see who can defeat our opponent first. The loser has to sleep on the couch tonight. Whoa, after all this time, that day wasn't about sleeping on the couch, of course, it was a very innocent sleep. Silver Moon Flow, 23rd style, Meteoric Moon. Zhou Xiaomeng executed her technique, nearly causing Zhou Chang to lose his footing in the sewer. Upon witnessing her opening move, he recognized it as a variation from his own martial arts style. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhou Xiaomeng dashed along the edge of the water channel, her body weaving left and right at high speed. Zhou Chang's attention was abruptly drawn back, for Diamond Claw was already upon them, having leapt onto the wall and gliding towards him from the side. Despite Diamond Claw's robust physique, he was an assassin at heart, and his speed was astonishing. Long before he arrived, Zhou Chang sensed an intense wave of danger creeping into his heart. Yet, he remained undeterred, executing the Meteoric Moon technique without hesitation. Meteoric Moon emphasizes the swift execution of movement, ranking 23rd among the 36 styles of Silver Moon Flow, both in terms of power and the difficulty of mastery, far surpassing the preceding 15 styles. Zhou Chang had spent a month and a half honing this technique to the point where his late grandfather had deemed his execution barely acceptable. A surge of energy, like a tidal wave, enveloped his fist. Eye in the dimly lit sewer, it emanated a glow reminiscent of a moon halo, not blinding, yet akin to the bright moon amidst darkness. Before Diamond Claw could even reach him, a flurry of sharp claws was already in motion, weaving a dense net of claw shadows. Nevertheless, the moonlit aura carved a beautiful arc that landed squarely upon Diamond Claw's shoulder. Ha! Zhou Chang's fist struck true against his opponent's shoulder, generating a muted thud. Faced with an assassin intent on killing him, Zhou Chang could not afford to hold back his energy as if he were in a tournament. This punch unleashed nearly 70% of his power. Diamond Claw lost his balance, flying backward and crashing into the wall, leaving a shallow groove in his wake. Having not executed Meteoric Moon in quite some time, Zhou Chang felt unsatisfied with the precision of his strike. Yet, in that moment, Diamond Claw stood once more. His left shoulder sagged slightly, evidence of the punch's unexpected force. You don't match the profile of your dossier. Diamond Claw's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy. Was it the Liuguang group that sent you to kill me? Zhou Chang seized the opportunity to inquire. Heaven knows, before he could complete the word no, Diamond Claw leapt forward, akin to an eagle swooping down. his speed and cunning making it impossible to evade. This was a finely honed killing move. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaomeng's battle with Fire Serpent took a dramatic turn as flames erupted from the sewer passage, casting flickering shadows upon the water's surface, which danced with the flowing current, fragmented into myriad glimmers of light. Distracted by his concerns for Zhou Xiaomeng, Zhou Chang was ill-prepared for Diamond Claw's attack. In a hasty moment, he felt 2 sharp gashes cut across his body, searing pain igniting his nerves. TSK, your distractions will lead to your demise, but rest assured, once I deal with you, I will swiftly send that woman to the underworld to accompany you. Diamond Claw's hands intertwined, the sharp claws still smeared with the remnants of Zhou Chang's flesh. He arrived, nearly twice as fast as at the onset, his entire being akin to a malevolent spirit capable of traversing dimensions. His footsteps as light as a feather. A pair of sharp claws materialized before Zhou Chang's eyes, and an aura of chilling dread surged through him. Am I to die? Little Meng too? What nonsense is this? Almost instinctively, Zhou Chang's pupils constricted slightly, yet in that fleeting moment, he closed his eyes and stepped back, as if struck by a flash of lightning when the golden claws were about to rend his forehead. He felt nothing but emptiness where they should have been, as if he had merely torn through a wisp of illusion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the golden claws suddenly felt a stinging pain upon his cheek. It was a punch thrown, the resultant whirlwind sharp as a blade. The consciousness of the golden claws seemed to arrive at this moment. For a pain more excruciating than any he had ever known in his life instantaneously robbed him of all sensation in his features. His entire body felt as though it were being pounded by colossal iron hammers plummeting from the heavens. A thunderous roar echoed through the corridor, each sound reverberating with urgency. The arrival was as sudden as its disappearance. Halting abruptly, Zhou Chang exhaled softly. The body of the golden claws lay beneath his feet, akin to a lifeless mass, the water from the drain nearly engulfing its face. Zhou Chang lifted his leg and kicked the creature over, revealing its chest, which was riddled with indentations from fists. His gaze narrowed. Zhou Chang, remember our family's martial arts. From the 30th stance onward, they are methods of killing. Master them if you must. But it is best not to use them if possible. Zhou Chang silently contemplated the now unconscious golden claws, sighing heavily. But Grandpa, I still use them. He shook his head abruptly, realizing that his innate obsession with martial arts might have concealed a hint of cold-bloodedness he had yet to recognize. The golden claws lay on the ground, barely breathing. A mere light punch could extinguish its life. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Chang felt not fear, but a thrilling excitement that terrified him. Blood surged, with just one punch. A single punch could obliterate a life. He raised his fist. Amidst the dimness, a soft hand flashed like a meteor, gently clasping his fist. Zhou Chang looked up in bewilderment, only to find Zhou Yaodo's smiling face mere inches away. Little Meng cradled Zhou Chang's fist before her, softly saying, Daddy's fist is meant to protect little Meng, not to take lives. Have you forgotten? Zhou Chang felt a jolt, a chill instantly coursing down his spine. As though he had plunged into an ice cellar, his back was inexplicably drenched. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. Even if you say that, could you please not place my hand on your chest? No, I've not been developing well recently. I'm almost turning into a princess. Daddy, please help me grow big. Aren't you fond of the giant? Beep. What about your principles? Zhou Chang swiftly retracted his hand, feeling utterly flustered. He gasped for the murky air in the narrow waterway, silently reciting the mantra of serene clarity. Though still haunted by his previous trance-like state, little Meng's antics had alleviated his tension considerably. Right, what about the fire serpent? Oh, wait. Little Meng dashed away and soon returned, dragging the fire serpent out like a dead fish. Before Zhou Chang's eyes lay the fire serpent, its mechanical legs completely shattered, and its metallic arms broken at the elbows. Rolling its eyes and frothing at the mouth, it lay utterly unconscious. Little Meng patted her chest, saying, Don't worry, I only made it faint. It's not dead, not dead. What to do with these two? Zhou Chang furrowed his brows. Little Meng's eyes twinkled as she whispered a few words into Zhou Chang's ear, and after a moment of contemplation, he found her suggestion sound and agreed. A series of urgent sounds erupted, the rapid approach of police cars, 3 in total. In no time, 6 officers emerged from the vehicles, one of whom solemnly inquired, who reported the presence of murderers among the crowd. An elderly man wearing glasses timidly raised his hand, pointing to a nearby sewer entrance. Beside it, A piece of cardboard read, "There are 2 murderers, namely the explosive fire serpent and golden claw." The officer was taken aback. Cursing, "This is clearly a prank, and you actually reported it." However, a rookie officer, having unexpectedly ventured into the sewer and returned, raised his hand and declared, "Report, there are indeed 2 individuals down there. After verification, they are confirmed to be the wanted criminals Fire Serpent and Golden Claw." Oh my, this could lead to a promotion. You did exceptionally well this time, deserving of praise. Thank you, Captain. Chapter 35, Little Meng Meng Flow, Illusion. Captain Long had occupied his position for a full 13 years. Having given up on promotion and resigned himself to retirement, only to unexpectedly capture 2 notorious wanted criminals today. The exhilaration was unlike any he had ever experienced. What are you staring at? Police matters are at hand. Bystanders, disperse. This area is dangerous, as there could be accomplices lurking nearby, so scatter. Captain Long, with a recently expanded belly, waved his hands like the wind. The other officers quickly set up a perimeter. The crowd gradually dispersed. Besides these 2 criminals, there had also been reports of martial artists fighting in the streets, causing significant property damage. Captain Long instinctively felt that these 2, Fire Serpent and Golden Claw, might be implicated in the brawl. "Sir, we need to gather evidence. Please step away from here. It's dangerous." Rookie Officer 9527, with a pleasant demeanor, urged the elderly man who claimed to have reported the incident. However, the elderly man weakly protested, I want to leave. I still want my reward." Cough, cough, reward? 9527 was taken aback. The elderly man coughed a few more times, pointing to his eyes. "I may be old, but my heart is still young." It said that anyone who provides information on the whereabouts of wanted criminals will receive a reward. The elderly man spat as he extended his orange peel-like finger. "Isn't this a wanted criminal?" "You just said so. Elder, please provide your identification and address. After we take them back, I will report to the higher-ups, and they will send a formal notice for you to come to the precinct to collect your reward." 9527 had no choice but to say. However, upon hearing this, the elderly man became furious, jabbing his umbrella, which he used as a cane, into the ground. "Oh, you guys wish to swallow my reward, don't you? Saying I can collect it later. It's certain to be gone by then. You'll just claim this was your case, take all the credit, and leave me out of it. Elder, you misunderstand. We are above board." "We would never do such a thing." 9527 frowned, but the elderly man persisted in his tirade. "Who are you fooling? Don't think this old man doesn't follow the news. Those corrupt officials caught every day all claim they want to benefit the people. Yet where are they now? They're all behind bars. Elder, please show some respect." 9527 said sternly. "Pa, my son was wrongfully imprisoned by you violent officers for 3 whole weeks. 3 weeks. How many 3-week periods does one have in a lifetime? You tell me, what are you all arguing about?" Captain Long approached, visibly impatient. 9527 had no choice but to explain the situation to Captain Long. The captain's expression darkened, and he coldly commanded, "Elder, please provide your identification number and contact information." "Someone will definitely notify you later." "Absolutely not. I don't trust you," the elderly man retorted. "After today, you'll act as if nothing happened." The captain frowned. "How about this? I'll give you a signed note. It can't be denied later, can it? If you say it's forged, there's nothing I can do." The elderly man continued his rant. Captain Long's face twitched with irritation as he suppressed his anger. "Then tell me, what do you want?" The elderly man spread his hands. "The reward. Now." Captain Long shook his head. "That's not permissible. It doesn't follow protocol." The elderly man promptly sat on the ground. "Oh, so you really want to cheat me out of my reward? Either give me cash now, or I want to leave. I'll go on a hunger strike. When reporters come to interview, I'll say how you police officers are oppressing this old, frail man." Captain Long was taken aback. Where did this peculiar old fellow come from? If he continues to cause such a ruckus, the credit for apprehending the wanted criminal will not be attributed to me, and I shall soon face a harsh reprimand from above. "Old man, are you here to create chaos and obstruct official duties? Very well. Are you threatening me with violence?" The elderly man defiantly retrieved a communicator from his pocket. "I will record this. Do not assume I am ignorant. I intend to upload this to the Star Network and expose your crimes. You not only embezzle the rewards meant for law-abiding citizens, but you also resort to violence." Goodness, this old man has clearly watched too many dramas and is employing such shameless tactics. Yet, The terror of his actions is unbearable, with so many news outlets in the third new Yunhai city. Some will surely relish in tarnishing our reputation, and it would be a severe blow. This old man is obstructing official business. We must detain him and take him back for thorough questioning. As I suspect he is an accomplice of the wanted criminal, Sheriff Long, a seasoned veteran, would never succumb to such threats. He swiftly reached for the communicator in the old man's hand, but the old man fiercely resisted. In the ensuing struggle, the elderly man suddenly fell to the ground, wailing like a slaughtered pig. "Help! The police are killing me, abusing power, murder. Oh, my back, it hurts so much, you scoundrel." Spewing blood, Sheriff Long's face flushed with anger. Clearly, he hadn't exerted any force. The old man raised the communicator, his finger poised over a button. "If you do not give me the reward, I shall press this and upload your disgraceful acts." Good heavens! Sheriff Long broke into a cold sweat. Uploading to the Star Network would spell trouble. One must understand the terror of keyboard warriors. There is no limit to how low they can go. "Old man, let us discuss this civilly. There's no need for rash actions." Sheriff Long quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. "The reward must be given. Old man, we must follow the proper procedures. Please trust me just this once." Sheriff Long said with a pained expression. Fate has not yet united us. I only trust money. It's a simple matter. Give or I shall press the button. If it weren't for this cursed communicator and the free network coverage, would I be suffering like this? Damn it, I had a chance for a promotion, and I cannot let this old man ruin it. Sheriff Long resigned himself to misfortune. "Old man, take out your credit card, and I shall process the payment right away, all right?" "No way. What if you check the bank details later and secretly undermine my safety? I'm just a lonely old man. I cannot withstand your tactics." "What do you want?" "Cash. The wanted notice states that providing information can yield a reward of 50,000. "Old man, surely you cannot be carrying that much cash on the street. ISNTA card acceptable." "At worst, I can make an anonymous transfer. And what about medical expenses?" "Enough already. I'll press it. Give, all of it." Sheriff Long said, drenched in sweat. Who knows how much this old man has recorded during this time? The more he records, the more incriminating it becomes, turning him into a laughingstock of the police force. Resigned to his fate, after all, there's still the merit of capturing the wanted criminal awaiting him. "All right, how much do you want?" "Medical expenses, 30,000. Good heavens, this is extortion. I'll press it. Hand me the card, and I'll transfer the funds immediately, but you must promise to hand over the communicator afterward." Sheriff Long roared. The old man chuckled coldly. If you take my communicator, you must pay." Good heavens, will this never end? Sheriff Long's face darkened. He took out the card, set the amount, and even entered the password. "Just a button press away from deducting the funds, including the communicator. I'll give you 81,000. You transfer it yourself to avoid claims of inflicting pain upon you, but one hand for the card, and the other for the communicator." Do you take me for a 3-year-old? No way. You find someone to support me, step back a bit, and after I transfer it, I will hand it over to you." Fine, you have it your way." Sheriff Long waved his hand. 9527, assist this old man. Remember to secure the communicator before handing over the card. "But Sheriff, isn't this a bit?" 9527 suddenly raised his head. "Cowardly? This action is completely against protocol. Enough of the chatter. Am I the sheriff or are you? Do you want me to reassign you to guard the water tower?" With a sigh, he ultimately took the credit card from Sheriff Long and slowly assisted the old man, who clutched the communicator tightly to his chest, leading him into a dimly lit alley. "Old man, you really don't have to go to such lengths. Sheriff Long is actually quite reasonable. We will not deceive you." 9527 sighed. "But you should keep this money." Truly a fool, lacking intelligence. Unexpectedly, the old man suddenly uttered, stunned, in the midst of confusion. 9527 saw the card slip from his hand, and the old man thrust the communicator back at him. Looking down, he found the communicator's screen cracked, emitting a faint burnt smell. The communicator was broken. The first reaction was to apprehend the old man, but suddenly he felt a chill in his chest. All the buttons on his clothing had been undone. TSK, who would have thought there was a hidden giant? Beep. Thankfully, father did not see. "I saw it." A male voice suddenly rang out, causing 9527 to instinctively cover his chest. Letting out a shriek and crouching down, When he opened his eyes again, there was no trace of anyone. On the ground lay Sheriff Long's credit card, lonely and desolate, showing successful deduction. Little Meng, Little Meng. Illusion. Let us not even discuss what Little Meng is. How did you do it? An illusion. This is a technique from a manual I won from a wandering warrior after battling him. It allows one to directly control the muscle transformations of the body. Good heavens, such a marvelous thing. Why didn't you reveal it sooner? This requires a high level of flexibility. Father, you seem unable to learn it now. Unless what? Unless you master the top 10 standard movements of the paired spiritual energy and can complete them all within a minute, you might as well teach me that explosive clothing technique from earlier. Sure, I'll be your training partner. Now that we have the money, let us go for a grand feast, okay? And then head straight to the hotel, right? Chapter 36. Here, hold this. Naturally, they went to a hotel. And it was a rather upscale one at that, considering that this girl would live a princess-like life in the future. As her future father, Zhou Xiaomeng felt he could not let her down even now. Just 2 rooms, nothing excessive, but we also need to bandage the wounds. Don't lick the wounds. In the 3rd New Yunhai City, Old Town, the intersection of dimness and neon lights, within a 5-story inn. Zhang Ping was taking deep puffs from a cigarette laced with a trace of hallucinogen. He didn't know when he had developed this addiction. Every time he planned to quit, he could not suppress the restlessness within. Telling himself just one more before quitting. The fees from that group were high, but at least he shared the burden with Mr. Wang, avoiding complete financial ruin. However, within the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Alliance, few dared to hunt martial artists. Even if the price was a bit higher, it was acceptable. As the smoke filled the air, Zhang Ping squinted, his mind replaying the scene of him torturing that obnoxious brat. The neon lights from outside streamed into the room, which had all its lighting systems extinguished, yet a shadow silently appeared behind Zhang Ping. With a click, as Zhang Ping turned nervously, he only saw a tall, slender figure clad in a well-tailored tailcoat, wearing a high-top hat that completely obscured his eyes and nose, revealing only the action of him lighting a cigarette. ITSU. Zhang Ping sighed in relief. Is the task complete? The commission is ready. It's over there. You can count it yourself. He pointed to the bedside cabinet where a stack of brand new bills lay, thick enough to fill half a palm. The man walked to the cabinet. His long fingers, gloved in white, lightly tapped the bills, then softly said, Mr. Zhang, you've shortchanged me. That's not correct. The deposit is 50,000, and here 150,000 in cash, totaling 200,000. That's right. Zhang Ping shook his head vigorously. His dying day, he feared this organization. From information obtained through his senior, he learned that this organization dared to even take on martial gods. As long as there was money, they would do anything for money. Conversely, if the money was insufficient, they would not hesitate to eliminate the employer without any delay. Not 200,000. It's now 1 million. The man in black suddenly stated. Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming in anger, What's the matter? Aren't the people from Tianhua the ones who value rules the most? Are you now attempting to raise the price arbitrarily? The man lightly shook his head and replied, No, Mr. Zhang, you misunderstand. We would never engage in such price inflation. However, the target you wish to have assassinated necessitates at least the sum. Zhang Ping retorted with a laugh tinged with disbelief. What nonsense. Even a junior martial artist only commands a price of 800,000. Don't try to deceive me. The man smiled. Mr. Zhang, allow me to clarify. According to your specifications, the target we are to eliminate is a young man named Zhou Xiaomeng, who is certified as a junior martial artist, but possesses the strength of a senior martial artist. Correct? Precisely. Zhang Ping affirmed. Ensure absolute certainty. We dispatched 1 junior martial artist and a seasoned senior martial artist. The man shook his head. You see, both of my companions are currently gravely injured and unconscious, lying in the intensive care unit of this detention center. Mr. Zhang, this does not align with the target you described. This is impossible. Zhang Ping waved his hand dismissively. This clearly indicated a failed assassination attempt. With both the dispatched junior martial artist and the experienced senior martial artist left severely beaten, how could that lad manage to overpower such a combination? What a joke. A 17 or 18-year-old martial artist? Ancient martial arts? You must be pulling my leg. The man continued to shake his head. Mr. Zhang, this is the price we have determined after reassessment. We can make another attempt on your behalf. but you must first pay a deposit of 500,000. In addition, you will need to provide us with another 300,000. This was clearly price gouging. Unexpectedly, the neon lights in the room flickered, and by the time Zhang Ping realized what was happening, he felt a chill at his neck. A sharp surgical knife had inexplicably been pressed against his throat, a streak of crimson appearing. 3 days from now, I shall return to collect the deposit. The man said with a slight smile, a grin reminiscent of a demon. Therefore, I kindly ask you to be prepared. You are aware of our rules, aren't you? Zhang Ping's body went limp, and in an instant, the figure in the black tailcoat vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, leaving him feeling thoroughly chilled. His clothes had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind countless fragments no larger than fingernails. Clutching his throat, Zhang Ping sat on the floor, pale-faced and gasping for breath. He was terrified. Seeing your expression so thoroughly wrecked, have you been overworked? In the main venue of the Rising Martial Artists competition, every seat was occupied. In the pre-inspection room for the semi-final contestants, Yan Luo was conducting a check on Zhou Chang. The words flowed from Yan Luo's lips like daggers. The situation is quite complex. Zhou Chang shook his head. Not only had he encountered an assassin yesterday, but he had also been tormented throughout the night by an overly energetic girl, realizing that choosing a hotel was indeed a grave error. Sleeping in a cardboard box tent at the park would have been far more restful. Oh, is that so? Yan Luo nodded, her expression unchanged, casually handing Zhou Chang a transparent cup. What is this? For a urine test? Yan Luo replied nonchalantly. Zhou Chang, feeling a surge of anxiety, asked, where's the restroom? Yan Luo pointed to the side. Embarrassed, Zhou Chang took the cup and quietly stepped inside. Once the cup was in place and his pants were down, it wasn't as simple as wanting to urinate. Hurry up. Don't hinder my work. Do you have any idea how many people require pre-competition checks? Just a moment, please. 5 minutes have passed. What on earth is taking so long? I have a good kidney, hence my endurance is quite high. You think I should step in with you to see just how high your endurance really is? Well, then what comes out would be something entirely different. Dear sister, Zhou Chang was drenched in cold sweat, thinking, dear sister, can you please not be so fierce? I have no idea how much work I have to do. If you don't come out soon, I will come in. No. Just 3 more minutes. I promise. Zhou Chang could only respond loudly. The sound of Yan Luo's footsteps seemed to recede. Zhou Chang exhaled in relief, but he still felt a strange sensation of being watched, followed by an odd scraping noise from above. Instinctively, he looked up and gasped in shock. His first reaction was to cover himself, and his second was to stammer. Why are you here? Oh, how disappointing. This isn't even a steamy scenario. What a letdown. I even crawled through the ventilation duct to get here. A figure slid down from the narrow vent, landing gracefully before Zhou Chang. In the confined space, the two could almost feel each other's breath. Then let me help you with the inspection. No, don't. Chapter 37. Beautiful as this Zhou Xiaomeng intertwined her fingers, her 10 slender digits resembling delicate jade as they curled, evoking the image of a kitten pouncing on a delectable treat. Yet, despite this appearance, Zhou Chang was acutely aware of the formidable power that those seemingly adorable little claws possessed, for this was the moon tiger capture technique from the Cangyue-style fist. This girl was actually using the moon tiger capture against him. Zhou Chang could hardly believe that her level of mischief had reached such terrifying heights. Damn it, today I shall teach you a lesson. Given that it was the moon tiger capture, as a legitimate heir of the Cangyue-style fist, Zhou Chang was exceedingly familiar with the sequence of moves. He raised his palms, horizontally and vertically, successfully blocking Zhou Xiaomeng's assault. In the cramped restroom, within the blink of an eye, the two had engaged in no less than 20 exchanges. Fortunately, both were still somewhat cautious and refrained from using their spiritual powers. Otherwise, the restroom would surely have been obliterated. Aren't you supposed to be working today? On such an important day, of course, I had to come and support you. Good thing I did. Otherwise you would have ended up in a steamy scenario with someone else. Father, you truly have been keeping a vixen on the side. Damn it, I'm merely here for a pre-competition check. Is a pre-competition check supposed to involve touching your partner? The sound of slapping echoed repeatedly from the restroom, as their skirmish seemed to expand in intensity. Hey, what are you doing in there? Why is it so noisy? Yan Luo's voice suddenly called from outside. The two combatants instantly froze. Zhou Xiaomeng opened her mouth, her voice ready to spill forth, but Zhou Chang quickly covered her mouth, pressing her down onto the toilet seat. Sure, if we get discovered, I'll be in deep trouble. Don't say a word. Got it? Zhou Xiaomeng nodded silently. Huh, what's that noise? Zhou Chang could only press the flush lever and call out, nothing, I'll be out shortly. Zhou Xiaomeng began to kick her legs frantically, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. But Zhou Chang, noticing, whispered, don't make a sound. Once I drag her in, you make your escape, understood? Zhou Xiaomeng, feeling weak all over, nodded, her face unexpectedly flushed. Ugh, I told you not to make a sound. Young lady, ugh. What is that noise? Zhou Chang, what is happening in there? Yan Luo's voice demanded once more. Are you feeling unwell? Open the door and let me see. No. Really, nothing's wrong. If there's nothing wrong, why are you so flustered? Yan Luo seemed to grow increasingly impatient. The restroom door was being forcefully rattled, the door frame shaking under the pressure. Zhou Chang broke into a cold sweat and intently instructed Zhou Xiaomeng, do exactly as I say. Understood, she nodded, and Zhou Chang released his grip. All right, prepare for action, however, but I'm feeling weak. Zhou Xiaomeng murmured softly, damn it, you just smashed my house and it's still isn't fixed, and now you say you're weak? Zhou Chang glared. Girl, can you please not make a fuss right now? I really am weak. Zhou Xiaomeng breathed softly, her face reddening like a ripe apple. Because father, you're pressing on me. Damn it, girl, are you not a perverted nympho? How can you be this soft? But thinking back, in this position, it seemed, speaking of which, earlier to fill the cup, he had loosened his pants and hadn't he had the chance to pull it back up. Zhou Chang immediately felt a wave of unease wash over him. This scene was too risky. Damn it, girl, this isn't the time for this. My reputation is at stake. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Yan Luo, growing impatient, kicked the door open with force. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that fleeting moment. As Zhou Chang turned his head, the rapid trajectory of the door panel moved like frames of a painting. His peripheral vision first caught sight of Yan Luo's arm in this critical instant. Zhou Chang instinctively rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Xiaomeng. Bang! The sound of the door slamming against the wall reverberated once more, an echo akin to a thunderclap. In that moment of shock, Zhou Chang and Yan Luo locked eyes, both frozen in place. Yan Luo's gaze suddenly shifted downward, her pupils appearing to constrict slightly in the diagonal line of sight. Suddenly, a force struck Zhou Chang from behind, perhaps a push or a kick from Zhou Xiaomeng, causing him to tumble forward and bring Yan Luo crashing to the ground. WTF. Kid, you've really messed things up this time. Huh, bro, with that expression of yours, are you afraid of the opponent you'll face in the finals? In one corner of the finals participant area, a burly man inquired curiously. This was actually still a resting area for competitors emerging from the preliminary rounds. It was almost common knowledge that a young martial artist from an ancient martial arts lineage had fought his way through to this point, although the young man had achieved his victories mainly by exhausting his opponents. It was evident that his evasion skills were exceptionally refined, was it not? Some scoffed, but others marveled. This big guy had noticed Zhou Chang's entrance long ago and had intended to make his acquaintance. But Zhou Chang seemed like a wandering ghost, his gaze devoid of focus, his face a portrait of sorrow as he sat silently in the corner, covering his face with his hands. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern. Zhou Chang managed to squeeze out a faint voice through his fingers. Are you really okay? You seem to be looking rather pale. The burly man frowned. Zhou Chang sighed. I'm really fine. If I had to say, I might just be feeling a bit melancholic. Voices echoed in Zhou Chang's mind. Words like pervert, exhibitionist, beast. I misjudged you. How dare you engage in such acts here? Never show your face in front of me again. Get lost, and so on. Along with eyes filled with tears, regret, and disgust as if he'd swallowed a dead rat. Nevertheless, the so-called drug test was still conducted with Yan Luo's expressionless and formulaic demeanor, marking its completion. A.S. for Zhou Xiaomeng. She took advantage of the chaos to climb back into the ventilation shaft and quietly replace the cover, vanishing without a trace. Hey, bro, why does your face look swollen? The burly man paused, then exclaimed. Right, it's because of the injuries from the previous match, isn't it? Ancient martial arts can be quite troublesome. Recovery is painfully slow. Zhou Chang managed a forced smile. His companion had executed a double kill with such precision. Even through clothing, yet his hands had proudly accomplished a remarkable feat, leaving Yan Luo seemingly deserving of a slap. Sigh, can we still enjoy the competition? By the way, big brother, hello, I am Zhou Chang, the inheritor of the Cangyue lineage. I have yet to learn your name. Zhou Chang mustered his spirits, for as a martial artist, he could not afford to lose his courtesy towards fellow practitioners. Moreover, as the head of a martial arts school, he needed to maintain a proper demeanor in public. Haha, I am El Shubud. I don't belong to any particular school. I merely practice a bit of self-taught skills. The burly man scratched his head. Unexpectedly shy, he appeared to be in his mid-20s, yet he humbly added, I am actually only 19 this year. You can just call me Shubu. Zhou Chang was taken aback. This guy must be nearly 2 meters tall. His muscular frame bulging beneath his tank top, exuding an air of potential mischief. He must weigh at least over 100 kilograms, having developed exceptionally well. The two unexpectedly struck up a conversation. Shubu, so you're the healing type. Come, heal my melancholic heart. Chapter 38. This is impossible. Yan Luo stretched her limbs, finally having dealt with the troublesome matters. She yawned lazily and reclined in her chair. Resting her hands behind her head, her long legs crossed as she gazed at the ceiling, her expression complex. That guy surely couldn't have done it on purpose. He looked so innocent. Suddenly, Yan Luo extended her hand, opening her fingers before her eyes, muttering to herself, am I being too harsh? She shook her head, feeling that the situation was quite peculiar. It seemed Zhou Chang was concealing something. In truth, Yan Luo held a considerable admiration for this earnest young martial artist, which was why she had taken the extra step to pull Zhou Chang's file for a pre-match checkup to see if he had any hidden injuries from his previous fights. Today was really just about checking on him alone. With her curiosity piqued, Yan Luo walked to the restroom, where the door lock was already broken, leaving the door panel leaning against the wall. She crossed her arms, frowning as she scrutinized the interior of the restroom. Suddenly, a faint glimmer caught her eye. Instinctively looking up at the ventilation shaft, she noticed some viscous liquid clinging to the edge. Seemingly sticky, the glimmer emanated from the liquid, which dripped down, reflecting the light like thin threads. What on earth is this? Yan Luo furrowed her brow, stepping onto the toilet seat, sniffing the air and muttering to herself. It has a somewhat fishy odor. Curiously, she opened the ventilation shaft, carefully avoiding the liquid, and discovered more similar traces of moisture above. Tilting her head and observing for a moment, she quickly returned to her workspace, donned gloves and gathered tools, intending to collect the liquid for further examination. Listen, after the opening ceremony, we will proceed with the draw for match pairings. You all have the profiles of the seed team competitors from Moer City and Yunhai City. Chen Chuang spoke solemnly to the seated competitors in the lounge. Additionally, there's one final profile. The martial artist's name is Yang Food. I must tell you, aside from the other 2 city seeds you need to be wary of, this female junior martial artist is someone you must pay special attention to. Whoever draws her as an opponent must not underestimate her. You must go all out from the very first move. Team leader, this woman couldn't even qualify for the seed team. Are you being overly cautious? One of the team members remarked nonchalantly. Qin Chuang frowned. Ever since they emerged from the 5th basement level, these individuals had become increasingly arrogant. Their strength had indeed increased significantly, but their intelligence seemed to have diminished. In any case, I've already warned you in advance. The branch has high expectations for you this time. Anyone who is careless and fails, given the contracts you've signed, will find themselves stationed on the outskirts of the residential zone, guarding the dangerous Moon Beast area. Upon hearing about that location, the expressions of the team members shifted. Perhaps the threat had taken effect, as they quickly sobered up, dropping their frivolous demeanor. Seeing this, Chen Chuang nodded approvingly. You all should take this time to adjust your state. I need to report to the podium. Someone will lead you into the arena shortly. Suddenly, a rapid voice broke the silence. An intercom. Gao Xiong sprang to his feet. Team leader, I need to take a call. Make it quick, and don't get distracted. Gao Xiong nodded and hastily left the lounge, stopping just around the corner. Senior brother, why are you looking for me at this hour? Gao Xiong, I have an urgent matter. Can you lend me 200,000 for a bit? Zhang Ping's voice on the other end sounded somewhat frantic. Having been brothers for many years and sharing a close bond, Gao Xiong could only respond, I only have 100,000 on me. You know, I just certified as a junior martial artist and haven't participated in any formal competitions yet. Once I earn a ranking, I should be able to manage it. I'll transfer 100,000 to you now. Senior brother, what exactly is going on? It's complicated, but don't worry, I'll find a way to resolve it. Also, it's best not to let the eldest brother know about this. All right, take care of yourself. And remember to contact me if anything happens. Has that Xiaomeng girl entered yet? She should have received her entry ticket. Zhou Chang scanned the audience, but in the packed venue, it seemed nearly impossible to spot her among the sea of faces. Beside him, El Shibu patted Zhou Chang's shoulder. Actually, I'm quite nervous too. After all, it's my first time. Zhou Chang shook his head, his gaze fixated on the podium, but he couldn't see any prominent figures, only the three heads sent by their respective branches. Although this avant-garde martial arts competition is held annually, it is not particularly significant, with live broadcasts only conducted by the local television stations from the three participating cities. However, on the day of the finals, the heads of the three cities will be present. The process of setting up the event is rather delightful, albeit slow. The seed teams from each city, along with the contestants selected from the preliminary rounds, have gathered to form 4 teams, standing at the center of the venue, under the glare of lights and the gaze of the audience. The MC is speaking, his tone lively and rhythmic. Chen Shuang, Luo Bingfeng, and the representative from the second New Yunhai city are seated at the head table, while sponsors of the event occupy the adjacent seats. Each of the 3 leaders directs their attention towards the opposing teams, observing the spirit and demeanor of the seed teams from the other cities, quietly assessing them in their minds. A skilled martial artist exudes a robust spirit, confidence, positivity, pride, and other intrinsic qualities that manifest as a unique aura. To observe a person, one must first behold their appearance. Chen Shuang, known as Eagle Eye, possesses the keenest eyesight among the trio. At this moment, every visage in the ranks of competitors comes into his view, including participants from Newmore City and Second New Yunhai City, as well as those emerging from the preliminary competition designed to generate excitement. As anticipated, Yang Fu is indeed among the outer group. While he had long awaited confirmation of this news, seeing it with his own eyes still filled him with a tinge of concern. That fellow unexpectedly, amid the sea of contestants, a face that appears somewhat distracted and wandering catches Chen Shuang's eye. This is Zhou Chang, who had left an impression just a few days prior, garnering attention while obsessively seeking information about Yang Fu. It was not long before Zhou Chang's whereabouts became unknown. Chen Shuang does not mind this, as circumstances dictate varying degrees of urgency. However, he did not expect this young man to have made it to the finals. Suddenly, the communicator beeps to life, prompting Chen Shuang to shake his head and answer. Team leader, there are a few documents that are rather urgent. Could you please take a moment to review them? Fine, just a moment. He opens the communicator's email interface. You have 3 urgent emails, 10 reminder emails, and 1 subscription email. Chen Shuang reads swiftly, completing the 3 urgent emails and offering his feedback in mere minutes. Noticing the MC's lengthy introductory remarks still ongoing, he glances at the reminder emails. Wait a moment, why have I not seen Ji Wugu's email? Chen Shuang has been preoccupied and anxious lately, only now recalling that there seems to be an investigative report pending. Odd, could it be that I read it earlier and simply forgot? Frowning slightly, he scrolls through the emails he has already viewed, but finds no trace of it. Instinctively, he clicks on an unread subscription email. This is an internal journal, typically glanced at during moments of leisure. Follow-up investigation results on the Ji Wugu incident. This, Chen Shuang cannot help but chuckle ruefully, thinking that individual is indeed quite muddled, having mistakenly sent it to the subscription inbox. However, recalling that this person is also in charge of journal production, it seems likely they hurriedly sent it in error, reluctant to admit their blunder. After extensive investigation and meticulous analysis of all individuals who entered the branch building that day, the target was finally identified. Yet, this discovery raises suspicions. I shall send this individual's information to the team leader. Name, Zhou Chang, age, 17 and a half, martial artist level, completed the basic martial artist certification that day. School, ancient martial arts, heir of the Cangyue style fist, head of Cangyue martial arts school. At that moment, Chen Shuang abruptly stands, exclaiming, "This is impossible." The head table is equipped with numerous microphones, initially intended for the committee members to speak only after the MC concludes. However, this sudden, urgent voice eclipses the MC's words. This is impossible. It reverberates through the venue like a roar. The audience is instantly taken aback by the piercing sound. Zhou Chang, startled, instinctively glances at the massive screen, which the camera crew has magnified to reveal the source of the voice. Hey, isn't that the uncle from last time? Chapter 39. The frustrated team leader, the event's designated MC, nearly fumbles the microphone. Staring dumbfounded at Chen Chuang, who has abruptly risen from his seat at the head table. This moment, Chen Chuang leans on the table, his expression rich with emotion. He cannot recall the last time he lost his composure to such an extent. Especially in a place filled with so many eyes, just as the audience collectively focuses on the large screen, awaiting the individual to speak following such fervent words, Chen Chuang suddenly takes his seat again. His expression blank, as if he had not just spoken. The hall falls silent, while Chen Chuang appears utterly unfazed, deep in thought. The MC, momentarily taken aback but drawing upon years of experience, quickly regains composure and bellows. Indeed, this is impossible. The sound, once again jarring, reverberates through the audience. The MC takes a deep breath. My opening remarks cannot possibly be this brief. Yet, esteemed guests and audience members, my opening speech is indeed this short. Alas, do you not wish to hear my grand and impassioned address? A chorus of boos erupts, expressing disdain for the lengthy and tedious opening remarks, suggesting that even a group of charming maidens dancing on stage would be more entertaining than the MC's speech. This is impossible. This is impossible. How can you not appreciate my address? The MC's exaggerated tone and comical expressions elicit laughter from the audience, who find themselves amused. The MC secretly wipes away sweat, then continues, how disheartening, but since you all are not interested, I hereby declare the Third City New Martial Artist Competition officially commences. Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue ignites with fervor as the event staff receives instructions to commence the tense contestant draw ceremony. The head of the organizing branch lets out a sigh of relief. The MC has performed admirably, and he resolves to reward him with an extra chicken leg in his meal. With that, he instructs the microphones set up for speeches at the head table to be turned off, grateful that this commotion has allowed them to bypass the meaningless introductory segment, and he can now speak without fear of the audience hearing. I say, Chen Chuang, you left the preparatory meeting before the finals without a word, yet now you create a scene here. What do you mean by this? If you have grievances, speak up. I would not mind sparring with you. Lu Yifeng, the leader from the second New Yunhai City branch, remarks with a displeased expression. I'm feeling unwell. I need to take a moment. Chen Chuang replies, rising and departing alone. Lu Yifeng, left in the lurch, wears a grimace akin to having swallowed a dead mouse, while Luo Bingfeng from Newmore City watches the unfolding drama with an amused expression. I am the resting area. Chen Chuang quickly picks up the communicator and, upon connecting, asks in a low voice, why did you send that email to my subscription inbox? Oh, team leader, we have been rather busy with the journal lately, and the branch head has been pressing for it. I mistakenly sent it there. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have realized it was in your subscription inbox. It is clearly an excuse, yet Chen Chuang feels a pang of frustration. While he may not care for fame, it does not mean he lacks pride. Almost enraged enough to throw the communicator, he feels a vain pulse on his forehead, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure. Tell me, have you clarified the information from your investigation? Team leader, we monitored the footage for half an hour, confirming numerous times. We indeed captured the person walking into the branch lobby with Instructor G. If you don't believe me, I can retrieve the video source for you. No need. Chen Chuang shakes his head. Get back to work. By the way, send me a copy of the journal, and make sure not to send it incorrectly this time. After disconnecting the communicator, Chen Chuang paces the resting area, his steps erratic and fluctuating in speed. Zhou Chang accompanied Ji Wugu into the advanced dojo that day, and it was Zhou Chang who fought against Ji Wugu. The same Zhou Chang who inflicted injuries severe enough to necessitate a half-month leave for Ji Wugu. This defies logic. Completely illogical. Chen Chuang rubs his forehead. He is beginning to feel a headache. His mind in disarray. Even if Zhou Chang possesses the ability to reach the finals, he witnessed Zhou Chang's struggles during the preliminary rounds firsthand. He was clearly drained, at most possessing good stamina. Moreover, if Zhou Chang found it challenging to contend with those ordinary junior martial artists, how could he possibly have nearly demolished the advanced dojo in a duel with Ji Wugu? There must be some misunderstanding. Chen Chuang muttered to himself, that blood could very well have been expelled by Zhou Chang alone. With today's medical technology, recovery within a matter of days is hardly a challenge, and with the financial resources of a teaching-level position, it is entirely feasible. But what could be the reason behind Ji Wugu's leave of absence? Yet, amidst this uncertainty, an improbable possibility began to take root in his mind. Chen Shuang fixated on the communicator in his hand, soon feeling a bead of sweat form in his palm, as an unsettling sensation rapidly spread within him. He was unsure of what exactly he feared. He merely recognized that he had not experienced such a feeling in quite some time. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator was finally connected, and Chen Chuang could no longer suppress the curiosity and desire to ascertain the truth of the matter. He dialed Ji Wugo's communication channel. "Oh, Mr. Chen, what brings you to seek me? If I recall correctly, you should be at the venue of the new talent martial arts competition right now." The image projected by the communicator quickly revealed Ji Wugo's visage. The first thing Chen Chuang noticed was a white wall, followed by Ji Wugo's upper body. Chen Chuang's gaze narrowed slightly as he stammered, "Ji instructor, may I inquire about your attire?" Ji Wugo paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "This is a hospital patient's garb." "Is there a problem?" Chen Chuang's expression shifted once more as he hesitated. "So, you are currently in the hospital, recuperating?" Ji Wugo tugged at the collar of her patient gown and chuckled softly. "In truth, my injuries have long since healed. I simply wished for a period of undisturbed tranquility these past few days, so I opted to remain here in seclusion. Mr. Chen, do refrain from informing the branch director about my absence. After all, I followed the proper procedures to request leave, which you approved. Did you not?" Chen Chuang took a deep breath and asked, "Ji instructor, may I ask who it was that inflicted such injuries upon you that necessitated hospitalization?" Ji Wugo responded nonchalantly, "Oh, a young man named Zhou Xiaomeng. You should have some recollection of that day, shouldn't you? Yet, it is truly astonishing that, to this day, there exists such a formidable practitioner of ancient martial arts. I have never encountered one before. In retrospect, our branch has struck gold, haven't we? Zhou Xiaomeng possesses the strength of an intermediate martial artist, yet he has only just been certified as a novice martial artist. Participating in the new talent martial arts competition, he is certainly on a different level altogether." Ji Wugo spoke with a hint of amusement, but with each word Chen Chuang heard, a sense of discomfort swelled within him. As if his chest were constricted, the branch director must be laughing so hard his eyes are nearly closed, enjoying this rare moment of triumph. Suddenly, Ji Wugo said, "By the way, Chen Chuang, could you please convey a message to Zhou Xiaomeng? Tell him that once he returns, we must have a proper sparring session. He left in such haste last time that I didn't have the chance to ask for his contact details. Oh, and also wish him success in the competition, encouraging him to bring home a championship for the branch. Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen? Do you hear me?" Chen Chuang felt his words twist in his throat for several seconds, nearly overwhelmed, before he managed a strange smile. "I will certainly relay your message. That is good to hear." Ji Wugo smiled as she ended the call. Chen Chuang stared at the communicator in his hand, opening his mouth but remaining speechless for a long while. Did I truly misjudge this situation? If Ji Wugo was not deceiving him? Suddenly, Chen Chuang recalled the conversation he had with Zhou Xiaomeng outside the selection venue, and an overwhelming sense of shame washed over him. If there were a hole in the ground, he would long to burrow into it. This was dreadful. Zhou Xiaomeng was not part of the branch's seed team. Chen Chuang abruptly stood up. At this moment, the most pressing concern was not the fact that Zhou Xiaomeng had the capability to send Ji Wugo to the hospital, nor the question of what sort of upbringing had produced such a practitioner of ancient martial arts, but rather that Zhou Xiaomeng was present at the new talent martial arts competition venue. Among the selection candidates, Chen Chuang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, unable to fathom how the branch director would react upon discovering Zhou Xiaomeng's identity. The branch director had invested heavily in the seed team for this event, even opening the 5th basement level to do so, at the competition venue, within the administrative area and medical room. An older female doctor emerged from within, furrowing her brow as she held a report. "Yan Luo, here are the detailed results from the liquid sample you requested to be tested. However, what?" Yan Luo asked. Taken aback, the female doctor shrugged and placed the document before Yan Luo, saying nonchalantly, "While I commend your dedication to your work, I must advise that you refrain from submitting such samples in the future and rely on your judgment instead. If it weren't for your diligent attitude, I might even suspect you were playing a prank on me." Yan Luo swore she could not comprehend what the doctor was insinuating. Curiously, she picked up the test report to inspect. Mucin, lactobacillus, lysozyme, moisture, sex hormones, experience. What experience could I possibly have? This is utterly vexing. Chapter 40. Yet another series of inability to engage. Thanks to MKGRAS for the support, and riding the cowherd's bull and obesity is a pain that breeds for the donations. Chen Chuang hoped to salvage something from this predicament. Realizing that Zhou Chang was the true gem of this new talent martial arts competition, but it was regrettable that he had come to this realization too late. By the time he emerged from the resting area, the draw for contestants had already progressed significantly. On the battle list posted by the staff, Zhou Chang's name was prominently displayed. The dust had settled. Zhou Chang would participate in the competition as a free contestant. Chen Chuang could hardly imagine the outcome that lay ahead, nor did he wish to confront the branch director's wrath. He despised individuals like Luo Bingfeng, who were overly eager for immediate results, treating achievements as mere stepping stones for personal advancement, yet that did not mean he undervalued his own career. Disdain for others arose from one's own competence, not requiring such measures to gain the approval of superiors. It was merely an inexplicable sense of superiority at play. Should he take action to prevent this from transpiring? Should he set aside his pride and seek out the individual, candidly admitting his mistake? Hoping they might, in the end, say something like, "In truth, I am also a contestant from the seed team of the 3rd New Tianhai City. I merely wished to experience the atmosphere of the selection competition, which is why I did not participate as a seed contestant." Who would believe such a tale? Even if the media were to become embroiled in a war of words, Chen Chuang could not bring himself to lower his dignity in such a manner. Perhaps, had it not been for the prior exchange with Zhou Chang outside the selection venue, he might have managed it. But WTF, a senior martial artist, lectured a junior grand martial artist, and did so in a condescending manner. As if to mentor him, TSK, love turned to hate. "Hey, Zhou Chang, my opponent is from the selection team, apparently from the 3rd group. How about you?" Upon returning from the draw, Liu Xiaobu eagerly inquired. Zhou Chang replied earnestly, "It's the seed team from the Xinmoer City branch." Liu Xiaobu blinked in surprise, patting Zhou Chang on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Dear best, go as far as you can and don't give up. I'll be cheering for you." Zhou Chang smiled. Xiaobu was truly a source of comfort, but why was he not a charming young man, but rather a muscular brother? A flurry of hushed discussions arose. A tall, short-haired woman of advanced age was striding toward the selection team's resting area, prompting Zhou Chang to curiously ask, "Who is that? You don't know?" Liu Xiaobu exclaimed incredulously, "That's Yang Fu. She has eliminated her opponents with a single strike in every match since the first round of selections. She undoubtedly possesses strength above that of an intermediate martial artist, and some even claim her prowess exceeds that of the seed contestants from various branches. She is one of the dark horses in this competition." Zhou Chang had been thoroughly engaged in each match, often exceeding 40 minutes, and after a day of competition, he had little time for gossip or inquiries. This Yang Fu was a practitioner of the genetic school. However, throughout all the preliminary rounds, no opponent had been able to trigger her genetic potential. "Are you not afraid?" Liu Xiaobu asked earnestly. Zhou Chang, intrigued, shifted his gaze through the crowd toward Yang Fu. After completing her draw, the dark horse returned to her seat, crossing her long legs and leaning back, closing her eyes to rest, and notably, no one dared to approach her. "I don't see what's so special about her. Aside from a few freckles on her face, her physique is decent. But my girl is definitely prettier, right? Wait, how did I end up with such a comparison in my mind?" Zhou Chang shook his head vigorously, taking a deep breath. As a martial artist, one must remain free of distractions. "Speaking of which, Shubu, what brings you to participate in the competition?" Zhou Chang inquired. Liu Xiaobu replied, "I want a place in the top 10. The prize for 10th place is 100,000. Zhou Chang was taken aback. "Shubu, are you in such a hurry for money?" Liu Xiaobu sheepishly scratched his head. "My girlfriend said if I can make it to the top 10 of the new talent martial artists, she would consider discussing marriage with her family." "Hee, young man, do you really think you can set such lofty goals without issues?" Zhou Chang, with a sidelong glance, remarked, "Such wishes ought not to be spoken aloud. What can one say? After the battle, we shall return to our hometown to wed. Isn't the reality akin to sending back a shriveled apple?" Liu Xiaobu, piqued by curiosity, queried, "I understand that an apple can wither over time, but which apple survives a battle only to return home in such a desiccated state?" Zhou Chang scratched his head, responding, "They say it's a small apple, though I'm uncertain. Perhaps it's a product of genetic mutation, or maybe it underwent some drying process. In any case, you must persevere." "Wait, I was among the first to participate?" Liu Xiaobu exclaimed in surprise. Unbeknownst to him, the draw had already concluded, and amidst the clamor of the crowd, the tournament was about to commence its first round of elimination matches. With his head bowed, Shibu sprinted onto the stage. He was the only martial artist Zhou Xiaomeng genuinely recognized since the beginning, and anticipation bubbled within him. Observing Liu Xiaobu, it was evident he did not belong to the atomic school. He wondered what genetic lineage he hailed from. At that moment, the screen displayed the competitors' profiles. Liu Xiaobu, ancient martial arts. My school did. My school. Does that refer to my lineage? Zhou Xiaomeng furrowed his brow. His interest in Xiaobu, initially stemming from their budding friendship, intensified upon discovering they both belonged to the ancient martial arts tradition. His opponent, also from the preliminary selection, was a practitioner of the atomic school, brandishing a pair of ominous black sword-like implements. However, these long swords were blunt, seemingly unsharpened. They were makeshift replacements, as the contest was for sport, not for bloodshed. As the bell rang, Xiaobu's adversary struck first, coordinating his footwork with the swinging of his dual swords. Exuding an impressive aura on the platform, Liu Xiaobu stood motionless, waiting until the opponent's blade was nearly upon him. With a sudden stretch of his arms, he trapped one of the swords between his palms, barehandedly catching a blade. The audience erupted in cheers, applauding the thrilling spectacle that unfolded right from the start. Zhou Xiaomeng could not help but exclaim his approval. Nevertheless, catching a blade barehanded did not reveal Xiaobu's style. Such a maneuver lacked a definitive school of thought. Seemingly taken aback, Xiaobu's opponent faltered, his momentum waning, yet his other hand swiftly slashed forward. Liu Xiaobu retaliated with greater speed, his arms resembling those of a mighty bear as he released the dull blade that he had clutched. Bowing his head to embrace his opponent tightly, with a swift motion, he executed a common wrestling maneuver, slamming his opponent's head against the ground. Once was not enough. He exerted force again, lifting and slamming his opponent down repeatedly, creating a grotesque cycle that rendered the adversary unconscious. Liu Xiaobu triumphed. This resembled wrestling techniques, albeit executed with exaggerated force. When Liu Xiaobu returned, panting, Zhou Xiaomeng remained baffled regarding Xiaobu's technique. Ha ha ha, indeed impressive, Liu Xiaobu exclaimed excitedly. I stayed up all night watching wrestling yesterday, Zhou Xiaomeng, in awe, remarked. So, what you just displayed wasn't even a technique from your own school. Liu Xiaobu rubbed his bald head and replied, Actually, my school simply means my style. That move was the 164th technique I've named for my school. Zhou Xiaomeng was momentarily taken aback, humbly requesting, Please enlighten me. It turned out that due to financial constraints, Liu Xiaobu could not afford genetic or mechanical enhancements. Instead, his naturally large physique had been honed through arduous labor from a young age, granting him extraordinary strength. The term my school merely indicated that he had pieced together techniques from observing battles among other martial artists on the Star Network. Along with some rudimentary self-defense demonstrations, his formidable power stemmed solely from a physique comparable to that of someone with implanted strength-enhancing genes. Even as he stepped onto the arena, Zhou Xiaomeng found it hard to believe. The adage that sheer strength can overcome numerous techniques was evidently not mere rhetoric. Yet another miscellaneous practitioner of the ancient martial arts. It seemed that when Xiaobu took the stage, his opponent had also offered a slight taunt. As was customary, practitioners of the gene and atomic schools inherently looked down upon those from the ancient martial arts tradition. However, Zhou Qiang was a person who reciprocated respect. Should they attempt to mock him, he would not hold back in return. Recently, thanks to Zhou Xiaomeng's training, his skills in sarcasm had significantly improved. Hearing the remarks, Zhou Xiaomeng sneered. Another instance of the Iron Wall Qilin series. Wait until I teach you a lesson. You recording death. A pair of iron fists surged forward, propelled by the explosive power generated within his mechanical arms. I am the resting area of the second New Yunhai City Martial Arts Alliance's seed competitors. A robust figure abruptly rose from his seat. The other seed competitors turned to regard him. Not long ago, their leader Qin had made a similarly notable entrance, and they had already endured ample ridicule from rival teams. Now, Gao Xiong was engaging in the same antics. What was the trend? Was he trying to intimidate them? It was he. Gao Xiong gradually sat back down, clenching his fists resting on his thighs, his body trembling slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. Having endured the grueling trials of the previous rounds, his strength had significantly increased, and upon encountering Zhou Xiaomeng, he could hardly contain himself. He glanced at the match list, suddenly realizing that if Zhou Xiaomeng continued to win, he too might advance, allowing them to face off after 4 matches. Just don't falter midway, because the one who sends you to the hospital will undoubtedly be me. At the center of the venue, for massive arenas hosted battles among 4 groups of competitors. Concurrently, the other 3 groups featured seed competitors from various cities, including a direct matchup from their own second New Yunhai City branch. Promising ample excitement, even the final arena showcased a seed competitor from Newmore City facing off against a contender from the preliminary rounds, plenty to observe, while some spectators were intently watching the seed competitors. Their attention also drifted towards Zhou Xiaomeng and the atomic school warrior, Hai Zifu. Yet, since Hai Zifu hailed from Newmore City, the audience had little faith in Zhou Xiaomeng, although reaching the finals was an achievement. Newmore City had previously dominated the individual championships, securing nearly all top 5 positions, truly formidable contenders. Looks like your branch has invested quite a bit this time, Lui Feng, the head of the second New Yunhai City branch, remarked with interest, glancing at Luo Bingfeng beside him, who returned a calm smile. The real show is just beginning. Be patient. Lui Feng chuckled, turning his attention back to the matches. However, he noticed Chen Chuang to his right, who seemed unusually focused, even a tad anxious. Lui Feng was puzzled. Perhaps it was simply the nerves of a competitor from a branch that had been underperforming for several years. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted. One of the arenas had seen its competitors unleash their genetic powers, escalating the intensity of their battle. Yet, amid the spectacle, Chen Chuang's gaze remained fixed on another arena, Zhou Xiaomeng's match against Hai Zifu. Even though one of the fighters unleashing their genetic abilities belonged to his team, Zhou Xiaomeng swiftly dodged a probing punch from Hai Zifu, whose speed caught his opponent off guard. However, Hai Zifu did not retreat. The advantages of atomic enhancement allowed him to leverage the speed of his mechanical limbs, their connection to his brain signals enabling him to exceed ordinary firing conditions. As he evaded, he quickly transitioned to a counterattack. Yet Zhou Xiaomeng did not grant Hai Zifu the opportunity to change his move. After dodging the opponent's attack, Zhou Xiaomeng stepped forward, positioning himself close to Hai Zifu, his hand forming a claw as it arced upward, silently resting on the opponent's shoulder, a maneuver from the Moon Tiger capture technique. Hai Zifu shrugged, intending to shake off Zhou Xiaomeng's grip, but found the grasp akin to iron pincers, causing him considerable pain. In response, Hai Zifu's mechanical arm swept toward Zhou Xiaomeng's side. However, Zhou Xiaomeng had anticipated this move. As Hai Zifu's arm swung, Zhou Xiaomeng's legs tensed, his form darting like the wind, using his hold on Hai Zifu's shoulder as leverage. He executed a graceful arc, maneuvering to the opponent's opposite side, his claw-like hand pulled on the shoulder, seizing Hai Zifu's other mechanical arm, and with a sudden yank, he tossed him aside. Moon Tiger capture, Tiger swings dragon. A thunderous crash resonated as Hai Zifu was hurled to the ground, crashing down in defeat. This arena, specially crafted from lunar meteorite, possesses an extraordinary hardness, yet with a single strike, fine cracks began to appear. However, this was not the end. Zhou Xiaomeng, gripping his opponent's arm, suddenly yanked with controlled force, causing the opponent's body to be lifted like a long cloth, only to be pulled down once more. Moon Tiger capture, falling tiger stance. Hai Zifu, already dazed from the previous fall, made yet another intimate contact with the ground, resulting in a crooked nose and several broken front teeth, blood gushing from his nostrils. The combination of tiger swinging dragon and falling tiger stance had recently become Zhou Xiaomeng's favorite. He initially intended to execute the sequence from the beginning again, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in the area where he held Hai Zifu. Zhou Xiaomeng instinctively withdrew his hand, the sensation akin to an electric shock. Seizing this moment, Hai Zifu quickly scrambled to his feet, and his mechanical arms emitted a faint sizzling sound. Zhou Xiaomeng was taken aback. Electrified. And oh wonder you're not wiping away the blood. Hai Zifu's expression turned cold as he waved his hands downward, opening his fists, revealing 2 spiraling, slender black shadows descending, 2 black whips. When the whips struck the ground, they made a crackling sound, crackling with electrical energy. Initially reluctant to use them so soon. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Damn it, even if you can't fight back, you shouldn't descend into the path of electric tentacles and transformations. Do not abandon your treatment. Chattering, spirit snake fairy, in Hai Zifu's dance with the electric whips. Overlapping after images appeared, when they struck the ground, They even left behind black scorch marks. The practitioners of the atomic faction are particularly unsettling. Their attacks seem imbued with magical damage. Zhou Qiang furrowed his brow, instantly channeling his spiritual energy to a state of 40% power. These whips are formidable, perfectly suited for practicing footwork and spiritual energy coordination. Today marks the initiation of the mode, and the morning match will have a brief live broadcast. The youthful master of the Cangyue martial arts school is determined to showcase his prowess, allowing the audience to witness the might of the Cangyue fist technique, not seeking to defeat his opponent instantly, but rather to impress with flair. Cangyue style, 19th form, moon crane dance. With astonishing speed, Zhou Qiang charged into the area where Hai Zifu wielded his electric whips, calm and composed, emerging unscathed, entering show-off mode. Daddy is so amazing, I must strive harder. A pleasant voice echoed from somewhere. Chapter 42. A single blow. What on earth is this fool Hai Zifu thinking? Revealing his trump card in the very first finals match? On the podium, Luo Bingfeng gazed with a hint of dissatisfaction at Hai Zifu, who had unveiled his dual whips so early. Yet, truth be told, despite his reluctance to admit it, he felt a sense of foreboding regarding Hai Zifu's opponent. The three heads from the branch office on the podium possessed remarkably sharp discernment. The speed of Hai Zifu's whips had reached an impressive level, enhanced further by the high-voltage current. Even a mid-tier martial artist would be knocked unconscious with just a slight touch. However, this individual was effortlessly navigating through the barrage of whip strikes, matching the speed of the whips. No, surpassing them. How could he achieve such a feat? Luo Bingfeng, intrigued yet more so astonished, lifted his water cup to mask his surprise, taking a sip to moisten his dry throat, only to suddenly cough. The cause of his choking was Lu Yifeng's abrupt remark. This Hai Zifu is going to lose. Damn, can you not state the obvious? Upon seeing Luo Bingfeng cough, Lu Yifeng turned with a concerned expression. Hey, Luo, what's wrong? Are you alright? Luo Bingfeng muttered under his breath. This sponsor's product is truly subpar. What on earth is this strange taste? Lu Yifeng paused, then exhaled with relief. So that's it? I thought you were worried about Hai Zifu. Haha, haha. Luo Bingfeng chuckled. It wouldn't hurt for this Hai Zifu to experience some hardship. Winning would be great, but if he loses, let it serve as a lesson. Who told him not to recognize the worth of people? Thinking the ancient martial arts faction is easy to bully? Cough, cough, damn it, Qin Chuang. What are you doing choking again? This sponsored drink indeed has a strange taste. Qin Chuang expressionlessly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Lu Yifeng nodded. This was indeed my oversight. Our branch is quite impoverished. Nevertheless, Lu Yifeng mused, this young man Zhou Qiang, from the ancient martial arts faction, capable of reaching such heights, must belong to a sect that still practices authentic qi cultivation methods. Although rare, I know there are a few such families in the lunar habitation zone. Yet, I've never heard of Cangyue style. Could it be an undiscovered ancient sect? The three men fell into contemplation. Chen Chuang leaned towards this idea. Ever since learning that Ji Wugu had been hospitalized by Zhou Qiang, he resolved to investigate the origins of Cangyue style upon his return. However, Zhou Qiang is impressive. 10 minutes in, and he still hasn't been struck by Hai Zifu's whips. Such evasion skills are terrifying. By the way, Qin Chuang, why did Zhou Qiang not make it into the seeded teams, opting instead to participate in the qualifiers? Any reason? Lu Yifeng suddenly inquired. Chen Chuang, folding his handkerchief, merely displayed a mysterious smile in response to the curious gazes from Luo Bingfeng and Lu Yifeng. As for why he smiled, I don't know either, but if I don't, how else can I scare the two of you fools? How remarkable! In the contestants' resting area beneath the arena, El Shobu watched intently as Zhou Qiang and Hai Zifu engaged in their spar. Aside from Zhou Qiang's initial two strikes that sent Hai Zifu crashing to the ground, the rest of the time was entirely consumed by a rhythm of attack and evasion. The ancient martial arts faction can indeed reach such heights. El Shobu felt a surge of excitement. His own style was cobbled together from various techniques, relying on brute strength to engage opponents. El Shobu took pride in his strength and his ability to memorize techniques at a glance. Yet no matter how hard he tried to observe, he could not replicate it. No, it should be said that Zhou Qiang's speed and rhythm were so rapid that they eluded his memory, even if he did manage to remember. Those incredible power techniques could not simply be learned through imitation. This the ancient martial arts faction. Such speed surely cannot be attributed to mere leg modifications, or perhaps it is the result of genetic enhancement? Even without a genetic outburst, to possess such speed, what on earth happens when one does unleash their genes? Brother, don't scare me. This is the new martial artist competition, not a once every 2 years Grandmaster tournament. Damn. If the ancient martial arts faction is this powerful, why on earth would I need to modify mechanical limbs? That would be better than the genetic faction, you have no idea. A brother of mine had genetic implants, and during an incident, he got too excited, triggering a genetic outburst that scared his girlfriend away. Now he can only rely on himself. You guys have strayed off topic. Can someone tell me what Cangyue style is? Are they taking in disciples? Those dodging movements are simply dazzling, both stylish and practical. To enliven the atmosphere of the competition, the organizers set up a localized discussion area within the event venue. Originally bustling with activity, the discussion area erupted into a frenzy when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, the ancient martial arts faction is incredible." This incited a wave of responses. The information on the communicator screens was updating frantically. Within the resting area of the third New Yunhai City seeded team, not only Zhou Xiaomeng, but others were also slightly somber due to this tournament serving as a catalyst for camaraderie. Chen Chuang handed them the data he had compiled, which included information on Hai Zifu and various statistics. Frankly speaking, the seeded team from Newmore City had invested considerable resources, based on the data alone. Hai Zifu could hold a mid-tier position within the third New Yunhai City seeded team. Zhou Chang's evasion speed means at least half of the contestants in the third New Yunhai City seeded team wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his garment. This guy was indeed not merely lucky. Gao Xiang silently observed the enormous screen displaying the ongoing battle between Zhou Chang and Hai Zifu, yet if this were the extent of it... Humph, crack. The electric whip that struck the ground suddenly lost its potency, and the speed of its swings diminished. Zhou Chang abruptly leaped backward, lightly landing at the edge of the arena. Opposite him, Hai Zifu also ceased his movements. The floor surrounding the arena now marred with countless charred whip marks. This scene was all too familiar to Zhou Chang. It was evident that he had nearly exhausted all stored energy. The drawback of the atomic faction is that without recharging, it cannot maintain its strength. Zhou Chang shook his head, pondering that the moon crane dance had already been performed for nearly 20 minutes. Surely, its effect must be nearing completion. The Cangyue flow fist technique, in its first form, Moon Halo, a straightforward and practical punch, yet undeniably brutal. In the incredulous gaze of Haizi, it landed squarely upon his abdomen. The screen displayed a grand close-up of the strike. It captured the spittle flying and the eyes nearly rolled back in their sockets. Outside the arena, Zhou Chang, victory. With the referee's loud proclamation, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. The ancient martial arts had long been absent from the spotlight of the new martial artist competition, to the point of fading entirely from public view. The only knowledge the masses had of ancient martial arts was that it had devolved into mere flashy gestures reminiscent of gymnastics. Yet on this day, a young man arrived with his own style, progressing from the preliminaries to the finals, and in the very first match of the finals, he defeated a seeded contender from Newmore City with a single punch. On the stage, Zhou Chang raised his fist high, calmly accepting the adulation and cheers of the audience. "Hey, hurry down after the match. Do you not realize we have little time to clear the stage? Are the cleaners not human?" I'm sorry. Chapter 43. The eyes of the vent on the bustling street, a woman clad in a pale pink cherry blossom kimono, exuding an aura of serene classical beauty, held an umbrella, drawing the attention of passers-by. With a face both mature and exquisitely endearing, she paused for a moment, gazing up at the display screen embedded in the skyscraper, which was broadcasting the much-publicized new martial artist competition. Not only did the pedestrians share her gaze, but it was unclear how many were there to watch the competition and how many merely to behold her. Suddenly, the classically elegant woman smiled softly, revealing a petite dimple on her right cheek, enchanting all who beheld her. "Oh, so this is where it is. What a delightful find." Her smile stirred the heart, yet in the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman vanished from the street. Was she a sprite beneath the trees or a lovely wraith wandering the streets? No one could say. I am the second new Tianhai City, at the security building and detention center. It's so hot, damn it. Get me a glass of ice water. Do you hear me? Is there anyone here? Have they all just died off? Within the detention center cell, a young man, stripped of his mechanical limbs and left arm, lay on a bed as hard as stone, shouting loudly. I in the adjacent room, another man was rigidly bound to a nearby bed. Huisha, you're disturbing my sleep. Damn it, can't you think of a way out? Huisha spat. I've been injected with muscle-hardening agents. Being able to talk to you like this is already pushing my limits. What more do you want? The companion's natural instinct was to be a steel claw. Damn it, if I get out, I'm definitely going to find that bastard Mr. He. How dare he send me out without proper investigation? I'll roast him alive. Sure, don't talk, Huisha, Jean Gangjua suddenly said. Do you feel how much quieter it has become here? Jean Gangjua's words startled Huisha. He frowned. Indeed, the cell had taken on an eerie silence. That moment, a faint sound began to grow louder. Tap, tap. It was the sound of footsteps. A shadow appeared before the cell bars. A man in a black tailcoat and a tall top hat, a glimmer of silver flashed in his hand, and the alloy prison door was instantly cut open in a neat square. Clang! The severed metal pieces fell to the ground with a jarring noise, and the man stepped into the cell. Oh dear, I seem to have heard someone speaking ill of me. Mr. He, Huisha stammered, slightly flustered. Were you the one talking about me? Mr. He approached Huisha, wielding a small but exceptionally sharp surgical knife, the sunlight glinting ominously in the center of Huisha's brow. And no, not at all. Hongxi chuckled nervously. You must have misheard. By the way, you're here to see us, right? In the blink of an eye, silver flashed, and not only were the iron chains binding Huisha's only hand severed, but even the restraints on Jean Gangjua were entirely cut away. Yet, in that instant, Mr. He appeared as though he had not moved at all, only that terrifying surgical knife had vanished. That moment, a black-haired youth, sucking on a lollipop and carrying Huisha's disassembled mechanical limbs, strolled in with a box at his waist. All right, let's get to work. We have a job to do, both of you. Jean Gangjua was taken aback, instinctively asking, Mr. He, everyone, indeed. We have received a significant commission. It seems your previous target is also within this new target's vicinity. Speaking of which, Yen Luo, aren't you going to watch the competition? It's a rare opportunity to be here on business. A female medical staff member in the same workgroup remarked. I noticed you seem quite familiar with one of the contestants from the preliminaries. Aren't you going to cheer them on? No need. Those who are destined to win will win. If they are to lose, even my presence wouldn't change that. Yen Luo shook his head. I see. His companion mused, suddenly saying, but speaking of which, why do you keep staring at the vent in the ceiling? Slightly curious. Yen Luo instinctively replied, his gaze once again drawn to the vent, which piqued his companion's interest. After a moment, the latter gave up, rubbing their neck in discomfort from the awkward position. I'll step out for a moment. Can you keep an eye on things here? Yen Luo suddenly said. His companion laughed. If you want to watch the competition, just say so. All right, off you go. Realizing his companion had somewhat misunderstood, Yen Luo made no attempt to clarify. Once outside the workroom, he deftly evaded the surveillance cameras in the corridor. Leaping slightly and placing both hands firmly against the ceiling, his hands seemed to possess a magical grip, adhering to the ceiling with remarkable strength. He opened the vent cover in the corridor, furrowing his brows as he fully entered the duct, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. I detest local protectionism, Zhou Chang said somberly. What happened to the promised 3-minute interview? Upon hearing this, El Shibu merely chuckled, patting Zhou Chang's shoulder in a comforting manner. Of course, the channel's interview is meant to elicit your heartfelt sentiments, like how you trained through hardships, the scorn you faced, how you were derided as a worthless person, and how you persevered through difficulties to achieve today's success, all to slap those ancient martial arts practitioners who once looked down on you in the face, not to have you hear advertising. Besides, you haven't even paid for an advertisement, have you? Zhou Chang, visibly displeased, remarked, I'll go wash my face. Hey, such a wonderful opportunity for free publicity. Wait, Yang Fu is about to take the stage. Aren't you going to watch? Who cares about her? I want to do an advertisement. And what on earth is this complimentary beverage? It's horrid. Crash. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable, while on his way to the restroom. Zhou Chang puzzledly tucked away his communicator. After receiving his bounty, he had promptly bought a communicator for Zhou Xiaomeng, yet it was unable to connect. The venue signal was indeed too chaotic. Zhou Chang shook his head, loosening the belt of his training outfit. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Zhou Xiaomeng wouldn't be up in the vent again, would she? No, that can't be. After all, doing so consecutively would be far too. But this girl certainly has it in her to do such a thing. Instinctively raising his head towards the vent, he couldn't help but wonder why every restroom has such a large vent overhead. Yet, why was it that this time he could still see a pair of eyes? Gay. With the speed of his life, Zhou Chang hastily pulled up his pants and, with a leap, yanked the vent cover down violently. Thud, thud, thud. As if startled, frantic scrambling sounds echoed from the vent. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Cangyue flow fist technique, 16th form, moon mouse. Zhou Chang's body coiled tightly, shooting into the vent. His arms and legs supporting his weight in an unusual posture as he pursued the shadow ahead. Damn it, this time I'm going to teach you a lesson, you voyeuristic fiend. Chapter 44. We are still good friends. In the dimly lit duct, Zhou Chang crawled with remarkable speed. He vaguely spotted a shadow ahead. Currently crouched in a state of panicked, "Don't run, I see you." The figure ahead seemed indifferent, and the crawl through the ventilation duct felt somewhat expedited. Nonetheless, the relentless pursuit from Zhou Chang was palpable. Why did such a situation arise? At that moment, the individual in front felt an overwhelming sense of malice permeating this world. Yet, to be caught here would spell doom. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the ankle. His wrist had been seized. The martial arts techniques employed in such a confined space were astonishing, and Zhou Chang couldn't help but be grateful to his ancestors for their eccentricity in conceiving the notion of the moon mouse. Truly, one ought to commend their forebears. Today I shall teach you, this disgrace to the family name, a proper lesson. With this fervent determination, Zhou Chang successfully grasped the ankle of the shadow ahead. Wait a moment. Something felt amiss. Zhou Chang paused, recalling that Zhou Xiaomeng's ankle should be more delicate. Moreover, this individual emitted an unusual scent. This was not Zhou Xiaomeng. Furthermore, if this peeping Tom truly was Zhou Xiaomeng, given her temperament, she would never flee. Rather, she would embrace her infatuation and approach directly. "Who are you?" Zhou Chang yanked forcefully, pulling the person closer. "You scoundrel, don't go too far." The ankle gripped in his hold suddenly unleashed an immense strength. Lifting Zhou Chang off his feet, the force was terrifying, and Zhou Chang instinctively tugged at the leg once more, pain radiating through him as energy surged from every pore, erupting like a volcano. Forming an incredible force, in that instant, this colossal energy burst forth, shattering the ventilation duct, and both individuals were propelled outward. Upon landing, Zhou Chang felt a strange sensation in his shoulder, as if something had been dislocated. Along with an odd scent lingering in the air, as he opened his eyes, everything appeared dim. Was he sprawled on the ground? Yet, he felt something pressing against his back, entangling his head. "You, how long do you intend to maintain this position?" A voice, chilling and ominous, echoed. The sudden realization struck Zhou Chang like a bolt. This voice belonged to Yan Luo. Good heavens, this position was reminiscent of the infamous blow. Beep, perversion, die, 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 die. Ah, touching his aching cheek, Zhou Chang reflected on achieving 3 kills in a single day, 2 of which involved Yan Luo. Surely, the scales had tipped in balance now. This room resembled a storage closet, cluttered with various items, many of which bore the phrase special sponsorship. Yan Luo sat on the ground in a duck-like posture, forcefully pulling her medical uniform into a flat surface, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared ahead. Zhou Chang, drenched in cold sweat, muttered, "By the way, the one being spied upon was me." "Pervert," Zhou Chang lamented. "It's really me. I'm the victim here, you vile creature, masquerading as innocent and kind, time and time again. You're even less worthy than the water flea, a lower tier in the food chain. You, who only act on base instincts and repeatedly assault women, are a parasite, wasting the very oxygen of our habitat. Why don't you just end your own life? Good lord, I'm the victim here. Who wouldn't he be furious after being spied upon in the restroom? Should I laugh and say, 'Come see my big one'? Yet you, hiding above the male restroom vent, are equally a pervert, even if I awakened something unpleasant in you a few hours ago. You shouldn't resort to such disgraceful acts. I apologize for taking your precious oxygen, but your voyeuristic existence is just as wasteful. Why don't you go and end your life too?" "Zhou Chang, you scoundrel, what about repaying my kindness?" Zhou Chang paused, instinctively wanting to retort, but as he spoke, he realized something was obstructing his mouth, causing discomfort. Irritated, he reached in to pull it out. It was a black, twisted object, resembling something pulled from clothing. "What is this? Hair, indeed. A creature like you deserves to be eliminated." Yan Luo stood up, her hands dangling, and between her 10 fingers, she had somehow clutched a series of sinister syringes. Good heavens, this was unmistakably sinister. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid-fire black shadows shot forth like bullets, and Zhou Chang instinctively dodged. The power of these syringes was astonishing. The needles embedded themselves deep into the wall, balance was abruptly lost. In the chaos, Zhou Chang's belt had come undone, causing his training pants to slide down. As Yen Luo continued to launch syringes, she froze in place, letting out a shriek reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Pervert. I'm done for, Hey, I want to make a move, alright? Don't curl up in a defensive position. Zhou Chang curled into himself, cradling his head. The fact that something less valuable than a water flea remains in this world is indeed a waste of our oxygen. You might as well resolve me. I'm the victim here. I'm truly sorry for tainting your eyes. I apologize. I'm sorry. Apologize to your sister. I'm in and out of the hospital daily. What haven't I seen? You think you can scare me with that little display? No chance. You can't even frighten me. I apologize once again, alright? It's not a big deal. Let us just wipe the slate clean. Put your pants on, and we can still be friends, right? Yen Luo shook her head. What? Zhou Chang lifted his head, eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, the plan worked. Yen Luo wore a bemused expression. Don't look so weak and submissive. Stand tall like a man. What happened to the spirit you had when you scolded me? Did a dog swallow it? Why aren't you standing up? My belt is missing. Chapter 45. There are truly odd people. Later, having somewhat resolved the issue with his pants, Zhou Chang's nerves had grown considerably tougher, allowing him to face everything with composure after the initial awkwardness, mainly due to the increasing absurdity of the situation. Speaking of which, why would someone crawl into such a place? I nearly asked Yen Luo if she had a peculiar penchant for this sort of thing, but it turned into, is there a particular reason? Yen Luo turned away, pulling the syringes from the ground or walls one by one. Should I say I was curious about the bizarre liquid in the vent, so I decided to investigate? I discovered a peculiar individual, Yen Luo suddenly stated. Zhou Chang was taken aback. A peculiar individual? Yen Luo nodded gravely. That individual was sneaking around in the vent. Upon being discovered, they fled. And I pursued them here. Only to find, although her gaze seemed to hesitate, why was it angled downward at a 45-degree angle? Coughing, Zhou Chang glanced at Yen Luo, pondering whether this strange figure she had discovered could be Zhou Yatu. After all, only someone with her dignity stolen by a dog would dare crawl through ventilation ducts. Yet, Yen Luo now regarded Zhou Chang with suspicion. This is quite strange. Strange about what? In any case. It's very strange. Don't just switch to detective mode. Is it so bizarre for someone to be crawling in the ventilation ducts? Couldn't it be a maintenance worker or a routine inspection? But why did they flee upon seeing me? Zhou Chang retorted. If I were in their shoes, suddenly confronted by a fierce figure, I'd run too. Yen Luo glared. Which one of your eyes saw me as fierce? Zhou Chang smirked at the syringe in her hand, silently amused. Yet, it was indeed surprising to see Yen Luo's combat prowess. Her skill in wielding syringes as projectiles was mesmerizing. However, the true nature of the situation remained elusive to Zhou Chang. Yen Luo shot a fierce glance, her expression subtly darkening. It was supposed to be a clean slate. Yen Luo's chest rose and fell rapidly several times before she finally shook her head. Her tone deflated as she remarked, forget it. Perhaps it truly is as you say, merely maintenance workers or something of that sort. Speaking of which, aren't you supposed to be competing? Aren't you worried about wasting time staying here? Girl, I can only assist you up to this point. Noticing that Yen Luo seemed disinclined to pursue the matter of the strange figure further, Zhou Chang let out a sigh of relief and replied, I've already competed. There are no events this morning. We have to wait until the afternoon, so time is relatively ample. Yen Luo paused, her brow furrowing. The finals are elimination rounds. What do you mean by afternoon? Could it be that you actually won? Who was your opponent? Someone from the preliminary group? Oh, it seems to be a seed team from New Moor City. To be honest, it was quite a struggle. That guy is my least favorite type, a tentacle-based fighter, and he even charged with electricity. It was incredibly tough at the beginning. This was the stark truth. A jolt from such high voltage would certainly not be pleasant. And regardless of how powerful one's psychic defenses were, one remained a flesh-and-blood being. Yet, Yen Luo regarded Zhou Chang as if she were seeing him anew, scrutinizing him intently for quite some time. You really defeated the seed team from New Moor City? Zhou Chang replied with disappointment. The ancient martial arts style isn't as fragile as you think, all right? Is it so abnormal for me to defeat an opponent? Yen Luo frowned. I cannot speak to the normality of your opponent. But you are certainly not normal. The competition among the three cities is purportedly for showcasing this year's newly promoted junior martial artists, yet behind the scenes, which division isn't just putting on a FA ade? expending great effort to rapidly produce a group of advanced martial artists to flaunt at the venue. Suddenly tightening her tone, Yan Luo fixed her gaze on Zhou Xiaomeng, resembling a descending tigress. If you could defeat the seed contestant from New Moor City, then all the struggles you faced on the stage were merely an act. You've turned out to be just another fraud with a cheat code. Haven to you, it's truly been a long con. How could someone with your ability to defeat advanced martial artists end up in a situation where you can't even afford breakfast? You deceiver. With the recollection of today's events, Yan Luo felt an impulse to unleash the syringe she had just reclaimed. Zhou Qiang shook his head in explanation. It's not quite as you say. I merely feel that the best state for sparring on stage is when both parties are evenly matched. Zhou Xiaomeng's theory about defeating monsters was, in essence, a fallacy. For Zhou Qiang, the true sentiment was, every martial artist, regardless of their caliber, desires to fully unleash their capabilities in some way or another. At the very least, they wish to have their efforts acknowledged, right? He clenched his fists, speaking with an air of conviction. I too have experienced moments where I couldn't even unleash a single move and was defeated. At that time, I thought all my hard work over the years had been in vain, wondering if I was truly suited for the path of martial arts. I imagine you would have similar thoughts. Wouldn't you? You must understand that once a feeling of powerlessness arises, overcoming it becomes exceedingly difficult. Yan Luo scoffed. If they are your rivals, you must utterly defeat them, both physically and psychologically. That is the essence of a true warrior, Zhou Qiang softly replied. My grandfather once said that without rivals, one cannot progress in martial arts. Yan Luo disagreed. Navi, this line of thought will only lead to your own demise. Perhaps, Zhou Qiang shrugged, calmly stating, maybe in the future I will laugh at my own navet, but I've never claimed to be a sage, nor do I have a tragic background compelling me to mature prematurely. I simply wish to experience what I ought to at the appropriate age. Martial arts is akin to life, without the bittersweet, without success and failure, it feels as though one is stagnating. Of course, I don't wish to encounter heart-wrenching situations like heartbreak or being pursued by an undesirable suitor. Noticing the monstrous expression on Yan Luo's face, Zhou Qiang shyly ruffled his hair. You can consider my words to be childish. Extend your hand, Yan Luo suddenly commanded. What for? Zhou Qiang was taken aback. Your hand, extend it, not this one, the other. In that moment when he lowered his head, Zhou Qiang seemed to see that Yan Luo's gaze was not directed at him, but rather at someone else. When she was not spouting off her sharp tongue, she was quite a sight to behold, and now she was gently fiddling with the colorful ribbon around Zhou Qiang's wrist. The ribbon bracelet she had gifted him had seemingly been torn when he narrowly avoided the syringe, nearly breaking. I warn you, if you dare to break it again, I'll jab you with a few needles, rendering you incapable of any activities for the rest of your life. Let us see if you still dare to claim to enjoy the bittersweet of life. Then, can I return it? I'll jab you now. Young man. After that, Yan Luo did not utter another word, simply pushing the door open and things have been placed properly and remain undiscovered. Time is certain. Lessons are terrifying. Shortly after, the sounds of a door opening and closing seemed to echo, and the surroundings fell eerily silent. Zhou Qiang and Zhou Xiaomeng waited quietly in the ventilation duct for a moment before gingerly removing the cover of the vent. Both descending simultaneously, it appeared to be a space between the employee break rooms. Zhou Qiang took a moment to survey the environment. Neatly arranged lockers stood empty, and after a brief exploration of the area, they found nothing particularly noteworthy. Dad, have you thought of something? Zhou Xiaomeng suddenly inquired. Zhou Qiang, lost in thought, replied, although the content of that conversation was ambiguous, it undeniably evokes a sense of concern. I hope it isn't anything sinister, but with just this team, even if we called the police, we wouldn't know what to report, would we? Let's find what they've hidden and see for ourselves, Zhou Xiaomeng said with a serious expression. When this girl was serious, it always meant trouble, without needing to wait for her to voice her intentions. Zhou Qiang already perceived her thoughts, but alas, it was too late to intervene. Crack. The central control unit governing all the electronic locks on the lockers fell victim to Zhou Xiaomeng's brute force. A series of electrical noises crackled, and all the lockers sprang open automatically due to the malfunctioning locks. Was this girl here to salvage her life or to collect debts? Dad, hurry, look what I found. Zhou Xiaomeng exclaimed with a look of delight. Could it be that she had stumbled upon something extraordinary? Zhou Qiang was momentarily taken aback and nervously approached. What is this? A limited edition classic Passion G set with 12 pieces. I've only seen this version in books 40 years later. It's been out of production. I've always wanted to collect it, but could never find it. Wow, and it's milk chocolate flavored. Too bad to have been used. It gave off a distinct sensation akin to discovering a treasure chest in an RPG labyrinth. Should I congratulate you on acquiring the legendary artifact of the G-set? Congratulations to Zhou Xiaomeng for obtaining the classic Passion G-set with 12 pieces, reducing morality by 100. Don't worry. Engaging in unprotected encounters is what a good daughter should do. I'm merely collecting this. Quick, go find the evidence, you fool, Zhou Cheng fumed, striking Zhou Xiaomeng's forehead, feeling as if a herd of mythical creatures were staging a protest within him. They continued to open the treasure chests and, after uncovering peculiar items like black rods and vibrating eggs that left Zhou Cheng at a loss for words, they finally made a discovery. It was roughly the size of 2 palms, resembling a conventional communication device, but with apparent differences. However, after inspecting it for a while, neither could decipher its true nature. This is an old-fashioned signal transmitter. Zhou Cheng suddenly realized. Oh, it's a transmitter? Zhou Xiaomeng queried skeptically. Wait, weren't you just speaking? Zhou Cheng inquired. Curiosity piqued as their eyes locked. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Xiaomeng appeared momentarily bewildered. No, maybe it's because we are father and daughter. Before she could finish, both Zhou Cheng and Zhou Xiaomeng sprang into action with remarkable speed. Zhou Cheng unleashed a powerful punch while Zhou Xiaomeng executed a flying kick. In that instant, they both harnessed their inner energy. A shadowy figure before them crossed their arms in defense. The impact of their fists and feet collided almost simultaneously, sending the figure staggering backward until they slammed against the wall, finally coming to a halt. However, 2 dark marks appeared on the floor from the friction of their shoes. Zhou Cheng and Zhou Xiaomeng exchanged glances and prepared to strike again. Just then, the figure called out in a slightly flustered tone. Wait, I'm not a bad guy. As he spoke, he swiftly produced an item resembling an identification badge from his clothing, shielding it from the combined force of their blows. First-class investigator Zhang Weixin of the Anti-Terror Headquarters of the Lunar Habitat. Anti-Terror Headquarters. Zhou Cheng was taken aback. He had never heard of such a department. However, Zhou Xiaomeng halted, scrutinizing the man before her with suspicion. Is there an old faction operating around here? After a brief pause, Zhou Xiaomeng uttered a statement that left Zhou Cheng perplexed yet caused Zhang Weixin to freeze momentarily. The man, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, glanced at his identification and after a moment of silence said, My apologies, I took the wrong one. This is the temporary badge was one typically seen with city police officers. Yet, compared to this ordinary police badge, the investigator's credentials were decidedly more impressive. I can guess what you're trying to conceal. But given the circumstances, you should come clean, Zhou Xiaomeng urged. Chapter 47. This time, I really became a justice warrior. The so-called old faction refers to the dangerous elements opposing the treaty following the grand unification of nations. As for the Anti-Terror Headquarters, it is a specialized agency established to combat the disruptive activities of these old faction members, akin to a spy organization, within the confines of his limited knowledge. Zhou Cheng understood it this way, tentatively believing Zhang Weixin's words. The crucial matter was not his so-called identification, but the weapon he carried. Zhou Xiaomeng had whispered to him that it was the standard annihilator eye, specially commissioned by the alliance government, capable of self-adjusting its power output to maximum levels. Even the most elite martial artists would struggle to withstand it. Ordinary police officers were limited to carrying handguns for emergencies. But given the dangers posed by martial artist criminals, it was not difficult for them to evade bullets, hence the development of specialized weapons against martial artists. This standard annihilator eye was likely among the best of such weapons. Only personnel granted special permission by the alliance government could wield such equipment. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Zhang Weixin's identity was effectively confirmed. This young lady seems quite knowledgeable about this matter, Zhang Weixin remarked, clapping his hands and tearing off the remnants of his shredded sleeves. Zhou Xiaomeng replied nonchalantly, I've heard a bit in the martial alliance. Zhang Weixin appeared unfazed and chuckled. Now that you understand my identity, may I ask that you both relax your guard against me? I am indeed a good person. With a pair of sunglasses, dressed in a black trench coat, and chewing on a toothpick, he certainly bore the appearance of a typical crime boss. Who would dare to believe him? Zhou Cheng felt a sense of foreboding. Individuals from specialized departments like Zhang Weixin were hardly idle enough to attend a low-tier martial arts competition as mere spectators, which meant there was likely an old faction operative present at the venue. Coincidentally, those two individuals under suspicion were very likely dangerous members of the old faction. Zhou Xiaomeng suddenly looked at Zhang Weixin with suspicion. "Are you the one who was in the ventilation duct earlier?" "Ha ha ha, it seems I've been discovered." Zhang Weixin shrugged. "Today is quite lively. So many people are crawling through the ventilation ducts." Zhou Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If Zhang Weixin was an investigator, then he was there for the company's sake, engaging in what could be deemed illegal entry. However, he and Zhou Xiaomeng, along with Yan Luo, were purely there out of sheer boredom. So, the peculiar individual they had encountered was indeed Zhang Weixin. Leading to this encounter in the employee break room, wait, it seemed something significant had been overlooked. Zhou Cheng's expression shifted, setting aside the question of old factions. Zhang Weixin was an investigator and likely had certain privileges regarding unauthorized access. However, Zhou Cheng and Zhou Xiaomeng were merely ordinary citizens. Their intrusion, compounded by Zhou Xiaomeng violently destroying the control unit of the venue's lockers. This man was indeed a public servant, right? Oh no. This was illegal. Yet, Zhang Weixin seemed unconcerned, merely gesturing towards the signal transmitter behind them. "Could you two show me that signal transmitter?" "Sure," Zhou Cheng replied respectfully, stepping aside. Zhang Weixin approached the transmitter and began to fiddle with it, his expression gradually growing serious. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaomeng, driven by curiosity, asked, "Uncle, what is this signal transmitter used for?" "This model has been out of production for quite some time. It was previously used to trigger timed explosives. Due to its encrypted signal, ordinary hazard detectors at the venue would have difficulty discerning it." Without turning around, Zhang Weixin replied gravely, "It seems someone has installed a timed bomb nearby. A bomb has been planted at the competition venue?" Zhou Cheng's heart raced. He could no longer contain his incredulity. His first instinct was to retrieve his communication device and make a call. "What are you doing?" Zhang Weixin turned to look at him. "What do you think?" "I'm calling the police. We need the riot squad, bomb disposal experts, and hounds to come here immediately. Who knows where the bomb is? What if it kills someone, indeed? It is imperative to notify the assembly and expedite the evacuation of personnel." "This is futile. The launcher cannot be halted. There are alternative remote controls. Once the evacuation is initiated, it is likely to be activated immediately." Zhang Weixin sighed. "This device emits two signals. The first is a continuous stable signal sent to the bomb, while the second is the activation command. Once the stable signal ceases, the bomb is likely to be triggered. Therefore, it cannot be destroyed, nor can you take it with you." Zhou Cheng couldn't help but wipe away a bead of cold sweat. Such is the situation. At this moment, Zhang Weixin rose to his feet, stating, "I am temporarily requisitioning the two of you in my capacity as a first-class investigator from the counterterrorism headquarters. We must ascertain the precise location of the bomb in the shortest time possible. Of course, you have the right to refuse, but I shall charge you with destruction of public property should you decline my request." Producing the standard-issue eliminator Type I, Zhang Weixin smiled. "Should you refuse, I may have to resort to this. After all, you are both martial artists, and the situation appears quite perilous. Do not attempt to vanish from my sight. I have memorized your appearances. I trust you would prefer not to assume another visage for your future existence." "Would you?" "Absolutely not. My brother has said he likes me the most. I would never change my face." Zhou Xiaomeng pouted, clinging to Zhou Cheng's arm. "Young lady, your protest is misdirected." Zhou Cheng sighed, not one to be overly fussy. Although he felt some resistance toward this forceful command, the pressing circumstances left him no choice. Moreover, with so many civilians at risk of perishing in an explosion, he could not bear the thought. "I understand, Mr. Zhang. We will assist you from here on." "A wise decision," Zhang Weixin replied with a smile, showing no intention of retracting the specialized weapon in his hand. He then produced a communicator. "It's me. Send a team of bomb disposal experts in plain clothes, and remember to keep it discreet. Additionally, have the local technical department dispatch someone promptly. We have a signal emitter here, and need to see if it can be handled." After ending the communication, Zhang Weixin finally holstered the eliminator, saying, "Come along, both of you. This will be quite an exhilarating experience, far more thrilling than watching a holographic film." Zhou Cheng, however, voiced his concern. "Is it safe to leave? Given the current circumstances, if the perpetrators discover us and activate it, Zhang Weixin replied calmly, those individuals can detonate the bomb at any moment, yet they have not done so, likely due to timing or awaiting a specific opportunity. Furthermore, as long as the emitter remains intact and within its effective range, the bomb will not explode, and it should not return. Oh, by the way, miss, theft is ill-advised. Please return that peculiar item in your possession to its rightful place. If you would. TCH, Chapter 48, Do you fear? Four shadowy figures swiftly ascended the towering building, their speed so remarkable that pedestrians below remained oblivious. Only upon reaching the rooftop did they pause. The four gazed down upon a massive structure in the distance, the venue for the rising martial artist competition. The Tianhai Martial Arts Center. A casual voice broke the silence. Are you certain your health is in order? It seems you've received quite a substantial dose of muscle hardener. Mr. Black administered the antidote. The burly man replied nonchalantly, you should be more concerned about your own condition. You doubt young William's skills. The youth chuckled, then shrugged. It's just that the price is a bit steep. Enough of such idle chatter. It's time to act, another member interjected. If we fail to meet Mr. Black's demands within the allotted time, you know the consequences. The youth yawned. It's not like we're assassinating some top-tier martial artist. Isn't it curious who recently lost consciousness and suffered broken limbs at the hands of a novice martial artist? If one must say, I have a score to settle. The youth's expression darkened momentarily, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. That wretched woman. Let's go, the last member commanded. The four leapt from the rooftop, traversing the spaces between buildings at breakneck speed toward the Tianhai Martial Arts Center. Meanwhile, below, a mature and classical woman donned in a cherry blossom kimono withdrew her gaze, contemplatively watching the direction in which the four had departed. Soon after, she too made her way toward the venue, her face adorned with a captivating smile that seemed to enchant and ensnare. However, even if we locate the bomb, the venue is so vast that we appear to have no starting point. Zhou Chang lamented, following closely behind Zhang Weixin, who advanced with a manner akin to a thief. Zhang Weixin turned his head, signaling for silence. Please refrain from speaking too much, as I am uncertain how many old-school individuals have infiltrated this place. Remain vigilant. Rest assured, I have already identified a suspicious character. Capturing him should lead us to the bomb's location. Truly a first-class investigator, Zhou Chang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Save the flattery for later, Zhang Weixin replied, shaking his head. By the way, are you two siblings? What level of martial artists are you? My brother is a senior martial artist. I have yet to receive certification, Zhou Xiaomeng interjected excitedly, her face beaming with pride. Uncle, if we assist you this time, will we be acknowledged as heroes and receive accolades, perhaps even gain public recognition? A senior martial artist? Zhou Chang was taken aback, but noticed Zhou Xiaomeng's grip on his arm had tightened slightly, prompting him to suppress any extreme reactions. What on earth is this girl thinking? A reward would be acceptable, for becoming heroic figures, if you are willing to accept the risk of retaliation from old-school adversaries afterward. I can arrange it for you, Zhang Weixin remarked, removing his sunglasses. This girl is always dreaming of becoming a hero. She tends to indulge in daydreams. Please do not mind her, Mr. Zhang, Zhou Chang said, placing a hand over Zhou Xiaomeng's mouth to signal her to refrain from further disruptions. Yet, this girl persisted, playfully licking her palm with her tongue. Oh no, I didn't even wash my hands after using the restroom. Achieving senior martial artist status at such a young age. Young man, your future is indeed promising, Zhang Weixin remarked with a smile. So, would you be interested in joining our counterterrorism headquarters? With your abilities, advancing to a higher rank shouldn't pose much difficulty. Zhou Chang shook his head. No. Thank you. I merely wish to live quietly as a martial artist. Zhang Weixin pondered for a moment, responding nonchalantly. That's a commendable aspiration. However, if you ever wish to, you can seek me out later. I can be your recommender. That sentiment seemed familiar, reminiscent of a conversation with Mr. Chen Chuang. Not long after, their discussion was abruptly cut short as Zhang Weixin pressed against the wall, signaling for the two to remain silent, pointing toward a corner. There is a room ahead. A temporary hideout for the perpetrators. I will enter first. If all is well, follow my instructions before you come in. Understood. Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng nodded in unison. Zhang Weixin swiftly approached the wall. Landing silently, The two peered around the corner to see the man stealthily knocking on the door. After a few moments of silence, he called out a few more times, but still received no response. Zhang Weixin then placed his palm on the door lock, and with a soft click, the lock seemed to have been compromised. This door-breaking technique was impressively skilled, prompting Zhou Chang to express his admiration. At this moment, Zhang Weixin glanced back at the two and beckoned them forward. "Come on, it appears no one is inside. Help me search for any clues left behind." The two tiptoed forward. With Zhang Weixin leading the way into the room, as they stepped through the threshold, a shadow suddenly sprang from behind the door, launching a frantic attack toward Zhou Chang. Simultaneously, Zhang Weixin delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Chang's chest. Bang, bang. The two sounds echoed, revealing that the shadow had been sent flying against the wall, leaving an imprint of a person. The second sound was the result of Zhang Weixin's punch against Zhou Chang's chest. The shadow's flight was due to Zhou Xiaomeng's faster kick that had struck it. "Mr. Zhang's punch is quite formidable. It nearly shattered my diamond chest," Zhou Chang remarked with admiration. The momentary shock caused Zhang Weixin to retreat abruptly. However, at the side, the figure of Zhou Xiaomeng had already followed closely, her hands manifesting dozens of afterimages that nearly obscured all of Zhang Weixin's vision. Zhang Weixin had long been aware of this woman's exceptional prowess, and at this moment, he dared not be careless, instinctively bracing himself for battle. Unexpectedly, this bizarre maneuver turned out to be merely a feint. The one truly attacking was Zhou Chang'ai, concealed behind Zhou Xiaomeng. The second form of the Cangyue flow fist technique, double-handed strike, bang. With the propulsion of psychic energy, Zhou Chang's speed reached its zenith in an instant, both fists crashing down directly onto Zhang Weixin's shoulders. The tremendous force sent Zhang Weixin's figure hurtling backward, yet Zhou Xiaomeng, at that moment, glided across the ground for several meters, swiftly reappearing behind him. A powerful kick landed fiercely on Zhang Weixin's left shoulder, forcing his body to kneel into the floor. Upon hitting the ground, Zhang Weixin gritted his teeth, his arms swelling with effort. However, at this moment, Zhou Xiaomeng's palm had already gripped the back of his head, her expression cheerful as she remarked, "If you move again, I shall crush your skull, dear uncle." Zhang Weixin could not help but break into a cold sweat, the sensation of her grasp on his neck akin to being ensnared by metallic claws, causing him unbearable pain. "What are you doing? Attacking a search officer is a grave offense that could lead to the abolition of martial arts and imprisonment in the depths of a dungeon." "What if I am not a search officer?" Zhou Chang approached Zhang Weixin, and without further ado, he swiftly dislocated the joints in Zhang Weixin's arms and legs, eliciting a series of agonized cries from him. Pressed to the ground, a flicker of panic crossed Zhang Weixin's mind, yet he forcibly maintained his composure. "When did you discover this?" Zhou Chang stroked his chin. "Perhaps when you were using the communicator?" Zhang Weixin was taken aback. "Communicator?" Zhou Chang shrugged. "I once attempted to use the communicator to call someone, but it seemed the signal was interfered with and could not connect, leaving only the temporary local network at the venue available for use. This situation has persisted. When you managed to get through to someone, I found it rather peculiar." That really the reason?" Zhang Weixin exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Chang continued, "There are certainly other inconsistencies. For instance, your designation as a first-class search officer. Surely you should be among the elite. It is quite unusual to mistakenly present the wrong identification. You should not be so careless, especially since you are a first-class search officer. Perhaps you are simply unfamiliar with protocols. However, if you are indeed attempting to disguise yourself as an ordinary police officer, you would surely be vigilant and familiar with such matters. Furthermore, both photographs on your identification feature you wearing sunglasses, indicating that you are quite accustomed to wearing them. When I saw you remove your sunglasses earlier, there were notable indentations on both sides of your ears. One would expect a frequent wearer of sunglasses to avoid such discrepancies in fit, wouldn't they?" Zhang Weixin was momentarily speechless. How had he noticed such details? Who exactly was this young man? Zhou Chang crouched down. "And you mentioned we should refrain from speaking too much, yet you have been the one seeking opportunities to converse with us, which is rather contradictory. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, our presence in the employees' lounge is already suspicious, yet you have not inquired about our intentions, instead recklessly asking us to assist you in an investigation as though you were shooting a film. Not to mention your audacious invitation. I'll keep an eye on you, young man. Join us." Do you imagine this is a narrative from a bygone era, where one simply selects an uncle and joins a remarkably prestigious organization? Embarking on a wildly extravagant urban adventure, a counterterrorism headquarters search officer does not merely join on a whim. What of loyalty, personnel transfers, procedures, and you have not even disclosed what benefits are provided? At this moment, Zhang Weixin found himself utterly at a loss for words. Who exactly are you? I have watched over 500 episodes of Death God Middle School Student, mastering over 300 methods of perfect, unobserved homicide, and played more than 100 escape room games. Do you fear? Chapter 49. Methods of supplementing psychic energy. Zhang Weixin suddenly fell silent, not uttering a word, having articulated every conceivable threat. He ultimately gleaned not a single syllable from his adversary. As for torture and the like, Zhou Cheng maintained that he was of a reasonably normal disposition and could not resort to excessively cruel measures. Let us simply refer to this uncle as Zhang Weixin. Zhou Cheng surmised that such a person indeed existed, but it was likely that he had either been eliminated by this uncle or had been subdued and hidden away. The former seemed more probable. At that moment, both this uncle and the assailant had their joints dislocated, their hands restrained behind their backs, and they had both succumbed to unconsciousness. The handcuffs had been retrieved from the uncle's trench coat. Zhou Cheng was now troubled, pondering what course of action to take next. The communicator was inoperative, rendering external communication impossible. To simply leave with these two would mean uncertainty regarding how many accomplices remained hidden here. If one were to spread the news within the conference's local network, there was concern that other lurking villains might detonate an explosion immediately. Speaking of which, the authenticity of that signal transmitter remained dubious. The constraints were simply too numerous. Hey, could you please think of a solution? Zhou Cheng sighed. You have been silent for a while. Have you come up with something? Zhou Xiaomeng blinked her eyes, displaying an innocent curiosity as she asked. I was wondering, among the 300 methods of homicide you excel in, how many involve first violation followed by murder, or murder followed by violation? Violation is the key point, isn't it? Zhou Xiaomeng nodded emphatically, whispering conspiratorially in Zhou Cheng's ear. After all, I wouldn't want to be damaged after being used by father just once. Zhou Cheng, completely at a loss for how to respond to such bizarre statements, chose to ignore them and directly inquired. Earlier, when you falsely reported information, I had not yet informed you that this fellow was peculiar. You noticed that too, didn't you? Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head. The Annihilator Type 1 is equipped with intelligent identification. And if one is not the holder, it simply will not activate. When this uncle took out the Annihilator, the activation light did not even illuminate. Zhou Cheng could not help but feel intrigued. You seem to know quite a bit, Zhou Xiaomeng casually replied. Such knowledge will become commonplace in the future. Zhou Cheng, harboring considerable skepticism, thought that the current situation seemed far too grave for delving into such matters. However, should a bomb indeed activate, he could simply make his escape. After all, with so many spectators at the venue, no one would particularly care if several left midway. Yet, the problem remained. If Zhou Cheng did indeed leave at that moment, he would carry the weight of regret for a lifetime. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaomeng leaned closer to Zhou Cheng, whispering a few words in his ear. Zhou Cheng, taken aback, asked, Do you truly have a way to extract the truth from this impostor? Zhou Xiaomeng nodded again, continuing to whisper. Zhou Cheng's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident. Child, this is not the time for games. Countless lives are at stake. Please exercise some restraint. Zhou Xiaomeng remained resolute. Then let us await our demise together. After all, it seems rather delightful to be star-crossed lovers, doesn't it? This way, I can be with you forever, in every sense. Indeed. Goodness, I refuse to embark on the bad-ending route, Zhou Cheng retorted angrily. I am genuinely upset. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaomeng let out a slight sigh, her expression one of despair, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, just as parents wish to live in eternal happiness with their children. Children also yearn to remain by their parents' sides forever. That year, for the sake of her beloved father, the girl overcame countless obstacles, enduring the agonies of traversing time, repeatedly falling, her body and mind subjected to endless torment. Even willing to sacrifice her most cherished memories to alter time once, simply to return to her father's side, to once again feel the warmth of his hands upon her, to hear him whisper sweetly in her ear as he enveloped her in a beautiful dream. The girl finally succeeded, but what awaited her was not the ardent affection she sought, nor the gentle embrace and loving adoration she desired, but rather a barrage of scorn. Ultimately, in the final moment between life and death, He even refused to fulfill her last wish, choosing instead to condemn her for her recklessness in the name of justice. Yet the girl knew this might be her only opportunity, one earned through endless suffering. Enough, I shall grant you your wish. Before Zhou Xiaomeng could utter anything more sorrowful, Zhou Chang could no longer bear it, pained as he rubbed his forehead and declared, once, at most once, if you dare to push your luck further. Then we shall traverse the bad ending route together. Seeing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaomeng immediately broke into a smile. Then, to save these thousands of lives, Father, please bestow upon me the kiss of victory. The words hung in the air. Crimson layered upon crimson, the sudden onslaught took Zhou Xiaomeng by surprise, prompting her instinctively to extend her hands and tightly clasp Zhou Chang's neck. Yet Zhou Chang, in reflexive defiance against the girl's encroachment, found himself unable to resist the surge of spiritual energy emanating from her 10 fingers. It stimulated the nerves of his face, causing his lips to part uncontrollably. That moment, a warm, moist presence invaded, seeking to breach their entwined intimacy, delivering an extraordinary sweetness that pierced deep into Zhou Chang's heart, rendering his mind blank in an instant. The peculiar aura and the soft, delicate form of Zhou Xiaomeng seemed to be eternally fixed in that fleeting moment. However, the spiritual energy within him surged uncontrollably, flowing through the connection of their lips, rendering his body unable to regain control. Zhou Chang could only passively endure as Zhou Xiaomeng exerted her influence over him. It was only when the energy expenditure reached half of its total that a slender thread of saliva appeared between them, prompting Zhou Xiaomeng to reluctantly release her grip on Zhou Chang's neck. Thank you for your hospitality. Zhou Chang stammered, momentarily taken aback. I'll need to borrow some of your energy for a moment, Zhou Xiaomeng replied, her finger brushing against her lips, glistening with moisture from their fervent exchange. Zhou Chang, bewildered, shook his head. So that was your intention? No, there must be other ways to draw from my energy. Zhou Xiaomeng narrowed her eyes. Of course, there are faster and more effective methods to replenish energy. But considering our current situation, this is the quickest and most feasible approach. You want to know where the explosives are placed, don't you? With that, Zhou Xiaomeng approached the uncle, placing her finger gently on his forehead. He jolted awake, but before he could speak, Zhou Xiaomeng was already close to him. Look into my eyes, she commanded, her voice imbued with an enchanting power that left the uncle in a daze. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chang was astonished as Zhou Xiaomeng fixated on the man in the black trench coat. He soon began to reveal his true identity and intentions. The man, whose real name was Wu Lu, indeed belonged to an old-school faction, specifically, one of the organizations opposing the alliance government. They were part of a group known as Old Covenant Years. Wu Lu's mission was to exploit the opportunity presented by the upcoming martial arts competition to orchestrate a substantial loss of life. As a warning to those who had forsaken their own kin, Zhou Chang urgently inquired about the location of the bomb and if there was a way to stop it. This is a holy war. We are prepared to sacrifice ourselves. As long as the signal from the launcher is interrupted or leaves the effective range, the bomb will detonate. Wu Lu's expression remained rigid as he continued. The bomb is in the drinks. The drinks. What drinks? Zhou Chang was momentarily bewildered. The beverages sponsored for this event. The beverage company is one of us. Approximately 5,000 drinks have been laced with a special liquid. Once they receive the detonation signal, all of the liquids will react violently, powerful enough to obliterate the entire venue and a radius of 1.5 kilometers. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Chang's forehead, and his complexion turned pale. No one at the venue will survive. At least those capable of resisting such a catastrophic explosion would not be present at this low-level competition. Where's the controller? The launcher's controller. At that moment, it was Zhou Xiaomeng who asked, her figure appearing fatigued and breathless. I do not know. For secrecy, the identity of the controller is the highest priority of this operation. What about the detonation time? Classified. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaomeng collapsed to the ground, and Wu Lu's eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious once more. Zhou Chang hurriedly lifted Zhou Xiaomeng, concerned for her well-being. I'm fine. Just a bit drained. I should have anticipated that he would be difficult to hypnotize, she said, slightly pale. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head. There's no other option. Father, we need to leave this place quickly and call the authorities. What happens next is beyond our control. The reality of a genuine tragedy loomed over Zhou Chang, ensnaring him in a profound conflict. The lives of tens of thousands were at stake, not mere ants. Yet this situation had exceeded his capabilities entirely. Father, can you help me up? Zhou Xiaomeng suddenly requested. Zhou Chang instinctively assisted her, and a thought struck him. Do you know about this event in the future? Such a significant occurrence would surely not go unreported. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head. I don't think so. At least, I'm not aware of it. However, the doctor once mentioned that I should prepare myself psychologically. It's very likely that this could lead to a different historical outcome, something along those lines, but I don't remember the specifics. The butterfly effect, Zhou Chang pondered, his limited knowledge grasping at this theory. Knowing only its implications without understanding its intricacies. If Zhou Xiaomeng had not appeared, perhaps the old faction's attack on the venue would not have occurred, but could he blame her? She was merely pursuing her own desires without regard for the consequences. Zhou Xiaomeng, weary, stood up, resting her hand on Zhou Chang's shoulder. In that moment, he did not dwell on her gesture as he was engulfed in a tide of panic. Suddenly, a series of faint explosions echoed, startling the two in their tense state, followed by an escalating cacophony. The room was enveloped in a whirlwind of lightning. As the sounds crescendoed, a dark vortex began to form. Zhou Chang looked up, awestruck as a sense of deja vu washed over him. Just as he felt a foreboding sense creeping in, a figure shot forth from the black void amidst the storm clouds, with sleek, dark hair adorned with a streak of purple. The figure descended, eyes closed and head bowed, clad in a form-fitting purple garment that accentuated her physique, devoid of any excess fat. Her chest appeared slightly pronounced, yet not in an unfortunate manner, complemented by long, elegantly straight legs, a true embodiment of beauty. As the woman opened her eyes, a fleeting look of confusion transformed into clarity, sharp as a blade, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng stared in astonishment at this striking woman, whose attire only accentuated her allure. You're Zhou Chang, aren't you? The Zhou Chang of 17 years old, she stated with certainty. Zhou Chang instinctively replied, you must be. But before he could finish, she interrupted, her voice grave. Where is the launcher? The launcher. The woman frowned impatiently, the tool used by old Covenant years to create this crisis. Don't tell me both of you have forgotten where it is. You discovered it. Zhou Chang refrained from asking how she knew and instead persisted with the original question. Who exactly are you? Can you not focus? Tens of thousands of lives are at stake, and you still have the leisure to inquire about my identity. Her expression shifted to one of fierce urgency. Take me to the location of the launcher. Do you wish to become the eternal villains responsible for the deaths of thousands? After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Chang exclaimed, I'll take you there. His mind raced with the absurdity of the events unfolding. Yet the woman's sudden appearance was not entirely beyond comprehension, especially given the gravity of the bomb issue. Throughout their journey, the woman maintained a stoic demeanor, her formidable presence resembling an unyielding iceberg, making it difficult to approach her. Zhou Chang, brimming with questions, found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaomeng, as if confronted by a nemesis, remained silent, clutching her arm tightly as if it were a pillow. Clearly unsettled by the woman's presence, upon exiting the lounge, Wu Lu had concealed the launcher once more, ensuring it would not be discovered by the old faction. It was hidden within the venue's control room. This is it, but do you have a plan to handle this device? Zhou Chang retrieved the launcher from its hiding place in the control room. The woman first surveyed the room, her eyes suddenly brightening as she made her way to a corner. There, it appeared that a toolkit belonging to maintenance personnel lay in wait. She opened the toolbox, glanced inside, and promptly seized the launcher from Zhou Chang's hands. Chapter 51. The enigmatic woman deftly extracted a multifunctional screwdriver, a small pair of pliers, and tweezers from the toolbox, unhesitatingly commencing the disassembly of the launcher. This action instantly alarmed Zhou Chang, who instinctively grasped the woman's arm wielding the screwdriver, exclaiming, Don't do anything reckless. What if the bomb goes off? The woman furrowed her brow and replied, Rest assured, I am merely making slight modifications to the device that receives the detonation signal for this launcher. Bewildered yet intrigued, Zhou Chang shook his head. The woman continued, This archaic signal transmitter will continuously emit a stable signal unless interrupted by a command. Therefore, as long as it maintains a steady output, the bomb will not detonate. Zhou Chang was astounded. You can safely remove the components that accept the detonation command. Of course, the woman retorted, her brow furrowing again. Can you please release my arm now? I am not the shameless woman beside you. What did you say? Zhou Xiaomeng, grinning mischievously, crouched down. Are you threatening to strip me and toss me into the street? The woman ignored her and addressed Zhou Chang. if you allow this woman to interfere. Prepare to become the unwitting architect of countless innocent lives lost. Reluctantly, Zhou Chang silenced Zhou Xiaomeng, and they both fell silent. The woman continued her work. After removing the outer casing of the launcher, she suddenly unzipped her purple bodysuit. Zhou Xiaomeng quickly covered Zhou Chang's eyes in shock. The process was swift, leaving Zhou Chang unsure of where to express his bewilderment. However, the unexpected did not last long. When Zhou Chang's vision cleared, the bodysuit had been zipped back up, and in the woman's hands were two oddly shaped, curved objects. Then, what should have been an unremarkable bust measurement now seemed to have transformed into something peculiar due to the addition of these odd items. Apologies, but the large breasts you claim to like are not my style, the woman remarked coolly. Zhou Chang's mind raced. How did she know he had just been lost in thought about something strange? Nonetheless, the two bizarre curved objects were now connected, capable of folding and transforming into something reminiscent of a long obsolete communication device. The woman drew a thin wire from this strange apparatus and connected it to the launcher, her fingers flying over the tiny keyboard. Perhaps concerned about the unfolding situation, Zhou Xiaomeng maintained an unusual silence. Less than 5 minutes passed, yet it felt like an eternity. Throughout, the woman's expression remained unchanged, so steady that Zhou Nan wondered if her facial nerves had ceased to function. Finally, after her last keystroke, she calmly announced, "Done, done. Does that mean the activation signal will no longer affect the launcher?" Zhou Chang inquired uncertainly. The woman nodded. "Aside from that, do you think there are other possibilities?" Zhou Chang scratched his head. "But the bomb, I told you, as long as the stable signal persists, the bomb will not explode. The explosives installed in this venue will, after a certain period, simply react differently, resulting in nothing more than a rather unpleasant gastrointestinal disturbance. Thus, the crisis is averted. So we have emerged from the peril of the beeline?" Zhou Chang exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief, momentarily disregarding the mysterious origins of the woman. Then a thought struck him. Why had he so readily believed her words? Perhaps it was due to her oddly familiar demeanor. Zhou Xiaomeng, eyes narrowed with suspicion, voiced Zhou Chang's unspoken question. "You aren't from the future too, are you?" "Oh, you managed to arrive at that conclusion with your limited intellect? How intriguing," she replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Zhou Chang pinched the bridge of his nose, pulling Zhou Xiaomeng back as he sighed. "Are you about to tell me something equally bizarre? Would you like to hear?" the woman asked, her curiosity piqued. "I have a foreboding feeling," Zhou Chang confessed, shaking his head, "but I suppose I might as well listen." The woman introduced herself as Zhou Xiaolu. At the mention of her name, Zhou Chang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. "Like this shameless woman beside you, I am unfortunately destined to become the daughter of a man equally devoid of shame and ethics in the future," Zhou Xiaolu stated. Zhou Chang interjected, "Xiaomeng, do you have any sisters?" Zhou Xiaomeng retorted, "Shouldn't you be the one hiding a love child?" Zhou Xiaolu clarified, "I regret to inform you that I have no relation to this woman. I am my timeline, I am your daughter. But in the timeline where she originates, I am not her sister." Zhou Chang gazed at the ceiling, stroking his chin with a nonchalant expression. "It seems I have stumbled into yet another peculiar situation." However, observing the two girls glaring at each other, Zhou Chang could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Who would believe such a tale? Time travel from the future to the past. Even contemporary science fiction has abandoned such themes to prevent instilling unrealistic fantasies in the youth." In response to Zhou Chang's outburst, Zhou Xiaomeng tugged at his hand, pointing innocently at herself. Zhou Chang sighed, cautiously stating, "Well, if Xiaomeng is from the future and Xiaolu is also from the future, yet Xiaolu is aware of Xiaomeng's existence, while Xiaomeng is unaware of Xiaolu's, does that mean the two of you are not in the same timeline, yet both could be my descendants? I can't keep up. Please just clarify this convoluted situation." "I'll attempt to clarify," Zhou Xiaolu replied, her expression stoic. "Firstly, we reside in a multiverse. The complexity of time and space is beyond your comprehension. To simplify, if we consider history as a straight line, the multiverse comprises countless parallel lines. These lines exist in equilibrium, not interfering with one another. While some histories may overlap, others diverge significantly." She gestured towards Zhou Xiaomeng. "I and the world line she inhabits, Zhou Chang, has already perished. She intended to traverse time to fulfill your dying wish. However, such occurrences are impossible within the same world line. Thus, she could only enter the world line you are currently in, altering a different history. Consequently, her original timeline would simply lose her presence, with history remaining unchanged. Next, Zhou Xiaomeng pointed to herself. Similarly, the timeline I inhabit should have continued from the one you occupy. However, upon my leap across world lines, your timeline will also shift, becoming a third line. Since Zhou Xiaomeng exists in this timeline, I am aware of her origins, yet she remains oblivious to mine. Do you understand? Zhou Chang replied. Not really. Zhou Xiaomeng interjected. I understand, but I refuse to acknowledge that you are also one of Dad's daughters. Setting aside Zhou Xiaomeng's comment for the moment, Zhou Chang grasped one thing. Zhou Xiaolu was indeed his future daughter, albeit from a different future. Yet, he pondered, but why did you, like Xiaomeng, travel back from the future? It can't merely be to prevent this explosion, can it? Zhou Xiaolu shrugged. You could say that. Zhou Chang, perplexed, remarked, but if that's the case, it doesn't seem to hold much significance for you. Zhou Xiaolu responded calmly. To be precise, I simply wish to ensure that I do not exist in another timeline. The future has endured immense suffering due to your actions. Due to me, Zhou Chang echoed, suddenly recalling a pressing question. Wait, if you exist in the future, then that means I should be able to escape this explosion crisis, right? So, even without your return, there are ways to resolve it. Zhou Xiaolu smirked. Do you truly wish to know? Finally, a flicker of emotion crossed her face. Zhou Chang, with a striking demeanor, remarked, it is certainly preferable to being left in a state of confusion. Zhou Xiaolu, at that moment, pointed at Zhou Xiaomeng and sneered repeatedly. This woman, had I not intervened, would have undoubtedly rendered you unconscious and whisked you away from this venue. Although she reported the incident to the authorities afterward, it could not avert this tragedy. Upon regaining consciousness, you find yourself engulfed in profound self-reproach. This matter, which bears little relation to you, weighs heavily on your conscience, as you are plagued by foolish fantasies of how, had you not departed or had you devised some means to prevent the deaths of thousands, the outcome could have been different, leaving you in a state of despair, akin to a mere shell of your former self. She gazed at Zhou Chang, mocking him without a trace of pity. 5 years hence, you will be tormented by overwhelming guilt and remorse, ultimately choosing to take your own life. Why is it that such a heart-wrenching future still awaits? Chapter 52. The Forbiddenness. You are precisely 17 this year, having arrived from the future of 23 years hence. If my calculations are correct, I will have successfully conceived you in your mother's womb at the age of 22. Only to pass away that same year, rendering you a posthumous child. You do not exist to fulfill some whimsical dying wish of mine. Rather, your sole purpose is to prevent the emergence of your own alternate self in this timeline, is that correct? Zhou Xiaolu nodded, her expression devoid of warmth. Zhou Chang, however, seemed largely unfazed, counting on his fingers. So, I merely need to remain single until I'm 22. Does that mean I won't have a wife this time? By the way, who exactly is your mother? Zhou Xiaolu replied coolly. As I have previously stated, I will not allow another Zhou Xiaolu to exist in this world. So does it truly matter to you who my biological mother is? That doesn't make sense, Zhou Chang pondered seriously. Even if I were to take my own life in your world, leaving you and your mother to fend for yourselves, I would not object to your resentment toward me. But I would have been merely 2 years old at that time. How could you possibly survive alone? Hence, your mother must still be alive. However, referring to the woman who raised you as merely a biological entity seems rather peculiar. I seem to have forgotten that part of my memory when traversing time and space. Zhou Xiaolu interjected suddenly. Please don't assign yourself the trait of amnesia arbitrarily. Zhou Xiaolu huffed, pointing at Zhou Xiaomeng. Then isn't this individual also bereft of memories? Why do you not question her? Zhou Xiaomeng, defiantly clinging to Zhou Chang's arm, retorted, because I am the capable daughter, unlike you, who is merely an underwhelming, flat-chested, long-legged, expressionless girl. Is that so? I apologize for not possessing your excess flesh, I must apologize for having significantly more excess flesh than you. Zhou Xiaomeng glared fiercely, coldly stating, now that the crisis of the explosion has been resolved, my father will not succumb to guilt and ultimately take his own life. Your mission is complete. Why do you not take your leave? Zhou Xiaolu replied indifferently. As I have said, I will not permit the existence of my counterpart in this world. I am sorry, but I will not depart until this matter is resolved. As for you, it would be wise for you to vanish from here. Your presence beside this man is inherently perilous. Zhou Xiaomeng scoffed. Perilous? I would rather perish than allow my father to be harmed. Dare you repeat that? For instance, if I had not come, this man would ultimately succumb to guilt and take his own life due to your actions. Zhou Xiaolu's words struck Zhou Xiaomeng like a dagger to the heart. The young girl clenched her fists, ready to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaolu's hands naturally fell, not in resignation, but exuding an aura of danger. Were these two truly prepared to clash? Zhou Cheng suddenly felt a jolt of fear, stepping between the two, and implored, "Now is not the time for you two to bicker. Besides, you are sisters after all. Can you not coexist peacefully? I refuse to be sisters with this flat-chested, expressionless girl. Apologies, but I do not wish to have a perverse individual as a relative. I in an instant." Zhou Xiaomeng leaped over Zhou Cheng and launched an attack on Zhou Xiaolu. Delivering a fierce punch, bang, the fist collided with Zhou Xiaolu's arms, a tremendous force emanating from the impact, causing Zhou Xiaomeng to pause in disbelief. You can also wield spiritual energy. However, the only response Zhou Xiaomeng received was a punch delivered from below. Oh no, it has indeed escalated into a brawl, and to make matters worse, Zhou Xiaolu is also adept at the Cangyue style of boxing. In mere moments, the two young women had exchanged no less than 20 blows. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Zhou Xiaolu was overwhelmed by Zhou Xiaomeng's strength, thrown back and tumbling away. Zhou Cheng was momentarily taken aback. This girl had recently exhausted her spiritual energy, yet she was still formidable? No more accurately, Zhou Xiaolu understood the Cangyue style, but seemed to possess a rather feeble grasp of spiritual energy. Zhou Xiaolu staggered to her feet, blood trickling from her lips. Zhou Xiaomeng swiftly approached, delivering a knee strike with force to Zhou Xiaolu's abdomen. Such an impact could potentially be life-threatening. Zhou Cheng instinctively moved in front of them, grasping Zhou Xiaomeng's unrelenting fist within his palm. "You should have won. Cease this at once." Zhou Cheng furrowed his brow. If this continues, she will not withstand it. Zhou Xiaomeng, however, grinned wickedly. "I have no intention of killing this woman. I merely wish to knock her out." Zhou Cheng was taken aback. Indeed, Zhou Xiaolu was swaying, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, she truly was weak beyond measure. Knocking her out temporarily buys us some time. Perhaps that isn't so bad. Zhou Cheng mused. "Who said I intended to calm down?" Zhou Xiaomeng retorted. Zhou Cheng stared in disbelief. "Then what do you plan to do, huh?" In an instant, the scene that had unfolded moments earlier repeated itself. Zhou Xiaomeng, with brazen audacity, once again entwined her arms around Zhou Cheng's neck, resuming her so-called method of spiritual energy replenishment. Unlike the previous occasion, where she seemed to relish the act, this time she approached it like a mere transaction, hastily extracting energy at an alarming rate, nearly doubling her previous speed. Moments later, Zhou Cheng felt his body grow weak. His total reserves of spiritual energy dwindled to a mere 10%. If he did not employ those peculiar movements to assist in recovery, he would be looking at 3 to 5 days before he could fully recuperate. At this juncture, Zhou Xiaomeng forcefully wiped her mouth. "Dad, I'm sorry. After this, you can do whatever you wish with me. Consider it compensation. I refuse to be at your mercy." Zhou Cheng exclaimed. "You wouldn't dare use that trick on her like you did with Wu Lu, would you?" Zhou Xiaomeng replied earnestly. "You want to ascertain whether her words are truthful. Don't you?" Zhou Cheng, with a hint of pride, nodded. "Then it's settled." Zhou Xiaomeng chuckled lightly, leaning closer to Zhou Xiaolu's face and placing a finger on her forehead. "All right, now quickly tell me which vixen bore you." As Zhou Xiaomeng's eyes met Zhou Xiaolu's, a peculiar light flickered within them. "Ah, so this is your true objective." 15 minutes later, Zhou Cheng gazed at Zhou Xiaolu, who had regained consciousness, his brow furrowed deeply. His expression one of barely contained fury aimed at the two women before him, while Zhou Xiaomeng appeared dazed as if struck by lightning. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, "I believe it would be better for me to take my own life now." Zhou Xiaolu was not merely his daughter, she was also Zhou Xiaomeng's daughter. This revelation acted as a switch, instantly reviving Zhou Xiaomeng from her stupor, propelling her to leap upon Zhou Cheng, exclaiming, "No way. It seems that my father and I have the potential for a GE timeline result. I will not allow you to die." "Oh no, that is clearly the GE timeline of the dead." "It is undeniably the B timeline." Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaolu appeared oblivious to the dialogue unfolding between the two, sitting dazedly on the ground. Zhou Cheng's gaze fell upon Zhou Xiaolu. Finally comprehending her cold demeanor toward him upon her arrival, her apparent animosity toward Zhou Xiaomeng, and her bizarre pronouncement that she would prevent her own existence in this world, what Zhou Xiaomeng perceived as a GE timeline, Zhou Cheng interpreted as a B timeline outcome. The explosion had ultimately claimed the lives of thousands. leaving Zhou Chang to live on in a state of numbed guilt, spiraling into despair, neglecting the martial arts school, isolating himself from the world. Eventually leaving behind a letter expressing that he would have preferred to perish in that explosion rather than endure the nightly torment of hearing countless vengeful souls point fingers at him. Ultimately leading to his own demise, Zhou Chang's death would be a cataclysmic blow to Zhou Xiaomeng. The girl has already succumbed to madness in the future, and, unexpectedly, she resorted to artificial insemination. She discreetly thawed the sperm of Zhou Chang, which seemed to have been prepared long ago but was never intended to be used, akin to a precautionary measure that had been quietly secured and stored. Ultimately, Zhou Xiaolu was indeed born. The birth of this forbidden child endowed Zhou Xiaolu with an unexpectedly high intelligence, while Zhou Xiaomeng, in her deranged maternal role, never concealed her true identity from Zhou Xiaolu. Due to Zhou Xiaolu's extraordinary intellect, Zhou Xiaomeng even embarked on increasingly frenzied actions. She intended for Zhou Xiaolu to successfully create the device that had once enabled her to traverse through time and space. From a young age, Zhou Xiaolu was confined at home, acquiring knowledge far surpassing that of her peers, while Zhou Xiaomeng's madness deepened day by day, ultimately ensnaring her in an inescapable world of self-delusion. The so-called genius education always accompanies various forms of suffering, especially under the supervision of a deranged mother. When Zhou Xiaolu turned 13, the impatient Zhou Xiaomeng transformed into a terrifying overlord, compelling Zhou Xiaolu to construct a time machine. Yet, regardless of Zhou Xiaolu's brilliance, she lacked the capability at that time. Amidst this entanglement, Zhou Xiaolu managed to escape. A month later, upon stealthily returning to the home where she had been imprisoned for over a decade, she unexpectedly discovered Zhou Xiaomeng's lifeless body. A suicide note lay beside her as she sat in a chair, a dagger clasped in her hands, plunged into her own flesh. The blood had long since dried. Zhou Xiaolu began an aimless wandering through the world, instinctively resisting the densely populated society she had never encountered, even starting to negate her own existence, pondering how much better it would have been if she had never been born. A desire to alter history consumed all her reason, or rather, it revealed an inherent flaw in her nature, an extreme radicalism. Once again, she immersed herself in frenzied study, ultimately stumbling upon the doctor Zhou Xiaomeng had mentioned. And to her surprise, they resonated on the concept of time and space. 3 years later, with Zhou Xiaolu's assistance, the doctor successfully created a machine for traversing time that was far ahead of the timeline Zhou Xiaomeng originally inhabited. However, the doctor was oblivious to Zhou Xiaolu's intentions, and when she revealed her plans, he immediately attempted to thwart her. Zhou Xiaolu achieved the accomplishment of knocking the doctor unconscious. She earned the achievement of successfully traversing time, achieving the third timeline. As for why Zhou Xiaomeng appeared during a bomb crisis rather than directly pulling Zhou Chang and Zhou Xiaomeng to their deaths to resolve that fateful entanglement in one fell swoop, one could only say that Zhou Xiaomeng had received exceptional upbringing. Consider a child who, from birth until the age of 13, was inundated with messages like "Daddy is the best, you must listen to Daddy," and lived in a place where images of Zhou Chang were omnipresent, almost hypnotically so, even implanted with bizarre notions like "as long as there is love, it doesn't matter if it's from Daddy." How remarkable could such a child become, even after regaining freedom? Zhou Xiaolu harbored no strange grievances towards the father she had never met. In the final moments of Xiaomeng Lu chaos, Zhou Xiaolu even uttered words that made Zhou Chang feel an urge to hang himself. "Daddy should be mine. It would be best if you, woman, just died." Thus, Zhou Xiaolu was indeed broken by Zhou Xiaomeng, utterly and completely. Although she appeared calm, even expressionless, the instant she laid eyes on the real Zhou Chang, under the influence of hypnosis, she even blurted out that she was already wet. "Come on, remember to slice downwards when you make your move. Cutting sideways won't kill anyone." Zhou Chang looked serious, intensely scrutinizing Zhou Xiaolu and Zhou Xiaomeng. He extended his left and right hands, having previously handed them 2 small knives retrieved from a toolbox, suggesting that if both were cut together, the blood loss would be greater. "Rest assured, I will use my psychic energy to burst the blood vessels myself. This way, it should be quicker, and there won't be a chance for any rescue." Zhou Xiaomeng hesitated for a moment and asked, "But Daddy, are you really planning to die here?" Zhou Chang nodded despondently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaomeng could only nod heavily in agreement. "Since this is your decision, Xiaomeng will certainly comply. but afterwards, can I have a go at it too? There were indeed too many points to critique, and Zhou Chang was currently in no mood for sarcasm, only looking at Zhou Xiaolu and saying, "Come, let us work together to knock this girl unconscious. Then you can personally end my life." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaolu shook her head, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Killing you is fine, but may I take your brain with me? I possess the technology to preserve your consciousness, allowing me to create a version of you that belongs solely to me. You will not know who Zhou Xiaomeng is. In the virtual projection created using holographic technology, you will only cherish me." There were still many points to critique, and since she had already been coerced into revealing this under hypnosis, this girl no longer pretended to maintain a cold demeanor, rather than self-destructing. It was more accurate to say her true nature had been exposed. Though her expressionlessness was genuine, likely a remnant of the Spartan-like education she had received since childhood. "Let me handle this myself," Zhou Chang sighed, swiftly snatching the knives from Zhou Xiaomeng and Zhou Xiaolu's hands, crossing them over and taking a deep breath. "But I can still have a go at it too," Zhou Xiaomeng insisted. "With the technology of this era, it should be frozen first, and only after the necessary tools are created can the brain be thawed." "Right." Zhou Xiaolu began to muse aloud. The points to critique were evidently endless. "Damn, I really want to kill myself. Is this all you two can offer?" Zhou Chang, incensed, hurled the two knives to the ground. Zhou Xiaomeng turned her head away and huffed, "Regardless, what you are doing is merely forcing me to reconcile with this woman. I've seen through it long ago." Zhou Xiaolu calmly replied, "The pain lingering in memory cannot be erased by time. Even for me, rather than this, it would be better for you to end your own life. This woman will follow suit, and I can create another virtual father. From a results-oriented perspective, it is quite acceptable." Zhou Chang immediately scoffed. "In any case, you both must calm down. Until I devise a solution to this matter, no fighting is allowed. If you don't listen, I swear I won't hesitate to jump into the incinerator myself. Neither of you will get to have a go at it, and the other won't be able to take my head. After all, neither of you could defeat me in your current states." Just then, a faint announcement echoed through the venue. "Participants in the afternoon competition, please return to your respective waiting areas as the match will commence in 20 minutes. Chapter 53, quite capable, in all honesty, before arriving here." Zhou Chang was genuinely eager to make a name for his martial arts school in the upcoming new martial artist competition. To remedy the situation of having no students in his dojo, the Martial Arts Alliance has stipulated that if a dojo has no students for 3 months, it will have its qualification certificate revoked. Before his grandfather passed, Zhou Chang could barely be considered a student of the dojo. Although there were hints of exploiting loopholes, being able to keep the dojo open was already worthy of burning incense for his ancestors. However, on the first day of the finals, the story inexplicably unfolded, didn't it? The reproductive capacity of the grass mud horse army has exceeded dimensions, hasn't it? I don't even have a girlfriend. Yet I've been delivered 2 daughters, and they are biological, no less. It's simply intolerable. So, Daddy, are you planning to miss the upcoming matches, ever since learning about the existence of the GE timeline? This girl seems to have fallen into a state of madness regarding the prospect of having a go at it. Thus, Zhou Chang, feeling as if he were a lab rat, abruptly shook his head before Zhou Xiaomeng could voice her wish to have a go at it right away, "Since the attack has been resolved, I shall, of course, participate in the competition." To this, Zhou Xiaolu held an unwavering attitude, as expected of father. "Your considerations are thorough. With your current strength, your chances of winning this competition exceed 98%, although $1 million in prize money isn't much. It should suffice for purchasing some necessary materials for manufacturing and processing, enough to roughly configure the initial tools." "Materials?" Zhou Xiaomeng instinctively inquired. "Initial tools?" Zhou Chang felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Zhou Xiaolu stated matter-of-factly, "The method for constructing a time machine is already in my mind. As soon as it's built, we can send this woman back to her original timeline. After that, father, you will no longer be burdened by ethical dilemmas. All sins will fall upon me, as compensation. You are destined to spend a lifetime soothing my wounds. You must have planned this from the very beginning, haven't you? And could you perhaps refrain from uttering such words until you are free from your state of facial paralysis? It is rather frightening. How audacious of you. It seems that my future self is still lacking in cultivation, as I have failed to achieve the ultimate outcome of your training. Indeed, you deserve to return from the future, so that I may properly train you once more, right?" At this moment, Zhou Xiaomeng smiled sweetly, yet remained oblivious to where to begin critiquing her words. However, in terms of helplessness, this girl surpasses Zhou Xiaolu by several streets. As she spoke, she appeared ready to take action, yet, when it comes to intellect, Zhou Xiaolu clearly had the upper hand, showing no intention of resistance as she leaned against Zhou Cheng's side. "Father, do you intend to watch your daughter subjected to the various humiliations, beatings and imprisonment by this wicked woman, and be forced to witness her wielding your training attire in front of me?" Zhou Cheng felt an overwhelming pressure. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaoming chuckled. "Is that so? So this is how it will be in the future." "It sounds rather delightful. Thank you for enlightening me. Enough, you two." Zhou Cheng pushed Zhou Xiaolu away, then pointed at both of them. "Stop causing a ruckus here, and let me gather my thoughts. I need to focus." "No, I need to compete to clear my muddled mind. You both stay put. Don't let me discover you bickering further. Otherwise, I will sever ties with you." This was nearly the most formidable threat Zhou Cheng could think of. Of course, given the complete disregard for propriety exhibited by these two, it might have little effect. To his surprise, Zhou Xiaoming gasped sharply, covering her mouth with both hands and even distancing herself from Zhou Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaolu leaned against the wall, eyes closed and head bowed. How peculiar. These two are clearly fearless, yet they seem to dread the statement. Well, for now, they might as well remain here. Zhou Cheng shook his head. His claim of needing to compete was genuinely an attempt to calm his chaotic thoughts. As he exited the control room, the two girls remained immobile. Moments later, Zhou Xiaolu opened her eyes, silently glanced at Zhou Xiaoming, and made her way towards the exit of the control room. Facial paralysis. "Where are you headed?" Father was feeling quite disoriented, only wishing to distract himself from his turmoil through martial arts, thus forgetting many loose ends. Zhou Xiaolu replied coolly, "Of course, with your mind so muddled, it's no surprise you've forgotten what just transpired. I'll beat you into submission," Zhou Xiaoming gleefully declared, cracking her knuckles. "That was your initiative." Zhou Xiaolu shrugged. "Naturally, I wouldn't provoke you, especially knowing that I cannot defeat you. So, under normal circumstances, you should prepare to sever ties with Father." Zhou Xiaolu exerted her intellectual superiority over Zhou Xiaoming. Yet, Zhou Xiaoming, undaunted, countered, "If one of us were to perish, leaving only one, surely any mistakes could be forgiven, right?" Zhou Xiaoming activated her bloodthirsty halo in retaliation. "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Xiaolu calmly regarded the approaching Zhou Xiaoming. "If one were to disregard lifelong regrets, or the immense guilt stemming from thoughts like, if only I hadn't left like that, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have occurred, and ultimately chose the path of self-destruction, then so be it." Zhou Xiaolu delivered a verbal strike, inflicting grievous damage. Zhou Xiaoming, feeling a twinge of concern, observed the short-haired girl before her, her expression fluctuating between joy and sorrow. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "So, what do you plan to do next?" Zhou Xiaolu replied indifferently, "Father must not become entangled in the struggles between the old sect and the alliance government. We must address the two individuals you knocked out earlier. But how exactly should we handle them?" One's eyes glinted with malice, while the others were devoid of emotion. Yet soon, both shook their heads simultaneously, with Zhou Xiaoming expressing a sense of defeat. "Father, wouldn't approve of me killing anyone. Who would have thought you could utter something sensible? I have no time to quarrel with you here, so tell me how you intend to deal with Wu Lu and that other fellow." "Just make them into permanent vegetative states," Zhou Xiaoming suggested. It felt as though something had been forgotten, with only 3 minutes remaining until the competitors gathered. Zhou Cheng's mind was in a state of disarray as he walked from the control room to the preparation area. "Oh, Zhou Cheng, I was worried you wouldn't know where to go. You look as though you've been through the ringer. Did something happen during the intermission?" At the moment he turned, Zhou Cheng saw Al Xiaobu. However, the sudden question sparked a realization in Zhou Cheng's mind. He had seemingly overlooked the two individuals from the old sect entirely. Just then, his communicator buzzed to life, displaying an email sent by Zhou Xiaoming. Yet the sender was Zhou Xiaolu. "Dear Father, please rest assured that the individuals from the old sect have been dealt with. There will be no trouble and no deaths. I will provide you with a detailed explanation of the handling process afterward. Additionally, the signal jamming at the venue has been lifted, and you can contact me at any time. I fear you might suddenly remember and miss the competition, so I'm relaying this message. Please rest assured for the match. Zhou Xiaolu, respectfully." "What the hell? This is incredible." Chapter 54. Creating Miracles. Xiaobu, may I ask you a few questions? Zhou Chang inquired instinctively to Xiaobu, ever the conversationalist, replied, aside from life consultations. I am open to anything else. Zhou Chang, uninterested in banter, posed a hypothetical question. If you had a daughter, and then your daughter had a daughter, what should your daughter's daughter call you? Furthermore, how should your daughter and her daughter refer to each other? In such a family, could they still enjoy happy interactions? What sort of question is this? A philosophical inquiry? An ethical dilemma? Or perhaps merely a logical relationship issue? Xiaobu asked curiously. Zhou Chang considered for a moment. Let us categorize it as a logical relationship issue. After a long pause, Xiaobu responded, actually, it's quite simple. For the first question, if they are all your offspring, then they are all your daughters. Regarding the second question, since the latter is descended from the former, it essentially constitutes a mother-daughter relationship. As for the last question, it is even simpler, given that they have become a family without any scruples. They can naturally enjoy their time together. Zhou Chang was taken aback and expressed admiration for Xiaobu. Isn't that problematic? In the end, it results in a convoluted web of relationships, and how would outsiders perceive such a family? Xiaobu responded incredulously. You said to think in terms of logical relationships, right? Wait, your logical reasoning seems a bit off. Xiaobu, not particularly concerned, continued, actually, it's not a big deal. Hasn't the alliance treaty long since reached a consensus to abolish the regulations against certain familial unions? Moreover, with advancements in genetic engineering, the possibility of defects in offspring from direct blood relations has been significantly reduced, and conversely, the likelihood of producing gifted children has greatly increased. I recall that a few years ago, someone in the council proposed an amendment to allow direct relatives to unite under specific circumstances. However, I believe it was ultimately rejected. Is that really the case? Zhou Chang pondered, reflecting on his upbringing. Raised by his grandfather and having focused solely on martial arts, he realized that his exposure to basic education had not equipped him to contemplate such matters, nor did he possess substantial knowledge of the so-called laws of the alliance government. Generally speaking, as an ordinary person, there was little instinct to delve into the legalities that could be weaponized if written into law, but at this moment, Zhou Chang felt compelled to broaden his understanding of legal knowledge. By the way, what prompted such a peculiar question? Xiaobu asked. You have a friend grappling with this dilemma. Zhou Chang subtly waved his communicator. I came across this question by chance on Twitter and was merely curious. Xiaobu, disappointed, replied, Oh, I see. I thought I might encounter an intriguing research subject. Research? What kind of research? Xiaobu patted Zhou Chang on the shoulder. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually a student. I am studying social psychology. When I heard your question, I thought I might discover a fascinating research topic. Isn't a warrior someone who only needs to write their name and grasp basic arithmetic to conquer the world? Zhou Chang exclaimed, bewildered. Rather than waste time studying, wouldn't it be better to spend more time training? Xiaobu shook his head and remarked, It is precisely because the majority of martial artists, once they feel powerless, abandon their studies and devote themselves entirely to training, that we witness a widespread lack of intellect among them. They tend to engage in ridicule and possess distorted values. In fact, there are instances where the police apprehend martial artists fighting in the streets more frequently than they do petty thieves. Don't you find this societal phenomenon exceedingly grotesque? Zhou Chang mumbled to himself. You seem to be quite right. I am at a loss for words. To be candid, he had indeed planned to forego higher education after completing his final year of high school, intending instead to manage his family's martial arts school. Haha, truth be told, I also wished to dedicate more time to honing my skills. At this moment, Xiaobu shook his head, expressing a hint of resignation. However, my girlfriend's mother regards martial artists as rather uncouth and barbaric. She hopes her daughter marries someone of scholarly merit. Hence, I have no choice but to continue my studies, indeed, the pursuit of wealth and knowledge, while discussing the coarseness of martial artists. I can somewhat envision what your future mother-in-law must be like. Zhou Chang sighed. Sure enough, every family has its own set of troubles. Xiaobu chuckled. Doesn't exhaling a sigh feel somewhat relieving? Zhou Chang instinctively replied. It seems to have improved a bit, such is human nature. When troubled, one often subconsciously compares their woes with others. In this process of comparison, one's despondency may find a slight release. Xiaobu patted Zhou Chang on the shoulder, saying, If you ever feel down, Feel free to talk to me. You truly possess a healing aura. Shibu, I commend you. At that moment, the venue's announcement system blared, interrupting their conversation. Speaking of which, Zhou Chang had left the competitors' area immediately after his last match and hadn't paid attention to who his next opponent was. Competitors from Group 23 and Group 24, please proceed to Ring 3 to prepare. He vaguely remembered being part of Group 23. Zhou Chang ruffled his hair. Ordinarily, one would need to calm their mind and settle their state before a match. But it seemed there was no time for that now. El Shabu glanced at the eruption of cheers from outside the competitors' area, gave his cheeks a light pat, and declared, "It's finally time. Zhou Chang, let us take the stage. Shibu, are you competing in this round too?" Zhou Chang was momentarily taken aback. "Wait a moment, I seem to have realized something. You're the one from Group 24? "Indeed," El Shabu replied, stroking his chin and laughing. "What did you just say? Commend me. Then let us engage in a spirited contest." "Oh no, I do not wish to create a spectacle." A figure holding a parasol slowly ascended the steps to the audience area. The crisp sound of wooden clogs against the steps gradually faded beneath the audience's calls. As the figure reached the top of the steps and emerged in the aisle of the audience. Sunlight streamed from the edge of the parasol, casting a glow upon the sakura-colored kimono. That hint of pink swirled like a vortex, effortlessly drawing the attention of those nearby without any need for declaration. It seemed as though the surroundings had suddenly grown disconcertingly quiet. The woman holding the parasol lifted her head, shielding her eyes with her unusually pale fingers from the artificial sun above. It was just an artificial construct, yet it remained equally irksome. Chapter 55. Come back to my hometown with me 15 minutes before the afternoon match officially commenced, in a corridor of the venue. Zhou Xiaomeng, with evident reluctance, handed over the communication device that her father had gifted her, under the pretense that her brother, Zhou Xiaolu, would be greatly distressed if she did not, with a hint of mistrust. She questioned, stone-faced, "Do you truly believe you can circumvent the signal restrictions of this venue while walking? For you, it may be improbable. But such rudimentary prohibitions are easily bypassed for me. If this device weren't so rudimentary, it would take merely a minute," Zhou Xiaolu replied, his gaze downward. "Is that so? This era is truly too primitive. My apologies for that," Zhou Xiaomeng retorted coldly. With a sharp crack, Zhou Xiaolu broke the communication device, seemingly completing the so-called bypassing task. Indeed, the duration of a male climax is merely a few seconds, and those seconds are sufficient to create new life. Thus, those moments are exceedingly precious to me. However, if it's for our father, then it matters not. Zhou Xiaomeng, not angered, suddenly asked, stone-faced, "Do you truly know how to create temporal devices?" Zhou Xiaolu replied, "I'm afraid I cannot provide information unless I ensure you remain distant from me." An abrupt silence enveloped them until they reached a room where another old-school thug lay unconscious. Zhou Xiaolu extended his hand to manipulate the heads of both the unconscious men. Zhou Xiaomeng could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" With an expressionless demeanor, Zhou Xiaolu responded, "Merely damaging their neural pathways to render their brain functions irreparable. Even with epic-making medical technology, the most they could achieve is to restore them to a state of amnesia or cognitive decline." From a peculiar palm-sized device stored in his chest, Zhou Xiaolu extracted 2 slender needles. Aligning them carefully before piercing the back of both men's heads. One jab was insufficient. He continued to stab in a cruel and rapid succession, reminiscent of a voodoo doll. After the stabbing, the 2 thugs remained motionless, still in a state of unconsciousness. However, due to her distrust, Zhou Xiaomeng slapped their faces multiple times in quick succession, unable to rouse them, which somewhat reassured her. Meanwhile, the weapon known as the Weapon Eradicator Type 1, presumably belonging to a genuine investigator, was held firmly in Zhou Xiaolu's grasp, connected to tools from the future. Zhou Xiaomeng was filled with immense doubt regarding Zhou Xiaolu's actions, incredulously questioning, "Is this also a method of erasing traces?" Zhou Xiaolu replied, "The Eradicator Type 1 comes from the counter-terrorism headquarters. Do you not think that its prolonged inactivity would raise suspicions at the lunar settlement's headquarters? The original investigator is likely deceased, and the headquarters would issue orders for immediate investigation of the relevant personnel here. Thus, merely activating the Eradicator Type I's micro-black box should reveal your appearances regarding the Eradicator's capabilities, which included micro-imaging and recording. Zhou Xiaomeng began to recall some details. Upon hearing this, she felt a modicum of respect for Zhou Xiaolu's meticulousness, though her wariness grew stronger. However, it was not long before the activation light of the Eradicator Type 1 suddenly illuminated. Surprised that things might have gone awry, Zhou Xiaomeng furrowed her brow, watching as Zhou Xiaolu held the Eradicator Type I. Eradicator Type I, ID 321, activation in progress. User fingerprint and genetic data being recorded. Recording complete. Esteemed investigator, you may now utilize this product. Please adhere strictly to the investigator's regulations. Listening to the electronic voice emanating from the Eradicator Type I, Zhou Xiaomeng's first reaction was, "Are you also an investigator?" "I am afraid I have no interest in joining such a tedious organization." Zhou Xiaolu gazed at the Eradicator Type 1 with satisfaction, then suddenly pointed at Zhou Xiaomeng, stating, "Given that your combat prowess exceeds mine, I must enhance my defensive capabilities." Thus, Zhou Xiaolu acquired the Eradicator Type I. Hey, this is no game. Zhou Xiaomeng felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that in the end, she had been outmaneuvered. The true objective was merely to obtain this weapon against martial artists. As the match drew near, she declared, "I must go watch my father compete. You may frolic wherever you wish, preferably getting lost and unable to return." In truth, El Shibu was a prodigy. Fate had intertwined their paths, leading them to face each other in competition, evoking a sense that they were on the verge of becoming close friends, although Zhou Chang remained momentarily dazed. Yet, once on stage, the instinct to respect his opponent allowed Zhou Chang to cast aside all distractions. The intermission had nearly drained him of energy. His spiritual power, not yet fully restored, meant that he need not concern himself with deliberately suppressing its activity. The reason El Shibu was deemed a genius was that he had initially displayed an unorthodox rendition of Moon Crane Dance before Zhou Chang. Despite its unconventionality, the execution had a commendable success rate of around 70%, demonstrating his own understanding and linking together the immobile aspects of the form. Achieving such proficiency was merely a result of having observed Zhou Chang's movements in his previous match. "Shibu, forget about marriage and come back to my hometown to learn ancient martial arts with me." As the authentic Moon Crane Dance drew near, the two began to move aimlessly upon the stage. "As long as there are images, I can learn just the same. I apologize, for I am deeply in love with my girlfriend. I can waive your tuition fees. I apologize, for I am deeply in love with my girlfriend. I can also provide you with accommodation at no charge. I apologize, for I am deeply in love with my girlfriend, and we already have a place to live. Behold, a fireball has inexplicably formed in my hand. Allow me to offer it to you, or perhaps not." Suddenly, the atmosphere was interrupted by a piercing scream broadcast from the venue. The only ones who could be heard screaming over the broadcast were the guests seated at the podium. Along with a number of judges and related staff, Zhou Chang and Liu Xiaobu, standing on stage, froze simultaneously, while the three martial artists fiercely engaged in combat on the other platforms also halted their actions, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The cause of their shock was the sudden death of Lu Yifeng, the head of the organizing committee for this burgeoning martial arts competition, who was now lifeless at the podium. Chapter 56. Assault and Smoke. The manner of the organizer's death was horrifying. His head had nearly fallen to his shoulders, yet was still partially attached by a thin strip of flesh. Blood gushed forth from his neck, pouring out like a spring bubbling with water. The large screen displayed this gruesome spectacle, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. The audience collectively gasped, rendered speechless by the shock. Moments later, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted. All the competitors, who had been resting, dashed to the center of the hall, their eyes transfixed on the horrifying scene. Even those engaged in combat on the platforms chose to descend. As for the judges, they had already turned pale with fear, collapsing to the ground. Yet this was merely the beginning. One by one, bloodied heads, eyes still open, began to fly from the guest area of the podium, rolling down the steps, leaving a trail of crimson droplets. At that moment, a masked figure was spotted in the guest area, wielding a peculiar weapon resembling a segmented whip. However, each segment of this strange whip was a razor-sharp blade. When these segments were combined, they formed a massive sword, now seamlessly connected to the figure's left arm. Essentially, his left arm was this enormous sword. A mechanized martial artist of the atomic school, Zhou Chang's first instinct was this, followed by a chilling realization: could this ruthless assailant, who had unleashed a terrifying slaughter upon the podium, be a criminal from the old Covenant-era organization? Listen, You are now hostages, if you wish to survive. Remain seated in your original positions. The man who had committed the murder seized a microphone, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Simultaneously, the protective cover built for rainy days began to close, amplifying the chaos. Who could possibly remain calm and seated in such a tumultuous situation? The audience began to descend into pandemonium. The terror of a riot in an assembly of thousands is beyond description. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated. Above the hall, another figure unleashed a barrage of glowing orbs from his left arm. These orbs struck the audience area, resulting in powerful explosions, but seemingly merely as a warning, aimed at the now mostly vacant spaces. Otherwise, the consequences amidst the throng would have been catastrophic. This figure was also masked. Zhou Xiaomeng felt an eerie sense of familiarity, yet it was even stranger that, despite one organizer lying dead, the representatives from the other two city branches were nowhere to be found, as long as you remain seated quietly. You shall be unharmed. Anyone who dares to move will be roasted like a pig, the figure in midair proclaimed loudly. At this moment, the audience at the exits realized that nearly all escape routes had been sealed. What had descended were formidable metallic gates. It would not be easy for even moderately skilled martial artists to breach these barriers. Silence. If I hear another word, I shall send you straight to meet the King of Hell. The figure in the air snarled, and once more, his mechanical arm unleashed a glowing orb, striking one of the platforms with a resounding crush. The surface, forged from lunar meteoric stone, suddenly bore a massive crater. Such meteoric stone could only be shattered by advanced martial artists, if at all. The competitors on stage began to speculate about the power of the assailant above, while Zhou Xiaomeng's mouth dropped open in realization. He recognized that voice. It belonged to one of the assassins who had attempted to eliminate him days prior, the one who had nearly gotten him killed. What the hell? How did he escape? Wasn't he supposed to be locked up? Zhou Xiaomeng thought, lowering his head to avoid detection. I see you. A fiery tongue descended mercilessly from above, its searing warmth palpable, prompting Zhou Xiaomeng to instinctively evade. The flames that struck the ground fanned out like a tidal wave, forcing nearby martial artists to retreat. However, in the ensuing chaos, several martial artists seized the opportunity to dash toward the podium. They were the seed competitors from the organizing committee's local unit. How could they endure such an affront, with their leader assassinated and the assailants threatening to take all attendees hostage? A scream pierced the air as a powerful figure flashed into the arena, ambushing a martial artist from behind with lethal claws that penetrated deep into his chest, eviscerating him. If Zhou Xiaomeng wasn't mistaken, this assailant was likely the infamous Golden Claw. Two of the three criminals were familiar faces to him, leaving Zhou Xiaomeng feeling utterly disoriented. I found you. What nonsense. Don't let them think you're here to kidnap the venue for me, you fools. Though these words were directed at Zhou Xiaomeng, a multitude of martial artists stood between him and Golden Claw, leaving many bewildered by the assailant's utterance. Just then, the hall erupted with the blaring of alarms. The fire suppression system unleashed torrents of water upon the venue. Strangely enough, at that moment, a bottle shot toward the edge of the arena, splashing a liquid that, upon contact with the water, erupted into dense clouds of smoke. In no time, the arena was shrouded in a thick haze. Amidst the smoke, Zhou Xiaomeng heard the voice of Zhou Xiaomeng. Daddy, come with me. When had she arrived, Zhou Xiaomeng was taken aback, but his arm was already in her grasp, leading him in an unknown direction. Had Zhou Xiaomeng conjured the smoke, thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Yet within the billowing smoke, a sharp claw cleaved through the haze, swinging menacingly toward Zhou Xiaomeng. Lunar tiger capture. Tiger falls on the moon. Golden Claw's ambush was swift, but Zhou Xiaomeng's response was swifter still. Like lightning, he seized the opponent's wrist just as the claws were about to make contact, forcefully yanking downwards. Bang! The impact against the hard concrete floor caused Golden Claw to experience the same pain his companion had endured during a prior assault. Zhou Xiaomeng exhaled, refusing to relent, using the moment to apply further pressure, executing a sequence of attacks that sent Golden Claw crashing to the ground once more. Such an attack, fueled by spiritual energy, was immensely powerful, despite having nearly drained his energy reserves due to Zhou Xiaomeng's interference. Who the hell told you that only 10% of my mana would prevent me from casting skills? Moon Halo, Chapter 57. A misguided timeline. The strike of the Moon Halo was potent. Golden Claw was sent flying from the impact, yet amidst the pervasive smoke, he vanished from sight. Zhou Xiaomeng contemplated pursuing, but Zhou Xiaomeng tugged at his hand once more, stating, Now is not the time for pursuit. That woman said the smoke will dissipate soon. The woman in question? Is she referring to Zhou Xiaolu? Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng nodded, and under the guidance of Zhou Xiaomeng, they swiftly emerged from the thick smoke, arriving at a place he was quite familiar with, the competitor's resting area. However, the entrance leading here was currently sealed shut by a metal gate. How on earth did this girl manage to get in? Zhou Cheng cast a suspicious glance around, and instinctively remarked, I say, girl, you didn't crawl through the ventilation ducts again, did you? That's hardly a proper method of entry. I certainly didn't intend to offer you any favors this time, Zhou Xiaomeng, lifting her skirt, replied. You really should abandon that peculiar way of lifting your skirt, Zhou Cheng sighed. I've told you time and again that I absolutely do not harbor any interest in you. Yet, Haven Tea, we already welcomed our lovely child, Xiaolu. Good heavens, is this the moment you finally acknowledge Zhou Xiaolu as your daughter? Contemplating this question made Zhou Cheng feel a pang in his head. And he sighed, so, where's that child right now? And let me tell you, don't spout any nonsense about forgetting the mother once a child is born. This isn't the time for idle chatter. Zhou Xiaomeng bit her lip and pointed towards the ventilation duct. Zhou Cheng had no objections and climbed in first. This time, although Zhou Xiaomeng followed closely behind, she refrained from any mischievous antics. Much to Zhou Cheng's surprise, it seemed this woman had likely engaged in more than 30 such escapades with her father. Of course, if you don't believe it, you might inspect this woman's lower regions. Though I wouldn't recommend doing so. However, upon seeing Zhou Xiaolu and hearing her first words, which reflected a considerable understanding of Zhou Xiaomeng, Zhou Cheng felt his horizons were still too narrow. And he would need to reassess Zhou Xiaomeng's moral integrity. Sighing, Zhou Cheng pretended to be oblivious, inquiring, what on earth is happening? Are those who committed violence on the podium also from the old Covenant era? Moreover, 2 of them are assassins who previously sought to kill me. Zhou Xiaolu furrowed her brow at this. Assassins? Father, could you elaborate further? Zhou Cheng, somewhat puzzled, replied. Isn't this related to the land dispute over the martial arts school? Zhou Cheng shook his head. He wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed that only the Liuguang group had a grudge against him. Never mind. It's not the time to discuss assassins. What's crucial is that there have been fatalities here. And quite a number of them. Almost everyone is trapped inside the venue, which is the real predicament. Zhou Xiaomeng, however, nonchalantly remarked, aren't those just some rusty metal gates? If one were to unleash their spiritual energy, breaking through should be a mere trifle. Zhou Xiaomeng then coldly challenged, is that so? Then show me how you can break a gate. My Annihilator, even at maximum output, cannot breach it, while spiritual energy is powerful. At your levels, you likely lack the capability. Zhou Xiaomeng puffed her cheeks and swung her arm. Zhou Cheng, however, grasped her hand and shook his head. Don't waste your efforts. These gates are not so easily breached. Not only these gates, but the walls of the venue are also reinforced with the same metal plates, equally impenetrable. Zhou Xiaomeng expressed her astonishment. Why is this wretched place constructed so sturdily? Zhou Cheng stroked his chin. Isn't it obvious? The venue has a sign indicating it serves as a temporary refuge. It was designed to protect the populace in the event of an artificial sky collapse or a moon beast invasion. Thus it must be as tough as a tortoise shell. After all, the most formidable moon beasts are said to withstand even missiles. Moon beasts. Zhou Xiaomeng gasped, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What exactly are moon beasts? It seemed like a question she had posed before, yet for some reason, the explanation had never been continued. Therefore, Zhou Cheng instinctively responded, they are dangerous species that exist on the lunar surface and can survive in outer space. Are you really that ignorant? This was taught in elementary school textbooks. I have never heard of such creatures as moon beasts, Zhou Xiaomeng replied uncertainly. Could it be that I forgot? Perhaps. Didn't you mention that you lost some of your memory? Zhou Cheng shook his head. No, I too am unaware of the existence of moon beasts. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaomeng continued. But I can assure you that I have not lost any memories at all. Impossible. Aren't you all from the future? How could you not know of moon beasts? Zhou Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. Take a hypothetical step back. Even if future people possess the ability to eliminate all moon beasts, it shouldn't erase this chapter of history. Furthermore, Xiaolu appeared even earlier than Xiaomeng. She should certainly be aware of moon beasts. Zhou Cheng shook his head, noticing both of them gazing at him earnestly, hesitating. You both can't possibly, truly be unaware. Can you? Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head. If I were lying to you, I would not launch a surprise attack on you for 3 days. That would be the ultimate punishment. Good heavens, that's quite a severe punishment. Yet it somehow possesses an odd credibility. Zhou Xiaolu nodded in agreement. I cannot offer any guarantees, but I believe I might understand why. Why? Zhou Xiaolu, her complexion pale, replied, Even this woman has made an erroneous leap across the timelines. The timeline you currently inhabit, Father, is not the one either of us intended to traverse, but rather an entirely unknown timeline, Zhou Chang exclaimed. Unclear, impressive. Please elaborate. Zhou Xiaolu shook her head. Father, I cannot provide an answer at the moment. Moreover, to address your question, I will likely need considerable time for temporal recalculations. However, one thing I can definitively tell you is that we are almost completely trapped in this venue, while waiting for you. I attempted to connect to the venue's control center, but found it entirely inaccessible. The control center has likely been compromised, and the gate activation system is completely down. Yet, there is still a way to escape. Zhou Chang instinctively inquired, What is it, if you don't mind? We can traverse the venue's sewage pipes. Good heavens, sewage. That's too revolting. I would rather go out and battle the villains. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. The real shocker is that Zhou Chang just recalled that Liu Xiaobu might still be within the venue. The amount of information that had transpired over the past few hours was overwhelming, leaving Zhou Chang feeling quite unwell. Chapter 58. Insufficient Spiritual Energy. Chapter 58. Thus, it is once again the delightful time for replenishment. Chen Chuang could not comprehend what on earth was transpiring. A few minutes ago, he had merely stepped away from the podium for a brief moment, intending to take advantage of the audience's attention during the opening to attend to certain matters. However, the gates, which were sealed off everywhere, left him bewildered. As for what he intended to do, it was quite simple. He sought to avoid incurring the wrath of a department head for having invested heavily in a hastily assembled group of martial artists of rather mediocre qualifications. So he planned to tamper with the pre-competition tests of a certain participant. If banned substances were detected in a urine test, even if the competitor secured victory, their qualification would be revoked. Naturally, with current scientific capabilities, results could likely be obtained by that afternoon. Thus, a certain individual would be disqualified before the next day's event. As for what Zhou Chang would think afterward, that was entirely outside Chen Chuang's concern. And no one would know that he was behind the scheme. Having worked nearly a decade as a branch official, he was well acquainted with the underhanded dealings in martial arts competitions. If he could have Ji Wugu thrown into the hospital, such a low-level contest would certainly not accommodate you. If you wish for a stage, I have numerous ways to recommend you for more prestigious events. Tomorrow, you should remain seated in the audience. Chen Chuang mused. After all, those with genuine talent should not be subjected to overt attacks. Moreover, given Zhou Chang's age, he might even be grateful for the assistance in the future. Brother Chen, where are you headed? The restroom doesn't seem to be in that direction. A sudden voice made Chen Chuang's eyelids twitch. However, as he turned around, he quickly masked his surprise, intending merely to call a friend, though the venue's signal seemed poor. The signal seems to have just been restored. The newcomer was Luo Bingfeng, who was currently pointing to the communicator in his hand. I just made a call. If it is not of great significance, we can speak as we walk. It seems the competition has already commenced. The three of us are concurrently fulfilling the role of judges, and it would be somewhat unreasonable if we were absent. Yet at this moment, we heard the anguished cries from the broadcast, along with the words of the assailant. Lu Yifeng is dead. Luo Bingfeng's expression froze, and he instinctively glanced at Chen Chuang, only to find him equally astonished. Staring back, who is the murderer? And for what purpose have they committed such an atrocity? Moreover, they have taken hostage tens of thousands of spectators in the entire venue. This is undoubtedly the largest hostage situation in the history of the lunar colony. Old Chen, what do we do now? At this moment, Luo Bingfeng uttered a name he had not spoken in a long time. Chen Chuang furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. First, we must notify some of the branches here and have the branch leaders handle the situation. After all, the deceased was one of his subordinates. Additionally, let us head to the control room. Perhaps it has already been seized. Otherwise, we would not be facing this locked-down scenario. I hope this is not the work of some old-fashioned organization, for that would lead to serious trouble. So, we can only take one step at a time? Luo Bingfeng nodded. In silence. The two began to activate their communication devices, reaching out to acquaintances as they made their way towards the control room. Whether to engage in such a grotesque act remains unconfirmed. Yet Zhou Xiaomeng received new information. It appears that the distress signal I sent anonymously has taken effect. The police here have begun to notice the situation and are dispatching personnel to investigate. Zhou Xiaomeng shook his head. To be honest, relying solely on these police to resolve the issues within the venue would take at least. By the way, dear father, are there any alloy panels buried underground as well? If it is a proper shelter, then certainly. Zhou Chang tossed his meager backpack aside. After all, there are numerous types of lunar beasts, some of which can easily burrow into the ground. This implies that, for the time being, the police cannot be relied upon, at least not today. Zhou Xiaomeng replied nonchalantly. Father, are you certain you do not want to consider trying the sewage system? How about the ventilation ducts? Zhou Chang frowned. Zhou Xiaomeng, unfortunately, the ventilation ducts are merely spacious within the venue. Their source appears narrow and lengthy, and it is uncertain how much time it would take to breach them. However, considering the assailants are temporarily unaware of our location, it may be worth a try. Yet the likelihood of being discovered is quite high. We remain uncertain about where the assailants are hiding within the venue. At this moment, Zhou Xiaomeng spoke with a rather unfriendly expression towards Zhou Xiaomeng. Aren't you quite capable? Why not directly repair the damaged central system instead of forcing your father to crawl through such disgusting places? Zhou Xiaomeng, since the central system has been compromised, it stands to reason that someone must be guarding that area. After all, any rational individual would think to check the room where the central system's failure occurred first. However, such an approach would lead to conflict. As a wise person, it is a disgrace to resort to violence to resolve issues. Thus, I am merely contemplating nonviolent solutions, yet I find crawling through filth to be a great humiliation. Zhou Chang waved his hand decisively. It is settled. We shall repair the central system. To be honest, if it is only the three of us who manage to escape, we would ultimately face the situation where we could have saved others, but chose not to intervene. Whether I end up taking my own life or not is unclear, but I certainly cannot look down upon myself. It is precisely this line of thought that would lead to future guilt and self-destruction. Father, Zhou Xiaomeng, although his face bore little expression, silently sighed within. He then steeled himself. Very well, since this is your wish, dear father, let us commence the planning and execution of our strategy. Oh, do you have any good ideas? Zhou Chang's eyes brightened. Zhou Xiaomeng nodded. First, we must assess the resources at our disposal, as well as identify those suited for prolonged combat. If I am to repair the central system, I must step away from the battlefield. This means that the fighting can only be undertaken by either you or this woman. Zhou Chang found this curious. Despite Xiaomeng's unreliability, her combat prowess is quite impressive, isn't it? Zhou Xiaomeng regarded Zhou Xiaomeng coldly. That woman's previous method of hypnotizing me consumed far too much spiritual energy. Moreover, given her nature, she would undoubtedly use the pretext of a forceful kiss to siphon spiritual energy from you. Therefore, dear father, your current condition may not be very favorable. Good grief, you must truly be her biological child. Is the legendary bond of mother and daughter at play? This is simple. I can transfer the remaining spiritual energy to you, or you can give it all to me. As she spoke, Zhou Xiaomeng had already wrapped her arms around Zhou Chang's neck for the third time that day. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaomeng waved his hand to separate Zhou Xiaomeng's grasp, asserting that he also possesses spiritual energy and has no reason to engage in combat. His output of spiritual energy is more justified than hers. Despite her exquisitely delicate face, which was slightly closed in a manner that invited carefree indulgence without accountability, he thought, I refuse to accept this method of energy replenishment. Chapter 59. You have mistaken the person. Zhou Chang's spiritual energy is derived from Zhou Xiaomeng. Theoretically, both energies originate from the same source. Thus, during the replenishment process, there is virtually no loss, achieving optimal results. In contrast, Zhou Xiaolu's energy is cultivated independently, belonging to a different system altogether. Of course, fundamentally, it remains spiritual energy and can also be replenished. It merely consumes a fraction in the process. Moreover, Zhou Xiaolu is not focused on cultivating spiritual energy. His mastery is approximately at the 5th level of the first stage. However, after receiving 2 consecutive infusions of spiritual energy, Zhou Chang, who initially had only about 10% of his energy left, has now recovered to nearly 40%, sufficient to handle a battle of the same stage. Spiritual energy has the advantage over the chi cultivated by ancient martial artists, in that it automatically replenishes itself even after depletion. Of course, this natural replenishment differs entirely from the effects of a specific recovery posture. So, after saying all this, the individual who has unwittingly become a father to 2 young women, having completed 2 rounds of spiritual energy replenishment at the cost of selective amnesia. In simple terms, he has achieved the feat of replenishing energy consecutively twice. The young master of the martial arts school felt as though he had inadvertently stepped into a wicked abyss, as if the last piece of his modesty had been torn away, now merely covering himself with his hands in a futile resistance. But speaking of which, why are we all masked? Zhou Xiaomeng replied matter-of-factly. Isn't that obvious? It's a common trope in urban novels, designed to conceal your true strength for future showdowns and face-slapping moments. Truly, you have gone to great lengths. However, if it serves to prevent the assailants from seeing our true appearances, then it is acceptable. Did you not notice that the 2 assassins also chose to wear masks this time? Although it may be merely a case of burying one's head in the sand. At least they are reluctant to reveal themselves in public. I have heard that due to her spiritual energy being completely depleted, the now feeble Zhou Xiaomeng has entirely leaned against Zhou Cheng. Exhausted, however, while putting on a show is fine, being fickle is not allowed, for Zhou Xiaomeng has fully mastered the skills of sharpening the axe and rowing the boat. But slap. Can we please not stick so close? It's summer, after all. But father, you're carrying this woman. Why not switch? Zhou Xiaomeng gazed reluctantly at Zhou Cheng, who had Zhou Xiaolu's head resting on his shoulder as she slept. By the way, it seems that due to some intimate contact during the initial encounter, a certain girl, despite having accumulated a plethora of seemingly genuine experiences through self-delusion, appeared to have gotten overly excited and fainted. It's just lips touching lips, Zhou Cheng muttered. In my eyes, you are all newborns. I do not feel the slightest hint of evil, not even a bit. Father, what happened to the selective amnesia? Oh, someone is coming. Zhou Cheng cleverly dodged a crisis. Indeed, someone was approaching. Within the venue, 2 individuals cautiously emerged from the passage leading to the control room. To be precise, they were people Zhou Cheng recognized. One was Chen Chuang, and the other appeared to be one of the judges from the panel. Zhou Cheng. At the moment they encountered each other, Chen Chuang blurted out Zhou Cheng's name for the first time in his life. The one with the covered face instinctively touched the towel on his face, ensuring it had not fallen. You have mistaken the person, Zhou Cheng replied firmly. Who else would wear such an ancient martial arts training outfit? Chen Chuang shook his head. Besides, I recognize your voice, hairstyle, and so on. Good grief, who on earth said that draping a towel over one's face could conceal one's identity? Have those masked characters in movies and other roles truly all activated their idiot mode? I am not Zhou Cheng. You have mistaken the person. Zhou Cheng, of course, possesses an extraordinarily thick skin. Chen Chuang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of curiosity. However, Luo Bingfeng truly did not recognize this mysterious figure who appeared suddenly, carrying a woman on his back while also obscuring his face. Old Chen, this fellow. Luo Bingfeng discreetly placed his left hand over his right. Upon noticing this, Chen Chuang stepped forward and gestured to Luo Bingfeng to remain calm, thinking to himself that they were equally matched, and challenging a grand martial artist here would be akin to courting death. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the martial arts competition would likely be cancelled. Especially with Lu Yifeng now deceased, this event would probably be terminated, leaving no victors among the 3 factions. In such a situation, Chen Chuang and Zhou Cheng could certainly align their interests regarding this kidnapping incident. Chen Chuang chose not to expose Zhou Cheng's ludicrous actions. After all, he possessed the strength. An ordinary person, once transformed, could become a martial artist. Progressing from novice to advanced levels was merely a matter of time. However, transitioning from an advanced martial artist to a grand martial artist required not just time, but an immense amount of effort and resources. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chuang smiled and said, "Since you 2 are heading in that direction, I presume it's towards the control room. Coincidentally, we intend to go there as well. Why not join forces?" Before he could finish, Luo Bingfeng furrowed his brow and interjected, "Old Chen, have you lost your mind? These individuals seem quite suspicious. We don't even know if they are part of the group that took over the venue. What an insufferable teammate. Has your mind been completely drained in the power struggles of recent years?" Chen Chuang silently cursed, then replied, These individuals are my acquaintances. You needn't worry. Moreover, with this gentleman's assistance, our strength will significantly increase. As he spoke, he seemed to whisper a few words to Luo Bingfeng. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaomeng had stealthily leaned in to inquire, "Daddy, do you know these two whispering men?" "I suppose I know one of them," Zhou Cheng replied, shaking his head, "and please refrain from calling every man a gay." "Try to exhibit a bit of decorum," Zhou Xiaomeng shrugged, saying, "I can't help it. I've gotten used to it. Many of my senior brothers at home are of this type. Isn't it because you opened the door to a new world for them after teaching them? Oh my goodness, what on earth have I done to this group of muscle-bound men?" Unlike Zhou Xiaomeng and Zhou Xiaolu's thought processes, he was still unaware that everyone was quite normal in situations like this. Where danger was likely, it was undoubtedly better to have more people than fewer. Thus, "Let us proceed together," Zhou Cheng suddenly declared. Just then, a faint, peculiar sound emerged from above. Zhou Cheng instinctively looked up to see a rather familiar duct. What on earth is happening today with so many people crawling through the ventilation ducts? Chapter 60. But this time, there was no thunder. The sound of movement was incredibly faint, had it not been for the precariousness of their situation. Heightening his senses, Zhou Cheng might not have heard it at all. The individual crawling within the ventilation duct must have been exceedingly cautious. Such stealth, coupled with the current conditions of the venue, naturally led one to a state of heightened alert. Noticing Zhou Cheng's intense focus on the ceiling, Chen Chuang and Luo Bingfeng immediately ceased their conversation and turned their attention to the duct's location. Chen Chuang swiftly typed 2 lines of text on his communicator. "It's very likely a perpetrator, or perhaps someone who jumped out from the venue." These 2 hypotheses were the only possibilities that sprang to mind in that instant. Zhou Cheng shot a glance and quickly typed a line of text in response. "I want to capture this person, or at least find an opportunity." Chen Chuang quickly agreed, typing back, "I share the same intention. We will move on the count of 3. All right." After hastily stowing away their communicators and handing Zhou Xiaolu to a reluctant Zhou Xiaomeng, Zhou Cheng took several large strides forward, while Chen Chuang and Luo Bingfeng prepared on the other side. The sound of movement remained exceedingly faint, but now that it had been detected, they could discern the distance of the individual's movements with keen focus. At that moment, the person hidden in the duct seemed to have reached the midpoint. Chen Chuang signaled Zhou Cheng to ready himself. Point 1. Zhou Cheng retracted his fists to his waist and took a deep breath. Simultaneously, Chen Chuang extended his arms, a hardened layer of keratin enveloping his 10 fingers. This was a genetic explosion ability, known only to those of the genetic martial arts lineage, localized bursts of power, in contrast to the full-body transformation that occurred during initial stages of explosion. This localized burst was far more energy-efficient. In essence, it transformed the overall explosive power into a swift, localized force. Point 2. 3. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chuang leaped up, his hands simultaneously gripping the duct with ferocity. He tore into it with immense strength. On the other side, Zhou Cheng slightly bent his body and delivered a simple thrusting punch against the duct. Bang! The tremendous impact caused the metal duct to compress violently, sealing off the pathway. Amidst the loud crash, due to Chen Chuang's tearing, the duct began to fracture extensively, and as dust fell from within, a figure tumbled down. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Bingfeng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch at the descending shadow. The air crackled with the sound of explosions emanating from his arm. This was the propulsion created by a reaction similar to explosives within his arm. This punch, without a doubt, struck the falling figure. However, Luo Bingfeng had anticipated that such a heavy blow would send the individual flying, as they had fallen from above without any means of support. Yet, in that split second, the person in midair executed a deft maneuver, evading Luo Bingfeng's punch and using his shoulders as leverage to pivot in midair, delivering a powerful side kick. The member from the New Moor City Martial Arts Alliance slammed hard against this woman. She seems familiar. In an instant, several images flashed through Luo Bingfeng's mind, reminiscent of the scene from the morning after the mode was initiated, when the preliminary selection group took the stage for the lottery. This woman appears to be one of them. Wait a moment, this masked individual. No wonder she feels so familiar. Isn't she the one who defeated one of the seed candidates, Haizi Fu? The towel on Zhou Cheng's face had long since fallen off due to the vigorous exercise. Are all the members of this year's preliminary selection group monsters? Luo Bingfeng sighed inwardly, his feelings complex. Fortunately, This competition cannot possibly continue. Otherwise, if these two were to take the stage, his team would undoubtedly be defeated. Just as he was lost in thought, the two fighters engaged in combat simultaneously threw punches, seemingly of equal force, and both staggered back a few steps. Zhou Qiang then refrained from attacking, furrowing his brow as he stared at the woman before him, who bore a few freckles and had an ordinary appearance, and spoke in a low voice. The 24th style of the Broken Moon. Who exactly are you, and how do you know my family's martial arts? At this moment, Zhou Qiang's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Recently, there seems to be an increasing number of individuals familiar with the Cangyue style of martial arts, and their identities are rather peculiar. Could this woman named Yang Fu possibly be? Yet, there was no thunder this time. However, Yang Fu did not respond to Zhou Qiang's inquiry. She shifted her foot slightly on the ground, moving it about half an inch before coming to a halt. As this was not merely a sparring session between two martial artists, there was no notion of one-on-one combat. Regaining their composure, Qin Chuang and Luo Bingfeng positioned themselves at Yang Fu's diagonal rear, forming a three-pronged assault alongside Zhou Qiang. Yang Fu, you are a martial artist from this city, aren't you? What brings you here? Qin Chuang shouted coldly. Unable to receive a reply, Zhou Qiang suppressed his inner doubts for the time being. Suddenly, this seemingly ordinary woman withdrew her hands and stood upright, raising both hands in a gesture of peace, saying, "Please, do not misunderstand. I merely retaliated in self-defense after being unexpectedly attacked." Despite her unremarkable appearance, her presence was unexpectedly striking. Perhaps one could describe her as valiant. I just escaped from the venue, having only contemplated exiting through the ventilation ducts. Yang Fu's subsequent words left little room for rebuttal. Indeed, it was Zhou Qiang and his companions who initiated the attack. Qin Chuang and Luo Bingfeng exchanged glances, but did not lower their guard. After all, the sudden appearance of assailants was inherently suspicious. With nearly all the audience trapped inside the venue, it was difficult to place trust in a stranger. As for Zhou Qiang, Qin Chuang reasoned, his acquaintance with Ji Wuguo rendered him relatively harmless. Moreover, if Zhou Qiang were truly a dangerous individual, given his strength, he could have easily taken out both Qin Chuang and Luo Bingfeng upon their first encounter, without any need to align himself with them. But how can we trust you? Luo Bingfeng said coldly. Your hidden prowess makes your participation in such a low-tier martial arts competition highly suspicious. Yang Fu, however, calmly pointed at Zhou Qiang, stating, if concealing one's strength is the criterion, then isn't this fellow equally dubious? Luo Bingfeng's expression faltered. After all, Zhou Qiang was also an anomaly hidden within the preliminary selection group. He couldn't fathom what the third New Tian High City branch was thinking by not allowing such individuals into the seed teams. When he had inquired about this matter from Qin Chuang, all he received was a mysterious smile, leaving Luo Bingfeng utterly perplexed. He furrowed his brow and glanced at Qin Chuang. Old Qin, I didn't recommend him. He could only participate in the preliminary selection. What's so strange about that? Zhou Qiang suddenly shook his head, revealing the truth. This left Qin Chuang feeling quite awkward. Who could have anticipated that this fortunate fellow, who had barely escaped from the jaws of death, would manage to defeat the testing officer, Old Huang, and pass the junior martial artist certification, and on the same day, he sent Ji Wuguo to the hospital. Achieving a double kill. Who did I offend to encounter such a disheartening situation? That idiot who sent the wrong email is definitely going to face demotion and a pay cut. Thus, whether others believed it or not, Qin Chuang stubbornly insisted on his view. Not recommending you for participation is because your strength would have passed the preliminary selection with no issues. Since that is the case, why not free up a spot for other martial artists in the city? Zhou Qiang then expressed his confusion. Is that so? Allow me to ask, this uncle, I don't believe we've met before. Qin Chuang, a shrewd individual with thick skin, replied, Mr. Zhou, regarding your matters, Ji Jiaoshi has already informed me. So I possess a certain level of understanding. Ji Jiaoshi. Zhou Qiang was taken aback. Qin Chuang nodded. Yes, junior grand martial artist, Ji Wuguo. Given that you can hold your own against Ji Jiaoshi, it is needless to say that you would pass the preliminary selection. Wait, that sissy is a junior grand martial artist. Zhou Qiang instinctively glanced at Zhou Xiaomeng, his peculiar gaze suggesting, hey girl, didn't you say he was a senior martial artist? Zhou Xiaomeng merely shook her head, indicating her genuine uncertainty this time. Zhou Qiang, momentarily lost in doubt about his true strength, did not dwell on the rationale behind Qin Chuang's words. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Suddenly recalling a saying frequently uttered by his late grandfather, Zhou Chang instinctively shook his head in a state of half-hearted confusion. All right, what do we do now? Luo Bingfeng furrowed his brows in silence. The individuals gathered here were truly giving him a headache. Aside from his longtime friend at his side, to be honest, he had little trust in Zhou Chang and Yang Fu. The issue was, he couldn't overpower them. That was what truly vexed him. So what do you plan to do? Unexpectedly, Yang Fu inquired. Qin Chuang replied, we intend to head to the control room to see if we can open the venue's gates. Are you sure it's wise to be so forthright about your destination? Old man. Nevertheless, Zhou Chang decided to hear what Yang Fu had to say. He fixed his gaze upon her. She knew the Cangyue style of martial arts and could counter his energy-driven techniques. He could discern no signs of mechanical augmentation on her. As for her genes, if he truly possessed the strength of a grand martial artist, being able to deliver such formidable punches without activating his genes. Just how high was this woman's genetic adaptability? Is there truly no way to escape through the ventilation ducts? Yang Fu furrowed her brow and asked again. Zhou Chang could only shake his head. The end of the duct is too narrow to pass through. Yang Fu seemed to be lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, she appeared rather resigned and said, in that case, there's nothing for it. I shall accompany you to the control room. Qin Chuang and Luo Bingfeng exchanged glances, each pondering the implications of this development. Very well, but you need to walk in front of us, Qin Chuang suddenly stated. Yang Fu offered no retort, nodding in agreement as she turned to Zhou Chang, asking, which way? Zhou Chang pointed in a direction. This still unfamiliar woman proceeded without hesitation, not glancing back at Qin Chuang or Luo Bingfeng. The two men, completely disregarded, remained silent. Qin Chuang merely nodded at Zhou Chang, signaling that they could now proceed. Once again, Zhou Chang hoisted Zhou Xiaomeng onto his back, and before she could lean closer, he shook his head and hastened a few steps to walk alongside Yang Fu. She offered no response. Moving forward with a singular focus, her pace appeared unhurried, yet her speed was surprisingly swift. Excuse me? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop hesitating. You hardly seem like a man. Yang Fu remarked, her gaze fixed ahead. Zhou Chang thought to himself, am I supposed to ask you if you're my daughter or something? Where did you learn your martial arts? Zhou Chang pondered for a moment before asking. Yang Fu replied, do I need to tell you? Zhou Chang countered, but that is my family's ancestral martial arts. I believe I have the right to know. Yang Fu retorted, I found a martial arts manual by chance. I looked at the techniques and learned them. If you feel that I am infringing upon your rights as a martial artist, I can refrain from using this martial art in the future. Such an explanation was, of course, highly dubious. Zhou Chang furrowed his brows, dismissing the possibility that Zhou Xiaomeng or Zhou Xiaolu could be involved. He considered another possibility. It was impossible for a martial arts manual to leak from his family, as the Cangyue style had always been passed down through generations. Moreover, given the complete obscurity of the Cangyue style, even if offered for free, few would be inclined to learn it. This was undoubtedly a lie. Yet, there remained a chance that could explain how his family's martial arts had surfaced. Finally, Zhou Chang mustered his courage. May I ask, do you know someone named Zhou Yu? I do not. The response was swift, leaving Zhou Chang momentarily disappointed, yet he refused to give up, sensing that the other party was hiding something. However, just as he was about to inquire further, Yang Fu had already moved several steps away. Truly a moment's inattention could lead to the other party's departure. Suddenly, there was a stir behind him. Zhou Xiaolu seemed to have regained consciousness. What has happened? A gentle voice, imbued with a soft breath, reached Zhou's ears, instilling in him an unusual sensation. He exhaled and tentatively explained, it appears we were preparing to tackle a dungeon solo when we encountered some wild players along the way, and thus formed a team. Speaking of which, now that you're awake, could you kindly dismount from me? I was already unconscious, Zhou Xiaolu exclaimed. Good heavens, what on earth is this past perfect tense nonsense? Chapter 62. Encountering wild players again. The sky was half clear and half rainy. At the exterior of the Martial Arts Alliance branch building in Second New Cloud Sea City, the weather simulated today was rather pleasant, albeit a bit noisy. A man dressed in a black tailcoat and adorned with a top hat muttered to himself as he gazed up at the towering structure. Observing the hurried individuals departing from the building, he lowered his head and adjusted the brim of his hat slightly. This was a small square adjacent to the branch building. He sat upon a public bench within the square, deftly carving a small piece of round wood with a sharp surgical knife. At that moment, a man approached from behind and whispered, "Mr. He, the four of them, including King Kong Claw, have successfully lowered the gates of the venue and made a public statement. It's about time. Let's wait a bit longer until more warriors are dispatched," Mr. He replied, his hands still moving rapidly as the shape of the wood transformed swiftly into the likeness of a small knife. Yet, suddenly, his hands halted. It was the vibration emanating from his inner pocket. The communicator buzzed. Mr. He glanced at the number displayed and set the communicator on the bench, directing it toward the branch building before initiating the call. A figure appeared on the screen, obscured by a black mask, rendering his features indistinguishable, and his voice seemed digitally altered. Yet this concealment appeared futile, as Mr. He had no intention of scrutinizing anything. "The major operation at the venue was orchestrated by you?" A voice crackled through, reminiscent of rusty gears. "Even if you are the employer, you have no right to question our methods. This was clearly established at the outset of our agreement, was it not?" After a moment of silence, the masked man replied, "I can disregard your actions as long as you complete the task within the stipulated time." Mr. He continued carving the small knife. "Rest assured, since you have paid in full, we shall certainly fulfill our obligations. I shall await your favorable news," came the response before the communication abruptly ended. At that moment, the wooden knife in Mr. He's hands seemed to reach completion as well. He elegantly straightened his attire before rising, chuckling lightly. "I suspect this will be our final operation in the Southern Moon Circle. Let us execute the task splendidly." In an instant, 6 figures sprang forth from the artificial jungle behind the bench, racing toward the branch building. "But General, is it truly wise to allow this group of assassins such leeway? Their actions have compromised all our prior arrangements. Have there been no updates from Liu?" The man referred to as General inquired. "None. Furthermore, the feedback signal from the launcher has also been absent for some time. However, since there was no explosion at the venue, we can only surmise that something unexpected has occurred. As for the specifics, that remains unclear for now. Not to worry, our objective was merely to sow chaos. I did not anticipate that those ruffians would intend to exploit the disorder at the venue to create a power vacuum in the branch building. So long as the outcome remains unchanged, that suffices. For now, we merely await the appointed time. Then I shall prepare accordingly." Ever since the new talent martial arts competition venue abruptly shut all its gates, news of the incident spread through the city like wildfire, fueled by the restored signals. Given that the day's events were being broadcast live on television, the impact had reached numerous surrounding residential areas. It was akin to a special news report, drawing the attention of an increasing number of citizens. Within Second New Cloud Sea City, chaos reigned. The local security forces had mobilized police from over 7 districts, racing to the scene. According to the Alliance government's special emergency protocols, the Martial Arts Alliance branch had also dispatched a considerable number of martial artists to the site. "Those inside, we have secured the area. Please lay down your weapons and surrender. There is no escape for you. Do not cause unnecessary casualties." Those within could hear the amplified voice resonating through the venue, even faintly within the corridors. "Yes, I am Chen Chuang, and beside me is Luo Bingfeng. Indeed, we are on site. That is the current situation." "Understood. We shall do our utmost. Though success is not guaranteed, we can only attempt it." After closing the communicator, Chen Chuang turned to the others with a serious expression. "We have established contact with the branch over here, despite the perimeter being secured. If the gates cannot be opened, it will be challenging to carry out rescue operations. The defense forces have begun reallocating suppression weapons, but that will require some time. Thus, our next course of action hinges on whether we can safely open the gates." Suppression weapons. Zhou Xiaomeng, who had been resting her head on Zhou Cheng's shoulder, suddenly lifted her gaze. "They are high-powered weapons designed to combat moon beasts," Zhou Cheng instinctively responded. "However, I'm not privy to the specifics. It would be preferable to avoid using them if possible. Indeed, these weapons are currently the only means capable of breaching the venue's unique metal. But disassembling and transporting them here for reassembly will take a considerable amount of time," Chen Chuang explained. "So, you intend to see if a breakthrough can be achieved in the meantime, relying on us?" Yang Fu remarked indifferently. "This is unavoidable," Chen Chuang replied earnestly. "Becoming a certified martial artist entails a duty to protect the citizens. Moreover, this could be considered a means of self-preservation. Father, please set me down." Zhou Xiaomeng interjected, biting her ear. Zhou Chang, nearly overwhelmed, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Yet, upon releasing Zhou Xiaolu, she said nothing but swiftly retrieved her communicator, her fingers moving with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaomeng disregarded the situation entirely, climbing onto Zhou Chang's back. It seems I'm the one who has fainted this time. Are you so accustomed to my lack of verbal retorts that you feel disoriented? Zhou Chang mused, though Zhou Xiaomeng maintained calm, her breathing steadied. Zhou Chang's peripheral vision caught her slumped against his shoulder. She had already drifted into slumber. This girl had employed her chaos technique consecutively within a single day. Zhou Xiaolu mentioned that such techniques were exceedingly taxing. To utilize them twice in quick succession truly affirmed her reputation as a peculiar individual. It seemed she had merely been suppressing her exhaustion throughout the journey. Not long after, look, at that moment, Luo Bingfeng pointed ahead, where numerous figures lay on the ground. Their attire unmistakably identified them as staff members and security personnel from the venue. These individuals are dead, Chen Chuang stated grimly after inspecting them. And ahead lies the main control room, yet the door remains ajar. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang had no choice but to set Zhou Xiaomeng down. Stay back for now, there may be danger ahead. Zhou Xiaolu, upon hearing this, calmly supported Zhou Xiaomeng against the wall. It should be all right, right? Zhou Chang glanced uneasily at Zhou Xiaolu. Due to the presence of others, Zhou Xiaolu only typed a line of text on her communicator and presented it before Zhou Chang's eyes. Rest assured, father, I shall not harm her for the time being. This is hardly the moment for such matters. What a capable daughter, but what do you mean by for the time being? What exactly are you planning? At that moment, however, Chen Chuang gestured for silence and cautiously began to open the door to the main control room. There appeared to be no response. Thus, he intensified his movements while the others instinctively held their breaths. Striving to remain as quiet as possible, Luo Bingfeng leaned in closer, beginning to remove a pair of black gloves from his hands. Finally, the door swung fully open. Just then, a low grunt escaped both Chen Chuang and Luo Bingfeng simultaneously. The two collapsed in unison. In a flash, two piercing sounds sliced through the air. They were aimed directly at Zhou Chang and Yang Fu. To Zhou Chang's astonishment, these were two familiar syringes? Reacting almost instinctively, he swerved his body to evade the syringe aimed at him. Simultaneously, Yang Fu deftly avoided the assailant's attack, yet the onslaught was relentless. Having dodged 4 more syringes followed in rapid succession. Indeed, it is quite peculiar to wield such an object as a weapon. Zhou Chang had encountered only one such individual before. After narrowly avoiding another encounter, he hastily called out, "Do not shoot at me anymore, Miss Yan. We are on the same side." Yan Fu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhou Chang in confusion, but it appeared that the attacks from within had ceased. However, mere seconds later, a thunderous roar echoed. "Who dares to claim kinship with a lecher like you? You scoundrel!" 10 syringes were simultaneously hurled towards Zhou Chang. "You seem to know quite a few people," Yan Fu remarked, her tone indifferent. Zhou Chang could only manage an awkward chuckle, lowering his head in silence as he extracted the syringes embedded in the floor one by one, ultimately handing them over, with lingering trepidation, to a woman clad in light pink-blue medical attire, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. "Humph," Yan Luo scoffed, deftly collecting the syringes that had been transformed into makeshift weapons. Observing this, Zhou Chang could only force a sheepish laugh, saying, "Ahahaha, what a coincidence, Miss Yan. So you two have come to tackle the dungeon solo. Shall we form a team instead?" Chapter 63. It seems you have quite a few sisters, don't you? In summary, Yan Luo had arrived at the control room even earlier than Zhou Chang and his companions. However, upon her arrival, the room was utterly deserted, save for the various control devices that had been irreparably damaged. "I did not see anyone here. After waiting for a while, I heard some noise and thought it was the criminals." At that moment, Yan Luo, whose danger level in Zhou Chang's mind had soared to maximum, merely shrugged, looking nonchalantly at the unconscious Chen Chuang and Luo Bingfeng. "They are fine. They just need to sleep for a bit." The syringes used as concealed weapons were not empty. They were filled with tranquilizers. Even a martial artist would struggle to withstand such an assault. Thus, Yan Luo's danger level had escalated further. Zhou Chang could only sigh in sympathy for Chen Chuang and Luo Bingfeng, who had become quintessential examples of premature failure. He glanced at Yan Luo, then at Yan Fu, and subsequently at Zhou Xiaolu and Zhou Xiaomeng, leading to a pressing question. The two individuals who could still be considered official personnel had fallen into slumber, leaving the others as mere temporary extraneous members. What could be done next? I will investigate the damage, Zhou Xiaolu stated, rising and nodding at Zhou Chang before stepping into the control room without sparing anyone a glance. Who is that? Yan Luo instinctively inquired. Let's just say they are a technician, Zhou Chang pondered before responding. Yan Luo scrutinized Zhou Chang with a hint of suspicion before frowning, pointing at the unconscious Zhou Xiaomeng. What happened to your sister? Perhaps due to her nature as a medical professional, Yan Luo crouched down and lifted Zhou Xiaomeng's eyelid to examine her. Zhou Chang could only shake his head. It's nothing. She probably just overexerted herself. After a brief inspection, Yan Luo seemed to concur with Zhou Chang's assessment and stood up, clasping her hands. There is water inside. You should help her in and let her drink a little. To be honest, I am at a loss about what to do now, Zhou Chang confessed. Yan Luo shook her head. We can only take it one step at a time. Hopefully, there won't be too many injuries. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies in the passage ahead, Yan Luo's expression darkened as she self-deprecatingly remarked, if I hadn't worked in a hospital and seen the morgue, I might have been utterly petrified right now. Having truly encountered the dead and dealt with corpses, she maintained a degree of calmness. Yet Zhou Chang seemed unexpectedly composed, displaying nearly no signs of fear. As for the other woman, she appeared even more unflappable. Curiously, she glanced at Yan Fu, only to realize she was unaware of the woman's identity. Might this lady also be a staff member? She inquired. Miss Yang is, like me, a contestant from the preliminary selection. Having escaped from the venue, Zhou Chang attempted to clarify. Upon encountering each other, we decided to act together. Just as he was supporting Zhou Xiaomeng, Zhou Xiaolu's voice resonated from within the control room. Brother. Gather all the communication devices from the deceased outside. Brother. What the heck? However, it seemed more palatable than directly calling him father. Brother? Yan Luo's incredulous question met Zhou Chang with a sidelong glance, her eyes narrowing with a half-smile. It seems you have quite a few sisters. Young man, that way, one wouldn't feel lonely, right? Don't parents think so? Zhou Chang deflected the inquiry and turned to search the bodies on the ground for their communication devices. Yan Luo, intrigued, followed closely behind. Observing him retrieve one device after another from the corpses, her brow furrowing as she remarked, you appear to be rather unfazed by all of this. At that moment, Zhou Chang's hand holding one of the communication devices trembled involuntarily. Not afraid. In such a situation, one would naturally expect fear to be the norm, Zhou Chang mused, reflecting on how he had merely been startled upon first seeing the corpses. If there was fear, it was certainly eclipsed by his apprehension towards Yan Luo, who wielded the syringe, far surpassing any fear he felt towards the bodies. Perhaps these individuals posed no threat, Zhou Chang mused. Or perhaps it was because I had watched my grandfather before his cremation for a long time. To me, corpses always seemed like those who had merely fallen asleep. In response, Yan Luo chose not to delve further. The gathered communication devices were soon handed over to Zhou Xiaolu, who swiftly dismantled them. Astonishing both Yan Luo and Yan Fu with her efficiency, Zhou Chang, having witnessed this girl deftly disassemble the signal transmitters, was hardly surprised as she silently resolved the explosive crisis within the venue. The control room bore a resemblance to an ordinary monitoring station, yet as the console that controlled the entire venue's defensive gates had been violently destroyed, it was in disarray. At that moment, Zhou Xiaolu quickly inserted the components retrieved from the communication devices into the damaged console, and before long, power was restored. Dozens of small screens suddenly lit up, some even displaying clear images. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaolu connected her foldable smart computer, which she referred to as Xiaolu number 1, to the console, and within moments, the previously non-functional screens resumed normal operation. The venue, its corridors, various significant exits, and some dimly lit areas resembling server rooms were now vividly displayed on the screens. At that moment, in the center of the venue, nearly all the audience members had been herded into the original contest arena. Tens of thousands of people rendered the space utterly congested. The young man Zhou Chang recognized as Huashi stood high above, his left arm poised for an attack. Meanwhile, on the podium, a dozen corpses were already nailed to the steps, all of whom were contestants from this martial arts tournament. The assailant wielding a peculiar sword whip sat leisurely on the steps, Meticulously cleaning his weapon with the clothing stripped from the bodies, it seemed to be Yan Luo's first genuine glimpse of the venue, and she incredulously exclaimed, "Are you telling me tens of thousands of people were taken hostage by just these two individuals? Are these people all imbeciles? That's why there are martial artist corpses nailed to the steps as a warning," Yan Fu remarked calmly. "Moreover, no one knows if there are only two of them, with the venue locked down and people suddenly dying. Panic would be a natural reaction for the average person. This time, using words to manipulate the hostages under such enclosed conditions, employing fear as a means of control, is not entirely impossible." Zhou Chang's expression turned grave as he contemplated further. In his memory, aside from the Huashi he recognized, there should also be the Jin Gang Claw. Clearly, as an assailant, he had no need to blend into the crowd. Yet the surveillance footage revealed no trace of him. Could it be that he had also crawled in through the vents? "Xiaolu, can you check all the surveillance cameras?" Zhou Chang asked. Zhou Xiaolu quickly replied, "Sure, I will cycle through all the cameras for you. They should all be operational." "Yes, that's it." In a fleeting glimpse, the figure of Jin Gang Claw suddenly appeared within Zhou Chang's line of sight. Moreover, it was not just Jin Gang Claw. The screen now displayed 4 additional figures. To be precise, 2 were lying on the ground while the other 2 appeared injured and were in a frantic escape. Seemingly unable to hold on for long, noting that quite a few had managed to escape, Zhou Chang surmised that this individual was intent on eliminating them. Yan Luo gasped, tightening her grip on her collar. Unable to bear the sight, "Xiaolu, where are they located?" "In Passage 7 of Area 8. Tell me the quickest way to get there." "What do you intend to do?" "Needless to say, I am going to rescue them." With that, Zhou Chang dashed out, instructing, "Guide me with the communication device, Miss Yan. Please keep an eye on my 2 younger sisters." Chapter 64. Gaze almost there. Can you let me go now? After traversing the corridor for approximately 20 or 30 meters beyond the corner of the control room, Yang Fu halted her movement, straining her arm to free herself from Zhou Chang's grasp, frowning as she said, "You should just go save them. Why are you dragging me along?" After Zhou Chang's departure, there was a question lingering in the air, one that had not been voiced due to the haste of the moment, and it was quite vexing that he had pulled Yang Fu along with him at such a rapid pace. After a brief silence, Zhou Chang resolutely stated, "The 2 inside are my relatives, and 1 is my friend. Only you are of dubious origin." Yang Fu appeared unfazed by this revelation, effortlessly shrugging her shoulders as she stepped past Zhou Chang, her demeanor devoid of sorrow or joy, replying, "Let us go. Aren't we supposed to save them?" At that moment, the communicator emitted a sound. Given that Zhou Chang had already bolted ahead, Zhou Xiaolu, realizing that any attempt to halt him would be futile, had no choice but to follow Zhou Chang's instructions and provide him with the route. Yang Fu moved with remarkable speed, employing a peculiar stride that was irregular yet exuded an ethereal grace. Zhou Chang, with the exuberance of youth, felt a competitive urge arise within him and quickened his pace, adopting the fluid movements of the moon crane dance, soon matching Yang Fu's velocity stride for stride. There was no point in futile struggles. At the end of the corridor, 2 martial artists, their faces pale with panic, appeared. One bore a massive claw-shaped wound on his shoulder, while the other's chest was marred by a network of bloodstains resembling a fishing net. They rushed towards Zhou Chang and Yang Fu, their expressions shifting from despair to hope as though they had seen a lifeline. Influenced by his grandfather's teachings, Zhou Chang had always yearned for the chivalrous spirit of ancient warriors who healed the wounded. However, in this era, martial artists were commonplace, a far cry from the experiences of ordinary folk. Moreover, with the Martial Arts Alliance and law enforcement, the moon had been recognized for a decade as the bastion of human habitation. Boasting the lowest crime rate, the young man could only listen to his grandfather's tales of chivalry at the family dojo, gazing at the whimsically drifting clouds of the artificial sky, imagining them as villains waiting to be vanquished by his hand. Thus, when the 2 martial artists urgently cried for help, Zhou Chang, without thinking, instinctively shouted, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." How utterly embarrassing. This posture, yet it unexpectedly stirred a fervor within him. Perhaps encountering others had somewhat restored the courage of the 2 martial artists. If all went as expected, they should recognize Zhou Chang, who had garnered attention by defeating seeded contenders in the preliminary rounds. "We are martial artists from the city," one of them exclaimed hastily. In such a life-and-death situation, he dared not cling to the pride of being a seeded contender. Although many martial artists forsook their studies, it did not mean they lacked humanity. The terrifying figure pursuing them had already taught them otherwise. Zhou Xiaomeng nodded, his expression turning serious. 4. The diamond claw had just come into view. The assassin slowed his pace, hands slightly spread, revealing the deadly claws extending from his knuckles, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. "So you finally chose to show yourself," the diamond claw remarked with a sinister smile, his claws suddenly doubling in length with a swift motion. What had once resembled a small dagger now appeared akin to short swords nestled between his fingers. Approaching swiftly, Zhou Xiaomeng formed his fingers into a claw, employing the silver moonflow fist, a technique developed from ancestral roots specifically designed to counter weaponry. However, his favorite remained the moon tiger capture. Reveling in the fierce might of the Tiger King, if the tiger claw could seize a dragon, how much easier would it be to subdue a mere wolf? The diamond claw now comprehended that his prior defeat was not mere chance. This unexpectedly formidable young martial artist possessed a strength that commanded attention. He was neither a genetic prodigy nor an atomic reformer, but a pure human body achieving such prowess, with each attack delivered by those clawed hands. An extraordinary force surged forth, creating a peculiar, overwhelming sensation at the point of contact, internal energy, although he did not fully grasp the concept of spiritual energy. He could only vaguely perceive this alien power as a remnant of the ancient martial arts, much of which had long been lost. Nevertheless, this realization did not instill complete fear in the diamond claw. His initial attempt to assassinate Zhou Xiaomeng had stemmed from an unexpected final strike, during which he had not exerted his full strength. Thus, Zhou Xiaomeng now felt that this adversary was significantly more formidable than days prior. As the two figures engaged in combat within the corridor, they gradually closed the distance, transitioning into close-quarters brawling. Just then, a shadow darted forth, striking with a speed that defied comprehension, inserting itself between the two and delivering a precise backhanded strike aimed at the diamond claw's throat. The attacker's sudden emergence took the diamond claw by surprise. In a frantic moment, he found himself unable to evade, yet instinctively, his head jerked back in a desperate attempt to escape the lethal blow. He should have been able to avoid such a fatal assault, but at that instant, the slender fingers of his assailant elongated into true, razor-sharp blades. The diamond claw's eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered backward, clutching at his throat, desperately trying to stem the flow of crimson blood that gushed forth like a fountain. He seemed to wish to utter something, but his trembling throat only succeeded in expelling more blood in a frenzied torrent. With a mix of unwillingness and resentment, the diamond claw glared at his attacker, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Xiaomeng stared in astonishment at the figure standing beside him. Slowly rising, it was none other than Yang Fu. Amidst his confrontation with the diamond claw, this woman had suddenly materialized behind him, executing a lethal strike with precision. This was no mere competition, she was simply a killer. And did she truly expect fairness in such a scenario? She regarded Zhou Xiaomeng with a mocking gaze and calmly remarked, "Understand this, we are not in a tournament setting. I am facing such a brute. If you are unwilling to unleash your true lethal techniques, it is your life that may very well be at stake." Zhou Xiaomeng pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a moment. He shook his head, eyes suddenly wide open, as if gathering all the seriousness of his life into that gaze. Under the weight of his intense scrutiny, Yang Fu felt no particular change in her expression, yet her heart involuntarily raced. His piercing gaze evoked memories of another pair of equally terrifying eyes, their owner having delivered to her a past that resembled a nightmare. The recollection of those eyes began to blend with the present intensity of Zhou Xiaomeng's stare, prompting Yang Fu to let out a cold laugh. "What's the matter? Did I hurt your delicate feelings?" Despite her bravado, she felt as though she were merely rebelling against something, compelled to provoke him under such a penetrating gaze. Yet Zhou Xiaomeng was clearly not preoccupied with her momentary thoughts. He furrowed his brow and asked earnestly, "You just mentioned true lethal techniques. It seems it's not merely about the fist techniques, is it?" He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Yang Fu, whose youthful demeanor now radiated an aura that felt as daunting as a mountain. "I will ask you once more, who exactly are you? How do you possess knowledge of my martial style, and what is your relationship with Zhou Yu?" Chapter 65. What is it that you bear upon your shoulders? In the second New Cloud Sea City, at the venue for the new martial artist competition, the first day of the preliminary rounds unfolded in the morning. Look, this woman has once again defeated her opponent in a single move. Who is she to be so powerful? yet merely participating in the preliminaries. As the spectators' discussions grew louder following a series of tedious matches, Yang Fu let out a slight sigh, as if the seemingly trivial skirmishes were draining her patience. Picking up a hydration drink provided by the event organizers, she began to wander aimlessly through the competition venue. "It's so hot. I could die." Muttering her disdain, she distanced herself from her designated area. Finding the previous discussions about her increasingly dull, yet she could not help but overhear another conversation that piqued her interest. "Who is this young man? His stamina is remarkable. Is it possible for ancient martial arts to achieve such a level? What was his name again? Something like Cangyue." The brief exchange of words instantly captured Yang Fu's attention. Concealing herself within the crowd, she instinctively gravitated towards the arena, where she spotted a young man. Drenched in sweat yet displaying an expression of utter satisfaction, he was reveling in the competition. This is a true warrior, at least in terms of mindset. From the very first glance, Yang Fu sensed this quality. Soon, she became aware of the name of this young man who was joyfully sparring in the arena, Zhou Xiaomeng. Almost instinctively, she reached for her communicator. However, after a brief hesitation, she finally connected to a specific signal channel. What could be so pressing at this hour? On the other end of the communicator, a notably composed voice soon emerged. After a moment's pause, Yang Fu calmly stated, "I have discovered an intriguing individual at the venue. Would you care to hear about it?" Just intriguing? The interest in that figure seemed rather minimal. Yet, Yang Fu swiftly added, "A young man well-versed in the Cangyue flow boxing, named Zhou Xiaomeng. He is presently in the hall, contesting against other martial artists on the preliminary stage." For a considerable duration, the other end of the communicator remained silent, a silence so profound that it rendered time itself unbearably heavy for Yang Fu. "Understood. If there is nothing else, please continue with your task." The voice finally responded. Was that truly all? Yang Fu gazed at the now muted communication signal. However, mere seconds later, she received an email from this signal, containing a simple line of text, a few words, "Send me the footage." The so-called footage, was it merely the record of this young man's entire competition process? A slight smile formed at the corner of Yang Fu's mouth as she realized. So that person has weaknesses too. A fleeting memory crossed her mind, triggered by several questions from Zhou Xiaomeng. This cursory recollection cost her but a moment, perhaps just a blink. If she truly wished to know, she could address it after resolving this matter. Yang Fu stepped aside slightly, shaking her head. Was this yet another instance of knowing but refraining from speaking for the sake of pretense? Zhou Xiaomeng also shook his head. "Don't say it's not the right time to know. If you didn't want me to find out, you could have refrained from using my family's boxing technique from the very beginning." Yang Fu had not anticipated Zhou Xiaomeng's thought process to leap so abruptly, and she had to admit that his retort was akin to a well-placed strike. If only he had chosen not to employ the Cangyue flow, none of this would have transpired. But why had she resorted to it? An involuntary action? No, it was merely a reflex triggered by the situation. Regardless of how one might argue, this was my condition. Yang Fu shrugged. "If you're unwilling, you can simply ignore it afterward." Zhou Xiaomeng found himself at a complete loss. The strength of this individual was an enigma. He could not even ascertain whether he could defeat her, let alone resort to coercive measures. Perhaps he could have Xiaomeng give it a try? But before that, he must first subdue this woman. Right. The two martial artists, who had just narrowly escaped a calamity, dared not even breathe audibly. As seed competitors in this competition, they undoubtedly arrived with a sense of pride, further bolstered by the support from their faction, filling them with confidence. Yet that confidence had long been shattered by the Diamond Claw, leaving them to wonder if these two from the preliminary group could truly be so formidable. They were nothing short of monsters, however. Glaring at one another seemed an ineffective strategy. Who knew if they might encounter other nefarious individuals? After all, aside from the one who had already been slain, there were still two others present, particularly the one responsible for Lu Yifeng's death, whose strength was indeed terrifying. They had witnessed firsthand how several seed martial artists had fallen before the opponent's strike without even managing to evade. Bleeding out on the steps of the podium. "What can we do now?" one martial artist asked nervously. "I have a friend in medical assistance. Let me take you over for treatment," Zhou Xiaomeng replied. Just then, the communicator hidden within his clothing vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he found it was a signal from Zhou Xiaomeng, but the face that appeared was that of Zhou Xiaolu. "Father, be careful, below." Xiaolu's voice conveyed an urgency that contrasted sharply with the otherwise emotionless tone she had maintained moments before. But below, Zhou Chang instinctively glanced downward. Was it just the floor? What lay beneath? Suddenly, a visible crack appeared, rapidly expanding into a symmetrical, spiderweb-like fissure that nearly spanned the entire corridor. Zhou Chang instinctively propelled himself upward. Just as the floor beneath him began to give way, in a flash, something gripped his right leg, pulling him downward. As he fell, Zhou Chang caught a glimpse of not only himself, but also Yang Fu and the two other martial artists plummeting alongside him. The space below was shrouded in darkness, obscuring visibility, yet in that fleeting moment, several flashes illuminated the area, allowing Zhou Chang to discern that they were descending into what appeared to be an enormous room. Its height seemingly limitless, golden moon. In that instant, Zhou Chang unleashed a technique from his own boxing style, akin to a form of hard qigong that could harden muscles, under the enhancement of his psychic energy. His muscles indeed became as resilient as stone. Finally, they landed, but the floor felt surprisingly soft. Moments ago, that woman had referred to him as a lecher, which had taken him aback. It now seemed, indeed, to be true. Yang Fu's voice rang coldly. In the dimness, Zhou Chang grasped at the surface he held with his left hand, then extended his right to grip what felt like a similar object, confirming his suspicion. Does a compulsive disorder always crave symmetry? Well, setting aside the peculiar object he seemed to have grasped and the awkward position he found himself in atop her, may I inquire what on earth you are pressing against me? Why is it hard and long? The object pressing against him appeared to be his rear. Chapter 66. Do you really think your daughter isn't watching the live stream? It seemed that the day's events had yielded abundant benefits. Perhaps even the heavens could no longer turn a blind eye, gently rubbing his slightly swollen arm, a result of a slap delivered by a certain lady. It seemed that, had he not sacrificed his arm, it would have been his face that bore the brunt. The certainty that this individual was indeed a lady, rather than a mere companion, stemmed purely from the realization of what was pressing against him. A handgun, or rather, a hand cannon would be more apartment. This Annihilator Type I, typically reserved for counter-terrorism operatives, was precisely what Zhou Chang had encountered earlier. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the flashes he had seen during the fall were likely the result of the Annihilator's fire. But the question remained, was this the very weapon that Zhou Xiaolu had discharged at the sixth monster after it had been retrieved for self-defense? If so, its loss would not have gone unnoticed. Thus, witnessing Yang Fu brandishing the Annihilator at him while covering her chest, which had been attacked during the process of confirming what manner of creature he was, her eyes glinting with icy resolve, Zhou Chang cleverly remarked, "You are a search officer." He had intended to add too, but to avoid courting disaster, he swallowed the word back. Perhaps due to her identity being exposed, Yang Fu momentarily lost her focus. She likely hadn't anticipated revealing her identity in this place. As for drawing the Annihilator, that had been purely instinctual. Be careful. Zhou Chang suddenly lunged forward, tackling her once more, as if instinctively. His disdain for this young man surged anew. Yet in that fleeting moment, she had not expected this recently heightened aversion to plummet unexpectedly, even plunging to a level that felt dangerously precarious. Setting aside these thoughts for now, there are enemies present. After pinning her down, she sprang to her feet with remarkable speed, surveying the dim environment surrounding them. Yang Fu also quickly rose to her feet. She noticed her palms had become damp, looking down to see a vivid crimson stain. Having fallen through the breached passage, the source of light above cast down upon her, revealing not only the blood on her palm, but also a long, foot-long gash on Zhou Chang's back. That scoundrel father of mine, yet again risking his life for a woman. Does he truly believe I am not watching the live stream? And to think he was involved with such ordinary fare. Could it be that while I slept, this woman had thoroughly exploited him, reaching a point where she would accept anyone? It seemed that even Zhou Xiaolu was at a loss for words. Unsure of which direction to direct her exasperation, in response, a daughter from another time and space remained resolutely silent, seemingly expressing profound dissatisfaction with her words, which echoed through the control room. It could almost be described as a roar emanating from the lips of the recently awakened girl. Was her name Zhou Xiaomeng? Yan Luo questioned whether she had misheard something, instinctively asking, "What did you just say, Dad? Brother? Oh brother, Auntie, you must be quite old now. Haven't you begun to suffer from auditory hallucinations?" Zhou Xiaomeng fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon one of the dozens of screens. That moment, limited glimpses of Zhou Chang and Yang Fu, trapped in that bizarre basement, flickered across the images as she spoke to Yen Luo in an apologetic tone. Although she was barely 20, being addressed as auntie by a girl visibly younger than herself ignited an inexplicable fury within Yen Luo, who squinted and smiled, saying, "Do you dare repeat what you just said?" Zhou Xiaomeng, without turning her head, replied, "No time." A vein pulsed ominously on Yen Luo's forehead when Zhou Xiaolu, who was operating the control panel, unexpectedly interjected, "With others absent, even if you two engage in a scene of chaos, it will go unseen. So, can you keep it down, auntie? I still have a month to turn 20. Yen Luo silently seethed, suppressing her anger and opting not to argue with these two girls, particularly since they were still immature. "What is this place?" Zhou Xiaomeng pointed at the screen. "What are you doing?" Zhou Xiaolu responded nonchalantly. "Of course, I'm here to help. If you go in your current state, you'll just be a hindrance." "Won't you?" Zhou Xiaolu scoffed. "Moreover, that woman named Yang Fu possesses a destroyer. Even a slightly higher-ranked martial artist could handle her. If you truly wish to assist, you should recover quickly." She cast a glance at the myriad screens and murmured, "The coming challenges won't be easy." Meanwhile, in the nearby basement, Zhou Chang, unaware that a scene of chaos had just been interrupted, gradually enhanced his vision. His eyes, suffused with spiritual energy, began to discern the lines in the dim environment clearly. Against the wall, a shadow stood ominously. Not far off lay two figures sprawled on the ground, likely the martial artists who had fallen here during the competition. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. And in truth, the two martial artists were collapsed in a pool of their own blood. "Zhou Chang, I now invoke my authority as a first-class investigator, according to the provisions of Chapter 7. Section 2, Item 6 of the Special Emergency Protocol, granting you the permission to kill as a certified martial artist of the Martial Arts Alliance. Please assist me in capturing or eliminating this criminal. I will explain the specifics later, including my identity. Could this be genuine, not merely a ruse?" This implied that, aside from the 90% of Zhang Weixin who had perished, there was another investigator present in this venue? Before he could ponder further, a ghostly blue light flickered behind him, accompanied by an electronic synthetic voice announcing, "Destruction mode activated." According to Zhou Xiaolu, only legitimate investigators could initiate the destroyer, thus confirming Yang Fu's identity. The authorization to kill. Zhou Chang instinctively shuddered, then let us proceed with the capture. Yang Fu paused momentarily. At this juncture, this fellow still hesitated to take a life. Capturing someone with such a dangerous profile alive would not be an easy task, which was why she had to activate the Destroyer Eye's destruction mode. Yet, in that instant, Zhou Chang darted away, his speed so explosive that he left only an afterimage in his wake. His velocity surged, reaching a breathtaking pace. It was as if his body tore through the air, producing a terrifying hum that outstripped the sound of the wind. Amidst this ominous drone, a shadow was hurled skyward, crashing down heavily. This was a man, from whose back protruded long, claw-like appendages resembling bamboo joints, his bare upper body almost entirely cloaked in dark brown fur. As a seasoned investigator, Yang Fu quickly deduced that this was a martial artist infused with arachnid genes. Frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and his body marred with horrific bruises, as if every bone had shattered in that moment, leaving only the faint rise and fall of his chest, indicating he was still alive. Yang Fu observed Zhou Chang, who stood motionless in the shadows, seemingly regulating his breath. What had just transpired? Yang Fu suddenly realized that this young martial artist was even more formidable than she had anticipated. "The 31 Styles, do you not know them?" Zhou Chang's voice bore a hint of fatigue. "If you know that person, the 31 Styles, the killing technique, Star Shatter Moon." Chapter 67. Identity. As the moon beasts breached the protective barriers of the city, causing significant casualties, emergency measures were implemented to accommodate more residents. Consequently, numerous underground chambers were constructed beneath the venue, typically reserved for large-scale events. The assailant who had attacked Zhou Chang and others from the depths of the basement had, under Yang Fu's verification with the destroyer, revealed his true identity. He was one of the fugitives from the Black Beast Killer Group. The earlier assailant was also a member of this organization. Earlier, referring to the Diamond Claw, hearing Yang Fu's words, Zhou Chang, who was searching the basement for a communicator lost in the fall, was momentarily taken aback. He finally comprehended the background of the assassination attempt against him days prior. He mentally noted the name Black Beast and fortuitously located the communicator, which appeared to be intact. This device seemed of decent quality. Perhaps he would procure one for Xiao Lu as well? "What are you doing?" Yang Fu inquired, perplexed. As Zhou Chang moved the bodies of the two martial artists, he replied nonchalantly, "Respect for the dead is paramount. I can't leave their bodies lying here, can I? However, I wish to avoid any trouble, so please ensure that evidence such as fingerprints is eliminated afterwards." Yang Fu was momentarily astonished, intrigued by his meticulousness. If you had a grandfather who constantly brought you trouble and you had to clean up after him since childhood, I believe you would be even more cautious than I'd. Shaking his head, Zhou Chang effortlessly lifted the bodies of the two martial artists, leaping nearly 9 meters high to the ceiling, disappearing from sight in an instant. Yang Fu is an investigator. Don't let the destroyer see her. Before Yang Fu could follow, carrying the gravely injured criminal, Zhou Chang swiftly sent an email via the communicator. What began as a rescue operation ended in failure. Yet it was not entirely fruitless. 2 criminals were captured, one dead and the other severely injured. Silently, they returned to the control room. The surveillance cameras could only capture fragments of the basement through the corridor, leaving the 3 individuals in the monitoring room entirely unaware of how the assailant had become so gravely injured. However, when Yen Luo received the criminal, her face registered an unmistakable shock. As a medical professional, she easily discerned that nearly every bone in the assailant's body was shattered, and many of his internal organs were also ruptured. Enduring such a horrifying blow, had it not been for this individual's multiple genetic enhancements, he would likely have succumbed to death. Forbidden techniques. The term flashed instinctively in Yen Luo's mind. This was the so-called killing technique, the forbidden move following the 30 styles of the Cangyue flow fist. Of course, without the propulsion of spiritual energy, such power would not have been possible. Nevertheless, even without it, the techniques following the 30 styles possessed the capability to directly eliminate low-level martial artists. Such killing techniques were not permitted to be taught in ordinary training. Each martial arts school had its own secret techniques, immensely powerful, accessible only to those entrusted with the legacy of their school or exceptionally talented disciples. Among these secrets, there existed a category designated as forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques, synonymous with killing techniques, could only be passed down to the true successors recognized by their schools, due to their immense lethality. Any techniques exceeding the Martial Arts Alliance's standards would be prohibited from external teaching. Though he would not die, without top-tier treatment to reconstruct his bones, it was likely that he would be unable to practice martial arts for the rest of his life. Yen Luo exhaled softly. For a martial artist, becoming crippled was the most terrifying blow, a fate worse than death. Of course, a complete overhaul of the body could remedy this. Yen Luo added irresponsibly, however, a complete overhaul, especially of the head, not to mention the required funding, is also strictly prohibited under atomic reconstruction regulations. Such modifications would no longer qualify one as human when the concept of this transformation was proposed. It faced considerable criticism, with accusations of it being a crime against humanity, although Zhou Chang found it perplexing why the modification of arms could be deemed acceptable while the alteration of the entire body was labeled as inhumane. The fact that this notorious murderer now lay incapacitated seemed a fitting consequence for their actions. What followed was merely the anticipation of trial and sentencing. Yang Fu, after all, was a search officer from the external anti-terror headquarters. Surely, it wouldn't be as sloppy as the previous incident with the fire serpent and the iron claw, where a suspect was apprehended only to escape later, right? Xiaomeng had long since pounced forward, her wolf-like gaze surveying the control room, her arms tightly wrapped around Zhou Chang's as if to assert her territorial claim. In contrast, Zhou Xiaolu was engrossed in fiddling with the control system. At that moment, Zhou Chang truly could not discern which of the two was the mother and which was the daughter. Together, they resembled a pair of sisters. Goodness, if they truly were sisters, how would that complicate their relationship? This trivial conundrum was momentarily pushed aside as Zhou Chang turned his attention to Yang Fu, who was keenly observing Zhou Xiaolu's actions. He remarked, "It seems you should be forthcoming with us." "Shouldn't you?" Yang Fu shrugged casually and replied, "Are you sure you're prepared to hear?" Zhou Chang mimicked her shrug, saying, "If I were to recount today's events in a 3,000-word article, it would suffice for 4 to 5 dozen chapters. And I suspect there will be plenty more to come. Do you think I'm ready? I am indeed a search officer from the external anti-terror headquarters of the Lunar Sphere, with a first-class rank. Here is my identification. From Yang Fu's hand, Zhou Chang and the others clearly saw various impressive official seals and QR codes on the document, realizing that she could indeed activate the destroyer. Her identity was thoroughly established. However, Yang Fu was concealing the name on the identification. The photograph on the document resembled the one Zhou Chang had seen of Zhou Weixin, depicting a female figure in a dark suit wearing sunglasses. Perhaps Yang Fu was using an alias. We received intelligence about an old faction planning to attack the competition venue. Hence, I infiltrated the ranks of the competitors from the start to gather information. At this point, Yang Fu shook her head, adding, I have a companion, but I've lost contact with them today. Their safety is likely at risk now. The implication of perishing in the line of duty could almost be inferred from Yang Fu's tone. The three of them, fully aware of the situation, pretended to be oblivious. Could it truly be the old faction behind the attack? Chen Chuang, who had regained consciousness at some point, furrowed his brows and looked at Yang Fu with a complex expression before sighing. I am Chen Chuang, an officer from the Martial Arts Alliance branch of 3rd New Tianhai City, and this is Luo Bingfeng, who is of the same rank and hails from Xinmoer City. Officer Yang, please feel free to direct us if you require our assistance. Despite this, Chen Chuang was inwardly cursing, wishing to know if this woman was truly a search officer, considering the extensive effort he had expended investigating the reasons behind it. This martial arts competition had indeed landed him in the deepest crater of the moon. Yet, Yang Fu frowned and said, it's peculiar that the individuals who took over the venue belong to the Black Beast assassin group. The old faction planning the attack is known as Old Covenant Era. Could it be that the Black Beast is being manipulated by the Old Covenant Era? Perhaps they are resorting to murder to finance their organizational activities? Chen Chuang mused. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge on the subject, Yang Fu remarked, casting a casual glance at him. Chen Chuang replied seriously, this isn't particularly classified information for us. The Martial Arts Alliance has intricate connections with the Alliance government. Thus, it's not surprising that we are aware of such matters. However, the ensuing discussion among Yang Fu, Chen Chuang, and Luo Bingfeng left Zhou Xiaomeng feeling rather bored. She leaned closer and whispered, what are they talking about? Should we be doing something? Keep quiet. They're brainstorming. And don't fidget. Just then, Zhou Xiaolu stretched lazily, turned around, and with a flat expression said, the gate control has been restored. Haven't you lot figured anything out yet? At this juncture, Zhou Chang realized one thing that could help him discern the peculiar relationship between these two girls, namely, Zhou Xiaolu's sarcastic wit must have been inherited from Zhou Xiaomeng. Goodness, girl, don't emulate your mother's random sarcasm, are you? Really, siblings? Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against Zhou Chang's ear. Ahahaha, Miss Yen, I see you've maxed out your invisibility skill. Ahahaha. You really don't need to try so hard to make your presence known. And didn't you say the control system was fixed? You should be more concerned about that. Ahahaha. Truly, siblings. Indeed. I absolutely refuse to get a shot. Chapter 68. Watch me not kill you. In stark contrast to Zhou Chang, Zhou Xiaomeng and Zhou Xiaolu, who exhibited a completely different dynamic, Chen Chuang, Luo Bingfeng, and Yang Fu were visibly perturbed by Zhou Xiaolu's sharp tongue. Subsequently, the flirtatious antics between Zhou Chang and the other two women only added to the turmoil. Ahem, Mr. Zhou Chang, could you please be a bit quieter? We don't know if there are any assailants lurking nearby, Chen Chuang said earnestly. Zhou Chang chuckled sheepishly. At that moment, Yang Fu suddenly spoke up, addressing Zhou Xiaolu. Miss, it seems you've already devised a solution. Yang Fu spoke with a hint of respect. Restoring such a damaged control system is not an insurmountable task. However, accomplishing it in such a short span of time using only parts salvaged from ordinary communication devices is no feat for an ordinary individual. Zhou Xiaolu replied nonchalantly. It's evident that the Black Beast and the old faction are not allies. Zhou Chang inquired curiously. How do you know that? It's quite apparent. Zhou Xiaolu replied, rotating slightly and pressing a few buttons on the control console, causing numerous displays to switch rapidly. Look, apart from those who fled spontaneously, and after dealing with the Iron Claw and another individual, no enemies have emerged at all. If the old faction were truly aligned with the Black Beast, they would have undoubtedly intervened by now. Yang Fu frowned and remarked, if they are not allied, what could the Black Beast's motive be for seizing the venue? Zhou Xiaolu shrugged. I happened to look up some information about the Black Beast assassin group. This gang boasts at least 15 members. There are 4 at the venue, but the others have yet to make an appearance. In fact, during the time you dealt with the 2 Black Beast members, something significant transpired outside the venue. The scene shifted again, revealing not a single location within the venue, but rather a site in 2nd New Yuhai City, the Martial Arts Alliance branch building. Thick smoke billowed as flames erupted from the uppermost floors. This was the moment when the branch leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in the city was assassinated in their own office. The footage displayed a middle-aged man pressed against a wall, surrounded by massive cracks, with a small knife embedded in his forehead. To be precise, it was a tiny wooden knife. This was indeed the branch leader over here. He had been murdered. Both Luo Bingfeng and Chen Chuang gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom who could kill a martial sovereign. The term martial sovereign felt distant for Zhou Xiaomeng, both in the past and present. In the realm of the Martial Arts Alliance and the entire human habitation sphere, martial artists are classified into 5 major stages. The martial sovereign lies within the 3rd major stage, ranking above the advanced grandmaster. In small residential cities like the 3 cities, a martial sovereign is virtually synonymous with the strongest individual in the city. The death of this middle-aged man signified the defeat of the strongest man in 2nd New Yuhai City. Slain in his own stronghold, surveillance footage from the branch building captured the fleeing image of one of the wanted members of the Black Beast, as Zhou Xiaomeng continued to manipulate the screens, stating, "So, if you take a moment to imagine, you can grasp why the Black Beast would orchestrate a takeover of this venue. Are you suggesting that such an elaborate scheme was merely to create a vacancy within the branch building?" Ultimately aiming for the life of the branch leader, Yang Fu, as a search officer, had no difficulty drawing conclusions based on Zhou Xiaolu's guidance. There was about an 80% probability of that. Because after assassinating the branch leader, the Black Beast members immediately departed. Zhou Xiaolu leaned back in the swivel chair at the control console, massaging the bridge of her nose. Thus, if the Old Covenant and the Black Beast were indeed allied, there would be no necessity for overlapping personnel at this venue. The irrationality of this resource allocation is utterly inexplicable, although the motives behind the old faction's assault on the assembly hall remain unclear. The sudden emergence of the Black Beast seems to align with their intentions. Regardless of the process, the outcome remains unchanged. This explains why the old faction has yet to make an appearance. How can you be so certain? Yang Fu shook her head. This is merely your personal conjecture. Zhou Xiaolu, lacking any semblance of courtesy, retorted, with your intellect, you naturally wouldn't comprehend. Moreover, I was not explaining this for your benefit. Ignoring Yang Fu's fiery glare, Zhou Xiaolu seemed to find Zhou Cheng's awkwardness insufficiently entertaining and approached him directly. Brother, do you plan to open the gates and liberate this audience? Or will you keep them confined until every member of the old faction and the Black Beast's assassins are apprehended? Regardless of the circumstances, addressing him as brother at this moment deserves commendation. With multiple eyes upon him, Zhou Cheng crossed his arms, lowered his head in contemplation, pondering whether there was a way to uncover all the hidden members of the old faction here. Theoretically, outsiders cannot locate them, Zhou Xiaolu replied, shaking his head. Then we can only rescue them directly. Zhou Cheng expressed a hint of disappointment. What I meant was that outsiders are incapable. However, if it's our people, the situation changes, Zhou Xiaolu stated. If you don't mind, could you appear as an old faction villain? At that moment, Zhou Cheng seemed to grasp Zhou Xiaolu's intentions upon re-entering the sealed competition venue through the ventilation ducts. The attitudes of Yang Fu, Chen Chuang, Luo Bingfeng, and even Yan Luo towards Zhou Xiaolu had evidently shifted. With near superhuman skills, he had directly infiltrated the branch building's surveillance system from the assembly hall, reviewing all camera feeds, conducting analyses, and simultaneously repairing the control systems for the assembly hall gates. Even the most exceptional technicians at headquarters would find such tasks insurmountable within the same time frame. In the era of the great martial gods, while people pursued the shadows of powerful warriors, they did not entirely overlook the elite talents across various industries. Individuals like Zhou Xiaolu, despite being merely an ordinary person, commanded respect due to such formidable technical support. Yet, he also posed a significant threat. Yang Fu silently noted every action and word of Zhou Xiaolu in her mind. It was evident that his prowess had garnered the admiration of all. But Zhou Cheng sighed inwardly. What a pity he is such a pervert. Ready, Zhou Xiaomeng, who had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task at hand, called out emphatically, "This isn't a game, young lady." Zhou Cheng could only take a deep breath and adjust the towel he used to conceal his face. Springing into the air and shouting, "You brainless fool, Watch me take you down. In midair, flames surged forth, igniting a fierce intensity. Chapter 69. The color of cherry blossoms. What is the true color of cherry blossoms? As the canopy of the venue slowly opened, Michiko suddenly pondered this question. Long ago, someone had posed this query to her. The sudden recollection was prompted by the artificial sunlight in the living area, which, upon the dome's closure, refracted into a fleeting crimson hue due to the angle and humidity. I know, it's this color. Beneath the parasol, a figure was completely concealed in its circular shadow, gradually moving through the aisles of the audience. The unexpected demise of a conference official, along with numerous guests, and the assault by a youth appearing from the now-closed dome, sent the audience into a panicked rush toward the nearest exits. In this race against time, what once captivated countless gazes had seemingly lost its significance. The hijacking of the assembly hall and the situation of hostages did not elicit any fear from the beautiful proprietress of Phoenix Garden. Instead, she curiously observed the assailant above the podium and the youth in a commanding position, attempting to glean any clues about them from her knowledge. Point two more, perhaps. Michiko's gaze swept across the arena, her acute hearing allowing her to discern the discussions or fears of the martial artists emerging from the contestant area. Found you. This proclamation naturally reached the ears of the proprietress. It came from a burly man with retractable claws. And from this man's direct line of sight, Michiko revealed a breathtaking smile. I found you as well. Days prior, after sustaining injuries, the skilled treatment of a certain physician and a few days of recovery had restored her to health. However, upon seeing the individual, her body, hidden beneath a beautiful kimono, revealed a myriad of chilling beads of sweat. It seemed her body recalled the pain from the time she had battled against the invasive force, particularly in the meridians. Trembling, she thought, I'll kill you. This time, a slight lick of her tongue across her lips awakened a more intense desire within the proprietress, who chuckled softly, let's take care of business first. Yet, the sudden blaring of alarms in the venue, the sprinkling of water from the fire suppression system, and the billowing white smoke in the arena rendered everything seemingly within reach to vanish into the eerie atmosphere. Listen, we have ample manpower within the venue. Do not attempt to flee or resist. If you cooperate, we assure you will not be harmed. Now, gather together, and do not test our patience. I never claimed I wouldn't kill you. The voice of the assailant, who had just committed multiple murders, echoed ominously through the podium's PA system. To substantiate the threat was not mere bluster. A terrifying flame erupted once more, producing a deafening explosion. Humanity is a fascinating species. At least, upon witnessing the audience gradually descending from the stands in response to this warning, Michiko felt such a sentiment. Clearly, if they united, even a single spit from each could vanquish the two assailants. As the smoke dissipated, the now vanished targets left Michiko feeling profoundly disappointed. She retrieved her communicator. Others around her followed suit, utilizing every available signal source to call for help. Oh, Batgirl. How surprising that you would reach out to me. Are you seeking a beautiful encounter? I have no desire for any contact beyond our signal channel with someone like you, who is being pursued from all sides. Your blood reeks like that of sewer rats. I apologize if I offend your tastes. However, that statement is rather hurtful. After all, I have been providing you with services for years. A word of gratitude would be in order, wouldn't it? This individual was known as Yuan Ping. In fact, had it not been for his peculiar nature, Michiko, with her almost obsessive aversion to blood, would find even a single word from him nauseating. Indeed, he was the most infamous information broker within the Southern Moon Circle. Enough with the pleasantries. Switch to the local news channel. At the second new Cloud Sea Market, Martial Arts Assembly Hall. I want to know what transpired. Only when you have news should you contact me again. Ignoring his complaints, Michiko shut off the communicator and merged into the crowd. Initially thinking it might take some time to receive results, she hesitated to connect to an incoming signal in under 3 minutes. Right, about what you asked. We have results. So soon. Michiko's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Even the most capable information brokers should not operate at such an absurd speed. Well, it's just that I previously sold related information. It was merely a coincidence. Oh, who purchased the information? Hey, I'm a professional information broker. It's against the rules to disclose client information. Not even you, Batgirl. Then what did you sell? And please refrain from speaking as if we share some profound bond. Let me see. There's an organization called Old Testament Era, which previously acquired several new-style weapons. Their last known whereabouts were in the city you currently occupy. Likely, they are planning some form of terror attack. These old factions thrive on such meaningless struggles, don't they? Old faction? Michiko paused, instinctively glancing toward the podium, her brow furrowing. Who is the mastermind behind this organization? There exists an individual known as the General. His origins remain shrouded in mystery. It is likely he is not affiliated with the Moon-Seeking Circle, and I find myself disinclined to investigate further. And there is another intriguing piece of news from 3 days prior. Someone expended a fortune in the black market to anonymously recruit an assassin, seemingly destined for the second new Cloud Sea city. Ultimately, it appears that the Black Beast was chosen for the task. What connections might there be? The anonymous figure seems to be the General himself. Please provide me with all information regarding the Black Beast. In a basement, whose identity is unknown yet lavishly adorned like a royal palace, a young man reclines on a sofa, indulging in the services of a newly debuted starlet, whom he has summoned at great expense. At this moment, he lifts the suddenly severed communicator, exclaiming, "What an utterly unlikable woman! Mr. Yuan, is there something I have done wrong?" The young woman, startled, raises her head in alarm. "I am not referring to you," he replies, pressing her head down once more, a sly smile playing upon his lips. "She is just a friend's sister. Perhaps there is something to be done." Waiting passively does not align with his principles. As he peruses the Black Beast's dossier, he perceives a striking resemblance between the man emanating murderous intent from the podium and himself. The shouts of police resonate from outside the venue, indicating that local law enforcement has begun to intervene in this affair. Amidst the throngs of people, Michiko moves gracefully, her parasol now tucked against her chest, embodying the essence of a captivating classical lady. "You imbecile, shouting obscenities in public, I shall make you pay dearly." Even amidst the cacophony of gossip and the cries of children being hushed by their kin, this voice emerges, threatening to reverberate throughout the venue. Suddenly, a figure bursts forth from an unknown origin, akin to a cannonball, racing towards the young man suspended in midair, later identified as the Fire Serpent. In that fleeting moment, Michiko's body ignites with purpose. Darting through the crowd, "What color are cherry blossoms? Pink. No, to me, they are of vibrant crimson. You shall not escape. I will drain you dry." With interest, Chapter 70, for the tribe, as the second youngest yet last to join the Black Beast. The Fire Serpent's paramount concern lies in demonstrating his worth within this collective. Thus, he has exerted tremendous effort, allocating 9/10 of his remuneration towards enhancing his abilities. Merely half a year since his induction, he has completed over 10 contracts, yet his most recent mission ended in an unprecedented failure, not at the hands of his adversary, but rather, he found himself detained in a local holding facility, a humiliation beyond measure. Consequently, the Fire Serpent harbors a deep-seated desire for vengeance against his captor. Like a venomous serpent lurking in its lair, he waits for the opportune moment to strike, baring his fangs at his enemy. "Indeed, it is you." In midair, recognizing the assailant solely by their voice, the Fire Serpent's eyes blaze with a manic fervor. "Even if you manage to defeat the Diamond Claw in this aerial domain, even a formidable warrior cannot unleash their full potential." The modified mechanical arm shifts, revealing a darkened barrel at its palm, while crimson light emanates from its joints, signaling a formidable offensive capability. A concealed assassin. There was no necessity for him to adhere to the atomic modification regulations. However, at the moment when a beam of red light converges to its zenith within the arm's barrel, Zhou Xiaomeng, in mid-leap, instinctively draws a deep breath, causing his body to descend and twist forcefully. A shadow now clings to Zhou Xiaomeng's back, appearing at the same altitude. Yang Fu, midair, Zhou Xiaomeng's body rotates, head down, while Yang Fu simultaneously steps onto his foot. They exert force in unison. Yang Fu's form shoots upwards at a remarkable speed, while Zhou Xiaomeng propels himself directly toward the podium. Bang! At that moment, as the two separate in the air, the Fire Serpent's attack is unleashed. But it misses. How could this be? With a sense of dread, the Fire Serpent instinctively gazes upward, where a woman now hovers directly above him, brandishing the weapon known to those dwelling in the shadows, the Annihilator Type 1. A fleeting azure glow flashes, and in an instant, the overwhelming force renders all of his enhancements inert. Yet, for the multitude of spectators below, the reality of the situation remains elusive. They only observe the figure that had threatened them from above now plummeting swiftly to the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, oh, no. In that moment, the overwhelming energy surge nearly renders him unconscious as he watches the figure land on the podium, engaging in combat with his companion, Bang, falling, losing consciousness in his final moments. The fire serpent's mind flits to a singular thought: curse it, will I not even be granted a chance for revenge? With merely 20% of his psychic energy remaining, the day's events have been unfathomably taxing. Through Zhou Xiaolong's analysis, coupled with the vast intelligence sources behind Yang Fu, Zhou Cheng grasps the true nature of his opponent. Hailing from the Mother Star where the old factions thrived, he had once been a mercenary, responsible for a level of carnage that even combined would be unattainable by the Fire Serpent and Diamond Claw. This man, known as Bigaya, was originally a practitioner of the genetic arts, possessing extraordinary abilities until he lost his right arm and left leg on the battlefield, prompting him to implant new limbs of atomic design. Before the incorporation of mechanical limbs, Bigaya was already a seasoned primary martial artist. His current prowess is incalculable, such a formidable warrior, even if Zhou Cheng were to exert his utmost effort, might not be vanquished. The 31st style of the moon fragmenting fist, 100 stars shattering the moon. This forbidden technique, developed through the confluence of acknowledged acupoints, delivers devastating strikes to the opponent's vital points, inflicting catastrophic harm upon the body. Driven by psychic energy, each blow is as swift as a shooting star. Engaging in a synchronized kick with Yang Fu, Zhou Cheng rushes towards Bigaya at an unforeseen velocity, spanning a distance of hundreds of meters. When the final punch lands squarely upon Bigaya's chest, the formidable killer stands upright, lowering his head to regard the youth whose fist has struck him, tilting his head slightly. Oh, is that all there is? It feels akin to a mere tickle. Compared to the martial artists who have perished before him, he seems less than a child. Zhou Cheng slowly retracts his fist. Even in the presence of the shadow within the basement, he had not truly unleashed the full force of the 100 stars shattering the moon, merely enveloping his fist in psychic energy. He had mimicked the impact of a colossal hammer. This time, however, he channels all his psychic energy outward, in the process of mastering the 100 stars shattering the moon. The true essence lies in driving one's internal energy into the opponent's body through the fist. The punches are light. True destruction arises from within the adversary's being. Bigaya seems to perceive this as an absurd jest, raising his arm laden with a massive sword whip. So, what exactly are you doing here? Yet, the moment he swings his arm, an unprecedented agony seizes his entire body, as if countless explosives have detonated within him simultaneously. His skin ruptures, boiling blood erupts forth, transforming into a veritable rain of crimson. Zhou Cheng had already leaped several meters away, thus the blood did not splatter upon him. Following the strike, his psychic energy is utterly depleted. That shouldn't have been too heavy-handed, right? Gazing down at Bigaya, who collapses into a pool of his own blood without uttering a word, Zhou Cheng instinctively clenches his fist, knowing, he had always known, he desired to learn martial arts solely to pummel others, to beat them into submission. Suddenly invigorated, Zhou Cheng retrieves the microphone that had fallen to the ground and strides to the edge of the stage, addressing the throngs of tens of thousands gathered below. Throughout this encounter, the immense screen designed for the audience's viewing pleasure has remained illuminated. Now, the masked Zhou Cheng is spotlighted on that grand display, drawing the attention of every spectator. No spectator could discern the identity of the individual who had struck down that nefarious assailant. They merely observed a figure, presumably male, who had ascended to the edge of the stage, raising his fist high and bellowing with a voice that seemed to rend the very air. All for the tribe. We are the Old Testament era. For the tribe. One shout seemed insufficient, and Zhou Cheng exerted himself to the utmost, his throat raw from the effort. For the tribe. Was this fellow perhaps afflicted by some mental malady? At that moment, to the multitude of onlookers, the figure on stage appeared as nothing more than a maniac wielding brute strength. Yet amidst the throng of thousands, dozens of silhouettes instinctively raised their own fists, fervently shouting, "For the tribe!" The fervor of that moment, the cries and raised fists, were swiftly captured by the surveillance cameras within the venue. It seemed they had identified the culprits. The remainder of the task would fall to the investigator. Zhou Xiaolong expressionlessly tucked away his hubristic tools. What, then, was this for the tribe all about? Yan Luo observed Zhou Cheng, who was elated on the screen, and rubbed his forehead. Today had truly been exhausting. Chapter 71. Develop side storylines. The traditional education was essentially a brainwashing affair, wherein only through such an imposed, hypnotic method could members of the organization be instilled with a fearless disposition. However, this indoctrination also bore a terrifying aspect. For instance, raising a fist and shouting for the tribe, it is likely that the person who originally devised this ritual to elicit an almost instinctual response from members never anticipated that such brainwashing could lead to the exposure of hidden affiliates. Among the audience, those few who had unconsciously echoed Zhou Cheng's fervent cries soon realized the impropriety of the situation. Taking advantage of the astonished gazes from the crowd, they lowered their heads and swiftly maneuvered to change their positions. In a unified organization, how could one fail to recognize their comrades? Neither the hijackers nor the duo that had subsequently attacked them were their own. Yet, what had transpired during this assault? Communication with their superiors had been utterly severed. As if they had been forsaken. Amidst the rising panic, they received an email from a higher-ranking official within the organization. Do not reveal your identity. Not reveal your identity. Thus, as they infiltrated a safe zone. These members of the Old Testament era silently resumed their roles as spectators or staff within the venue. Zhou Xiaolu had sent a message indicating, it's time. Zhou Cheng exhaled deeply, yearning only for a quiet place to rest. Having utilized forbidden techniques twice in a single day, his inner energy had dwindled to a mere 3%, leaving him in a state of severe fatigue, both mentally and physically. The ensuing matters could be entrusted to Yang Fu, Chen Chuang, and Luo Bingfeng. Suddenly, the dome of the venue opened, revealing aerial vehicles from the local security forces. It appeared the gates had also opened. What could have transpired? Whispers began to swell. And as the hostages were drawn to the descending craft, Yang Fu furrowed her brow. Where had Zhou Cheng gone? Moments later, Yang Fu approached a neatly attired middle-aged man, and several guards swiftly encircled her, weapons drawn. Yang Fu produced her credentials, stating, I am an investigator from the External Counterterrorism Headquarters. Here is my identification. Are you the person in charge of this rescue operation? Upon seeing her credentials, the middle-aged man scrutinized them momentarily before hurriedly instructing the surrounding guards to disperse, plastering a smile across his face as he complimented. It is because of the investigator's presence that the gates to the venue could be opened. Esteemed investigator, your contribution to this operation is monumental. Greetings. I am the deputy director of the city police. No need for introductions, Yang Fu interjected, shaking her head. Please arrange for personnel to access the control room of the venue to extract the surveillance files. Once you do, you will know how to proceed. Simply document individuals marked in the footage and apprehend them later. They are dangerous elements of the old faction. The deputy director's countenance momentarily faltered before he promptly organized a team to comply. Yang Fu suddenly added, I heard that the branch head of the Martial Arts Alliance was recently assassinated. The deputy director nodded gravely. Indeed, this incident has thrown the branch headquarters into disarray. Martial artists who had initially come to assist have already returned. It seems these two events might be interconnected. Investigator, could it be that? Enough. The affairs of the branch fall outside your jurisdiction. Your foremost priority is to swiftly neutralize any hidden assailants within the venue. Do you understand? Yang Fu stated with an air of calm determination. Understood, the deputy director affirmed, nodding. Such individuals from the Lunar Circle headquarters wield considerable authority when encountering local officials. Higher ranks often crush the lower ones. As has always been the case, bad news, Deputy Director. We've just received word that the convoy transporting restricted weapons was ambushed. The restricted weapons have been stolen. A guard rushed in, his face a mask of terror. Yang Fu inhaled sharply. The events of the day flashed through her mind, leading her to an instinctive conclusion. Could it be that the objective of the Old Testament era was the restricted weapons? Restricted weapons? Zhou Cheng was taken aback, and even more alarmed was the fact that this revelation did not come from a direct source, but rather from Zhou Xiaolu's mysterious device. Xiaolu number 1, did you secretly install a listening device on the investigator? You rascal! Zhou Cheng felt an ominous blade hovering above him, a metaphorical knife named Alliance Machinery, sharp and perilous, with the threat of imminent descent. Indeed, Father, if I do not grant you divine insight, how will you manage? Zhou Xiaolu replied, her tone matching his. Although this woman has promised to keep our existence confidential, I trust no one in this world aside from you, Father. But where does this trust stem from? The future version of me perished before your birth, Zhou Cheng lamented. Why do I feel as though I have completely become a mere bystander? Suddenly, Zhou Xiaomeng sighed. But, dear girl, you're about to crush my arm. Your presence has long surpassed the limits of acceptable. Two young women, both of whom idolized their father, found themselves entangled in this complex scenario. Thus, as Zhou Chang considered his involvement in the events at the venue to be concluded, and the temporary ceasefire between these two girls seemed to have shattered. What lay ahead? Return to the main storyline. No, absolutely do not fall into that ethical tragicomedy. Clearing his throat, Zhou Chang withdrew his hand from Zhou Xiaomeng's embrace and stated earnestly, "You both wait for me outside. I warn you not to quarrel in my absence. Otherwise, I shall announce in the papers my disavowal of our father-daughter relationship. Well then, what do you intend to do?" "I shall develop new side storylines." A pebble rolled slowly to the edge of Yang Fu's ankle, clad merely in sports attire for the martial arts competition. The astute investigator quickly identified the individual who had thrown the stone amidst the crowd. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Fu relayed a few instructions before extricating herself from the deputy director's line of sight. She arrived at the support structure of the venue's dome, where Zhou Chang surveyed the crowd below. Now being directed to exit under the watchful eye of security, "You didn't call me up here just to admire the view and comment on the bluster of today's winds, did you?" She remarked coolly as they stood side by side. "What is the truth?" Zhou Chang turned, his expression devoid of jest. "What truth did you overlook in the control room, but which I must uncover?" After a moment of silence, Yang Fu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, took a draw, and extended her hand, watching as the cigarette quickly burned down between her fingers. Ash scattering in the wind. "Your father is dead." Chapter 72. Today's winds are quite boisterous. A punch came flying swiftly towards her. The force of the blow stirred Yang Fu's hair, yet she had no time to ponder. Her years of training had instilled in her an instinctive response to retaliate in the face of danger. What puzzled her was why Zhou Chang would choose this moment to strike, employing the Moon Tiger grappling technique, which was solely meant for subduing opponents. Understanding the techniques of the Cangyue style, Zhou Chang was not surprised that she could adeptly evade the Moon Tiger's assault. However, his fist bore no energy, relying solely on his physical strength to propel the attack. Approximately after 2 exchanges, observing the opponent's feeble attacks, Yang Fu found herself increasingly perplexed, uncertain of the reasoning behind this individual's erratic behavior. The Moon Tiger's grappling technique seemed to imply a rather dubious inclination to take advantage of her. The strikes aimed at her were, quite frankly, intended to diminish a woman's value with a powerful punch. A tremendous wave of energy instantly sent Zhou Chang sprawling. Yang Fu, seething with anger, exclaimed, "What on earth is wrong with you? My father has passed away. I am engulfed in sorrow, and if I do not vent this discomfort, I will be utterly miserable. So, you have decided to channel your grief into lust." A cold smile spread across her face. "If your father were aware of your existence, he would surely rise from his grave." To rise again would indeed be fortunate. Zhou Chang suddenly sighed, lowering his hands in a display of profound melancholy. Whereas he buried, reduced to ashes and scattered in outer space, Yang Fu retorted with derision. Zhou Chang fell silent for a moment, then sat at the edge of the platform, gazing down at the sprawling second new Cloud Sea city. Speaking of which, when exactly did this happen? Yang Fu furrowed her brow, realizing she struggled to keep pace with this young man's thought process. He was like a madman, utterly inscrutable. "What do you mean? When?" "The truth." Zhou Chang supported himself on the edge, tilting his head to look at Yang Fu. "Is it not a matter of not yet time to speak, or perhaps given your current circumstances, discussing this would not serve you well? Better to wait until you are stronger to engage with such matters?" "So, when is it?" Yang Fu paused, realizing this man had never truly believed her words from the outset. She frowned and asked, "What, do you think I am deceiving you?" "Not exactly." Zhou Chang shrugged. "It is just that rather than believing you and feeling sorrowful, it might be preferable to disbelieve you and engage in some self-deception, thereby feeling somewhat better. Regardless of whether dead or alive, I wish to witness it with my own eyes. So, there is absolutely no reason for me to accept your word that he is gone and simply resign myself to despair." After a moment of silence, Yang Fu replied indifferently, "If you truly wish to know, then strive to become a warrior surpassing the martial sovereign within 2 years. If you cannot achieve this, then you might as well abandon all hope. I will handle the aftermath of the situation. Do not worry. I will ensure you remain unentangled in the conflicts between the old sect and the alliance government. Take care of yourself." Thus, the investigator from the external anti-terror headquarters departed. Still seated in a spot that afforded a sweeping view of the second new Cloud Sea city, shaking his head, Zhou Xiaomeng opened his fist, revealing a small gray sphere the size of a third of a fingernail nestled in his palm. Girl, you really should refrain from using divine vision recklessly. It is quite perilous. Wait for me at the bus stop. I will be down shortly. This was the listening device that Zhou Xiaolu had discreetly placed on Yang Fu. The earlier attack was merely a tactic to retrieve it from her. Casually stuffing the device into his pocket, Zhou Qiang paused to catch the scent of the wind, muttering to himself, 2 years to surpass the martial sovereign. Should I really engage in that excruciatingly embarrassing psychic training routine? With a sigh, Zhou Qiang rose to his feet, brushing off his trousers. That moment, a sudden chill enveloped him, starting from his legs and rendering them rigid. A thin layer of frost covered his limbs. It has been a while, dear guest. Upon seeing a silent yet alluring pink apparition materialize before him, Zhou Qiang felt an urge to exclaim how the winds of today were rather boisterous. Madam Boss. In an instant, the frost on his legs rapidly climbed upwards, enveloping his body, arms, and even his head in an icy grip, rendering him immobile. The energy within him flowed slowly, insufficient to combat the encroaching chill. Meiji approached him with a seductive smile, extracting a communicator from his possession and shattering it with a casual gesture. That moment, the sound of tearing fabric filled the air as a pair of enormous wings burst forth from the pink kimono. Spreading wide in an exquisite display, Meiji lifted the now stiff Zhou Qiang, soaring into the sky. When Zhou Qiang regained consciousness, he found himself in a brilliantly lit space, albeit in a rather troubling state. He was struck with terror upon recognizing a face, one that should have been dead, a woman's visage. The clarity of his recollection stemmed from the fact that this woman had once delivered an extraordinarily thrilling performance for him. Indeed, this was the face of the female customer from Phoenix Garden who had been drained by Meiji. Yet, this was not the direst aspect. What was worse was that this customer appeared dazed. Her complexion pale, clad only in a sheer, almost translucent garment, utterly nude. However, that was not the most alarming revelation. Zhou Qiang discovered that both his hands and feet, even his waist, were bound by some metallic rings. Confined upon a pure white metallic bed, the female customer approached him slowly, and Zhou Qiang swallowed hard. Oh my god. Ah, dear guest, so you have finally awakened? A sultry voice echoed from across the room. Turning towards the sound, he saw Meiji, now attired in a light blue kimono, advancing towards him. Goodness, Madam Boss. Zhou Qiang inhaled deeply. I asked this woman truly alive. Meiji chuckled softly, covering her mouth. What? Did you think I was the type to kill and drain someone dry for the sake of training? Perhaps, Zhou Qiang replied. Meiji leaned down, whispering seductively in his ear. How excessive. So, what is this madness? Zhou Qiang exclaimed. This child's blood is still viable, so I have nurtured her. When I tire of her flavor, she will forget all that has transpired and reintegrate into society. What in the world is happening? Zhou Qiang was bewildered as he watched the woman, now on the metal bed, slowly drawing closer, extending her tongue to lick her palm. Did I not mention, the most delectable blood is that which is boiling? Especially during moments of excitement, Meiji teased, her tongue brushing against Zhou Qiang's ear. Or do you think you would prefer services akin to what I provided last time, which would surely heighten your excitement? Zhou Qiang gasped in horror. I have never been one to drain blood from men, but yours is different. The scent alone is intoxicating, akin to opium, utterly irresistible. This service is unique to you, dear guest. Moreover, it is the first time I have ever wanted to drain someone completely, so you must take responsibility. Zhou Qiang shuddered. Madam Boss, while I appreciate the high-energy benefits you have bestowed upon me, what on earth is unfolding in this surreal scenario? Oh, dear grandfather in the afterlife, and that old man whose ashes were cursed and scattered into outer space, it seems I am on the precipice of adulthood. The price I may have to pay could very well be my complete draining. Truly drained. Chapter 73. A Great Crisis. Is it merely a cylindrical object that suffices while awaiting the latest intelligence? Yang Fu began to organize the events of the day and draft an unfinished email, originally intended for after the morning's opening ceremony and the first round of matches. She now found it blurred between personal and professional matters, leaving her somewhat confused. I must retract my previous assessment. This child conceals much depth. Though seemingly carefree, there exists a steadfast principle within him to which he remains unwaveringly loyal. Furthermore, He exhibits a remarkable calmness in the face of unforeseen events, demonstrating a maturity beyond his peers, concealing humor amidst nonsensical ramblings. His mastery of the Cangyue flow fist technique is perhaps the finest among us, and he possesses an exceptionally domineering internal force, distinct from what we have learned. As her fingers paused on the small screen, Yang Fu contemplated for a moment before rapidly typing again. I discern no hesitation within his fists, undoubtedly. Only those with the most resolute beliefs in martial arts can achieve such composure. Yet, within this conviction lies a chilling coldness. Were it not for the guiding principle within his heart, he would be the perfect killing machine, extremely dangerous. After another brief pause, Yang Fu resumed her writing. The sensation it gives me is akin to that of a child who has long since become accustomed to a lethal style, amassing a considerable amount of experience in the process. His fists carry no intent to kill, yet such fists are far more terrifying, for their very existence seems to be predicated upon the act of murder, as if it were a natural behavior. At the moment he struck Bajaya, what I perceived was an exhilarating gleam in his eyes, yet simultaneously, an unparalleled calmness. He was thrilled by the prospect of vanquishing his opponent, entirely indifferent to whether that opponent would perish. Yang Fu suddenly sighed, momentarily gathering her thoughts, and recalled Zhou Cheng's reaction upon hearing of his father's death. Before she resumed writing, perhaps, deep within his subconscious, he has always believed himself incapable of taking a life, which allows him to act with such reckless abandon. Undoubtedly, he is a true martial arts prodigy. Thus, I have set him the ambitious goal of surpassing the martial arts master within 2 years. Should he achieve this, I shall reveal certain truths to him. Of course, such an accomplishment is nearly impossible, or so it seems. Yang Fu exhaled deeply, finally pausing her hand, sending the email along with her reflections on the day's battles. However, the communication device she had just retrieved soon buzzed to life. Yang Fu forced herself to focus, glancing at the designated signal channel, and quickly connected. What news do you have for me? Who am I? I am the most formidable information broker in the entire southern moon sphere. My dear, beautiful investigator, when might we share a romantic encounter? I could deliver meals to you daily in the underground prison at headquarters. If you wish, I could even place a couple of candles on your dinner plate, transforming it into a candlelit feast. Those from the old Covenant era should not have left Second New Cloud Sea City, though locating their hiding place in such a short time is quite challenging. Nevertheless, after sifting through the current intelligence, I can only pinpoint a few likely locations for now. So, why not rely on your shameless criminal instincts and select one? Hey, even if you suggest that, I cannot guarantee a perfect hit, you know? Where? Perhaps the old city fortress. That place is a veritable den of iniquity, the ideal hiding spot. If I were a general, I would likely choose this location. Of course, I cannot vouch for whether they have evacuated or not. Additionally, to safeguard my own interests, consider this a special anniversary gift. I shall provide you with an extra piece of information for free. Pray tell, the branch head of Second New Cloud Sea City was assassinated by the Black Beast. Oh, so it was the Black Beast? Yang Fu's expression revealed little astonishment, for she had already been aware of the branch head's demise. This was not news to her, but do you realize that the control key for the city's defense system has also gone missing? In an instant, Yang Fu gasped. The control key for the city's orientation system is crucial to the survival of a residential city. It must be safeguarded in the most secure location within the city. Typically, the most fortified place in such cities is the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, and the branch head of the Martial Arts Alliance often possesses the greatest martial prowess within that city. It seems the Black Beast is also employed by the Old Covenant era. Therefore, dear investigator, I truly wish to treat you to a candlelit dinner, for your own good, of course. After all, it would be a great pity for such a beauty to become space debris. Wait, clarify your meaning. What do you mean exactly? Who knows? Perhaps it involves some rather intriguing matters. Well then, I look forward to our next conversation. Do remember to make timely payments. Beep, damn it. The irate investigator felt an overwhelming impulse to hurl the communication device to the ground. Yet the gravity of the situation compelled her to regain her composure in the next moment. The suppression weapon and the control key for the city's defense system, if both were to fall into the hands of the Old Covenant era, the consequences would be unfathomable. Beep, beep, headquarters, I require support, and I need direct authority over the local city. The details are, within the exceptionally bright room, there was an almost surgical atmosphere. This sensation was entirely due to the cold metallic bed beneath her. In any case, Could someone not add a bit of essential oil or perhaps some shower gel? Such friction does not evoke any excitement at all. Sitting at the edge of the metallic bed, Michiko playfully propped her chin on her hand and chuckled. You seem to know a thing or two about this, don't you? Since I cannot resist, I might as well make the experience a bit more enjoyable. Before the end, Zhou Chang gazed at the alluring aura radiating from this woman, instantly shifting into a scoundrel template. If the two were to indulge together, I believe it would be the most exhilarating moment of my life. The proprietress's hand began to slide beneath Zhou Chang's clothing, her palm cold against his chest, her fingers teasingly caressing him. So, you truly intend to give up all resistance? The left side too. Yes, just like that. I never imagined you were quite adept at seducing men, proprietress. By the way, are you really not planning to offer me one last service? Michiko's fingers abruptly froze, and her once smiling face turned as cold as ice, revealing that this traditional martial artist was merely a vulgar man after all. I have always been perfectly normal, thank you. A regular handsome young man appears before me, so naturally, I must indulge. After all, we are both destined to meet our end. Why not indulge in the scoundrel template? Enough. I shall drain your blood right now. Michiko let out a cold laugh, revealing her sharp fangs. Please don't bite my neck. I fear pain. I absolutely adore biting necks. With a teasing demeanor, Michiko leaned closer to Zhou Chang's neck. Don't come any closer. Oh, you blood-sucking pervert. I am really shouting. I am truly shouting. Struggle as you will. It shall only delight me further. A flash of ferocity glinted in her eyes as Michiko's sharp teeth grazed Zhou Chang's neck, poised to pierce through. I am really shouting. The Moonlight Flow Fist. Diamond Moon Ascension Modification. Iron Head Skill. The innate energy that had been naturally recovering within him surged forth in an instant, coiling around his forehead and targeting Michiko's head with a fierce strike. Though his hands, feet, and waist were restrained by specially crafted metallic cuffs, he was fortunate that his head remained free to move. Bang. Forehead colliding with forehead, the immense force felt akin to being struck by a hammer. Michiko felt a resounding explosion in her mind, her consciousness fading into oblivion. I was just worried you wouldn't bite my neck. Zhou Chang exhaled, relieved. This proprietress truly had a hard head, for the impact left him with a slight buzzing sensation in his own skull. He sighed in relief, staring vacantly at the exceptionally bright ceiling, momentarily relieved from the threat of being drained dry. The proprietress would likely remain unconscious for a while, but the issue arose. The remaining female customer, utterly disheveled, showed no signs of stopping. Could you possibly add a bit of essential oil or shower gel? Don't take off my pants, for heaven's sake. To what extent have you been toyed with? Must anything cylindrical suffice? Don't. Chapter 74. In the name of my grandfather amidst the bustling streets, the ongoing concern regarding the abduction of the guild hall had brought the entire commercial district to a standstill, with people gazing at the colossal screens atop the building or at the small displays of their communication devices. A man clad in a black tailcoat and topped with a high hat traversed the street. At that moment, a man in a light gray trench coat and a brown fisherman's hat approached him. As they were about to cross paths, they each paused. Mr. Black extracted a small box from his pocket and extended it. Need to inspect? The man in the fisherman's hat glanced at Mr. Black and swiftly took the box into his possession, before responding in a low voice. You didn't open it, did you? Even if I say I didn't you wouldn't believe me, would you? Our transaction ends here, the fisherman's hat man stated unequivocally, intending to depart. That moment, a unified, piercing voice erupted from the street, emanating from the colossal screens and the communication devices held by the crowd, for the tribe. Damn it, who is that? The man in the fisherman's hat muttered under his breath, swiftly vanishing into the throng. Mr. Black instinctively looked up at the nearest screen, his lips pressed together in silence. Until he had been intently observing the dome of the hall as it opened, Mr. Hay muttered to himself, "It seems I cannot leave just yet." Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the largest screen facing the street. The screen was now riddled with countless cracks, and the signal displayed upon it had come to a complete standstill. A small surgical knife was embedded in the right eye of a masked man, who was shouting incomprehensible words in a heart-wrenching manner. In an instant, chaos ensued among the crowd. "Oh, so this is where your excitement lies, father? I had no idea." This was the voice of Zhou Xiaomeng. "What do you mean you had no idea? What on earth did you know before this?" And when did you two girls arrive? Stop crouching under the bed with that look on your face like a primary school student watching a teacher demonstrate. It was likely when father had knocked this woman unconscious. Zhou Xiaomeng shrugged, her expression calm as she pointed at the sprawled-out Michiko on the floor, saying, "But it seems we can learn something from this." She pointed at Zhou Xiaomeng. "This woman has never taught us anything, hence no solution was provided." She then gestured to the female customer lying on the metal bed. "This woman, what on earth have you been taught before? In any case, can we please release me first? If this continues, I won't be able to bear it any longer. It itches, do you understand?" Zhou Cheng struggled to wiggle his toes. Just what extent has this female customer been toyed with? Even such a short cylindrical object has not been spared. There's no other choice. Zhou Xiaomeng shook her head and swiftly struck the back of the female customer's neck, the impact causing her to faint immediately. Zhou Cheng finally let out a sigh of relief, but soon after, he became rigid, asking with difficulty, "So, Xiaomeng, what do you intend to do?" Zhou Xiaomeng elegantly removed her shoes, nodded, then took off her black stockings. Nodded again in silence and proceeded to climb onto the metal bed, nodding once more. "All right, I'm starting now. So, what exactly do you want to do?" "Of course, it is a sacred ritual aimed at helping you, Father, to release the negative energy accumulated in your body through some form of high-speed movement, thus achieving a sage-like state." Gradually lifting her skirt, she prepared to sit down. Zhou Cheng sighed, suppressing the bitterness within his heart. His face filled with sorrow and weariness as he said, "Xiaolu, at this point, you might as well kill your mother to attain enlightenment." "All right, Father, I've been waiting for that sentence." "So, you've just been silently watching." "Haven to you. Then, how did you find this place?" "I thought the communicator was broken," Zhou Cheng asked while straightening his clothes. Zhou Xiaomeng, with a noticeable scar on her arm, pointed at Zhou Xiaolu, saying with lingering meaning, "You should ask this woman." Zhou Xiaolu, with a clear bruise above her left eye and her clothes torn in several places, remained astonishingly calm, holding the Eliminator Type 1 without any sign of wanting to point it at Zhou Xiaomeng. "The listening device you took from Yang Food. I traced the signal here." Zhou Cheng instinctively pulled a small listening device from his pocket, which was blinking. Who would have thought that in the end? It was his own actions that saved him. Zhou Cheng shook his head, glancing at the unconscious Michiko and the female customer. This female customer probably hasn't truly died. It's just that Zhou Xiaomeng was careless, and he unconsciously believed it. He recalled wanting to check this female customer's corpse at the time, but he could never find it, thinking it was likely taken away by the proprietress to dispose of the evidence. "Speaking of which, Father, there are quite a few young women imprisoned here. They seem to be under some sort of control, like puppets," Zhou Xiaolu suddenly said. "They must be hostages brought in by the proprietress to provide blood for her training." "Oh, do you know about the proprietress?" Zhou Xiaolu replied. Zhou Cheng was taken aback, sitting on the metal bed while beckoning to the two girls. This unexpected gesture seemed effective, one girl intent on killing her mother to attain enlightenment, and the other with similar intentions. Both quickly rolled over. Zhou Cheng crossed his arms, his expression serious as he looked at Zhou Xiaomeng and asked, "Do you still want to stay at the dojo?" Zhou Xiaomeng nodded without hesitation. Zhou Cheng then looked at Zhou Xiaolu and posed the same question. "Do you wish to remain at the family dojo?" Zhou Xiaolu affirmed, "I hope so." Zhou Cheng, with a heavy heart, said, "First, Xiaomeng, since Xiaolu is your daughter from another timeline, even if you haven't given birth to her yet, she is still your daughter from another future, and no matter what, you cannot be hostile towards her. Now, Xiaolu, although you were raised incorrectly by your mother in your timeline, you have come into existence, so live your life well. Moreover, in your timeline, didn't the root of all evil already end in suicide? So you arrived in this timeline. Which world line is it?" "The third." "Ah, the third world line. Since you have arrived in this world line, it is akin to being reborn. Here, no one, well, at least only two people know your origins. So you can completely forget everything in this world line and live well. And as for this woman you mentioned, oh no, I can't continue anymore. In any case, if you both want to stay in the dojo, then please love each other well. Even if it's a Yuri relationship, just don't engage in love and conflict anymore. Otherwise, I'll kick you both out of the house. Go find a woman and have a normal daughter instead." Looking at the two girls who seemed completely unconcerned, Zhou Cheng's expression hardened as he declared, "I swear by my grandfather's name, I will make it happen," perhaps in the minds of the two girls. Swearing by their grandfather's name was far beyond their tolerance threshold. Zhou Xiaomeng shot Zhou Xiaolu a glare before turning her head away in unwillingness. Zhou Xiaolu also deactivated the Eliminator Type I's activation state. But I don't want a stepmother. That's the only point I agree with this woman on. In summary, can anyone tell me where exactly this place is? Chapter 75. Please give me a quiet midnight indeed. I have nothing. I have already stated I have no issues. Jiwugu. Do you ever tire of this? I've already said I'm not a 3-year-old child. Speaking of which, with such a violent demeanor, aren't you scaring those around you? Didn't they say you were temporarily assigned to subsequent rescue operations? When the communicator relayed this message, the woman instinctively glanced around, noticing several injured individuals who had been hurt during the kidnapping. Now curiously watching her, what are you staring at? Do you want a painkiller? Feeling extremely irritated by the sudden absence of a certain scoundrel, and being bothered by an even more annoying individual. A medical worker currently attending to patients was filled with inexplicable anger, raising her syringe. A bespectacled woman was now coldly laughing as she slowly pushed the plunger down, a small stream of liquid shooting from the sharp needle, arcing through the air and splattering onto the pristine floor. Officer, I think I can go home by myself now. No need for treatment. I'm opting out of treatment. Yan Luo let out a long sigh, suppressing the impulse to immediately turn off the communicator due to the incessant chatter of a certain weakling. If there's nothing, please don't disturb my work. By the way, how long are you going to stay in the hospital? You pathetic weakling, your injuries should have healed by now, right? Well, I took a rare day off, you know. By the way, have you visited my friend S house? You should enjoy staying there, considering you're in the same line of work. I have no idea what you're talking about. You didn't forget the communication address I gave you earlier, did you? That sort of thing has long been deleted. Yan Luo replied nonchalantly. All right, I suspected as much. The voice on the other end of the communicator seemed to sigh, sounding resigned as they said, I even took the trouble to inform Longpa to take good care of you. It seems there's no need for that now. Given the situation, the conference probably won't proceed, right? So, when are your plans? The unfinished question was abruptly interrupted as Yan Luo quickly interjected. What did you just say? Longpa. Yes, it's Longpo. It really Longpa, the Longpa known as the divine doctor feared by the king of hell. Indeed, it is the esteemed Dragonpa, the renowned healer feared by the king of hell. Is there a problem? I thought I had articulated everything quite clearly in the email. Surely, you didn't delete it without even reading it, did you? Hey, I said we must go. What? I said we must go. Ji Wugo, you insufferable coward, hurry and send me the address again, immediately. The old city garrison. Upon hearing that name unexpectedly, Zhou Chang momentarily lost his bearings until Zhou Xiaomeng reminded him, Father, have you forgotten? That place where we first resided. Phoenix Garden, it's this area. Zhou Chang suddenly realized, not expecting that he would circle back to this very place. Could it be that this location is actually a hidden chamber beneath Phoenix Garden? Not quite. This is a location deeper within the old city garrison than Phoenix Garden. If Phoenix Garden were situated further inside the old city, it would likely struggle to attract ordinary customers. Wouldn't it? Zhou Xiaomeng, hands on her hips, tugged at the unconscious Michiko on the ground. If the proprietress intends to ensnare people to drain their lifeblood, Zhou Xiaolu interjected. Speaking of which, Father, how do you plan to deal with the woman who has taken you captive? Zhou Chang looked skyward, contemplating. Before that, there is something I wish to inquire of you. Xiaolu, have I had any contact with the minions of the underworld on your end? If you haven't collaborated with the alliance government to develop strategies against the underworld, they would naturally not seek you out. In fact, on my side, Father, I have been rather unproductive, even failing to establish a martial arts school. Such a heart-wrenching topic should not be broached further. Zhou Chang waved his hand dismissively. Right, let us turn the proprietress over to the counterterrorism headquarters. It feels far more reassuring than local law enforcement. Hey, Father, don't you intend to humiliate this woman? Zhou Xiaomeng asked, as she carelessly tore open the tightly wrapped kimono of the unconscious proprietress. Look, this despicable body would be ideal for hanging and whipping, wouldn't it? So, who exactly is your mother? My genetics cannot possibly be this bizarre. Zhou Xiaomeng patted Zhou Chang's head and said, Fortunately, I thought that after almost being devoured by this woman, you would awaken a darker side and descend into a mode of depravity. So, does anyone know how to contact Yang Fu? It seems my communicator has been shattered. Who would leave the contact information of such a threatening individual? Zhou Xiaomeng scoffed. Zhou Xiaolu remarked, Father said not to leave contact details for strangers casually. What the hell? Didn't I already perish in your timeline? What nonsense is Father speaking about? Anyway, let us lock up the proprietress and release those imprisoned. Forget it. The task of rescuing the hostages should be left to the local police. Zhou Chang pounded his shoulder. What time is it now? Why does it feel like today has dragged on forever? The standard time is 9:13 p.m., with 2 hours and 47 minutes remaining until the day concludes. At this moment, Zhou Xiaolu approached Michiko, pulling out the eradicator type I. Zhou Chang gasped. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. If we are merely handing her over to the local police, it is safer to suppress her genetic abilities first. Rest assured, Father, while the eradicator was developed to deal with dangerous warriors, it generally aims to capture living beings whenever possible, so it also possesses the function to directly disrupt genetic packages, Zhou Xiaolu explained. The genetic package refers to the special organ that appears after the first evolution of the alien gene implanted in a warrior's body. It connects to the warrior's neural pathways, allowing them to control the function of the genetic package through thought, determining whether to activate or suppress their genes, etc. Likewise, if this genetic package is damaged, the new warriors of the genetic faction will temporarily lose the powers granted by the gene implantation. However, the location of this genetic package is typically known only to the warrior themselves. In sparring or combat, identifying it is nearly impossible. Zhou Xiaomeng, unfazed, completely stripped the proprietress of her clothing, seemingly aware of Zhou Xiaolu's intentions. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaolu pressed the muzzle of the eradicator against the proprietress's skin, slowly moving it. With such close proximity, the eradicator type 1 possesses the capability to sense and scan for the location of the genetic package. Zhou Chang listened intently to Zhou Xiaolu's instruction, nodding frequently, absorbing a wealth of knowledge. Speaking of which, Xiaomeng, why are you covering my eyes? Didn't you just say I could indulge myself? Because if you haven't activated the depraved template, I cannot allow you to engage in such nefarious actions. Unless you intend to embrace depravity now, I merely wish to observe civilly. Is that wrong? Isn't there a saying that any observation predicated on such conditions is a manifestation of impotence? So, Father, do you wish to indulge? Or would you prefer to continue observing civilly? Either option is acceptable. A gentle nibble on the ear. I shall meditate to restore my spiritual energy and reclaim my virtues. I leave this to you for now. Zhou Chang shivered, his anxiety compelling him to add, and please, refrain from engaging in any bizarre activities. The day has already reached its end. Grant me a tranquil midnight. Chapter 76. It's dark. It's dark. Number 97, Old Music Street. Where exactly is that? Having hastily completed the subsequent medical rescue efforts, and after a hurried meal of what could only be loosely termed dinner, a donut, Yin Lua wandered through the labyrinthine streets of the old city. Somewhat perplexed, who on earth constructed this place like a maze? Damn it, damn it, damn it. This lady, who prides herself on her decorum, was teetering on the verge of throwing her communicator in frustration, to be precise. She had grown weary of the lecherous and violent gazes emanating from the countless dilapidated buildings. Minutes ago, someone foolishly approached her, inquiring about prices and such. Of course, that individual had since been unceremoniously stuffed into a nearby trash bin. Is the legendary healer truly residing in such a place? As she pondered, Yin Lua was suddenly jostled by someone, instinctively ready to unleash a tirade on the inconsiderate individual, only to realize something was amiss. The handbag slung over her shoulder felt unusually light as a feather. Damn it. A robbery right under my nose. If you want to die, don't run away. Of course, running away is the only option. You foolish woman. In front of her, a figure as large as a grizzly bear was sprinting away at an astonishing speed. With a flick of his hand, 5 syringes were already clutched between his fingers. Yet he dashed into an alley ahead, vanishing from sight. The ferociously strong girl stomped her foot, quickly pursuing him. Theft, burglary, home invasion, assassination, and assault are all part of life in the old city. And this scene did not elicit much surprise from the onlookers. A target had already been snatched away, and now they could only await the next unsuspecting lamb. Simultaneously, the chase unfolding here garnered no astonishment, as if it were merely a spectacle. Some even whistled, cheering. Go, beautiful. Afterward, would you like to come over for some tea? However, the response was a syringe that shot forth with frenzied precision, narrowly grazing someone's trousers, ripping them apart and revealing the truth of their lack of undergarments. The man's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, while the fleeing figure extended a middle finger in a swift motion. "To hell with you." Continuing to fixate on the thief, it seemed as though the culprit was completely disoriented. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say they were unfamiliar with the old city. In any case, after about 10 minutes of pursuit, the thief inadvertently stumbled into a dead end, a narrow alley formed by 3 interconnected buildings, each towering 7 stories high. What a clever little thief. Finally, you've stopped running. The next moment, Yin Luo also entered the dead end, coldly placing her hand, still clutching 5 syringes, against her chest. The robber, now facing her, turned around. Despite the dim streetlights, they could still discern each other's expressions. The burly man momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he exclaimed, "It's you. Who are you? Don't try to get chummy with me." Yin Luo seethed with rage, advancing step by step. The hulking figure sneered in response. "Perfect timing. Thanks to your earlier hospitality, I've been thoroughly humiliated. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." My fingers have become completely immobile, as if frozen into 10 icy popsicles. A frigid gust of air is currently wreaking havoc within my hands. "Caution," Zhou Xiaomeng instinctively shouted. At that moment, the proprietress, Maiziko, whose eyes had rolled back, suddenly regained clarity in her pupils, her body darting forward as her hands spread wide. A fierce chill emanated from her, instantly freezing everything within a 3-meter radius into ice. Zhou Xiaolu and Zhou Xiaomeng found a thin layer of frost coating their bodies from the chest down. Maiziko's complexion turned deathly pale as she half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. A pair of enormous wings unfurled from her back, and her beautiful pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. Her gaze imbued with a chilling intent yet laced with a teasing tone as she remarked, "Indeed, it was perilous. Your lives almost slipped from your grasp. When did you regain your senses?" Zhou Xiaomeng displayed a hint of surprise. "Wait, wasn't your first gene package destroyed?" "2 gene packages." Abruptly, Zhou Xiaolu answered Zhou Xiaomeng's inquiry, furrowing his brow as he regarded Maiziko. "I see. After your first gene package was destroyed, the excruciating pain roused you from unconsciousness, but you never truly fainted. Instead, you awaited the moment to counterattack." "Correct. Oh, besides the explosive power of the gene, you also possess internal energy. It's the internal energy of the winter and summer breaks. An audacious deduction that cannot be overlooked." Maiziko gradually rose to her feet, seemingly oblivious to the origins of their appearance and the fact that they had taken that man away, yet there was an intoxicating allure emanating from them that stirred her excitement. Revealing her alarming fangs, Maiziko advanced towards the two, saying, "Thus, I must repay you for the damage to my gene package." A gust of wind howled towards them. Instinctively, without a second thought, Maiziko leapt into the air, her bat-like wings flapping, allowing her to hover mid-flight. "Boss, although I have always appreciated the numerous benefits you've provided, you cannot harm my loved ones." With clenched fists positioned about a foot apart, Zhou Cheng assumed the starting posture of the Cangyue Luquan fist, directed squarely at the hovering Maiziko, his expression grave. "Oh, it is permissible for them to destroy my gene package and even attempt to kill me. Yet I am forbidden from retaliating." Maiziko narrowed her eyes, feigning innocence as she replied, "You truly are a heartless man. After all, I gave you my first time. What the hell? When did you ever throw yourself at me?" Zhou Cheng accused with unabashed boldness. "Don't you remember? That day at the hot spring." Maiziko's eyes sparkled with amusement. "You even expressed your gratitude for my hospitality." Zhou Cheng's body stiffened momentarily. In a sense, her words did seem valid, leaving him at a loss for words. Fox spirit. Vile woman. Bitch. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. As if something had shattered, the frost enveloping Zhou Xiaomeng dissipated in an instant, transforming into a swirling mist of ice. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged forth. The girl's eyes turned crimson as she murmured, "Li Jinsher, great evil moon."